Su Yin traversed into the realm of cultivation, yet found himself incapable of practicing for a full 20 years, ultimately becoming a mortal well-versed in poetry, calligraphy, music, and painting. However, Su Yin had grown indifferent, finding contentment in being a detached mortal, free from the burdens of fame and fortune. Yet, when Su Yin's work, Huluwa Rescues Grandfather, circulated, it stirred a tremendous uproar in the cultivation world. A disciple from a certain mountain remarked, "Senior Su has infused the profound truths of the heavens into a single artwork, achieving the unparalleled state of unity of all laws, leaving us in awe." An elder from a sacred land declared, "Senior Su has already touched the essence of creation. Every stroke and line embodies the great Tao, a height I could never hope to attain in my lifetime." In the painting, 7 Huluwas set out to rescue their grandfather, who had been captured by a snake demon and a scorpion spirit. However, the Hulu brothers were advancing one by one, and 5 had already been caught, nearing total annihilation. It resembled the antics of certain teammates who unwittingly offer themselves as sacrifices. From the perspective of artistic mastery, this work had reached an exalted realm, seemingly imbued with the essence of the universe. Should a gifted individual gaze upon it, they would perceive the resonance of the Tao, greatly benefiting their cultivation, with the possibility of breaking through their limits. Such an artwork was indeed a true treasure of unparalleled value. Yet, to the eyes of ordinary mortals, the meaning of the painting remained elusive. In this modest shop, numerous works of such caliber adorned the walls. Among them were a middle schooler wearing a straw hat, an electric yellow mouse, a caped bald man, and even a wolf fiercely battling 5 sheep, among others. This quaint little shop, inconspicuously located at the end of a street, bore the curious name, "What are you staring at?" Su Yin gazed at his painting, sighing, a top-tier artwork, yet regrettably worthless in this world. If it were in my past life, just the meaning behind Huluwa Rescues Grandpa would fetch 7 or 800 million at auction without issue. He glanced at the system panel in his mind, a look of disappointment etched across his face. Host, Su Yin. Age, 20. Cultivation, mortal. Abilities, sculpture supreme of the heavens, painting supreme of the heavens, art supreme of the heavens, calligraphy supreme of the heavens, music supreme of the heavens, swordsmanship supreme of the heavens. Every so-called golden finger in this era was commonplace among those who had traversed realms, and Su Yin was no exception. Regrettably, he was a mortal incapable of cultivation. Even though he had fully mastered skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting over the years, they proved to be of little use. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Everyone aspired to be a cultivator, while the status of mortals was lowly, with few cultivators caring for the preferences of these worldly individuals. Only a handful of fellow mortals occasionally entered to purchase a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings, with prices so meager they barely sufficed to sustain Su Yin's livelihood. Setting the painting aside, Su Yin exited the shop and strolled towards the osmanthus tree outside. Each day, he pondered the meaning of life beneath the osmanthus tree, a practice colloquially referred to as self-isolation. He hung a small wooden sign on the osmanthus tree, elegantly inscribed with the 4 characters, "No credit allowed." Just as Su Yin secured the sign, he noticed a flurry of figures soaring towards Tianren Mountain and curiously inquired, What's happening? So many cultivators are flying towards the mountain." This small town, nestled adjacent to Tianren Mountain, was aptly named Tianren City. As for Tianren Mountain, it served as the entrance to the Tianren sect, a top-tier power. Today marked a joyous occasion, as the sect master successfully opened his sea of consciousness, stepping into the first layer of the 3 layers of the sea of consciousness. Thus, the Tianren sect held a celebratory feast, inviting cultivators from all around, with prominent figures from various sects and families in attendance. In the realm of cultivation, the stages of progression were classified as Spirit Transformation Realm, Spirit Understanding Realm, Spirit Travel Realm, Spirit Form Realm, Spirit Refinement Realm, and the 3 layers of the Sea of Consciousness. Within Tianren City, a young woman walked alongside a beautiful girl, both adorned with the true disciple tokens of the Tianren sect, engaged in animated discussion. The girl spoke, "Sister, since today is the grand feast hosted by our master, we should prepare a gift, shouldn't we?" This was her first experience attending such a celebratory event, where powerful individuals would gather at the Tianren sect, making her rather anxious. The young woman smiled and replied, "As disciples of our sect, we only need to present a token of our sincerity. Extravagant gifts are unnecessary." She was the granddaughter of the sect master who had broken through to a new realm, and thus felt little trepidation regarding her grandfather's celebration. "All right." Hearing her sister Qin Yudi's words, Muir relaxed and looked up, only to realize they had unconsciously reached the end of a small street in Tianren City. Then, she noticed a shop at the end of the street. The shop sign bore 3 robust characters. "What are you staring at?" While an ordinary person might not discern anything special, Muir, as a cultivator, felt that these characters seemed to encapsulate a certain resonance of the sword Tao. However, as she was not particularly skilled in the sword Tao, she found herself puzzled and turned to Qin Yudi, asking, "Sister, do you think those characters on the sign, 'What are you staring at?' convey some kind of Tao resonance?" Qin Yudi was also visiting this street for the first time, and since Tianren City was primarily composed of mortals, cultivators rarely frequented it, especially not in such an inconspicuous little street. Upon hearing Muir's words, she finally glanced at the peculiar shop, shifting her gaze to the sign. In the next moment, disbelief flickered in her eyes. As a sword cultivator and a prodigy of the Tianren sect, she felt as though she had glimpsed an unparalleled sword Tao, boundless and unfathomable. After merely a moment of observation, Qin Yudi's comprehension of the sword Tao deepened further, and she quickly averted her gaze. At her current level of cultivation and understanding of the sword Tao, she was unable to endure such sensations for long. Muir noticed beads of sweat forming on Qin Yudi's brow and curiously inquired, "Sister, what's wrong?" Due to her lack of expertise in the sword Tao, she could not perceive the overwhelming presence, so she would not experience any issues even with prolonged observation. With an expression of astonishment, Qin Yudi remarked, "The 3 characters on that sign embody the resonance of the supreme sword Tao. Just a glance has deepened my understanding of the sword Tao." This sword Tao was beyond anything she had ever encountered. Not even her grandfather could compare to its majesty. Is it truly that remarkable? Although Muir did not fully comprehend the sword Tao, she recognized the significance and urged, "Then sister, you should take a few more glances." Qin Yudi gently shook her head, saying, "This sword Tao is vast and limitless. I cannot bear it at present." A mere moment of observation requires considerable time to comprehend. Her feelings were beyond articulation as a sword cultivator. Experiencing such a transcendent sword Tao was an unimaginable boon. Muir nodded, half comprehending, as she wondered how such a sign imbued with Tao resonance could appear in a mere mortal shop. She speculated, "Sister, this must be an ordinary shop, right? How could such a remarkable sign exist? Could it be that a master of the sword Tao passed by and wrote those characters?" In the realm of cultivation, there were indeed individuals who shunned fame and fortune, wandering the world or living in seclusion. When encountered, it could lead to unimaginably great opportunities. Qin Yudi also considered that it might be the work of a passing master, yet other possibilities lingered in her mind. She spotted Su Yin still standing before the osmanthus tree and said, "That man must be the owner of this shop. Let's go ask him." Having just finished lamenting his situation, Su Yin was preparing to return to the shop when he noticed 2 elegantly beautiful young girls approaching. He immediately broke into a smile, saying, "Ladies, would you care to step inside? We have a plethora of calligraphy and paintings that are sure to delight you." In his mind, he mused that these 2 young women, dressed exquisitely and exuding an ethereal aura, were undoubtedly promising customers. Perhaps a transaction for a single piece of art could equate to a month's worth of earnings, filling him with anticipation. Chapter 2. Conquering the Cultivators with Talent. Qin Yudi smiled and inquired, "May I ask who pinned the characters on this plaque?" She harbored little hope, for anyone capable of leaving such an aura of the Tao inscribed upon a plaque must surely be a reclusive master, unlikely to divulge their whereabouts or name easily. "You mean the 3 characters in I Cho Sha, correct?" Su Yin was perplexed by the beautiful young woman's choice to ask this rather than enter the shop to make a purchase. Their expressions frozen, tinged with astonishment. Could it be that they were taken aback by his striking appearance? After a moment, Qin Yudi realized her demeanor was somewhat unbecoming and smiled as she asked, "Are you certain these characters were inscribed by you?" She harbored doubts, as the individual before her appeared devoid of cultivation, clearly just an ordinary youth. How could he possibly be the author of such profound characters? Su Yin, feeling inexplicably baffled, responded, "Of course, it was I who wrote it. You both need not dwell on the characters on the plaque. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can always rewrite them." He felt a twinge of anxiety. Suspecting these 2 might have been unsettled by the phrase in I Cho Sha, otherwise why would they interrogate him about the plaque? Upon receiving Su Yan's affirmative response, Qin Yudi and Muir exchanged glances, which could easily be discerned if they were the product of the same hand. "All the works in this shop are indeed my own creations. Would you care to step inside and have a look?" Su Yin said, proceeding to open the shop door wide. Inside, the walls were adorned with numerous pieces of art, and this was merely the outer hall. the inner sanctum housed many other intriguing artifacts. As Qin Yudi and Muir entered the shop, the world before them transformed suddenly. Endless Taoist insights surged forth from the artworks. There were landscapes, the essence of living beings, and many other grand paths. Streams infused with the rhythm of the Tao roared past. Towering mountains shifted and changed, and in an instant, all of it vanished. A colossal vine, magnificent and towering as if from the abyss, bore 7 gourds, which then fell to the ground and transformed into a youthful human. This was the evolution of life, the supreme path of the Tao. Qin Yudi and Muir emerged from the essence of the artworks. Their eyes filled with an unimaginable shock. Each piece contained profound Taoist insights, surpassing the characters inscribed on the plaque. Muir turned to Qin Yudi and whispered, "Sister, have we encountered a reclusive master?" "Hush." Qin Yudi's expression suddenly became grave as she communicated through spiritual energy. "This shopkeeper must be a reclusive master, a true powerhouse. Such venerable figures live in seclusion to experience the mundane world. We must not broach the subject of cultivation or the Tao with him. Moreover," she cautioned, "do not use spiritual communication. Such trivial techniques cannot deceive a master and may even provoke their displeasure." After conveying her thoughts to Muir, she regarded Su Yin with an unmistakable respect and admiration in her eyes. To comprehend numerous grand paths and embody them in art is the mark of an unfathomable powerhouse. To encounter such a figure is indeed her fortune. Su Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable under Qin Yudi's gaze and asked, "Miss, do you have a particular piece you favor?" He mused internally, "Why does this young woman regard me with such fervent admiration? Could it be that my striking appearance has captivated her?" Qin Yudi unconsciously placed herself in the role of a junior and replied, "I am profoundly fond of your artworks, esteemed master. Yet these pieces are truly priceless treasures. I fear I could not afford them." Each artwork, imbued with the essence of the Tao, was a genuine treasure of the cultivation world. Its value incalculable. Though she was the granddaughter of the sect leader of the heavenly human sect, she could never purchase such treasures. Esteemed master? Priceless treasures. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the young woman's line of thought. Only an insider could grasp the true brilliance of his work. Not to boast, but apart from cultivation, he had achieved a level of mastery in nearly all skills, reaching a state of simplicity and transcendence. Ah, so they are art enthusiasts. I must present myself with an air of a master, Su Yin thought, and thus he spoke, "Since you both share a passion for art, allow me to gift you a piece." With that, he approached the painting table and retrieved his earlier work, Gourd Boy Rescues Grandpa, extending it toward Qin Yudi. Qin Yudi was overwhelmed with joy, her disbelief evident as she exclaimed, "Esteemed master, is this truly a gift for me?" "Of course, it is merely a painting. Look at how many I have here. Would I deceive you?" Su Yin replied nonchalantly. His demeanor exuded an ethereal quality, and it pleased him to have captivated a cultivator with his talent. Earning him the honorific of esteemed master, gifting a casually created artwork was of little consequence. After all, his pieces typically sold for mere handfuls of copper coins. To gain a fellow art lover was already a worthy trade. "Thank you immensely, esteemed master." Qin Yudi exclaimed with unbridled joy as she accepted Gourd Boy Rescues Grandpa, examining it closely, only to discover a signature in the corner, Su Yin. Looking up at Su Yin, she asked, "Is Su Yin your name, esteemed master?" Su Yin reveled in the title esteemed master, feeling somewhat elated as he replied, "Naturally, would an art lover inscribe another's name upon their own work?" He found himself increasingly charmed by this young woman. Chapter 3. Breaking through directly realizing Su Yan's perspective, Qin Yudi felt a sense of clarity. It was no wonder he seemed so pleased, having mistook her for a fellow art enthusiast. She saw this as an opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with him and smiled. "Indeed, your mastery in calligraphy and painting is so profound that it leaves me, a novice, utterly astounded." Su Yin felt a swell of pride in his heart, relishing the admiration of a potentially formidable cultivator. Su Yin regarded Muir with a merchant's grin and stated, "This puppet is named Chopper, priced at 30 copper coins, fair and square." The term puppet referred to small figures carved from idle wood, costing nearly nothing to produce, taking only a quarter of an hour to craft. Their primary market consisted of children. Popular models included Chopper, Pikachu, and Doraemon, all beloved by youngsters. As for the teenage thrill seekers, they preferred charming female puppets, such as the likes of Hatsune Miku. If other cultivators were to discover this, would they not go wild? Su Yin regarded her with a peculiar expression, wondering if she was truly that naive. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret, thinking he should have priced it at 300 copper coins instead. After Muir paid, Qin Yudi respectfully addressed Su Yin, "Esteemed master, my name is Qin Yudi, and this is my junior sister, Muir. We shall take our leave for now. Do you understand? The puppet contains threads of Taoist essence. Should some unscrupulous cultivators learn that you possess such a treasure, they may take action against you." "Understood, sister." Su Yin carved another puppet to replace the one left empty on the shelf, feeling a slight sense of pride for having captivated a cultivator with his artistry. However, he quickly dismissed the events concerning Qin Yudi and Muir from his mind, as he maintained a clear understanding of his own identity. Ultimately, he was but an ordinary person. Subsequently, an elderly gentleman residing on this street ambled past the shop. Casting a glance at Su Yin within, he called out, "Xiao Yin, your artistic prowess is undoubtedly the finest in our neighborhood. If only you were to create pieces that are more comprehensible, you would surely garner greater acclaim." The Tianren mountain was bustling with activity, as Qin Tian, the leader of the Tianren sect, ventured into the realm of consciousness, ascending to the first tier of this domain, thereby augmenting his strength and elevating the status of the Tianren sect. Consequently, this celebratory banquet saw the attendance of numerous influential factions from the southern domain, all bearing gifts of congratulation. At the banquet, Qin Tian, seated at the head of the table, radiated vigor and wore a constant smile. Listening to the flattery from former rivals, he couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Soon, the moment for presenting gifts arrived. The leader of the Bien Bien sect offered a rare tea known as longyin tea. An exceptional delicacy. It was said that consuming a cup of longyin tea could evoke the sound of a dragon's roar and even slightly enhance one's cultivation. The Yawang Valley also sent representatives, with the chief disciple presenting the 9 turns rebirth pill, personally crafted by the Medicine King. Upon its unveiling, all attendees were envious, for who wouldn't desire a pill capable of extending one's lifespan? Once the external guests concluded their presentations, it was time for the younger disciples of the Tianren sect to offer their congratulations. Qin Tian's granddaughter, Qin Yudi, was the first to step forward. None had presented a painting prior to Qin Yudi. He reached out to accept the artwork and unfolded it before him. In an instant, he was transported to a vast and boundless world. This world was harmonious, with people living in joy, epitomizing a scene of unity between heaven, earth, and humanity. An old farmer tended to a vine daily, nurturing it with care, until one day, the gourd upon it gained sentience. At that moment, the farmer was captured by a demon, and the gourd, feeling a sense of urgency, transformed into a child to rescue him. Such a tale of sentience and gratitude moved one to tears. An endless resonance of the Tao infused Qin Tian's consciousness, and in that fleeting moment, he grasped the myriad facets of mortal existence and the cosmic order, leading to a sudden elevation of his state of mind. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from within Qin Tian, though he quickly reined it in, for otherwise, most present would have been unable to withstand it. He carefully set the painting down, his smile now more radiant than ever. "Ha ha ha, old Jiang, from now on, my cultivation will surpass yours." Qin Tian laughed heartily, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, having swiftly broken through 2 realms and overtaking his friend Jiang Taiyuan. The entire assembly was astounded. Qin Tian had indeed ascended to the second tier of consciousness, rivaling the reclusive masters who seldom emerged. Jiang Taiyuan, filled with envy, asked, "Old Qin, how did you achieve this breakthrough?" He had long been stuck at the first tier, unable to progress to the second, while Qin Tian had achieved this sudden leap, only deepening his envy. "Well, it's something that can only be understood but not articulated," Qin Tian replied cryptically. In truth, he was somewhat unclear about the situation himself. The Tao contained within the painting resonated perfectly with the techniques he practiced, allowing him to comprehend the Tao and directly break through. The celebratory banquet concluded swiftly, as Qin Tian was eager to inquire about the painting from Qin Yudi. Meanwhile, representatives from various factions departed with complex emotions, fully realizing that the Tianren sect had truly risen to prominence. In a secret chamber of the Tianren sect, the painting titled "Gourd Baby Rescues Grandpa" lay on the table, while Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan immersed themselves in its profound Taoist resonance. Qin Yudi was present as well, but having already experienced its essence, she merely needed to digest and comprehend it at her own pace. He was not a practitioner of that path, hence unable to achieve a breakthrough as Qin Tian had. Qin Tian, practicing the Tianren formula, found a deeper appreciation for the painting, exclaiming, "To infuse the Tao into a painting, the creator must be an unfathomably skilled master." Curiosity piqued, both he and Jiang Taiyuan turned to Qin Yudi, inquiring in unison, "Yudi, how did you come by this painting? Recalling the handsome young man, admiration welled up in her heart as she replied, it was gifted to me by the painting's owner. That esteemed elder, capable of bestowing such artwork, was the first of his kind she had encountered with such magnanimity. What? The creator of the painting. We must avoid discussing matters of cultivation, lest we offend him. She was unsure whether Su Yin would welcome her, but given his kindness earlier that morning when he gifted her the painting, she felt compelled to visit that moment. Su Yin was beneath the osmanthus tree in front of his shop, writing poetry, the lines reading, before me, no ancient figures. Behind, no future comers. Upon completing the final stroke, he noticed 3 figures standing behind him, gazing enraptured at his freshly pinned verse. What is this? Isn't that the young lady from earlier? Why has she brought 2 elderly gentlemen? Su Yin pondered, inquiring, Miss Qin? Who are these 2? Though he had a fair inkling, the ecstatic demeanor of the 2 elders, clearly enamored with his poetry, suggested they were connoisseurs of calligraphy and painting, brought forth by the young lady to pay homage to him. A master of the craft. Upon hearing Su Yan's voice, Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan swiftly shifted their attention from the poem, bowing respectfully, Elder Su, we have come to pay our respects. Initially, they were skeptical upon witnessing Su Yan's youth, questioning whether Qin Yudi had made an error. Yet, after reading his lines, they realized how gravely mistaken they had been. The man before them was undoubtedly a genuine recluse. Not only could he compose such exquisite poetry, but he also infused it with the essence of the Tao, marking him as a practitioner of unparalleled skill. As for his youthful appearance, it was easy to comprehend. If one could not even preserve their youthful visage, could they truly be considered a peak master? Su Yin was taken aback when the 2 elderly men, who could easily be his grandfathers, referred to him as elder, and he quickly rose to assist Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan. Smiling wryly, gentlemen, there's no need for such formalities. Today marked the first time he realized the significance of talent, which not only captivated young maidens, but could also enchant the elderly. Qin Tian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he asked, Elder Su, do you reside here regularly? Given the proximity to the Tianren sect, if Elder Su lived here, he would have ample opportunity to visit him. Indeed, proximity to the water tower would yield the first fruits. Allowing him to receive guidance from Elder Su, Su Yin smiled and replied, I have always lived here. Gentlemen, you are welcome to visit often. Observing the 2 elders' ruddy complexions, which suggested they were not ordinary old men, he presumed they might be practitioners. With his talent having already captivated 2 cultivators, he felt a sense of calm and was tempted to casually declare, having talent is indeed remarkable. Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan both wore expressions of delight, with the former breathlessly stating, since Elder holds me in high regard, I shall frequently visit. He envisioned the Tianren sects rise to prominence, realizing that if they could align themselves with Elder Su, a towering figure, what was there to fear about their ascendance? Well then, esteemed gentlemen and Miss Qin, please, let us step inside, Su Yin declared, putting away his writings. With guests in attendance, it was only fitting to brew a pot of tea, especially for his admirers. Following Su Yin, Qin Yudi, Qin Tian, and Jiang Taiyuan entered the quaint little shop. Upon entering, they beheld the myriad of calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, a torrent of Taoist essence surging forth. Su Yin cleared a table and brewed a pot of tea. Noticing that Qin Yudi and the 2 elderly gentlemen were still standing in awe, he called out, Gentlemen, Miss Qin, please take a seat. The tea is ready. As his voice rang out, the overwhelming Taoist essence dissipated instantaneously, restoring tranquility. Only then did Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan break free from their rapture, exchanging glances that conveyed their profound astonishment. Thus, the 2 of them, along with Qin Yudi, obediently sat down as per Su Yan's suggestion. Lin Yinxing poured a cup of tea for Qin Tian, Jiang Taiyuan, and Qin Yudi, confidently yet humbly stating, the tea is rather ordinary. I hope it suffices for you 3. As he could not cultivate, he had mastered all matters outside of cultivation, achieving a pinnacle of excellence in each, and he held a certain pride in the tea he brewed. Qin Tian, Jiang Taiyuan, and Qin Yudi were pleasantly surprised and quickly raised their cups, taking a gentle sip. The tea was indeed commonplace, but the brewer's extraordinary skill transformed even the simplest brew into an extraordinary experience. More importantly, this pot of tea contained the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, profound truths of the Tao. After a mere taste, Qin Yudi experienced a breakthrough, ascending from the peak of the spirit awareness realm to the early stage of the spirit travel realm. With astonished eyes, she gazed at the tea in her hands, and unable to resist, she drank the entire cup, her delicate face blooming with a satisfied blush. Su Yin, savoring his own cup of tea, marveled at its exquisite flavor when he noticed the unusual flush on Qin Yudi's face. Could it be that drinking tea could lead to such transformations? After finishing his tea, Qin Tian slowly set down his cup. Thank you, esteemed elder. May I know your names? He perceived the two elders to be cultivators of modest prowess, thus he did not regard the token with much weight. Perhaps it truly was just a means to intimidate the insignificant. Yet, as it was offered in goodwill, he was pleased to accept. Su Senior, I am Qin Tian. Su Senior, I am Jiang Taiyuan. Both Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan proudly declared their names, striving to leave a favorable impression on Su Yin. Su Yin nodded and asked, would you gentlemen care for another pot of tea? He was uncertain what to converse about with the two elders. The generational gap was evident, and unless they initiated a discussion about calligraphy and painting, he might have little to contribute. No, we must take our leave. We shall visit you again, Su Senior. Qin Tian hastily interjected. Having successfully met Su Yin and achieved his purpose, lingering might disrupt Su Yan's artistic endeavors. Otherwise, why would they take the time to visit a mere mortal? He had heard that powerful practitioners often devoted their time to cultivation and mentoring their disciples, rarely taking the initiative to visit an ordinary person. Reflecting on the Taoist essence present in the calligraphy and paintings in the outer hall, Qin Tian was still in awe, smiling at Qin Yudi. Yudi, you truly are a blessing to our celestial sect. Having met such an enigmatic elder, he had never imagined that there would be such a recluse in Celestial City. Had it not been for Qin Yudi, he would have missed the opportunity to know Su Yin. It was merely good fortune. In truth, Su Senior is quite approachable and does not look down upon someone like me, a minor practitioner. Otherwise, how would I have had the chance to meet him? Qin Yudi replied, an individual as unfathomable as Su Yin could easily choose to remain hidden from the world, should he wish to. Outsiders would find it impossible to seek him out. Qin Tian laughed heartily. Indeed, Su Senior's residence in Celestial City is a fortunate occurrence for all of Celestial Mountain. He was exceedingly joyful today, as though he glimpsed a brilliant future ahead. Conversely, Jiang Taiyuan felt an overwhelming envy. Su Yin resided in Celestial City, which meant that Qin Yudi and Qin Tian would have ample opportunities to visit him, while he would face considerable difficulty in returning for another visit. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, wishing fervently to relocate their sect to Celestial City. However, such thoughts were futile, as Celestial City could hardly accommodate a large sect. Su Yin hung the token given by Qin Tian at his door. He accepted reality and decided to embrace the life of an ordinary gentleman. Just as Su Yin prepared to enter his shop, a youth rushed over, kneeling before him in desperation, pleading, Su Divine Physician. Su Divine Physician, I implore you to save my mother. Su Yan's medical skills were renowned in Celestial City, even more so than his artistry, for most mortals found themselves in need of medical aid at some point. Whereas not everyone appreciated art. Thus, providing medical care was one of Su Yan's frequent endeavors, contributing to his livelihood. Relying solely on his art proved quite challenging, especially when he occasionally needed to purchase small items. He and his mother relied solely on one another. Just moments ago, his mother had inexplicably collapsed, unresponsive to his calls. Therefore, he sought out the widely renowned divine physician, Su Yin, rumored to be a kind-hearted young doctor with minimal fees. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression shifted slightly, urging, quickly, take me to your mother. His heart warmed at the sight of a son so devoted to his ailing mother. The youth nodded and hurriedly led Su Yin to his home. They arrived at the dilapidated old street, just 2 blocks away from where Su Yin resided. Upon entering the rundown abode, Su Yin approached the middle-aged woman lying on the old bed, gently placing his hand on her forehead before taking her pulse for a brief moment. Feeling relieved, turning to the youth standing nearby, he said, your mother is not gravely ill. She merely fainted from exhaustion. Once she awakens, ensure she consumes something nutritious and allows herself to rest. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the youth felt a heavy burden lifted from his heart, but soon his expression faltered. His family was impoverished. Nutritious food was a luxury, and merely having enough to eat was a struggle. He worked as a servant in a tea house, earning meager wages, often bullied and deprived of his pay by other servants. Meanwhile, his mother toiled as a weaver for the shop owner, working twice as long as others to earn a little extra. Yet, despite their efforts, they lacked a primary breadwinner and could barely scrape by. Noticing the youth's flushed face and lowered gaze, Su Yin deduced his circumstances, asking, are you lacking in funds? In this world, cultivators held a lofty status. While mortals were treated with contempt, existing in a woeful state, Their lives centered around the needs of cultivators. Such impoverished families were not uncommon in Celestial City. A sudden crisis could easily lead to their downfall. The youth feared Su Yin sought payment for his visit, and in a flurry he exclaimed, "Su Divine Physician, in 2 days, it will be payday at the tea house. Once I receive my wages, I will surely pay for your services. Please grant me this reprieve." At that moment, he could not even produce a single copper coin, struggling to hold on until payday, and now, with his mother collapsed, he felt on the verge of collapse himself. Yet, he could not afford to break down. For his mother and for himself, he had to carry the weight of the family. "I have done nothing. I will not charge you," Su Yin first spoke to assuage the youth's fears, then pulled out 50 copper coins from his pocket, placing them on the edge of the bed. "This amount is not much. Take it and buy something nourishing for your mother." It was not that he was soft-hearted, but faced with a youth so dedicated to caring for his mother, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. The youth was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in refusal, saying, "How can this be? Su Divine Physician, your willingness to forego payment has already filled me with gratitude. I cannot accept your money." He had nothing to offer Su Yin in return, so he was reluctant to accept the coins. His mother had always taught him that even in poverty, one should rely on their own hands to earn a living. "Are you not a man? Your mother needs your care, yet you concern yourself with such matters." Su Yan's tone grew impatient, and after speaking, he turned to leave the house. As a stranger, he felt he had done enough. The rest was up to the youth's fate. Thud. As Su Yin reached the door, he heard a sound behind him and turned to see the youth kneeling before him once more. He asked, "What are you doing?" "I have already told you. A man should not kneel so easily." "Rise." The youth gazed steadfastly at Su Yin, speaking with utmost seriousness. "The immense kindness of Divine Physician Su will forever be etched in my heart, and should you ever find a need for my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. The gratitude I feel today, as Jiang Li, shall never fade. I merely offered you 50 copper coins. There is no need for such grand expressions," Su Yin replied. Slightly moved, he then stepped out of the dilapidated cottage. Jiang Li continued to watch Su Yan's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, before rising to approach the bedside of his ailing mother. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Mother, today I encountered a benefactor. I shall repay him in kind." Having said this, he carefully stowed away the copper coins and set off to procure some food. After parting ways with Jiang Li, "Master Su, would you care to purchase a chicken?" "Divine Physician Su, I truly appreciate your assistance last time. Here are some wild crabs for you. Take as many as you like, no payment required." Lin Yin was quite well known in the area, and many recognized him, some even attempting to gift him items, though he generally declined. He wandered to the innermost part of the market, where an elderly man was selling turtles. Su Yin approached the old man with a smile, saying, "Old sir, it seems this green-haired turtle has yet to find a buyer." The old man was quite peculiar, not a local of Tianren City, having arrived just a month prior. Since his arrival, he had taken to selling turtles in the deepest part of the market every day. A palm-sized green-haired turtle rested in a transparent water tank, adorned with a few stones for embellishment. At that moment, the turtle basked on a stone in the sunlight, and as Su Yin spoke, "You come here every so often, yet you never make a purchase. Otherwise, why would I bother coming here daily?" He consistently offered only this one green-haired turtle, and Su Yin had visited him 7 or 8 times, each time engaging in mere casual conversation. Initially, the old man had ignored Su Yin, but after numerous visits, he had begun to respond. Su Yin chuckled, "Old sir, you priced this green-haired turtle at 100,000 copper coins," prompting Su Yin to forego any thoughts of purchasing it and instead simply observe the turtle and chat with the old man. "Only the short-sighted would deem it expensive," the old man replied nonchalantly. Even though no one had shown interest in his turtle for an entire month, he had no intention of lowering the price. Su Yin recognized the old man's strong personality and took no offense at his words. The old man was unfazed by the prospect of offending others, saying leisurely, "Indeed, it is so. Not only in Tianren City, but wherever I go, I encounter the short-sighted." Each time he stayed in a location for a while, he would move on to the next, but so far, he had yet to meet anyone willing to buy his turtle, thus labeling all those places as inhabited by short-sighted souls. This assertion from the old man seemed somewhat extreme. Su Yin did not concur with the sentiment, smiling as he directed his gaze towards the sunbathing turtle in the tank, saying, "It appears this green-haired turtle truly enjoys basking in the sun. I observe it doing so every time I visit." He sensed something distinctive about the turtle, yet could not pinpoint what it was. After all, he was merely a mortal with limited discernment. The old man did not respond but closed his eyes again. Returning to his sunbathing alongside the turtle, he was not fond of conversing with others, and had Su Yin not frequently initiated dialogue, he would have likely ignored him altogether. After watching the turtle for a moment, Su Yin declared, "Old sir, I shall return tomorrow and bring you a painting." With that, he turned and walked towards the market exit, having come merely to observe the turtle and share a brief conversation with the old man. After Su Yin left, both the elderly man and the turtle opened their eyes, briefly glancing at the departing figure of Su Yin before closing them once more. The following day, Su Yin returned, this time bearing a painting, and made his way directly to the heart of the market. The old man and the green-haired turtle remained in their usual spot, and Su Yin unfurled the painting before him. Smiling as he said, "Old sir, this painting is a gift for you. I do not desire your painting. Such things hold no value to me and cannot be exchanged for money," the old man initially responded. Slowly opening his eyes, however, upon seeing the artwork, astonishment flickered across his features. He abandoned his previous nonchalance, speaking with an excitement that betrayed his usual demeanor. "Is this painting truly your own creation?" In the artwork, having visited frequently enough to memorize their subtleties, after returning home yesterday, he had painted this piece. It could be considered his magnum opus, with meticulous details that conveyed a serene and harmonious beauty. Even an untrained eye could recognize this painting as a masterpiece. Seeing the old man no longer maintaining his usual calmness, Su Yin chuckled. "Of course, it is my own work. Are you satisfied, old sir?" It seemed the painting had impressed even the old man, which was well within Su Yin's expectations. The old man's gaze shifted between uncertainty and belief as he regarded Su Yin, ultimately accepting that the painting was indeed his creation. After all, only someone who frequently visited to see the green-haired turtle and him could render such a lifelike portrayal. After a brief hesitation, the old man apologized, saying, "Senior, it seems I have been short-sighted. This turtle shall be a gift to you as compensation for my earlier rudeness." This time, it was Su Yin who was taken aback. Why was the old man suddenly referring to him as senior, offering to give away the turtle? Had he been swayed by Su Yin's talent? Regardless of the reason, Su Yin felt elated, replying, "You must have some understanding of art. I implore you to accept this painting." The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, I shall graciously accept." With trembling hands, he took the painting titled The Old Man and the Green-Haired Turtle, feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement, and receive a painting imbued with profound wisdom was a rare gift indeed. The man before him was undoubtedly a true recluse, and the old man's gaze towards Su Yin grew even more reverent. Su Yin pointed to the green-haired turtle in the water tank, stating, "The green-haired turtle and you share a bond. It is fortunate for it to accompany you." He was eager to depart, feeling that the profound wisdom contained within the painting could greatly aid him, perhaps even enabling him to break through the stagnation of his cultivation that had persisted for a millennium. Su Yin found the old man's words somewhat peculiar. "You certainly have a way with words." The notion that the turtle and he shared a bond was well-intentioned, but it struck him as odd. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and left the market with the small water tank in hand. After Su Yin's departure, the old man and the turtle simultaneously opened their eyes, briefly observing Su Yin's retreating figure before closing them once again. Upon returning to his shop, Su Yin placed the water tank on the table in the outer hall. This would be his first pet. He felt quite satisfied to have acquired the green-haired turtle without spending a single coin, though its glaringly vibrant green hue was a bit overwhelming. Outside the shop, a young woman approached the door, peering in at Su Yin and calling out, "Senior Su, may I come in?" Su Yin glanced towards the entrance and, upon recognizing Qin Yudi, replied, "Please, enter, Miss Qin." He held a certain admiration for Qin Yudi. She had returned once more, demonstrating a profound passion for art, destined to achieve greatness. Once inside, Qin Yudi quickly spotted the luminous green-haired turtle and approached the water tank, exclaiming, "What a delightful green-haired turtle." With no other intentions, she was not well versed in art, and should Su Yin offer to teach her, he would surely see through her facade of being an art enthusiast. Therefore, she needed to devise a way to dissuade Su Yin from that daunting notion. And upon returning home, she would need to diligently study art. Su Yin, finding little of interest to discuss in his modest shop, suggested, "Why don't we play a game of chess?" He had a fondness for chess and had initially played frequently with locals. But as they were no match for him, he had ceased seeking them out for a game. After all, the essence of chess lies in the contest itself. If the disparity between players is too great, the significance of the match is lost. Upon hearing the mention of chess, Qin Yudi became animated and proudly declared, "Very well. I possess considerable expertise in chess, and within our clan I am among the elite. In her moment of excitement, she nearly revealed the name of her clan, but she quickly corrected herself, referring to our family instead. Her words were indeed sincere, for within the Heavenly Man clan, there was but one person capable of besting her at chess. Su Yin, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anticipation and said, "Please wait a moment." He stepped into the inner chamber and soon emerged with the chess set, placing it upon the table in the outer hall. The two took their seats opposite each other, and Su Yin invited, "You may go first." It had been some time since he last played, and he was delighted at the prospect of engaging in a match, hoping for a spirited contest. Very well. Qin Yudi did not decline. Since Su Yin had graciously allowed her to make the first move, she aimed to impress him with her skill. Without much contemplation, she placed her first piece. Su Yin followed suit with his own move. That moment, Qin Yudi realized just how naive she had been. As Su Yin's piece settled onto the board, a profound manifestation of the Tao surged through her, impacting her body and mind. This was no mere game of chess. It was a profound discourse on the Tao. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind. Could it be that Su Yin was imparting wisdom regarding her cultivation? However, in Su Yan's eyes, Qin Yudi's play was abysmally poor, almost laughable. He found himself questioning whether she lived alone, for her level of skill hardly warranted her claims of being at the pinnacle of her family, unless... Yet Qin Yudi's performance remained painfully inadequate, almost unbearable to witness. In stark contrast, Qin Yudi's spirit soared. Her recent match had significantly enhanced her understanding of the Tao. Indeed, Su Yin had been guiding her, and she resolved not to disappoint him. With this thought in mind, she eagerly suggested, "Su Yin, shall we play another game?" "What? Another round? Do you not realize that the leniency I extended could have submerged the entire Heavenly Man mountain?" Su Yin thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it. Given that Qin Yudi had come to visit him with good intentions, and considering his own demeanor as a refined young man, he held his tongue. This time, after exerting himself to allow her more leeway, it was not until the seventh move that Qin Yudi finally succumbed. Yet, he found the match more taxing than one with an unparalleled master. "I have gained immensely." The two games they had played surpassed her progress over 2 years of cultivation, and her perception of the Tao had transformed dramatically. Su Yin replied, "There is no need for such formalities." Miss Qin.it was indeed the first time he had encountered someone so delighted after being thoroughly outplayed. Could it be that cultivators harbored a peculiar penchant for self-deprecation? "Su Yin, I shall take my leave for now," Qin Yudi announced. She needed time to process her recent insights into the Tao. Otherwise, she might have continued playing. Su Yin exhaled with relief, genuinely concerned that she might wish to prolong their game. And she vowed not to let him down. With a touch of reluctance, she added, "Su Yin, I will visit again next time." With those words, she departed, filled with emotion. Su Yin found himself speechless, eventually sighing. "This girl plays chess terribly. It truly tests my ability to maintain grace and poise while being lenient." He had expected cultivators to be formidable players, yet the challenge of gracefully allowing her to win had become his dilemma. After Qin Yudi's departure, Su Yin sold 2 small wooden puppets, earning a decent profit. He then tidied the exterior of his shop, and just as he finished, a young boy approached. The boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, was Jiang Li. Jiang Li wore an anxious expression as he said, "Thank you, Su Shini, for your assistance yesterday to my mother and me." His mother had awakened the previous day, and with the money Su Yin had provided, he purchased a chicken and some nourishing food, which greatly improved her condition. Su Yin recognized the look on Jiang Li's face. The boy had come seeking something. "Speak freely. What brings you here?" Su Yin inquired. Hence he had deliberately given Jiang Li a modest amount, hoping it would encourage him to strive for self-sufficiency after that period. Jiang Li stammered, "My mother asked me to come and offer my services in gratitude for your help." He longed to work alongside Su Yin, for in Heavenly Man City, Su Yin was a man of renown, excelling in both art and medicine. Su Yin promptly declined, "Return home. I do not require anyone to work for me. It is better for you to continue earning your own living." Given that his shop was small and did not necessitate additional help, Jiang Li's offer seemed unnecessary. Yet Jiang Li persisted, "I can help clean the shop. How will you support your family without work?" If Jiang Li sought a way to earn easy money, he would be sorely disappointed. However, Jiang Li did not let him down. With newfound courage, he looked up at Su Yin and declared, "I will continue my current job and find time to help you clean." He knew he could not afford to lose his position at the tea house, as it was his source of income. Without it, his family would struggle. Su Yin neither directly accepted nor outright rejected the offer, saying, Do as you wish. Just manage it well. He recognized the determination in the boy's eyes and felt it unkind to refuse, especially since cleaning would not impose too great a burden. Very well. Jiang Li interpreted this as Su Yan's tacit approval, joyfully agreeing before running off. He needed to hurry back to the tea house before returning to assist Su Yan. Standing beneath the cherry blossom tree in front of his shop, Su Yan was inspired and retreated inside to create a painting. This artwork depicted a young boy kneeling in a dilapidated room before a young man, his face radiant with gratitude and resolve. The young man, dressed in snowy white, exuded elegance, yet his features remained somewhat indistinct. Su Yan had captured the scene from the previous day when Jiang Li had knelt before him. Expressing his heartfelt thanks, he poured great effort into this painting, achieving a commendable result, though the indistinctness of the young man's visage lent it an intriguing sense of imperfection and mystery. As the sun began to set, Jiang Li arrived to help with cleaning. Su Yan handed him a broom, instructing him to manage the task independently. While Jiang Li swept the shop, he gazed at the array of exquisite artworks, deeply moved and increasingly admiring of Su Yan. Consequently, he approached his cleaning duties with an exceptional seriousness, even more so than Su Yan had shown. The subtle aura emanating from the artworks began to permeate his being, gradually transforming his constitution. In the days that followed, Qin Yudi visited Su Yan to play chess during the day, while Jiang Li came in the evening to tidy the shop. Su Yan's establishment grew less desolate. On the 7th day of Jiang Li's visits, a tall man stealthily approached. Upon witnessing Jiang Li cleaning for Su Yan, he boldly stepped forward, mocking, "Jiang Li, I thought you were rushing off to earn big money after work." In the past, Jiang Li had chosen to endure the mistreatment, but now, in Su Yan's presence, he refused to back down. He was a man, and it was unmanly to remain submissive. Xiao Shang, taken aback by Jiang Li's newfound courage, erupted in anger. "Jiang Li, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that?" He was determined not to allow Jiang Li to stand tall before him. He needed to instill fear in Jiang Li so that he would continue to pay him protection money. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Yan emerged to inquire about the situation. He had been painting, preparing to create a piece titled "The Cat That Cannot Catch a Mouse," when he was drawn outside by the noise. Xiao Sheng sized Su Yan up before sneering, "How much are you paying Jiang Li? Why not give the money to me? I can do a better job than he can as long as there was money to be made." He was more than willing to work, for no one would turn down an opportunity to earn. Moreover, he was eager to usurp Jiang Li's position. Su Yan regarded Xiao Sheng coolly and replied, "I have not given Jiang Li any wages. I kindly ask you to leave." Chapter 9. A kick that turned the tables. Working without pay? Xiao Sheng gazed at Jiang Li with a peculiar expression, scoffing. "Jiang Li, you can't possibly be foolish enough to labor for free, can you?" He found it hard to believe that Jiang Li would truly work without compensation, knowing well the circumstances of his family. Surely he would find ways to earn a living. It was inconceivable that he would work for nothing. "I am assisting Dr. Su out of gratitude, hence my voluntary service," Jiang Li replied firmly. "Moreover, this does not concern you. Dr. Su has already instructed you to leave." He could tolerate Xiao Sheng's disregard for his words, but he would not permit any disrespect towards Dr. Su. "How dare you put on a show here? Jiang Li, do you seek a beating?" Xiao Sheng, emboldened, threatened Jiang Li without an ounce of fear. During their time working at the tea house, he had often bullied Jiang Li, well aware of his tendency to endure and suppress his anger. At this moment, he did not believe Jiang Li would dare to retaliate. "Xiao Sheng, do not presume that I fear you." Jiang Li, incensed by Xiao Sheng's taunts, summoned his courage. He could not bear to appear cowardly in front of Su Yan, and he resolved to stand his ground. After all, a man should not fear a beating, but rather the failure to resist. Su Yan observed this confrontation with a faint smile. Even if Jiang Li were to lose against Xiao Sheng, the mere fact that he possessed the heart to resist was a shift from his previous submissiveness. It could herald a change in his future. Furthermore, with Su Yan's presence, he could swiftly heal any injuries Jiang Li might sustain. Xiao Sheng, seething with rage yet mocking, goaded, "Come on then, strike me." He was eager to witness whether a docile individual could truly become brave after merely changing their circumstances. "I will fight you," Jiang Li declared, discarding the broom and charging at Xiao Sheng with astonishing speed, so swift that Xiao Sheng barely had time to react. Then, with a powerful kick, he struck Xiao Sheng in the abdomen. Bang! Xiao Sheng's hefty frame, weighing over 180 pounds, was sent sprawling to the ground, his backside crashing painfully against the earth, nearly splitting him in two. He grimaced, feeling the searing pain in his rear, while his abdomen throbbed with agony. Gritting his teeth, he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Li. exclaiming, "Jiang Li, you've got some guts." "I'll remember this." With that, he scrambled to his feet, clutching his abdomen, and awkwardly made his exit. Jiang Li stood rooted to the spot, staring at his own foot, incredulous that he had just knocked the towering Xiao Shang to the ground. In the past, he had attempted to resist, but he was no match for Xiao Shang, who had easily overpowered him, leaving him battered and afraid to retaliate ever since. How had he suddenly grown so formidable? "Jiang Li, have you trained in martial arts?" Su Yin inquired, for it was highly unusual for a slender 15 or 16-year-old boy to have the strength to topple an adult man unless he were a cultivator or a martial artist. Yet, Jiang Li did not appear to fit the mold of a cultivator, leaving only the possibility of him being a martial artist. Jiang Li shook his head in response to Su Yan's question. "Dr. Su, I have not practiced martial arts." His family's financial struggles had forced him to work various jobs since he was young, often barely managing to eat, leaving him no opportunity to train. "Could it be that you possess an extraordinary innate talent for cultivation, as spoken of by some cultivators?" Su Yin mused quietly. Though he was not well versed in the ways of cultivators, he had heard of individuals who were naturally suited for cultivation. Possessing a physique unlike others, he suspected Jiang Li might be one of these rare individuals, and resolved to inquire further when Qin Yudi next visited. Jiang Li, feeling perplexed, decided to set aside such thoughts and resumed sweeping. In his eyes, defeating Xiao Shang was not a cause for celebration. Unless he became a cultivator, being skilled in combat would hold little value. By the way, Jiang Li, why did you discard the broom instead of using it to strike that person? Su Yin questioned as he saw Jiang Li pick up the broom to continue cleaning. Normally, one would utilize any available weapon during a fight, yet Jiang Li had recklessly thrown the broom aside and charged Xiao Shang empty-handed, leaving Su Yin momentarily stunned. Raising his head, Jiang Li replied, "I was afraid of damaging Dr. Su's broom, and using it against such a scoundrel would be too lenient. He does not deserve to be struck with Dr. Su's broom." In his eyes, Su Yin was a figure of divine stature, and even Su Yan's broom held a sense of nobility, while Xiao Shang was far too contemptible to be compared to it. Su Yin, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, sighed, "Jiang Li, you are behaving rather like a sycophant. Do not place me on too high a pedestal. I am merely an ordinary person, much like you." Inwardly, he thought, "Moreover, I am an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Perhaps you will one day tread the path of cultivation and surpass me significantly." Jiang Li remained silent, offering Su Yin a silly grin for a moment before stepping into the shop's outer hall to continue cleaning. Threads of ethereal energy flowed into his body, subtly enhancing his physique. The ability to kick Xiao Shang down was a testament to this improvement, and had he spent more time in the shop, his physicality would have been even stronger. After completing his cleaning, Jiang Li departed, leaving Su Yin alone at the table in the small shop's outer hall, gazing at the green-haired turtle in the water tank. Seemingly speaking to himself, or perhaps asking the turtle, "Green-haired turtle, do you think Jiang Li can cultivate?" Upon uttering this, he chuckled at himself for speaking to a turtle, feeling rather foolish. Unbeknownst to him, after his inquiry, the green-haired turtle opened its eyes and imperceptibly nodded. "Senior Su, I have arrived." Qin Yudi entered with familiarity, having visited daily of late, and felt comfortable around Su Yin, no longer as reserved as she had been initially. For instance, upon noticing Su Yan's lack of response, she quietly approached him and softly proposed, "Senior Su, shall we play a game of chess?" Su Yin was well aware of Qin Yudi's arrival and anticipated her desire to play chess. However, her lack of skill was such that he often found himself reluctant to engage. Yet, the daily ritual of defeating her had become a habit. He simply brought the chessboard from the outer hall to the table and declared, "Let us begin." In the first game, he won in 9 moves. The second game, he also won in 9 moves. The third game, he triumphed in 9 moves again. The fourth game, he won in 9 moves once more. In the 5th game, he succeeded in 10 moves. "I did it. I managed to last until the 10th round." Qin Yudi exclaimed with glee. To an onlooker, it would appear as though she had won. Though in reality, she continued to suffer a crushing defeat. Su Yin had grown accustomed to her exuberance. When she had first managed to last until the 9th round before losing, she had been equally thrilled. He felt no shame in admitting that he had been deliberately holding back. Though Qin Yudi's progress was indeed remarkable, she had become a formidable opponent in the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 10. The Little Fox Who Steals Roast Chicken. Once Qin Yudi's excitement had subsided, Su Yin ventured to ask, "Miss Qin, is it true that some individuals possess a naturally strong physique, making them inherently suited for cultivation?" He recalled Jiang Li's performance from the previous day. If Jiang Li could indeed become a cultivator, it would be a cause for celebration. Qin Yudi, startled by Su Yan's question, inwardly reflected if she had perhaps said something amiss regarding cultivation that might have displeased him. However, upon observing that Su Yin did not appear angry, she breathed a sigh of relief and replied based on her knowledge, there are indeed such individuals. Some possess special physiques while others are innately attuned to the great Tao. Such individuals find that their efforts yield greater results with less effort. Su Yin nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent. He was uncertain if Jiang Li possessed a special physique or a natural affinity for the Tao, but whether he would cultivate was ultimately up to Jiang Li himself. Thus he refrained from overstepping. Is something the matter, Senior Su? Qin Yudi asked, noticing his silence and feeling increasingly anxious. If she had inadvertently angered him, not only would her grandfather scold her, but she would also be unable to forgive herself. Su Yin waved his hand dismissively, saying, nothing, I merely recalled something. He then proceeded to pack away the chess set, adhering to his self-imposed rule of limiting their games to 5 each day. Otherwise, Qin Yudi's incessant play would surely drive him to distraction. Qin Yudi glanced at Su Yin, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, Senior Su, in a few days, I will be celebrating my 20th birthday, and I would like to invite you to my birthday banquet. She genuinely wished for Su Yin to attend, but she understood that, as a reclusive figure, he might not appreciate such gatherings. Thus, she approached the invitation with a touch of trepidation. Should I be free that day? I will attend, Su Yin replied. Although he held little interest in birthday celebrations, he figured it would not hurt to attend if he had the time, given the earnestness of her invitation. Qin Yudi beamed. That is wonderful. I will come to fetch you on that day. For now, I must take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited the shop, as if fearing Su Yin might change his mind. That girl is quite peculiar. Su Yin mused with a smile, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. He realized it had been some time since he had enjoyed a good meal, so he decided to venture out to buy a roast chicken to treat himself. Su Yin arrived at a nearby roast chicken shop and called out, Boss Wang, I would like a roast chicken, please. The roast chicken here was renowned as the best in the vicinity, and he had frequented this establishment regularly in the past. Recently, due to Qin Yudi visiting him every day for a game of chess, he has not been able to visit for over a week. Boss Wang, knowing that Su Yinshu has always preferred takeout, directly packed a meal for him and cheerfully remarked, Su Shini, it seems you haven't been around for quite some time. Su Yin accepted the roasted chicken, placing 20 copper coins on the table, and replied, I've been a bit busy lately, encountering some rather peculiar individuals. After saying this, he lifted the roasted chicken and took a glance at it, his mouth watering. Without counting, Boss Wang promptly pocketed the coins and said, Su Yin nodded, carrying the roasted chicken as he made his way home. Before he reached his residence, he spotted a small fox lying in a corner of the street. Upon closer inspection, he found that the little fox bore no injuries. So he crouched down to assess its condition. If it could be saved, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Just then, the little fox suddenly opened its eyes and took a bite out of the roasted chicken. Its sharp teeth pierced through the bag and sank into the meat. Startled by this unexpected behavior, Su Yin shook the chicken and exclaimed, Hey, let go. This is my roasted chicken, not for you. A moment later, he halted his movements, realizing that the little fox had already torn off a chicken leg along with the bag. The fox devoured the chicken leg voraciously, finishing it off in no time. Then, it looked up at Su Yin with its big eyes, licking its lips. Still hungry? Su Yin was astonished by the little fox's considerable appetite and, with a resigned sigh, said, Fine, since you've bitten into this half, and began to eat the other half himself. The little fox glanced at Su Yin, then at the half chicken before it, and began to eat as well. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded on the street. In a corner, a remarkably handsome young man dressed in white was sharing roasted chicken with a little fox, each enjoying their respective halves. After finishing the chicken, Su Yin turned toward the direction of the shop. However, just a few steps later, he stopped, noticing that the little fox was following him. He turned around to face the little fox and, regardless of whether it understood, asked, What are you following me for? I have no more roasted chicken. The little fox blinked its large eyes, thinking, I have nowhere to stay, and besides, I'm full now, no longer in need of roasted chicken. This was no ordinary fox, but a fox demon who had fled here from the pursuit of other demons. Having exhausted her spiritual power and being incredibly hungry, she could not maintain her transformed state and had reverted to her original form. Now, she could not even transform back, lest she frighten anyone who witnessed her true appearance. Moreover, those demons pursuing her had also arrived in Tianren City. Remaining in her original form would allow her to hide better. Posing as an ordinary fox and gradually recovering her spiritual energy in the homes of humans as a pet, Su Yin locked eyes with the little fox for a moment and, With a sense of resignation, said, "Well, talking to you seems pointless since you probably don't understand. If you truly wish to follow me, then so be it. I already have a green-haired turtle. I don't mind raising a little fox as well." With that, he made his way back to the shop, and the little fox, Su Jiu'er, followed him inside. Before entering, Su Jiu'er had thought Su Yin was merely a mortal, but upon stepping into the small shop, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. The boundless principles of the great Tao manifested in the outer hall, and an ancient, wild sword in tint surged toward her. Then, she fainted. "What just happened?" "I fainted as soon as I entered." Su Yin, noticing that the little fox had collapsed upon entering, felt perplexed. Could it be that she had overindulged? Serves her right for eating so much for such a small creature. Now she is facing the consequences. Chapter 11. The terrifying old monster. As the sun set, Su Yin paused in his writing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Another exquisite painting had come to life under his hand, depicting a young man in white, ethereal as snow, sharing roasted chicken with a little fox. The fox was rendered with exquisite detail, appearing so lifelike that one could almost feel the wind rustling through its fur. Yet, the visage of the young man remained obscured, a trademark of Su Yan's style. Whenever he included himself in a painting, his face was always shrouded in mystery, as if cloaked by an enigmatic veil. He hung the painting in the most prominent position of the inner hall, right beside the one depicting Jiang Li kneeling in gratitude. Just as Su Yin exited the inner hall, Jiang Li arrived, tidying up outside the shop. After a moment's thought, Su Yin approached the entrance and inquired. Nearly everyone yearns to become a cultivator. In his youth, Jiang Li had harbored such dreams as well. Yet, he later realized that not everyone could become a cultivator, especially someone from a poor family like his, where even having enough to eat was a challenge, let alone becoming a cultivator. Su Yin remarked, "If you never try, how would you know?" Soon, the Tianren sect will be recruiting disciples. If you're interested in becoming a cultivator, you should give it a shot. After saying this, he retreated to the backyard to water the plants. As for Jiang Li, he had said his piece. The rest was up to him to decide. "Su Shini, when the Tianren sect recruits disciples, I will participate in the test." Jiang Li's voice called from the outer hall before Su Yin could finish watering the flower bed. A smile appeared on Su Yan's face as he continued his task. Tending to flowers and plants was one of his favorite pastimes. Where is this? Ah, it seems to be that mortal youth's home. No, that fellow is undoubtedly a deeply unfathomable old monster. Su Jiu'er suddenly awoke. Recalling the powerful principles of the great Tao and the laws of the universe she experienced before losing consciousness, leaving her feeling apprehensive. Anyone capable of leaving such profound insights in a painting was certainly no mere mortal. They must have reached an extraordinary level, akin to a living legend, an old monster of immense power. "You're awake? Huh? With such a small body, yet you insist on eating so much. You almost ran into trouble." Su Yan's voice chimed in suddenly, startling Su Jiu'er. Turning to see Su Yin wearing a smirk of mischief, her eyes welled with tears. She was now frightened and despondent. Having just escaped from the clutches of those demonic scoundrels, she had now willingly fallen into the hands of this human monster. She desperately wanted to cry. "Why is my luck so abysmal?" Observing Su Jiu'er trembling and her eyes becoming misty, Su Yin felt a sense of bewilderment. What on earth happened to this fox, appearing so foolish? He muttered to himself, "What is going on? Is this fox really unwell?" Saying this, he reached out towards Su Jiu'er. "Don't come any closer." Su Jiu'er screamed in despair within her heart. Paralyzed with fear, resigned to submit to this human old monster, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. She had heard that those who had lived for countless years often possessed eccentricities. For instance, the more their captives resisted, the more excited they became. Therefore, giving up the fight might allow her to die with some dignity. Su Yin scooped up Su Jiu'er and examined her closely, seemingly finding no physical issues. He then gently patted her head and placed her back on the bed, muttering, "It seems this fox was foolish from the start. It has nothing to do with overeating." Su Jiu'er, hearing Su Yin's words, seethed inwardly, cursing, "You're the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish." After venting her frustrations in her mind, she finally noticed she was lying on Su Yan's bed. How dare he think he can share a bed with me? How shameless! At the break of dawn, Su Yin rose early. His life was quite structured, and he rarely indulged in sleeping in. After opening the little shop and preparing 2 bowls of porridge, Su Yin entered the inner hall. As expected, Su Jiu'er was still asleep. "Little fox, wake up," Su Yin called out, startling Su Jiu'er awake. As a beautiful fox, Su Jiu'er had a tendency to be grumpy in the mornings. Upon being awakened by Su Yin, She bared her teeth at him in annoyance. However, in her original form, she was small and adorable, lacking any real threat. "All right, stop being cute so early in the morning. I've prepared breakfast for you," Su Yin said as he scooped her up. He then took her to have some porridge. Su Jira lay despondently on the table in the shop's outer hall, having just been forced to drink a bowl of porridge by that scoundrel Su Yin, who claimed it was for her health. Furious, she wanted to curse him out. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for who knows how long and would likely continue to live for many more years. Yet here he was preaching about health benefits of porridge. This was one thing, but why on earth did he not put any sugar in her porridge? Was he discriminating against foxes? Porridge without sugar is simply dreadful. Little fox, let us go outside for some fresh air, Su Yin said as he carried Su Jior out of the shop, settling under the cherry blossom tree in front, cradling her in his arms, lost in thought. He wondered how long this simple and tranquil life could last. Perhaps one day, unforeseen events would also unfold in his own life. Su Jior, nestled in Su Yan's embrace, felt his warmth and presence, and she slightly raised her head to gaze at his face. She pondered why Su Yin appeared to carry a hint of sorrow within him. Could it be that even someone as formidable as Su Yin, an unparalleled master, experiences moments of helplessness? At that moment, a group of extraordinary individuals strode down the street, drawing significant attention. Clearly, they were cultivators, and as they passed, bystanders hastily made way. This band of cultivators seemed to be in search of something, occasionally entering the homes of others. Yet they found nothing of value. Among them, a rather stout man suspiciously inquired of the graceful woman in black ahead, "Miss, does that little fox from the Tianhu clan truly reside in Tianren City?" The black-clad woman replied coldly, "This information was conveyed to our clan by the Mohu clan. It should not be mistaken." She had little desire to seek out the little fox of the Tianhu clan. But the Mohu clan had approached her family, entrusting them with the task of capturing the fox in exchange for a spirit-refining grade treasure. Thus, her family had assigned her to bring a few individuals to Tianren City in search of the Tianhu fox. The stout man grumbled, "With so many people in Tianren City, searching house by house for a fox could take an eternity." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and noticed a young man beneath a cherry blossom tree, cradling a small fox. Chapter 12. Do not attempt to deceive me. A look of delight crossed the man's face as he pointed toward Lin Yinsheng, exclaiming, "Miss, could that be the little fox?" If they could capture the fox quickly, they could finish their task sooner and even receive a reward from their clan, which made him quite excited. "Let us go take a look." The black-clad woman followed the man's gesture and glanced over. Su Yin was preparing to enter a shop to paint when he saw this extraordinary group approaching him. They appeared to be cultivators, seemingly heading straight for him, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Murong Yu and her companions gazed at the fox in Su Yan's arms for a moment, recognizing that it perfectly matched the description provided by the Mohu clan. They were certain this was the fox they sought. Shifting her gaze from Su Jur to Su Yin, she coldly stated, "Young sir, may I request that you hand over the fox in your possession?" Su Yin met Murong Yu's gaze and firmly replied, "No, this is my pet. If you have an affinity for foxes, I suggest you procure one elsewhere." He was quite fond of this little fox. Despite its foolishness, it possessed an undeniable charm. If these individuals were the fox's original owners, that would be one thing, but it was clear from the circumstances that they were not. Behind Murong Yu, the stout man coldly interjected, "Stop the nonsense. If we ask you to hand it over, you should comply, or you will regret it." His name was Murong Fu, a cousin of Murong Yu, though his cultivation was inferior to hers, and his status was significantly lower. Su Yan's expression grew icy as he turned and walked toward the shop. Cradling the little fox, he had no desire to confront these individuals. After all, he was merely a mortal, and engaging in conflict with cultivators would likely lead to his disadvantage. "Damn it, seeking death," Murong Fu muttered under his breath as he stepped forward, intending to seize Su Yin and forcibly take the fox. However, as he took 2 steps, he caught sight of a token hanging at the shop's entrance, emblazoned with the character Tai. His pace halted. Astonishment etched across his face. That token was none other than the Elder's token of the Tianren sect. Just as Murong Yu was about to caution Murong Fu against acting impulsively, he stopped abruptly. Confusion filled her. Murong Fu was not one to have a change of heart, so what had caused his sudden halt? She turned to look in the same direction as Murong Fu and spotted the token as well. Fear gripped Murong Fu, and he turned to Murong Yu, saying, "Miss, that is the Elder's token of the Tianren sect. We should depart swiftly die in the past." The Murong clan had not been overly concerned about the Tianren sect. But following Qin Tian's rapid ascension to become a powerful cultivator of the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness, The Tianren sect was not something the Morong clan could contend with. Even the strongest member of the Morong clan was merely at the first layer of the sea of consciousness, a vast gulf compared to Qin Tian. Morong Yu stepped forward, passing by Morong Fu, and softly said, "Stay here and do not act rashly. I will see if I can persuade this individual." With that, she approached the entrance of the shop. Bang! Upon seeing Morong Yu attempt to enter, Su Yin immediately shut the door without hesitation. He had no desire to engage with these cultivators, who appeared cold and sinister, clearly not of good character. Morong Yu was taken aback by Su Yan's lack of civility and called out as she reached the door. "Senior, we have been rude. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, and I kindly request your permission to enter and express my regrets." Anxiety coursed through her. She had not anticipated encountering an elder of the Tianren sect here, and the little fox had fortuitously fallen into this person's arms. Su Yin sensed that this woman was attempting to deceive him into opening the door, only to threaten him afterward. He replied through the door, "There is no need for an apology. Your departure would suffice as the best form of contrition, foolishness," he thought. How could he, Su Yin, be so easily tricked? This was a city affiliated with the Tianren sect. If these cultivators forcefully entered a private residence, the Tianren sect would surely impose penalties upon them. Therefore, remaining hidden within the shop and refusing to open the door was the wisest course of action. After a moment of hesitation, Morong Yu said, "Senior, I am Morong Yu, the daughter of the head of the Morong clan. I humbly request an opportunity to apologize in person." She invoked her father's name not to intimidate Su Yin, but to earn his respect and seek a chance for negotiation. Su Yin was unaware of the Morong clan's influence and replied, "I am no senior. Simply leave me be and do not disturb me. No apology is necessary." With that, he pulled over a chair and sat down. Vigilantly guarding the door at that moment, Su Jior felt a mix of emotions. First, her hiding place had been compromised, making it evident that those outside were here to capture her. Secondly, she had not anticipated that Su Yin would defend her and refuse to hand her over. Lastly, she found it strange that those outside seemed unaware of Su Yan's formidable nature. How could they dare to persist? However, it soon dawned on Su Jior that Su Yin was merely feigning ignorance. Pretending to be an ordinary mortal, she had been deceived initially, perceiving no traces of spiritual energy from him, leading her to believe he was merely a mortal. Yet, upon entering the shop, she realized Su Yin was immensely powerful. Beyond her imagination, she had also heard of legendary figures among humanity who concealed their strength by masquerading as ordinary people, and now she found herself encountering one of them. Seeing that Su Yin remained unwilling to open the door, Morong Yu, wary of pushing him further, stated, "Since you refuse to open the door, I shall take my leave." With that, she led her companions away. The current Tianren sect was not a force the Morong clan could afford to offend. Lingering any longer might provoke this individual who seemed to possess the elder's token of the Tianren sect. A full 15 minutes passed before Su Yin finally opened the door, only to find that Morong's group had indeed departed. A triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Foolishness. They thought they could deceive me into opening the door. That was never going to happen." At that moment, a stream of spiritual energy rushed toward him from the direction of Tianren Mountain. Landing just outside the shop. As the spiritual energy dissipated, a figure emerged, Qin Tian, the leader of the Tianren sect. Since his last visit to Su Yin, Qin Tian had been observing Su Yan's painting, Huluwa Rescues Grandfather, and after a period of secluded cultivation, he had gained considerable insight and returned promptly. Upon seeing Su Yin, he respectfully said, "Esteemed Su, it has been many days. Qin Tian has come to pay you a visit." Su Yin noticed that Qin Tian was carrying a jar of wine and asked, "Old Qin, where are you taking that wine?" Qin Tian chuckled, "Esteemed Su, you jest. This jar contains a rare wine I have treasured for many years, known as Zhanshuan, which I have brought as a tribute." Within the entire Tianren sect, only 3 jars of Zhanshuan existed, and he had brought one to offer to Su Yin. Su Yin's eyes lit up, and he responded with a smile, "You are far too kind, Old Qin." He indeed enjoyed drinking, though he rarely indulged in Tianren City due to the lackluster quality of the local spirits. Chapter 13. Too poor a tolerance for alcohol. Su Jior observed Qin Tian respectfully pouring wine for Su Yin at the table, her heart stirred with astonishment. Before fleeing to Tianren City, she had heard of Qin Tian's remarkable achievements in breaking through 2 realms. Yet here she was witnessing this top-tier powerhouse of the southern region humbly serving wine to Su Yin. Moreover, the look in Qin Tian's eyes as he regarded Su Yin was one of reverence and admiration. Su Jior increasingly found Su Yin to be formidable. Even Qin Tian, at the second layer of the sea of consciousness, addressed Su Yin as senior while displaying profound respect. Indeed, he was a master of disguise. After pouring wine for both Su Yin and himself, Qin Tian turned to the little fox resting on the table, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes as he asked, "Esteemed Su, is this fox your pet?" He had discerned that Su Jior was no ordinary fox, but rather a fox spirit. Su Yin produced a small bowl and placed it before Su Jior, saying to Qin Tian, "Indeed, pour her a bit of wine as well." He was unaware of the true prowess of Zhenshuan. Regardless, since Qin Tian had brought an entire jar, allowing the little fox to have a taste was inconsequential. Moreover, he had never seen a fox drink wine and was curious about its tolerance. Qin Tian's eyes widened in admiration. Treating a fox spirit as a pet was one thing, but to treat Zhenshuan so casually and offer it to a pet was truly remarkable. Such magnanimity and demeanor were qualities he could only aspire to. Thus, he complied and poured a bowl for Su Jior as well. Su Jior first glanced at Qin Tian, then turned her gaze towards Su Yin, suddenly realizing that this old monster was not as disagreeable as she had initially thought. Zhenshuan, renowned in the cultivation world, was a fine spirit brewed from countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, containing an exceptionally pure spiritual power. Even cultivators at the Sea of Consciousness realm would greatly treasure such exquisite liquor. Qin Tian was eager to observe Su Yan's reaction and assessment of Zhenshuan, stating, "Senior Su, please indulge first." Generally, even an ordinary mortal would collapse after consuming just a drop of Zhenshuan, becoming utterly intoxicated. Even cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness realm would still find themselves tipsy after a few bowls. Very well. Su Yin was entirely oblivious to Qin Tian's intentions as he lifted the bowl and drank it in one go, subsequently setting it down with a slight frown. How could it feel just like the liquor outside Tianren City, lacking any potency comparable to Nongfu Spring? Aside from the slightly better taste, there was no discernible difference. Was this truly the famed liquor? He mused, realizing that Qin Tian was merely a novice cultivator, and thus, the so-called fine liquor he presented was nothing but swill. Seeing Su Yin finish a bowl of Zhenshuan without flinching, Qin Tian was filled with admiration and eagerly inquired, "Senior Su, what do you think?" Su Jior also looked at Su Yin curiously, aware of what he might say. She had only heard of Zhenshuan before but had never tasted it, so she was unaware of its true flavor and effects. After pondering for a moment, Su Yin decided to speak candidly with Qin Tian, saying, "The taste is quite pleasant, but it lacks any alcoholic strength. It's rather too mild." He couldn't allow Qin Tian to continue being deceived into mistaking this watered-down brew for fine liquor, so even if it might dishearten him, he spoke the truth. Both Qin Tian and Su Jior were taken aback. Zhenshuan lacked potency? Too mild? Was he joking? The strength of Zhenshuan was famously substantial, even difficult for cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness realm to endure. Qin Tian suspected that someone from Tianren sect had secretly swapped the liquor and decided to taste it himself. Saying, "Let me have a bowl and see," he imitated Su Yan's action and downed a bowl of Zhenshuan in one breath, only to immediately regret it. The overwhelming and pure alcoholic force erupted within him, causing him to feel a surge of heat, his face turning crimson. Su Yin was startled by Qin Tian's reaction and asked, "Old Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Qin Tian realized he was indeed feeling intoxicated. Waving his hand dismissively, "I'm fine. I simply drank too hastily and couldn't handle it. I'm a bit tipsy." Generally, even cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness realm would sip Zhenshuan slowly, rarely consuming an entire bowl at once, as the contained energy was too immense and the alcoholic strength overwhelming. He had seen Su Yin drink in such a manner and claim it lacked potency, which prompted him to follow suit, only to now regret it. Simultaneously, he understood a crucial lesson. Never compare oneself to Senior Su Yin. Astonished that such a drink, which bore little distinction from Nongfu Spring, could intoxicate anyone, remarked, "This can truly get one drunk? What a poor tolerance." He then poured himself another bowl and drank it down in one gulp, still feeling no effects. Qin Tian observed Su Yin consuming Zhenshuan as though it were mere water, silently commending him. Truly, Senior Su was unaffected by the liquor's potency. He sighed inwardly, realizing that such an unfathomable strength as Senior Su's would hardly be concerned with a jar of Zhenshuan. It was his own vision that had been too narrow. Gradually, he slumped over the table, losing consciousness, thoroughly inebriated. Su Jior watched Su Yin drink Zhenshuan like water and then glanced at Qin Tian, who had collapsed after a single bowl, feeling apprehensive about her own bowl of Zhenshuan. After much hesitation, she extended her delicate tongue to taste the liquor in the bowl, and in an instant, the pure spiritual energy and overwhelming alcoholic force burst forth. Her eyes grew slightly dazed. and she stood up in a stupor, only to have her head fall into the liquor. Fortunately, her nose was not submerged, or she would have drowned in a bowl of alcohol. Su Yin observed Su Jure licking the liquor and then tumbling into it. Incredulous. This fox is too exaggerated. Just a touch of liquor and she's out. Could it be that all creatures in this world possess such poor tolerance for alcohol? Half an hour later, Qin Tian regained consciousness. After all, he was a practitioner of the Sea of Consciousness, and having consumed only one bowl, the liquor's effects had dissipated significantly. He gazed at the empty jar and the quietly carving Su Yin, filled with admiration akin to a rushing river. Zhanchuan, which could intoxicate even cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness with a single bowl, had left Senior Su unfazed after downing an entire jar. This was the essence of Senior Su. Senior Su, I feel a bit lightheaded. I shall take my leave. Qin Tian addressed Su Yin. He had intended to enjoy drinks and converse with Su Yin, but after being incapacitated for half an hour, he felt too embarrassed to remain. Very well, remember to drink in moderation if your tolerance is low, Su Yin replied without turning his head, continuing to carve his puppet. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Tian felt his face flush and quickly departed. He thought to himself how embarrassing this day had been, hoping not to leave a poor impression on Senior Su. Huh? I'm feeling so dizzy. What is happening to me? Su Jure groggily opened her eyes, the scene before her gradually coming into focus. She lay on the table. The liquor had vanished, replaced by a bowl of water. Su Yin, sensing the commotion, looked up at Su Jure on the table and said, "Drink some water to clear your head." He then rose and placed a finely crafted puppet before her. Chapter 14. How on earth do we play this? Su Jure gazed at the puppet before her, astonishment filling her eyes, which soon transformed into joy as she reached out with her two furry paws, embracing the puppet. This puppet was a lifelike representation of her true form as a little fox. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly a labor of love. Waking up to find herself holding her own puppet, was every fox this vain? Su Yin observed Su Jure clutching the little fox puppet and felt a peculiar sensation, as if this little fox could comprehend his words, prompting him to frequently converse with it. Hearing Su Yan's remark, Su Jure shot him a fierce glare and then sipped some water, feeling much improved. The memory of Zhanchuan's intoxicating force sent a shiver down her spine. Merely tasting a little with her tongue had led to her complete inebriation. Simultaneously, she gained a clearer understanding of how formidable Su Yin truly was. Drinking Zhanchuan as if it were water, his cultivation unfathomable. How about I paint a picture, depicting you collapsed in the bowl of liquor? Su Yin proposed, an idea blossoming in his mind. Without delay, he cleared the table, leaving only Su Jure and the little fox puppet, even moving the small water jar to the counter. Once he retrieved his painting tools, Su Yin began to paint, and with the first stroke, an essence of the Tao emerged, enveloping the entire shop's outer hall. However, he was oblivious to this phenomenon, wholly immersed in the realm of painting. Su Jure, embracing the little fox puppet on the table, watched Su Yin at work, feeling the essence of the Tao envelop her. Entranced, in her eyes, Su Yin was creating a world, a realm born from the essence of the Tao, vast and boundless. Her gaze towards Su Yin gradually shifted, involuntarily imbued with awe and admiration. Only upon the completion of the painting, when the essence of the Tao returned to the artwork, did Su Jure emerge from this transcendent experience. Upon seeing the painting of herself collapsed in the bowl of liquor, she quickly turned her face away. How utterly embarrassing. What do you think of this painting, little fox? Su Yin asked, smiling at Su Jure. The depiction of her in the painting mirrored her previous state of collapse in the liquor bowl with striking precision. As if capturing a moment in time, Su Jure turned away, refusing to look at the painting or at Su Yin. Yet, despite the painting's embarrassing nature, she felt a surge of joy. While immersed in the essence of the Tao, her cultivation had seamlessly advanced. Originally at the late stage of the spiritual consciousness realm, she had now reached its pinnacle, mere steps away from the spiritual travel realm. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Indeed, kanji is easily digestible, Su Yin remarked, sensing his hunger. He then proceeded to prepare a meal. Su Jure looked on in disdain. Despite being an ancient being, no longer in need of sustenance, he still spoke of hunger. Clearly just being greedy. Half an hour later, she found herself succumbing to the irresistible allure of delicious food, eating more heartily than Su Yin in the afternoon. When Jiang Li came to clean, he was taken aback upon seeing Su Jure, exclaiming, "Dr. Su, your pet is so adorable." It was his first time encountering such a charming little fox, and he was immediately smitten. Fortunately, she eats a lot and is rather lazy, Su Yan replied nonchalantly while watering the plants in the backyard. Before meeting Su Jiu'er, he had no idea foxes could be so indolent, waking up late yet consuming a significant amount of food. He was perplexed as to where all the food went, considering her small size and seemingly low intelligence. "Dr. Su, your green-haired turtle is also quite beautiful," Jiang Li remarked, noticing the green-haired turtle in the small water jar on the counter. He had a fondness for small animals, but given his circumstances, it was challenging enough to care for himself, let alone a pet. The green-haired turtle lazily opened its eyes, glancing at Jiang Li with a barely perceptible hint of approval, as if complimenting Jiang Li on his good taste. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Su Jiu'er also turned her attention to the green-haired turtle, only to realize that this turtle seemed remarkably similar to the legendary Hantian divine turtle from their demon clan. However, she was uncertain if it truly was the Hantian divine turtle, as she had only seen it in ancient texts of the demon clan, never in reality. The green-haired turtle noticed Su Jiu'er staring at it, but paid her no mind. Closing its eyes again as if returning to sleep in less than 15 minutes, Jiang Li had finished cleaning and called out, "Dr. Su, I'm heading back now." At the break of dawn, Qin Tian arrived, accompanied by a companion, his close friend, Jiang Taiyuan, the master of Tianya sect. After spending several days at Tianya sect, Jiang Taiyuan could no longer sit idle and sought out Qin Tian, hoping he would accompany him to pay a visit to Su Yan. Although he was not particularly familiar with Su Yan, the thought of going alone filled him with trepidation. Unable to dissuade his old friend, Qin Tian reluctantly agreed, as he too wished to see Su Yan and could conveniently bring Jiang Taiyuan along. "Old Master Qin and Old Master Jiang have also come," Su Yan remarked with a smile. He found these two elderly gentlemen quite amusing. Despite their advanced age, they persistently referred to him as a senior. Were there any outsiders present, they would undoubtedly assume him to be some reclusive sage. "Senior Su," Qin Tian called respectfully. "Senior Su," Jiang Taiyuan mimicked, following Qin Tian's lead. "Esteemed gentlemen, might you be proficient in chess?" Su Yan inquired, nodding in response. He had grown accustomed to playing chess with Qin Yudi, who had not visited him for the past couple of days, leaving him somewhat out of sorts, as he was used to mercilessly defeating her daily. Su Yan's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that these two elderly gentlemen were both chess enthusiasts, and evidently quite self-assured. Thus, he procured a chess set, eager to engage in a spirited contest with them. "Senior Su, please make your move first," Qin Tian suggested. "Very well," Su Yan, sensing that Qin Tian might indeed be a chess master, readily accepted and made his opening move. Boom! Endless Tao principles surged forth upon the chessboard. To Qin Tian, it was not merely a game of chess but a realm of Tao principles. He was dumbfounded. Was it truly possible to play chess in such a manner? What commenced as a battle of Tao principles left Qin Tian utterly defeated within a mere few moves. Bitterly, he remarked, "Senior Su is truly unparalleled." He had initially assumed that Su Yan's chess playing would be a typical contest of skill, only to discover that Tao principles were intricately woven into the game. Who could possibly defeat Senior Su under such conditions? Meanwhile, Su Jiu'er, observing from the side, felt a surge of delight, particularly at witnessing Qin Tian's humiliation. She thought to herself that Qin Tian was indeed courting his own misfortune by daring to challenge such an extraordinary figure as Su Yan. Chapter 15. The culinary parallels. Su Yan regarded Qin Tian with a bemused expression, saying, "Old Master Qin, your chess skills are rather difficult to articulate." He had expected Qin Tian, given his age, to possess remarkable prowess. But it appeared he had been mistaken. Qin Tian's chess skills were surprisingly poor, reminiscent of Qin Yudi's own lackluster performance. The realization struck Su Yan. It was no wonder that Qin Yudi's style mirrored Qin Tian's. "Old Qin, allow me to have a match with Senior Su," Jiang Taiyuan interjected. The game itself was secondary. He sought a deeper understanding of the Tao through this experience. Playing chess with Senior Su was akin to undergoing a baptism in Tao principles, a significant opportunity. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Su Yan began a game with Jiang Taiyuan, only for his hopes to be dashed after the first move. Jiang Taiyuan's skills were even inferior to Qin Tian's, and he too was swiftly defeated in a matter of moves. Despite the loss, he was elated, as each game deepened his comprehension of the great Tao, bringing him closer to the second tier of the Sea of Knowledge. Subsequently, Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan took turns playing against Su Yan, relishing the enjoyment reminiscent of their previous encounters with Qin Yudi. With two elderly gentlemen as adversaries, Su Yan felt no need to hold back, decisively defeating either Qin Tian or Jiang Taiyuan in just a few moves each time. The more thoroughly they were vanquished, the more delighted they became. Eventually, they left in high spirits, having gained immensely from their games with Su Yan. Feeling that it surpassed any solitary period of seclusion for cultivation, Little Fox, do you think these two elderly gentlemen have a penchant for masochism, finding joy in their defeats? Su Yin mused. It was one thing for him to take pleasure in his victories. But why should Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan appear even more elated than he? Su Jiora thought to herself that it was because they could sense the resonance of Tao principles. A rare opportunity indeed. However, compared to Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan, she felt she had reaped the greatest rewards, living alongside Su Yin and continuously absorbing the effortless Tao principles that emanated from his every gesture. She had become somewhat enamored with this lifestyle, where her needs were attended to, and she could perpetually immerse herself in the Tao. Such a life was unattainable elsewhere. They're back again. Su Yin noticed Morongyu and her companions. They could simply procure one themselves rather than attempting to snatch someone else's pet. However, this time he intended to clarify matters, leaving the door open rather than hiding away. It was no solution to shut himself in every time they arrived. Senior, we come bearing sincerity this time. If you are willing to part with the little fox, this elixir shall be yours. Morongyu stepped outside, presenting a small box containing a pill, which she opened. Stating her proposition. After returning to her family, she had informed them of the little fox's presence under the care of the Grand Elder of Tianren sect, prompting her family to provide her with this 9 revolutions restorative pill to exchange for the fox spirit. The 9 revolutions restorative pill is a concoction that can extend one's lifespan, and knowing that the Grand Elder of Tianren sect was likely quite aged, she assumed he would be inclined to agree to trade the little fox for such a valuable remedy. Su Yin replied, raising an eyebrow. It would be better for us to discuss this matter further inside. I am not unreasonable, but you must provide me with a valid reason for taking the little fox. With that, he stepped into the shop and took a seat at the table, ready to engage Morongyu in earnest conversation. Morongyu frowned slightly, taken aback by Su Yan's rejection of the 9 revolutions restorative pill. However, since he was willing to talk, she saw a glimmer of hope. This time, she had only brought 2 clan members with her, making a total of 3 as they entered the small shop. Instantly, their surroundings transformed. The boundless principles of the Tao manifested into various phenomena, with countless stars and flying swords cascading toward them. The 2 companions of Morongyu trembled, collapsing at the entrance, blood trickling from their mouths. Morongyu herself was not faring much better. Her complexion was pale, and she struggled to breathe. Fortunately, the Tao principles did not actively suppress them. Otherwise, they would have perished on the spot. Seeing Morongyu's companions sprawled on the ground, Su Yin commented, Miss, your companions seem a bit unwell. How is it that they collapsed at the door? Initially, upon witnessing their imposing demeanor, he had assumed they were formidable cultivators, only to realize they were mere impostors. Utterly lacking in strength, Morongyu's expression darkened. She had come to the realization that Su Yin could not possibly be the Grand Elder of Tianren sect, for no such formidable being could exist within the sect. Suppressing her shock, she bowed her head in apology. Senior, I apologize. We shall not disturb you any further. With that, she hastily retreated, dragging her 2 incapacitated companions with her. Once they were outside Su Yan's shop, Morongyu felt a lingering dread. She had never anticipated that such a profound master would be concealed within Tianren City. The shop radiated an organic harmony, imbued with the highest principles of the Tao. The writings, paintings, and puppets within all encompassed immense Tao truths. Even a mere hint of their essence could be lethal to her. She mused that the token of the Grand Elder was likely a ruse, meant to conceal his reclusive nature and avoid drawing attention to his extraordinary abilities. Hastening her pace, she resolved to return to her clan and advise them to abandon any collaboration with the Demon Tiger clan. That little fox was not to be trifled with. Su Yin, meanwhile, sat in his shop, feeling rather perplexed. These individuals had entered with great poise, only to flee in a panic, offering him an apology on their way out. It was all quite peculiar. Indeed, this era was rife with oddities. Su Jiora gazed at Su Yin with admiration, relishing in the irony of how the proud young lady of the Morong family had been rendered mute and apologetic before him. So impressive, she thought, feeling a swell of pride. Capturing her was out of the question. In the days that followed, the Morong family made no further attempts to apprehend Su Jiora, clearly having abandoned their pursuit. However, a group of individuals clad in black entered Tianren City. Their numbers were few, yet each exuded a formidable presence. These were all members of the Demon Clan, and their sole objective was to capture Su Jiora. Chapter 16. When they ceased to exist, Qin Yudi entered the shop, both anxious and hopeful, approaching Su Yin, who was busy carving puppets. Senior Su, today is my birthday. I wonder if you might have time to attend my birthday banquet. As the granddaughter of the master of Tianren sect, Her birthday celebrations were bound to be quite grand, attracting the elite of the cultivation world. Originally, the banquet was intended to be held at Tianren Mountain, but it was unexpectedly relocated by Qin Yudi to a residence in Tianren City. The residence belongs to the Tianren sect, yet under normal circumstances, the sect's practitioners are typically found at Tianren Mountain and seldom visit this place. The talented youth from various factions in the cultivation world are puzzled as to why Qin Yudi chose to host the banquet in Tianren City. The reason remains known only to her. She wishes to invite Su Yin, who is a reclusive master and naturally does not frequent sects, hence the change of venue to a residence in Tianren City. At that moment, Su Yin completed the carving of a wooden puppet, swiftly placing it into a prepared wooden box beside him. He then looked up at Qin Yudi and smiled, saying, "Your birthday has arrived so soon. Very well, let us go." He has a fondness for Qin Yudi, as she treats him with great respect, always addressing him as senior. Attending a banquet with her is no burden at all. That's wonderful, Qin Yudi exclaimed with delight. Being able to invite Su Xian as a guest meant that even if others did not attend, it mattered little. Su Xian is the most important guest at her 20th birthday celebration. Little fox, stay here and do not wander off. I will bring back some food for you. Su Yin instructed Su Juer and then followed Qin Yudi out, gently closing the shop door without locking it. The residence of the Tianren sect in Tianren City is situated centrally and occupies a vast expanse. Su Yin accompanied Qin Yudi to the entrance of the grand residence. Gazing at its magnificence, he remarked, "So this is the largest residence in Tianren City. It seems your family is quite affluent. It can be said that this residence is the most opulent dwelling in Tianren City, and those who reside within it are certainly not ordinary." "Miss, you have returned," greeted two maidservants at the entrance upon seeing Qin Yudi. She nodded slightly and led Su Yin directly into the depths of the courtyard. Here, many young individuals gathered, each possessing outstanding demeanor. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful, with no one being ordinary. "Yudi, who is this?" A distinguished young man, upon noticing Su Yin beside Qin Yudi, revealed a trace of barely concealed coldness in his eyes and smiled. "He is Zhu Di, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Tianren sect, and one of the most exceptional practitioners of the younger generation, under 30 years of age, in the mid-stage of the spiritual travel realm. This is Senior Su. Everyone may continue with their own pursuits without paying too much attention to us," Qin Yudi informed the young men and women in the courtyard, aware that reclusive masters dislike being disturbed. Subsequently, she guided Su Yin to the prominent seating at the front of the courtyard, placing him at the leftmost seat, while she took the right, sitting quite close to him. Zhu Di's expression darkened entirely. Initially curious about the reason for the side-by-side seating arrangement, he realized it was meant for this individual. He stepped towards Su Yin, wearing a fade of a polite smile, and inquired, "This friend seems unfamiliar. May I ask where you hail from?" Su Yin found the hostility emanating from this man somewhat bewildering. He had done nothing to provoke such animosity. However, as it was Qin Yudi's birthday banquet, unable to sense Su Yan's cultivation level, he initially thought Su Yin was concealing his strength, but after hearing his words, it appeared he was merely a commoner. Qin Yudi, not oblivious to Zhu Di's hostility towards Su Yin, immediately adopted a cooler tone, saying, "You may attend to your own matters and do not disturb Senior Su." Regardless of whether Zhu Di was a disciple of the Tianren sect, any disrespect towards Senior Su would not be tolerated. Senior Su is a reclusive master, approachable and willing to guide a humble practitioner like herself, possessing an extraordinary temperament in every regard. He is incomparable to Zhu Di. The distinction is vast, and to compare them would be an insult to Su Yin. Zhu Di clenched his fists tightly, anger simmering within him. After all, he was considered Qin Yudi's senior brother, yet she treated him in such a manner. However, since it was Qin Yudi's birthday banquet, he refrained from escalating the atmosphere further and walked towards others. Numerous young talents filled the courtyard, all from the prominent sects and families of the southern region, each possessing their own social circles. "Miss Qin, have I offended your friend?" Su Yin spoke up, feeling quite innocent, as he seemed to have unintentionally upset someone despite having done nothing. Qin Yudi smiled, saying, "Senior Su need not concern himself with them. Simply treat them as if they do not exist." As she spoke, she peeled a piece of fruit by hand and offered it to Su Yin. Su Yin accepted the fruit, eating while responding, "Miss Qin, this seems rather inappropriate. They are all here for your birthday celebration." He felt a twinge of sympathy for them, as they had come to celebrate Qin Yudi's banquet, only for her to suggest they be disregarded. Qin Yudi replied, "It does not matter. As long as Senior Su attends my birthday banquet, that is sufficient." A slight blush graced her cheeks as she picked up another fruit to peel. Zhu Di's expression darkened further as he witnessed Qin Yudi personally peeling fruit for Su Yin. It was a clear affront to him. Everyone in the Tianren sect knew he was pursuing Qin Yudi, and her actions were undoubtedly a slap in his face. At that moment, the gazes of other Tianren sect disciples shifted towards him with an oddity. His dignity trampled upon. "Sister Yudi, I'm here." A lively voice rang out as a young girl skipped into the courtyard, holding a bouquet of flowers. The girl was Muir, who had previously purchased a wooden puppet from Su Yin. She presented the bouquet to Qin Yudi, exclaiming, "Sister Yudi, happy birthday." Their relationship was quite close, akin to that of sisters. Qin Yudi accepted Muir's flowers and affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling, "Thank you for the flowers, my dear Muir." Among those present, only Su Yin and Muir were individuals she cherished. The others were hardly worth her attention. Muir beamed with joy, only to then notice Su Yin beside her, exclaiming in surprise, "You are the what are you staring at senior?" While her understanding of Su Yin was limited, she had heard Qin Yudi speak highly of him as an impressive senior, thus addressing him as such. Qin Yudi's expression shifted slightly. "Muir, do not be disrespectful towards Senior Su. A person of his caliber should not be judged by mere appearance. That would be an insult to him." Though she too found Su Yin quite handsome. "Oh," Muir looked aggrieved, unable to comprehend when complimenting someone's looks became disrespectful. Su Yin found himself at a loss for words. He initially intended to commend Muir for her good taste, but Qin Yudi's remark forced him to swallow his words. Replying instead, "No offense taken." Deep down, he secretly hoped Muir would express more honest thoughts, as no man truly dislikes being praised for his looks. "Miss Yudi, this is the 1,000-year moon mushroom, a gift for you. Wishing you a happy birthday." A handsome young man approached, presenting a moon-shaped mushroom. The 1,000-year moon mushroom is a rather precious spiritual material, a gift from his father intended to help him build a rapport with Qin Yudi, ideally securing her affection. In doing so, he would also establish a connection with the Tianren sect. "Thank you," Qin Yudi replied politely, yet showed no intention of standing up. Muir understood that Qin Yudi wished for her to accept the gift, so she promptly took the 1,000-year moon mushroom from the young man and set it aside. The young man's lips twitched, and he walked away, realizing that the esteemed young lady of the Tianren sect was indeed as aloof as rumored. Yet, why was that fellow in white seated beside Qin Yudi, enjoying the privilege of having her peel fruit for him? Subsequently, various young talents presented their gifts, all of which Muir accepted and immediately placed aside. Zhu Di held a piece of inner armor, approaching Qin Yudi, intending to hand it to her directly, but Muir blocked his path. He frowned slightly, glancing back at Qin Yudi, and said, "Yudi, this inner armor is a spiritual grade treasure. I present it to you, wishing you a happy birthday." Spiritual grade treasures correspond to the cultivation levels of spiritual realm practitioners, providing adequate protection for those at the spiritual travel realm, which is Qin Yudi's current level. "Thank you," Qin Yudi said coolly, not even glancing at the inner armor in Zhu Di's hands. Such intimate gifts from a man would be utterly unacceptable to her. The mere thought was distasteful. Muir casually took the inner armor from Zhu Di and tossed it alongside the other gifts. Zhu Di's anger began to boil over, yet he suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Su Yin and said, "Friend, since Yudi values you so highly, may I inquire if you have prepared a gift for her?" Su Yin raised an eyebrow, sensing Zhu Di's barely concealed irritation. However, Zhu Di's displeasure was of no concern to him. In fact, it only added to his amusement, leading him to smile and respond, "I do have a gift prepared." Zhu Di cast a glance at the small wooden box in Su Yan's hands, pondering whether it was indeed a gift from this individual to Qin Yudi. The box appeared rather unremarkable, leading him to suspect that it contained nothing of great value. He was eager to witness what kind of gift Su Yin could possibly present that would garner such special attention from Qin Yudi. "I must admit, I am quite curious. It must be something extraordinary," he remarked. The others in the courtyard also turned their gazes towards Su Yin, all intrigued to see what this young man, who had received such favor from Qin Yudi, would unveil. "Happy birthday, Miss Yudi." Su Yin extended the wooden box toward Qin Yudi. Upon hearing Su Yan's address, Qin Yudi's heart swelled with joy. The term Miss Yudi was evidently more intimate than Miss Qin, suggesting that Su had a deeper appreciation for her. She reached out to accept the box, lifting her gaze to Su Yin, uncertain whether to open it right there. "Go ahead. Open it and see if you like it." Su Yin encouraged. The gift he had prepared was not of significant monetary worth. In fact, it could be deemed rather inexpensive, yet it was crafted with great care. Cautiously, Qin Yudi opened the box, her eyes widening in astonishment and delight, soon glistening with tears. Inside lay a wooden puppet, intricately carved in her likeness. The craftsmanship was exquisite, a diminutive version of herself, with remarkable attention to detail. Moreover, the puppet embodied a profound essence, making it an invaluable treasure. Su Yin smiled and inquired, "So, do you like it?" When Qin Yudi had previously informed him about her birthday celebration, he had contemplated what sort of gift to bestow upon her. After much deliberation, Qin Yudi gently closed the box and cradled it in her arms, beaming. "This is the most cherished gift I have ever received." She vowed to treasure this puppet, her own personal token, guarding it from the eyes of others. Judy and the others had not glimpsed the contents of the box, and upon hearing Qin Yudi's words, they felt perplexed, their minds swirling with various speculations. Could it be that the box held nothing at all? Or perhaps a worthless trinket that Qin Yudi was embarrassed to reveal? Was she merely protecting Su Yin's feelings with her comments? The more Judy pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. Sneering, what remarkable treasure could it possibly be? Why not show it to everyone? He was skeptical that Su Yin could present anything of worth, considering the box's plain appearance suggested its contents were likely trivial. Qin Yudi's beautiful eyes turned coldly toward Judy as she replied, "This is a gift from Senior Su. I see no reason to display it for your scrutiny. Gifts from Senior Su are not meant for your eyes." Judy retorted sarcastically, "It surely can't be anything of significance. Perhaps it's just an empty box, and you're merely putting on a show here." Infuriated by Judy's blatant disrespect toward Senior Su, Qin Yudi's expression hardened as she declared, "Judy, you are not welcome at my birthday celebration. Please leave." Today was her special day, and though she wished to maintain her composure, Judy's insolence had pushed her to her limits. Ignoring her, Judy fixed his gaze on Su Yin. Challenging, "Do you dare to compete with me?" With Qin Yudi treating him this way, he felt no obligation to appease her. He, Judy, was a prodigy, and there was no need for him to lower himself. Chapter 18. A contest of art. Seeing that Judy disregarded her words and continued to insult Su Yin, Qin Yudi stood up, her tone icy as she commanded, "Judy, please leave this place. Until now. So, what do you say? Care for a contest?" He was resolved to challenge Su Yin, even if it might anger Qin Yudi, in a bid to uncover what made this man so special in her eyes. "What do you wish to compete in?" Su Yin asked, regarding Judy with curiosity. While he had no intention of engaging with Judy, the latter's aggressive demeanor left him no choice but to respond. Having achieved mastery before the age of 30, Su Yin chuckled at the audacity of someone wanting to compete in painting against him. "Then prepare the painting tools," he replied. At that moment, Qin Yudi interjected, "Judy, you are not worthy to compete with Senior Su in painting." She then turned to Su Yin, "Senior Su, you are of such caliber that it is unnecessary to accept his challenge. He lacks the qualifications to compete with you." Judy scoffed, "Qin Yudi, he has already agreed. Why do you try to stop him? Do you think he is inferior to me?" From Qin Yudi's reaction, he deduced that Su Yin likely could not paint, fearing a humiliating defeat that prompted her interference. "You speak nonsense. Senior Su's artistry is unparalleled, and you are merely a foolish jester," Qin Yudi retorted. She knew just how extraordinary Su Yan's talent was and would not allow Judy to belittle him. In her eyes, Judy was unworthy even to converse with Senior Su, let alone compete in painting. "Very well, let me see just how skilled he is." Su Yin smiled at Qin Yudi. He had yet to encounter anyone, aside from himself, who could rival his painting prowess, so he was intrigued by Judy's challenge. Judy commanded his subordinates to fetch 2 sets of painting tools, placing one before himself and the other before Su Yin. He deliberately set the time limit tight, intending to ensure Su Yan's utter defeat in front of the gathered young talents. He aimed to demonstrate to Qin Yudi that the person she held in such high regard was nothing in his presence. "No problem. Let us begin," Su Yin replied nonchalantly. He was confident that even in a minute, he could produce a complete painting. "Start." The moment Judy's words fell, his brush was already in motion, flowing effortlessly as he painted, revealing his mastery in the art. Meanwhile, Su Yin leisurely picked up a piece of fruit, savoring it without having commenced his painting. Those present in the courtyard, young elites from major sects and families, began to wonder if Su Yin was aware of his inability to compete against Judy and had thus chosen to forego painting altogether. If both parties were to paint, and the disparity in their works was stark, the inferior piece would face a particularly humiliating defeat by comparison. Mu felt that Su Yin's nonchalance was quite reckless, saying, "Senior, what if you lose by not painting?" She recognized Su Yan's formidable skills. Yet Judy was also a renowned master in the art world, making her uneasy about Su Yin's apparent overconfidence. Su Yin cast a glance at Judy, who was engrossed in painting, and calmly replied, "Rest assured, I will not lose with that." He resumed his leisurely enjoyment of the fruit. It was only after he had slowly finished the piece of fruit in hand that he began to paint. By then, half the allotted time had already elapsed, and Judy had completed the first half of his painting. As Su Yin held the brush and made the first stroke on the canvas. A profound essence radiated forth, enveloping the entire courtyard. Each of his movements was effortless and perfectly executed, captivating even those who had no knowledge of painting. For instance, Mu'er found herself utterly entranced. Lost in admiration, Qin Yudi watched Su Yin paint, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yin had become an important figure in her life. Minutes later, both Su Yin and Judy set down their brushes. Whom do you believe has created the superior piece? Judy's painting depicted a young boy, engrossed in the art of painting, his fingers worn and calloused yet unwavering. It was a portrayal of his younger self, diligently learning to paint. Years later, he could still recreate that version of himself, evoking a sense of nostalgia and vividness that made one feel as though the boy was right before them. Of course, Senior Su's painting is superior. Judy's work pales in comparison, Qin Yudi declared. This was her first time witnessing Su Yin paint in its entirety, akin to witnessing the creation of the world itself. And the shock in her heart was indescribable. Mu'er even rushed over for a closer look at Judy's painting, then hurried back to Su Yan's side, exclaiming, "Indeed, Senior's painting is far better." Although she was not an expert in art, it was clear to her that Su Yan's piece far surpassed Judy's. "Impossible. You are all biased in his favor. This is not valid," Judy fumed in rage. He could hardly believe that Su Yan's painting could surpass his own. After all, this artwork was arguably the pinnacle of his career, a testament to over a decade of dedication on the path of painting. He would never permit anyone to trample upon his hard work. The victor would undoubtedly be him. The others in the courtyard were all focused on Judy's painting, but now they turned towards Su Yin, eager to see what he had created. They were all prodigies from sects near Tianren Mountain, yet they paled in comparison to the likes of Qin Yudi and Judy, who belonged to the top sections. However, Su Yin was merely an obscure figure, and their curiosity was piqued to see if his painting was truly as extraordinary as Qin Yudi and Mu'er had claimed. Chapter 19. A living legend. Judy stood before his painting, rooted to the spot. He believed that those present in the courtyard would discern which painting was superior, even if they were amateurs. They ought to comprehend just how exceptional his work was. But when the young talents from the vicinity of Tianren Mountain beheld Su Yan's painting, they were left utterly speechless. Before them lay not merely a painting, but a distilled world, teeming with elders, children, women, and men. Su Yin had captured the entirety of Tianren City. In a mere few minutes, he had rendered a masterpiece that encapsulated the city. The profound essence of the Tao emanating from the painting surged into their minds the moment they laid eyes upon it. To them, the courtyard appeared transformed, now imbued with a sense of Tao's meaning. What could possibly compare? Judy remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as he inquired of those who had approached Su Yan's painting. He was confident that the one to lose would be Su Yin, that the superior painting belonged to him. A man, a close acquaintance of Judy, gazed at him in astonishment and said, "Even if I were to speak with my eyes wide open, I could never claim that Judy's painting is better than Su Yan's, for it was an entirely different caliber." The man whom Qin Yudi referred to as Su Xianbei was undoubtedly a true master of his craft. Who in the entire southern region could infuse such depth of Tao into their artwork? Apart from Su Xianbei, the figure clad in white as pure as snow, no one else could achieve such a feat. Judy? Even if he were 100 times stronger, he would still fall short of Su Xianbei's 10th. If Judy were a master of the painting path among mortals, then Su Xianbei was a grandmaster among celestial beings. The gulf between them was akin to that between humanity and the ethereal immortals. "What are you babbling about?" Judy exclaimed, bewildered by his friend's apparent insanity in defending an outsider. He then strode towards Su Yin. Upon seeing Su Yan's work, Tianren City, Judy was rendered utterly dazed. The supreme essence of the Tao woven into the artwork represented the ultimate realm of painting he had sought his entire life. Yet he understood that even if he devoted himself entirely, he could never reach such heights. This pinnacle of artistry existed solely in legends, and now, that legend stood before him. With a thud, Judy knelt before Su Yin. Likely nearing the legendary realm of immortality, a living legend, it was inconceivable that anyone could so perfectly integrate the principles of the Tao into each stroke of their brush. Su Yin gazed at the kneeling Judy. "Judy, do you now comprehend how presumptuous you were to challenge Su Xianbei to a painting contest?" Qin Yudi mocked. Even her grandfather, the sect master of Tianren, had yet to fully fathom the painting Huluwa Rescues Grandpa. What significance did Judy's work hold? Judy's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. The thought of having so foolishly compared himself to a living legend made him wish he could burrow into the ground. Rise, Su Yin said. He had no desire to unduly burden Judy. After all, there was no animosity between them. Judy's challenge stemmed merely from jealousy. The outcome of the challenge, with Judy kneeling in regret, was punishment enough. Especially with so many witnesses in the courtyard, Judy stood, his gaze evasive, unable to meet the eyes of this living legend. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he summoned the courage to ask, "Senior Su?" However, he had no intention of taking on a disciple, replying, "I have no desire for such an arrangement." He was but a mortal, managing a modest living through a small shop and occasional healing. He had no time or inclination to accept disciples. Judy's eyes dimmed instantly, filled with self-reproach as he thought that perhaps his earlier rudeness had left a terrible impression on Su Yin. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. The presence of such a legendary figure before him represented his singular opportunity to touch the pinnacle of the art. He could not simply abandon it. Thus, he pressed on. "Senior Su, I wish to learn painting from you. Please grant me this opportunity." Since he began learning painting 3 years ago, he had not sought instruction from anyone else, for none were worthy of his pursuit. Now, he had finally found someone he felt he could learn from. Su Yin declined once more. "I am merely an ordinary person, with little to teach you. You should seek guidance from those masters of painting." He surmised that Judy, dressed so finely, must come from a wealthy family. Surely he could afford to hire a painting master. Qin Yudi also interjected, "Judy, Senior Su cherishes his tranquility and does not favor being disturbed. Do not persist in your pursuit." She understood that Su Yin was a recluse who would not desire to teach. Otherwise, he could easily establish a sect and share his teachings with the world. Upon hearing Qin Yudi's words, Judy suddenly came to a realization. A living legend like Su Yin was undoubtedly a recluse, transcending worldly affairs. How could he be expected to teach so readily, especially in front of so many people? Having grasped this understanding, Judy's spirits lifted considerably. He bowed respectfully to Su Yin, saying, "Senior Su, I must take my leave now, as I have matters to attend to with Yudi and Muir." With that, he strode out of the courtyard, his face alight with a certain expectation. The so-called young talents of the Tianren Mountain region hurriedly took their leave, eager to return to their sects or factions to relay the news of Qin Yudi's acquaintance with the senior master. Once the outsiders had departed, Qin Yudi turned to Su Yin with an apologetic expression, saying, "Senior Su, I acted thoughtlessly. Those individuals should not have been permitted entry to this banquet, as they disrupted your enjoyment. I am at fault." Her lovely face was etched with remorse. Many had come to learn of Senior Su's seclusion in Tianren City, and this could potentially impact his solitary lifestyle. If he chose to leave Tianren City for another place to live in seclusion, she would bear the blame. Chapter 20. The scheme of the Demon Tiger Clan. Su Yin chuckled. What disturbance can be spoken of? This is your birthday banquet, after all. Their intention in coming was to celebrate you. Moreover, the challenge merely added to the merriment. He did not dwell on the incident with Judy. A painting enthusiast challenged him, lost, and sought to learn from him, only to be rebuffed. Nothing more. Senior Su's magnanimity is admirable. Qin Yudi remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. In her heart, Su Yan's stature continued to grow, evolving from the image of a mere elder to something greater, though she was unaware of this transformation within herself. After leaving the courtyard, Su Yin made his way directly to Boss Wang's roasted chicken stand. His acquaintance with Su Juer had begun with a roasted chicken. "Dr. Su, back again, I see," Boss Wang greeted him with a smile. In the past, he had suffered a severe illness and sought numerous doctors without success until Su Yin intervened and cured him. Thus, he held a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Yin, always referring to him as Dr. Su. "Wang boss, the usual, a roasted chicken," Su Yin replied with a smile. He always ordered roasted chicken, never opting for anything else. It wasn't that he had a particular fondness for chicken, but Su Yin always insisted on paying, which only deepened Boss Wang's admiration for his character and generosity. After acquiring the roasted chicken, Su Yin visited the market to purchase some additional food before returning to his small shop. Upon opening the door, he found Su Juer sprawled over the table. "Little fox, are you hungry?" he asked, placing the roasted chicken before her, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Su Juer perked up instantly, her mouth watering at the sight. Ever since she had savored half a roasted chicken from Su Yin, she had been yearning for it, though she felt too shy to ask him to buy more. Just like last time. "I'll have half, and you can have half," Su Yin said, slicing the chicken in two, one half set before Su Juer and the other before himself. Thus, the pair, a man and a fox, began to feast on the delightful roasted chicken. At this moment, A group of figures clad in black arrived outside the small shop. Elder San, shall we proceed directly inside and capture that little fox, Sujiur? One tall man among the black-clad individuals addressed the diminutive elder at the forefront. In his eyes flickered a bloodthirsty intent, and they bore a resemblance more akin to those of a tiger than a human. The elder replied, "This is the territory of the Tianren sect. While we may enter stealthily, if we act too recklessly, we shall surely provoke their ire." He was the third elder of the Mohu clan, leading 4 of his warriors into Tianren City to apprehend Sujiur. Originally, the Mohu clan had commissioned the Morong family for this task, but for reasons unknown, the Morong family abruptly declined. Thus, they had no choice but to infiltrate Tianren City themselves. The tall Mohu warrior, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Elder San, do we truly need to fear the Tianren sect? Must we be so cautious? I believe it is unnecessary. The Mohu clan is a formidable beast clan in the southern region, holding a position of great prestige among the demon races there, regarded as one of the top-tier clans." The third elder of the Mohu clan coldly retorted, "What do you understand? It is not merely that sect master Qin Tian has broken through to the second level of the sea of consciousness. One must see beyond the surface of things. It is said that Qin Tian's breakthrough was facilitated by a painting, undoubtedly crafted by a peerless master. The Tianren sect's connections with such extraordinary figures are the true matters of concern. We must absolutely avoid direct confrontation with the Tianren sect. Otherwise, should that venerable master intervene, it would spell catastrophe for the entire Mohu clan." While others marveled at Qin Tian's fortune, strength, and the future landscape of the southern region, he pondered the underlying reasons behind these events. That painting is the true source of all that has transpired. The artist of that painting is the genuine master. Otherwise, how could a cultivator at the first level of the sea of consciousness break through to the second level simply by gazing upon it? Upon hearing this, Li exhibited a look of realization and respectfully stated, "Truly, you are Elder San. I had not considered so deeply. Had it not been for your guidance, I would have nearly made a grave mistake." With the words of the Mohu clan's third elder, he too recognized the terrifying prowess of the painting's creator, an elder master whom the Mohu clan must not offend. The third elder of the Mohu clan, now displaying a smug expression, said, "You have much to learn. Follow my lead, observe diligently, and absorb knowledge." He had always relished the praise of others, feeling entirely unresistant to it, and believed he was deserving of such commendation. One must ask, is there anyone in the entire southern region who thinks as deeply as he does? "I shall learn diligently," Li replied earnestly, then continued, "Elder San, what should we do now?" He had utterly succumbed to being a devoted admirer of the elder, following his every word. Surely, with such a thoughtful and far-seeing elder by his side, Li too could become a wise sage. "Oh, you understand why we must first gather information about the shop's owner? Because knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle." The third elder of the Mohu clan spoke in a didactic tone, "Now, the information we have gathered will prove useful." After saying this, he clasped his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his face upward, seemingly awaiting the requisite praise. However, Li clearly disregarded the elder's intentions and directly inquired, "What use is it?" He had no idea how that information would be beneficial. After all, the shopkeeper was merely a mortal, which was why he had initially considered charging in to see Sujiur. After all, a mere mortal could not possibly hinder them. The third elder of the Mohu clan frowned slightly, pondering how utterly ignorant Li was, and coldly replied, "The owner of this shop is named Su Yin, known among the people of the nearby streets as Su Shanshi. Soon, I will feign illness in another street. You shall call upon this shop's owner to assist me, and while he is away, the others will seize Sujiur's little fox. This plan is quite simple. It is merely a matter of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Particularly effective against someone like Su Yin, who resides alone." Li gave a thumbs up to the third elder of the Mohu clan, praising, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." He genuinely had not anticipated utilizing Su Yan's identity in such a manner. Had he approached directly, he would have likely barged into the shop to forcibly capture Sujiur. Upon hearing Li's words, the third elder of the Mohu clan wore a satisfied smile. He pointed towards a nearby small street and instructed, "I will feign illness there, and the rest of you must remember to act swiftly, without dragging your feet." Chapter 21. The fox shed tears. The third elder of the Mohu clan made his way toward a nearby street, while the other 3 elite members of the Mohu clan, besides Li, concealed themselves. Once the figure of the third elder of the Mohu clan vanished from sight, Li swiftly approached the small shop, calling out, "Su Shanshi, please save my uncle." His face bore a cold demeanor. As long as Su Yin followed him, the other three would take the opportunity to capture Su Jue. He reveled in the perfection of this seemingly seamless plan. Confident that it was the product of the cleverest minds in his clan, Su Yin had just finished a roasted chicken when he heard Hu Li's voice and stepped outside, regarding the tall figure clad in black. "What is the matter? Has your uncle encountered some danger?" he inquired. He found it somewhat strange. The man's request for assistance regarding his uncle was devoid of any signs of urgency, worry, or sorrow, instead carrying a hint of excitement. "My uncle suddenly collapsed on that street. Please, Su Shanshe, come quickly to see him." Hu Li feigned a sorrowful expression, pointing toward the street where the third elder had spoken. Internally, he could hardly contain his anticipation. If this task succeeded, he would surely be rewarded upon his return to the clan. Su Yin glanced toward that street, somewhat puzzled. "Isn't there a pair of apothecaries on that street? Why not take your uncle there for treatment instead of calling for me?" This was indeed strange, far too peculiar. Hu Li was momentarily taken aback, having not realized that there were apothecaries on that street. He found himself somewhat disoriented, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "The doctors at those apothecaries are all quacks. No one can compare to your skills, Su Shanzao. Why uncle's condition is such that only you can remedy it. And what exactly is your uncle's condition?" Su Yin inquired. He sensed that the man was not being truthful. Could it be that he intended to let his uncle die for the sake of inheritance? "My uncle is unconscious and cannot be moved. Su Shanshe, you must come to see him quickly. I'm afraid if we delay, it will be too late to save him," Hu Li insisted, his tone growing urgent. He was genuinely anxious. Any further delay was unwise, considering they had infiltrated Tianren City in secret and could not afford to linger too long in the open. "Very well, wait a moment," Su Yin replied. Regardless of whether this man harbored malicious intent against his uncle, he felt compelled to investigate since he had been summoned. Hu Li felt a surge of joy as he saw Su Yin return to the shop, surmising that Su Yin was likely retrieving his medical supplies. Once Su Yin emerged and followed him, the others would spring into action, and the mission would culminate perfectly. Su Yin entered the shop, cradling Su Jue in his arms. "Someone outside claims that his uncle has collapsed and needs my assistance. You should accompany me with that." He stepped out of the shop, gently closing the door behind him, and addressed Hu Li. "Let us go." Su Jue, nestled in Su Yan's embrace, fixed her gaze intently on Hu Li. Recognizing that this individual hailed from the Mo clan and was undoubtedly there to capture her. Previously, she had escaped into Tianren City only after being relentlessly pursued by the Mo clan. And now, she was shocked to find that they were still unrelenting in their pursuit within the city. Hu Li was struck dumb, utterly unprepared for Su Yin to emerge carrying Su Jue. Thus, the third elder's plan to draw the tiger away from the mountain had failed, and the three elite members of the Mo clan lying in wait nearby would be rendered useless. "What is it? Weren't you in a hurry?" Su Yin observed Hu Li's speechlessness as he stared at Su Jue in his arms, tightening his grip on her slightly. He suspected that this man might be plotting to let his uncle perish to seize his wealth. It was truly unexpected to encounter such a cliché tale. Hu Li, feeling awkward, stammered, My uncle is actually not seriously ill. There's no need for Su Shanshe to go. I can take him to the apothecary on that street." With that, he hurriedly departed. The third elder of the Mo clan had not prepared him for such an eventuality, and he was utterly at a loss for how to handle it. Su Yin watched Hu Li's figure retreating in haste and remarked, "In this day and age, for the sake of wealth, familial bonds have grown so cold that one cannot even be bothered to act. They would abandon their uncle's life without a second thought." With that, he turned and returned to the shop. Su Jue let out a sigh of relief, deducing that the Mo clan's words were false. Their true intention was undoubtedly to capture her. However, with Su Yin present, they could not act, and thus they had temporarily withdrawn. "Little fox, do you have any family?" Su Yin inquired as he sat in a chair within the shop, gazing at Su Jue on the table. The sight of that man, who had sought to claim his uncle's wealth, stirred a sense of longing for his own family within him. Su Jue observed Su Yan's expression, tinged with melancholy, and silently mused that this peculiar old man must have lost his family long ago. Yet, it surprised her that he still held thoughts of family. She had expected someone of Su Yan's caliber to have long severed all emotional ties. Devoid of the feelings of common living beings, it now appears that the rumors are unreliable. Even someone as formidable as Su Yin can long for family. This indicates that the profound realms of cultivation do not necessarily require the severance of emotional ties. However, speaking of family, Su Jue also finds herself reminiscing about her own kin. As a princess of the Tianhu clan and the sole daughter of the clan leader, her situation is particularly poignant. Regrettably, the faction led by the Grand Elder of the Tianhu clan has colluded with the Mohu tribe, launching a covert assault on the clan leader's faction, nearly obliterating the lineage of the clan leader. In a desperate bid to protect her, her father sustained grave injuries and ultimately sacrificed himself to buy her precious time to escape. Little fox, have you also lost your family? Su Yin observed Su Jur slumped over the table, a picture of despondency, and spoke gently. He could sense the sorrow emanating from this little fox. Such emotions are indeed remarkable. Despite being merely a fox, she shares a depth of feeling not dissimilar to his own. Su Yin extended his hand towards Su Jur, gently stroking her head and back, his tone softening as he said, "Since we are both wayward souls adrift in this world, and have fortuitously crossed paths, let us henceforth consider ourselves family." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Su Jur lifted her gaze slightly, feeling a stirring of emotion within her heart. Humans and demons have traditionally been at odds, often engaging in fierce battles. Yet Su Yin is willing to embrace her as family. In that moment, she felt as if sand had entered her eyes. "Oh dear, little fox, are you crying?" Su Yin noticed the glistening tears in Su Jur's eyes. Surprised by the sight, he had never before witnessed another creature weep, and here was a fox shedding tears before him. Chapter 22. Can you save me? Su Jur turned her head away, unwilling for Su Yin to witness her tears. The thought of his words, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding her father's fate, awakened an overwhelming sorrow within her. Her nose tinged with bitterness, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Enough of the tears. We are family now. With family, there is no room for sorrow, Su Yin said, reaching out to wipe away her tears with tenderness. Witnessing Su Jur's weeping profoundly touched his heart. It reaffirmed that all beings are imbued with emotion, not merely humans. Third Elder, what shall we do now? Huli inquired cautiously, gazing at the visibly distressed Third Elder of the Mohu tribe. He had just relayed the news of Su Yin emerging with Su Jur, which had incensed the Third Elder to the point of leaping from the ground, startling several passers-by. The other 3 elite members of the Mohu tribe merely observed the exchange in silence. Hesitant to interject, the Third Elder sighed heavily, stating, "We have underestimated the situation. I never anticipated that this mortal would exercise such caution. It appears we have encountered a formidable opponent." After much contemplation, he realized that his strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair had been futile. He had neglected the possibility that Su Yin would venture out with Su Jur to tend to patients. "Does this mean we cannot capture Su Jur?" Huli expressed his frustration. The prospect of seizing Su Jur and claiming the reward was tantalizingly close yet painfully out of reach. The Third Elder's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, "Who says we cannot? We have another option. Patience." At this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to this final strategy. Wait? Wait for what? Reinforcements? Huli scratched his head, perplexed by the Third Elder's intent. The Third Elder shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Can you not be a bit cleverer? We shall remain outside that little shop and wait." I refuse to believe that this mortal does not have moments when he ventures out alone. After much deliberation, he concluded that this was indeed the only plausible course of action, and he felt confident in its potential for success. Su Yin turned to Jiang Li, who was tidying up, and asked, "Do you sense any changes in your body? You seem increasingly vibrant." He observed that Jiang Li had transformed significantly from the individual he had first encountered. Exuding newfound confidence and vitality, Jiang Li replied with a smile, "I feel as though my strength has increased. I possess an abundance of energy, enough to handle the workload of 2 people at the tea house simultaneously." With this newfound strength, he was able to earn double the wages while his mother continued to perform only her own share of labor. Thus, he was quite pleased and held Su Yin in even greater esteem. As these changes had only occurred since they had met, Su Yin, upon hearing Jiang Li's words, smiled and remarked, "You may possess considerable talent for cultivation. Perhaps one day you shall become a formidable practitioner." He understood that such transformations were not typical for ordinary individuals, attributing Jiang Li's exceptional circumstances to his unique constitution, possibly endowing him with remarkable aptitude for cultivation. "If I have the chance to cultivate, I shall seize it wholeheartedly," Jiang Li declared. Soon after, he completed his chores and left in high spirits. Su Jur observed from the shop's exterior, regarding Jiang Li's departure with a touch of disdain. This human youth had clearly absorbed the essence from Su Yan's paintings, enhancing his physique and potential. Yet Su Yin, the ancient being, continued to feign ignorance. "What a splendid youth, brimming with vitality," Su Yin mused. Shaking his head, He hoped Jiang Li would embark on the path of cultivation and emerge as a powerful practitioner. Senior Su, do you think my progress is significant? Qin Tian inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Su Yan. Between them lay a chessboard, as they had just played several rounds, none of which Qin Tian had managed to last beyond the 10th move. Nevertheless, he felt his advancement was substantial, having elevated his skills to a new level. Su Yan, observing Qin Tian's anticipation, was tempted to remark on his lack of self-awareness, as he consistently fell short, even compared to the currently formidable Qin Yudi. However, in light of Qin Tian's respectful address, he refrained, instead saying, "There has indeed been progress, but the revolution has yet to be won. You must continue to strive." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Tian felt invigorated, declaring, "I shall not disappoint Senior Su's expectations and will diligently work to improve myself." With that, he left in high spirits as night descended and darkness enveloped the sky. Su Yan was preparing to close the shop's door when a figure suddenly dashed into his embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the soft form. Catching a whiff of a girl's delicate fragrance mingled with a hint of blood, upon glancing down, he discovered an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her complexion pale, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Alarmed, he swiftly lifted her and carried her into the shop, placing her gently on a chair before hastily shutting the door. Once secured inside, Su Yan exhaled in relief and approached the woman to assess her condition. She appeared barely clinging to life, as if death were imminent. After examining her pulse, his expression turned grave. She had sustained internal injuries and been poisoned. Had he not encountered her, she would have faced certain death. Just then, the woman opened her enchanting eyes and gazed at Su Yan, asking, "Can you save me?" She had important matters yet to attend to and could not afford to perish here, though she understood the gravity of her condition. Even the most skilled physician would struggle to reverse her fate. Yet, she had no alternative but to place her final hope in this stranger. "Yes," Su Yan replied, his demeanor tranquil, uttering a single word. Such a condition could only be remedied by an extraordinary healer, and he considered himself to be just that. "Thank you," the woman responded, her pale smile evoking a sense of compassion, her voice feeble yet melodious, akin to a refreshing spring that nourishes the soul. After uttering those words, she succumbed to unconsciousness, entrusting her life to Su Yan. He carried her to the backyard and laid her upon a flower bed. Now, the herbs he had cultivated would finally serve a purpose. Chapter 23. You should drink green tea. The flora Su Yan nurtured were not ordinary plants, but medicinal herbs intended for healing. As a healer himself, he understood the necessity of having the right medicinal ingredients. About an hour later, the aroma of herbs wafted through the backyard. Su Yan sat on a nearby chair, watching the woman, now cleansed by the medicinal concoction, feeling a sense of relief. Her life had been preserved. He placed her on a bed in the inner chamber and settled into a chair to rest. Cradling Su Jior in his arms, Su Jior gazed curiously at the woman on the bed, pondering her identity. Judging by her attire, she undoubtedly hailed from a distinguished lineage, at the very least a direct descendant of a prominent family. As dawn broke, the woman awakened. Assessing her condition, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The lethal poison and injuries had miraculously healed. However, she realized this was no miracle but rather the result of human intervention. She turned her gaze to Su Yan, contemplating his identity. Logically, given her dire circumstances the previous night, she should have been beyond salvation. Yet here he was, having miraculously rescued her with his astonishing medical skills. Leaving her in awe, Su Yan's fingers gently brushed against Su Jior's soft fur, but suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as their gazes locked. The air around them seemed to freeze. After a considerable pause of several seconds, the woman spoke first. "Thank you for saving me." In the room, there were only her and Su Yan, and the person she had encountered the previous night was also Su Yan, leaving no doubt that he was her savior. "Who are you, and how did you sustain such grievous injuries, along with a lethal poison?" Su Yan inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon her. He had treated many patients in Tianren City, including several minor cultivators. Yet none had ever suffered such injuries or been afflicted by such poison. "I was assaulted by someone, and the poison was administered by those who sought to harm me. Caught unawares, I fell victim to their treachery," the woman replied, offering a simple explanation regarding her identity while briefly addressing the two subsequent questions. "Make sure to rest well. It will take at least 3 days for you to fully recover," Su Yan stated before rising and carrying Su Jior away from the inner chamber. His sanctuary had never been graced by outsiders, and aside from Su Jior, this woman was the first to enter. Lying on the modest bed, the woman surveyed the humble room, yet felt an unusual sense of comfort, as if everything here was imbued with a profound wisdom. Half an hour later, Su Yin returned with a bowl of kanji. Placing it on the bedside table, "Can you feed yourself?" he asked. If she were unable to do so, he would have to assist her, a task he was reluctant to undertake. The woman's origins were shrouded in mystery, and her identity was undoubtedly significant. He preferred to limit his interactions with her. Once her injuries were completely healed, he would ensure her departure, as if he had never saved her, a mere mortal. Her body still felt weak and required ample recuperation. Su Yin sighed inwardly and said, "Allow me to feed you." He lifted the bowl, stirred the kanji, and then brought a spoonful to her delicate lips. The woman's gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, and she slightly parted her lips. Once he delivered the spoon to her mouth, she accepted the kanji and swallowed. Su Yin grew somewhat uncomfortable under her unwavering stare and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" He disliked being scrutinized, especially by someone of such dubious background. "I am pondering what kind of person you are," she replied, a hint of a smile illuminating her exquisite features. Her voice enchanting. Su Yin, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, "I am merely an ordinary man. Focus on consuming your kanji." With that, he again brought a spoonful to her mouth. This time, she did not open her lips, her dreamlike, unparalleled eyes fixed upon him. Unable to contain his irritation, he exclaimed, "Why won't you open your mouth?" He felt an overwhelming urge to fling the bowl of kanji at her. She had received his aid without compensation and now required him to feed her. Yet she wouldn't cooperate. Noticing the faint furrow of his brow, she replied, "It's too hot." A trace of grievance flickered across her flawless face. Any man witnessing such a pitiful expression would likely be compelled to do anything to bring her joy. Yet Su Yin merely raised an eyebrow, his frown gradually softening as he withdrew the spoon. He stared at the kanji for half a minute before declaring, "All right, it is cooled now. Drink up." He then extended the spoon once more. After feeding her the final spoonful of kanji, Su Yin felt utterly drained. It had taken him 2 exhausting hours to feed her this single bowl of kanji, a task he could have completed in 2 minutes had he been eating himself. "You seem somewhat unhappy," the woman observed, her jewel-like eyes scrutinizing Su Yin's every minute gesture. A subtle smile gracing her lips, Su Yin thought to himself that she possessed some perceptiveness and replied, "In saving you, I harvested a significant portion of my medicinal herbs, amounting to what would typically last me half a year. Having painstakingly nurtured them, it's disheartening to see them wasted." His garden was more aptly described as a medicinal herb plot, filled with plants he often required as a healer. Losing such a substantial quantity meant he would have to invest time and effort into cultivating them anew. The woman smiled, "Herbs are meant for healing, so their use in treating you signifies their true value. You should be pleased." Her radiant smile was indeed captivating, yet Su Yin felt irritation rising within him. "You should have been drinking green tea instead of kanji." "Green tea? Is that also a type of medicinal herb?" the woman inquired, having never heard of green tea before, mistakenly believing it to be a suitable remedy for her condition due to Su Yin's apparent concern for his herbs. "One might say green tea suits you quite well. Consider it a kind of herbal essence," Su Yin replied with a hint of playful sarcasm. Though he referred to green tea as a type of tea, he implied something beyond mere beverage, hinting at deeper connotations. Upon witnessing Su Yin's teasing smile, the woman quickly caught on, realizing that green tea was likely not a complimentary term. She fixed her gaze on him and asked, "Are you insulting me?" Her intelligence shone through. Despite her unfamiliarity with green tea, she could deduce from Su Yin's demeanor and expression that he might be mocking her. Chapter 24. The choice between dreams and filial piety. Su Yin certainly would not admit to such an insult. Retorting, "What I mean by green tea is simply a kind of tea. The name reveals its nature. I find it amusing that you mistook tea for a medicinal herb." With that, he disregarded her reaction and departed the inner chamber with the bowl and spoon. In the outer room, Su Jura lay on the table, her annoyance apparent as she noted Su Yin's prolonged absence from the inner chamber. She silently cursed him for being an old lecher. Infatuated with a mere woman. Su Yin, oblivious to Su Jura's thoughts, approached the table and sat down, saying, "Little fox, have I not painted in the shop for quite some time? Today, I shall create a new piece." With that, he gathered his painting supplies and began to work. The essence of Tao emerged from his brushstrokes, and Su Jura, sensing this profound aura, felt her earlier irritation dissipate, replaced by a greedy desire to absorb the Tao's wisdom. She had an inkling that this experience would lead to an extraordinary transformation within her. An hour later, Su Yin completed his painting. He had taken his time, and the artwork depicted an injured woman lying amidst a field of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing that Su Yin had devoted such effort to portraying the mysterious woman, Su Jure's frustration flared anew. Even more infuriating was Su Yin's satisfied expression, prompting her to turn away and lie down on the opposite side of the table. Intending to display it in the outer room, however, considering the woman's enigmatic background and undoubtedly remarkable identity, he reconsidered. Yet, having completed the painting, he could not bear to destroy it. After much contemplation, Su Yin decided to hang it in the inner chamber. His sanctuary was sparsely furnished, with only a bed, some modest furniture, and a few items such as chess, a lute, and writing supplies. Gifts bestowed upon him by the system as he honed his skills in these areas. The woman lying on the bed gazed at the painting Su Yin had hung, her eyes wide with astonishment. The artwork contained an essence of Tao. She turned to Su Yin and asked, "Did you create this painting?" Her emotions were in turmoil. The presence of such a profound work in this setting was utterly inconceivable. Of course, I did. Is there a problem? Su Yin replied nonchalantly, somewhat taken aback by her demeanor. He had a habit of capturing new experiences or intriguing subjects on canvas, and he had no intention of painting her merely for the sake of her appearance. The woman scrutinized Su Yin with uncertainty, then asked, "What is your name?" If this painting truly originated from the hands of the man before her, he might very well be a recluse of extraordinary talent. She had encountered paintings imbued with a sense of Tao before, yet none compared to the depth radiating from this one. Its former creator had been revered as a master artist, yet here was a man whose work surpassed even that esteemed figure. Su Yin frowned and replied, "I am Su Yin." He felt that the woman was asking too many questions. She needed to focus on her recovery rather than interrogate him. Soon, once her injuries had healed, they would part ways, becoming strangers once more. "I wish to take you as my master." The woman stared intently at Su Yin for several seconds before suddenly declaring, her stunning features reflecting earnestness. Devoid of any jest, Su Yin replied, "Please do not jest. I am merely an ordinary person and cannot accept you as a disciple." The moment she uttered her desire to be his student, he was reminded of the audacious Judy, who had challenged him at Qin Yudi's birthday banquet. Originally brimming with arrogance, she had sought to become his disciple after witnessing his painting. Now, this woman too wished to follow suit after seeing his work. Could it be that his paintings possessed an enchanting power that compelled others to seek his mentorship? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the young woman became increasingly convinced that he was indeed a reclusive master. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to proclaim himself a mere mortal even when refusing her. Thus, she responded, "Who says that mortals cannot take on disciples? I wish to be taught by a mortal such as yourself. Young lady, I will not accept you as my disciple, so I kindly ask you to refrain from bringing it up again," Su Yin replied coldly, before stepping out of the inner hall, alone in the inner chamber. The woman gazed at the painting Su Yin had created, which depicted her. From it, she felt an overwhelming sense of Tao intent and endeavored to comprehend and refine that profound essence. Unbeknownst to her, her vitality was gradually being restored. As afternoon approached dusk, Jiang Li arrived. This time, he appeared less composed than usual, his demeanor distracted, and his pace of cleaning significantly slower than in previous days. Observing Jiang Li's state, Su Yin inquired, "What troubles you? Is there another issue at home?" Given Jiang Li's current physical condition, he was more than capable of managing 2 jobs without fear of being bullied again, unless something was indeed amiss at home. Jiang Li shook his head and replied, "I heard that in 3 days, the heavenly human sect will be recruiting disciples." He was torn, yearning to pursue cultivation and become a formidable practitioner while simultaneously wishing to remain by his mother's side to care for her. Time in the world of cultivators passed swiftly. A single retreat could span decades. His mother, being immortal, had only a few decades left to live. The thought of returning from a lengthy retreat to find her gone was unbearable. Su Yin, upon hearing Jiang Li's words, immediately grasped his concerns and said, "You wish to participate but are reluctant to leave your mother behind. Am I correct?" Many face such dilemmas before embarking on the path of cultivation. For a cultivator's lifespan far exceeds that of a mortal. Once one becomes a practitioner, it is highly probable that they will witness their loved ones and companions age and pass away while they alone remain in the world. This is essentially a choice, a preliminary trial on the journey of cultivation. Jiang Li nodded and asked, "Su Shini, do you think it is better for me to participate in the heavenly human sect's disciple assessment and become a cultivator? Or to stay home and care for my mother?" He felt lost. As a passionate youth, becoming a cultivator was his dream, one so vivid that even in his dreams, he envisioned himself as a practitioner. Yet, with only his mother as his family, who would look after her in his absence. She could manage on her own for now, but in a few decades, she would age and require care. Joining the heavenly human sect might not afford him the time to visit her regularly. Jiang Li was a filial son, and it was precisely this virtue that left him perplexed. This was a choice between dreams and filial duty. Su Yin, with a sense of relief, remarked, "Your confusion and uncertainty are indeed a good sign. They reflect your filial piety and love for your mother. However, cultivation is your aspiration, and you desire to pursue it." Pausing for a moment, he walked over and patted Jiang Li on the shoulder, encouraging him, "If you have a dream, chase it. The heavenly human city is close to the heavenly human sect. As long as you are not among the lowest tiers of cultivators, you should be permitted to visit your mother." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Jiang Li nodded earnestly and declared, "All right, Su Shini, I will participate in the heavenly human sect's assessment in a few days and strive to become a cultivator." With Su Yan's encouragement, he felt liberated. Previously, he had been stubborn, believing that cultivation and filial piety were mutually exclusive pursuits. In truth, they need not be. If he became a powerful cultivator, he might even find ways to extend his mother's lifespan, allowing them to share more time together. Nearby Su Yan's little shop, the third elder of the Demon Tiger clan, accompanied by Hu Li and other elite members, lay in wait. Hu Li yawned and said, "Third elder, why are we up so early? I haven't had enough sleep." For the past few days, they had been stationed here until nightfall, as it was unlikely Su Yin would venture out alone after dark. Just the day prior, upon their departure, the young woman had entered Su Yan's shop. The third elder of the Demon Tiger clan scolded, "Early, my foot. It's already noon, and you still call it early." Typically, when waiting, one would keep watch day and night, at least taking turns. Yet, they had all rested at night, leaving no one behind. To make matters worse, they had all failed to rise until well past noon to resume their vigil. Hu Li's eyes twinkled as if a brilliant idea had struck him. He asked mysteriously, "Third elder, do you remember that old man from yesterday and the day before?" They had seen this man, Qin Tian, entering Su Yan's shop during the day while waiting. The third elder, pondering what this fool was getting at, replied nonchalantly, "I remember." "What about him?" Hu Li grinned. "That old man is Qin Tian, the sect leader of the heavenly human sect. He must have some extraordinary connection to the shop's owner, so why not kidnap him to lure the shop owner out?" The third elder smacked Hu Li on the head and retorted, "Are you an idiot? We are sneaking into heavenly human city. We can't create a commotion. Otherwise, we would have stormed in and captured Su Jior already. Besides, do you even know who that old man is? He is Qin Tian, the leader of the heavenly human sect. None of us could match him, not even when combining our strength. He is an elite among the Demon Tiger clan, a first heaven in the sea of consciousness cultivator. While Qin Tian has already reached the second heaven, the disparity is vast, and even with the elite members of the Demon Tiger clan, we are no match for him." "What? That old man is actually Qin Tian? On the same level as our clan leader and the Grand Elder?" Hu Li exclaimed in shock. Even within the Demon Tiger clan, only the clan leader and Grand Elder attained the second heaven, while the second and third elders remained at the first heaven. Another slap landed on Hu Li's head as the third elder admonished, "Keep your voice down. We don't want to scare the snake in the grass." After saying this, he resumed his covert watch at the shop's entrance, hoping Su Yin would soon emerge alone. Hu Li rubbed his head, then suddenly remarked, "Third elder, wait a minute. Isn't the shop owner a mere mortal? How could Qin Tian come here?" Qin Tian was a figure of great stature, the strongest in the Tianren Mountain region and a top figure in the South region. Such a person would typically not visit heavenly human city, let alone enter a humble mortal shop. You might be onto something. This shop has more to it than meets the eye. The third elder's eyes flickered with realization. He hadn't considered this angle before. Merely focusing on their target, Su Jior, and disregarding Qin Tian's presence. Yet now, prompted by Hu Li's foolishness, he sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Li lowered his voice and suggested, "Third elder, could it be that the shop's owner is Qin Tian's illegitimate child? Perhaps he is a mortal born to Qin Tian and a mortal woman in heavenly human city. And to keep this matter under wraps, Qin Tian has refrained from bringing his mortal son to the heavenly human sect, visiting him here instead." This sudden insight sent chills down his spine. The third elder furrowed his brow, acknowledging, "There is indeed a possibility. I had been puzzled as to why there was a token of the heavenly human sect's elder at the entrance of a mortal shop. It seems it was merely a means for Qin Tian to protect his illegitimate son. However, if this matter involves Qin Tian's illegitimate child, it complicates things further. In their endeavor to infiltrate heavenly human city, their primary concern was to maintain their anonymity, as they could not afford to provoke the heavenly human sect at this juncture. Ironically, the very shop where Su Jior was located belonged to Qin Tian's illegitimate son. What a blunder, third elder. I have come up with a brilliant plan. It's certain to work. Hu Li's face lit up with a knowing smile. Convinced he had conceived an exceptional scheme, one that could even surpass his idol, the third elder. This could be the beginning of Hu Li's ascent to greatness. Perhaps in no time, he could surpass the third elder and become the foremost strategist of the Demon Tiger clan. The third elder regarded Hu Li with skepticism and asked, "What plan?" He found it hard to believe that Hu Li, with his limited intellect, could devise anything particularly clever, especially as the situation grew more convoluted. Hu Li puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "Since the shop owner is Qin Tian's illegitimate son, he surely wouldn't want this secret exposed. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished, and his tranquil life would be disrupted." He paused dramatically, mimicking the third elder's habit of leaving the audience in suspense. And then, the third elder urged, exasperated. He longed to smack Hu Li for his lack of coherence, feeling as though he were gasping for air. Wondering what poor influence Hu Li had picked this habit from. Feeling slightly wronged, Hu Li rubbed his head. He had often observed that when the third elder devised a plan, he would often build suspense, leading others to praise him and encouraging him to continue. Why was it different when it came to him? Chapter 26. Lifelong enemy. Hu Li inhaled deeply and proposed, "We could pen a letter instructing the proprietor of this establishment to meet at a certain tea house. Should he fail to appear, we shall disclose his connection to Qin Tian." This idea had just materialized in his mind, marking perhaps the most astute moment of his growth thus far, as he learned to utilize the information at his disposal to devise strategies. This approach seemed feasible. As an illegitimate child, he would undoubtedly fear the exposure of the truth, compelling him to respond. The third elder of the Mo clan displayed a glimmer of admiration. Acknowledging Hu Li's ingenuity, his gaze towards Hu Li shifted, realizing that this clever plan had eluded even him, suggesting that Hu Li had indeed become more astute under his influence. Half an hour later, Amo Hu Li arrived at the entrance of the Xiaodian, letter in hand, and bellowed, "Is Mr. Su present? I bear a message for you." To avoid raising suspicions, Hu Li had wisely dispatched an elite whom Su Yin had not previously encountered. This time, the Mo clan had meticulously planned, and it was customary not to bring pets when deliberating such sensitive matters. Nonetheless, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, the letter explicitly stated that no pets were to accompany the recipient. Su Yin emerged from the shop to find a man clad in black standing at the entrance, reminiscent of the individual who had previously attempted to harm his uncle, stirring a sense of unease within him. Replying, "I do not know," the individual merely indicated that this letter is of utmost importance to Mr. Su and must be opened and read. Confounded, Su Yin pondered the situation. He was only acquainted with individuals from Tianren City, and those who wished to discuss matters with him would typically approach him directly rather than resorting to letters. With a sense of skepticism, he accepted the letter and opened it for inspection. The contents elicited a wry smile. It audaciously demanded that he visit a particular tea house, threatening to unveil his secret relationship with Qin Tian should he decline. Furthermore, it insisted that he attend alone, without even bringing a pet. The Mo observed Su Yin with increasing trepidation, recalling the third elder's assertion that this mortal was Qin Tian's illegitimate son. If that were indeed the case, then this child bore a significant identity. Why secret with Qin Tian? Su Yin chuckled lightly before tearing the letter to shreds and discarding it in a nearby trash bin. What a joke. What secrets could I possibly have with Qin Tian? We are merely chess partners. The Mo elite's expression shifted subtly as he witnessed Su Yin's dismissive act. But the person who entrusted me with this letter insisted it pertains to your secrets and urged you to attend? He urged, desperation creeping into his voice. Su Yin regarded the Mo elite with a serene smile. I have no secrets worth mentioning. The author of this letter is truly idle. With that, he retreated into the shop. The Mo elite stood there, dumbfounded, realizing that Hu Li and the third elder's meticulously crafted plan had once again fallen flat. He hurriedly departed, returning to Hu Li and the others who were concealed nearby. Damn it! This fellow dared to tear the letter. Does he not fear the truth being revealed? Hu Li seethed, having witnessed Su Yin's act of defiance. He had believed this plan to be flawless, certain it would lure Su Yin out, only to be thwarted once more. The third elder of the Mo clan remarked, "It appears this individual is not to be underestimated. Perhaps the letter's tone was too gentle. We must infuse it with more substance to convey the gravity of the situation." They composed a new letter, this time dispatching yet another elite whom Su Yin had never encountered. Approaching the Xiaodian, The MO who elite mimicked the previous messenger's tone, calling out, "Mr. Su, there is a letter for you. Kindly step outside to collect it." Upon hearing of another letter, Su Yin emerged once more, accepting the missive. As he read the contents, a cold smile crept across his face. The letter brazenly threatened to expose his status as Qin Tian's illegitimate son if he did not visit the tea house, warning that he would be unable to maintain his standing in Tianren City. Amused, he tore the letter into pieces again and tossed it into the trash, if such situations arise in the future, only to be met with yet another setback. This wretched man infuriates me. I wish I could charge in, give him a good beating, and then abduct Su Jior, Hu Li raged, witnessing the destruction of his meticulously crafted letter. He had never encountered someone so indifferent to their reputation, reacting with such nonchalance to threats. The third elder surveyed the Xiaodian with a grave demeanor, truly composed. He has not shown himself in 2 days. He sensed that he had encountered a lifelong adversary in the past. His targets had all met with dismal fates under his schemes. Yet this shopkeeper instilled within him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Third elder, brotherly, what shall we do now? Among their ranks, including Hu Li, 3 had encountered Su Yin, leaving only one elite and the third elder himself yet to engage him directly. The third elder sat down, deep in thought, until a spark ignited in his eyes. I believe I have conceived an infallible plan. A confident expression graced his face. Previously, he had underestimated Su Yin, but he had now come to regard him as an equal opponent. Devising a strategy to counteract a wise adversary. What strategy? Hu Li inquired eagerly. He had no choice but to place his hopes on the Mo Hu clan's chief strategist. If even he could not devise a means to capture Su Jior, their mission would surely meet failure. The third elder smirked. In our previous inquiries about Su Yin, there was one crucial piece of information we failed to exploit. A unique smile, characteristic of a sage, lit up his face. Hu Li and the other 3 Mo Hu elites, witnessing the third elder's confidence, felt a surge of hope and collectively asked, "What information?" Su Yin is but a mortal, and he has a penchant for roasted chicken. Having refrained from indulging these past 2 days, he is undoubtedly craving it by now, the third elder observed with a chilling grin. We shall falsely announce the opening of a delectable roasted chicken shop nearby. He will surely be unable to resist the temptation to procure some. Chapter 27. The roasted chicken scheme. Upon hearing the third elder's proposal, Hu Li's mouth began to water, but he quickly posed a concern. But third elder, what if Su Yin brings Su Jior along to buy roasted chicken? This was a plausible scenario, as Su Yin often took Su Jior with him even when visiting patients, making it entirely reasonable for him to do the same when seeking roasted chicken. The third elder, however, smiled confidently. We shall include an additional incentive. Patrons who enter the shop without pets shall receive a complimentary signature roasted chicken. A sense of pride washed over him. It was evident that the allure of temptation would outweigh the threat of coercion. After all, many individuals are unyielding to threats, but few can resist the call of temptation. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Hu Li exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He had not considered the power of temptation, fixated instead on using Su Yan's identity as leverage. Yet, he had underestimated Su Yan's indifference to such threats. The third elder's ingenuity in turning the tables through the allure of roasted chicken was impressive. The only regret was that the entire premise was fabricated. No such shop existed. Otherwise, he would have been first in line to sample the renowned roasted chicken. Very well, let the remaining elite who has yet to encounter Su Yin convey this message to him. Just then, Su Yin had just prepared a restorative concoction for the woman he had been tending to and was about to procure some food at a tea. That moment, he heard a commotion outside his shop. New shop opening. Customers without pets receive a complimentary signature roasted chicken. The flavor is absolutely divine. AMO Hu elite strolled back and forth in front of the Xiaodian, fervently promoting the offer. A portly man, drawn by the announcement, approached the MO Hu elite eagerly. Brother, where is this shop you speak of? I have no knowledge of it. Casting a glance at the Xiaodian, the MO Hu elite raised his voice deliberately. Just down the street. You'll find it easily. I assure you, their roasted chicken is the finest in Tianren City, and if you enter alone, you shall receive a complimentary signature roasted chicken. He doubted Su Yin could remain indifferent to such an enticing offer. Even he found himself tempted despite knowing it was a ruse. Such a deal. Thank you, brother. I shall rush over to taste this famed roasted chicken and see if it lives up to your claims. The rotund man wiped his mouth in anticipation before hurrying towards the adjacent street. From their concealed vantage point, Hu Li, the third elder, and the other 2 MO Hu elites exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared this time, victory was within their grasp, as even a passerby had been lured in, effectively amplifying their promotional efforts. Su Yin, 2. Felt the stirrings of desire. Having not indulged in roasted chicken for days, the mere mention ignited his appetite. He inquired of the elite from the Magic Tiger clan, "Is what you said true? A free roasted chicken for those who enter the shop alone." He had intended to procure something to eat anyway. If there were a place offering complimentary roasted chicken, it would be worth a visit. The elite of the Magic Tiger clan, seeing that Su Yin had taken the bait, smiled and replied, "Brother, it is indeed true. That fellow just went in, and if you wish to go, you must hurry. Otherwise, it might be gone. As long as Su Yin dared to venture in alone, they would have the audacity to infiltrate his shop and seize Su Jiu'er." It was indeed worth a look. Su Yin closed the shop door without locking it and strolled toward the adjacent street. Since it was just next door, he deemed it unnecessary to lock up, especially since that woman had already recovered and was merely pretending. The elite of the Magic Tiger clan could hardly contain his smile. Once Su Yin had walked far enough, he wasted no time in opening the shop door and stepped inside. Boom! The paintings in the outer hall of the little shop burst forth with dazzling brilliance and profound intent the moment the elite of the Magic Tiger clan entered, surging towards him. A look of horror washed over his face as he turned to flee the shop. However, how could his speed rival the laws of the Great Tao? In an instant, the rules of the Great Tao engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, he was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. After subduing the elite of the Magic Tiger clan, the rules of the Great Tao returned to the paintings, and tranquility was restored, only faintly exuding the essence of the Dao. Su Jiu'er, seated at a table in the outer hall, witnessed this shocking scene, her reverence for Su Yin reaching new heights. Throughout their recent interactions, Su Yin had behaved naturally and amiably, causing her to nearly forget that he was a formidable old monster. The elite of the Magic Tiger clan who had just been annihilated was at the spirit travel realm. Several members of the Magic Tiger clan lay concealed. When Huli noticed that the elite had been inside for quite some time without emerging, he impatiently remarked, "What's taking so long? Has Su Jiu'er been hidden away by Su Yin? After all the trouble to lure the tiger away from the mountain, that elite can't even handle a simple task. What a waste." The third elder of the Magic Tiger clan furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Let us wait a bit longer. If he still hasn't come out, we can send someone else in." His meticulously crafted plan was finally in motion, and if they failed to capture Su Jiu'er this time, their opportunities would dwindle. Another minute passed, and still, the elite of the Magic Tiger clan had not emerged. Li could no longer contain himself and stated, "Third elder, I'll go take a look. If that useless fellow continues to dawdle, Su Yin will be back. Be cautious. There may be secrets hidden within Su Yan's shop," cautioned the third elder of the Magic Tiger clan. He believed that the elite was not foolish enough to fail to locate a mere fox in such a small shop. If he were that dim-witted, he would not have risen to the rank of elite. "Understood," Huli replied and strode towards the shop, determined to uncover the truth. He found it hard to believe that anything particularly fearsome could be lurking within such a cramped space. However, just as he reached the entrance of the little shop, Su Yin returned to the street, carrying a roasted chicken. What the heck? How did he come back so quickly? Shouldn't he have searched longer? Huli thought as he saw Su Yin and immediately changed direction, walking past the little shop with his back turned, muttering to himself in confusion. When Su Yin approached the little shop, he spotted a figure clad in black facing away from him, mistaking him for the man who had mentioned the complimentary roasted chicken next door. "Thanks, man. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that a new roasted chicken shop opened next door," he called out, raising the roasted chicken in his hand. "But you missed one detail. The promotion is for the first 50 customers, not just for those who go alone." Chapter 28. Perspectives on the Demon Clan. Huli nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Su Yan's words. Is there really a new roasted chicken shop on that street, and they are indeed giving away free chicken? Had he known earlier, he would have gone to enjoy a few pieces himself. But now, he could only leave in silence, hastening his departure without replying to Su Yin. Seeing the black-clad figure leave so swiftly, Su Yin entered the shop, carrying his roasted chicken. He had just sliced the chicken in half, intending to share it as usual with Su Jiu'er. What a delightful aroma! What could it be? Just then, a woman's voice emerged from the inner hall, followed by her stepping out and immediately fixating on the roasted chicken on the table. Su Jiu'er glanced at the woman and quickly took a bite of her half of the roasted chicken, fearing it might be snatched away. She had no desire to share the chicken with this woman, who, despite having nearly healed, still lingered in the inner hall, preventing her from sleeping comfortably for the past 2 days. Yet, the feeling of sleeping in Su Yan's embrace was quite pleasant. What a fragrant roasted chicken. "Is it for me?" The woman approached and snatched Su Yan's half of the roasted chicken, taking a bite of the tender meat. Her face lit up with delight, and she hastened to devour the chicken. Su Yan was left dumbfounded, thinking, "Miss, I haven't even answered you yet, and you're already helping yourself. This was clearly not meant for you." "This is the most delicious roasted chicken I've ever had," the woman exclaimed. Feeling somewhat speechless, observed as the woman devoured the chicken along with Su Jiu'er. "I'll go get another one." "You two stay here and don't wander off," the woman interjected. "Get two more. Half a chicken is hardly enough." She then resumed her feast. Lin Yin left the shop, feeling quite displeased, and continued toward the adjacent street. Although the free offer was no longer available, purchasing a roasted chicken wasn't too expensive. As the prices matched those at old Wang's shop after Su Yin departed, the woman settled into a chair, savoring her chicken while casting a casual glance at Su Jiu'er, a mere fox demon. Pretending to be an ordinary fox as a pet in a human's home, she had immediately discerned that Su Jiu'er was a demon, not just an ordinary little fox. Su Jiu'er's heart raced, and she continued eating her roasted chicken, ignoring the woman in the southern region. The relationship between demons and humans was fraught with hostility and often led to bloodshed, so demons entering human territory typically disguised themselves. Otherwise, they risked being beaten to death if discovered. "Stop pretending, little fox from the celestial fox clan," the woman said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "How could a mere spirit realm little fox deceive me?" Su Jiu'er realized she could no longer conceal her identity, glaring fiercely at the woman and retorting, "You mysterious woman, Su Yin will surely drive you away." She found this woman exceedingly irritating, especially after being so easily unmasked. She wanted nothing more than to avoid her presence. The woman smiled and said, "Your voice is quite lovely. Why hide your true self from Su Yin? Who knows, he might be even happier if you spent time with him in your human form." In this world, fox demons were perpetually the most beloved among the demon clans by humans. Many longed for a chance encounter with a beautiful fox demon, including cultivators. Even at auctions for demon slaves, the prices for fox demon women often soared to multiples of those for other demons. "What does that have to do with you? This is my home, not yours," Su Jiu'er snapped, glaring at the woman. The woman exuded an aura of authority that made it seem as though she was the true master of the place, while Su Jiu'er felt like an intruding fox spirit. A knowing smile played on the woman's lips as she remarked, "Is this truly your home? Not necessarily, unless you reveal your identity and Su Yin still accepts you." With that, she resumed eating her chicken, her eyes gleaming with confidence that she had everything under control. When Su Yin returned, carrying 2 roasted chickens, he found Su Jiu'er slumped over the table, looking despondent, and felt puzzled. Particularly, he noticed that she hadn't finished her half of the chicken, which was unusual. As she usually polished off her portion quickly, Su Yin glanced at the woman and asked, "Did you bully the little fox?" Since he had left, only the woman had been present, and with Su Jiu'er in such a state, it was likely that the woman had said something to upset her. The woman had already finished her half of the chicken and was wiping her hands and lips with a napkin. "I didn't bully the little fox. She's merely worried that you might not want her anymore." How could she not know that Su Jiu'er was likely feeling anxious and hurt due to her words? After all, it was challenging for a little fox demon to live among humans, and if one day she were to be abandoned by her master, the consequences could be dire. Tianren City was home to cultivators. If a cultivator captured her, the fate of a fox demon woman was all too predictable. "How ridiculous! How could I ever not want the little fox?" Su Yin exclaimed, placing the roasted chickens aside and lifting Su Jiu'er from the table. He gently stroked her fur, feeling quite enamored. The softness of Su Jiu'er's fur was truly delightful. No wonder some people adored fox fur coats. The woman gazed at Su Yin as he tenderly held Su Jiu'er. And she spoke, "Su Yin, what are your thoughts on the demon race?" Her curiosity piqued. She wondered how Su Yin would react if he were to discover that the creature in his embrace was not an ordinary fox, but rather a fox demon. Su Jiu'er trembled slightly, seemingly apprehensive of the woman's inquiry. Perhaps, as a member of the demon race, she feared Su Yin's response. Su Yin raised an eyebrow and replied, "I have no particular opinion on the demon race. They are merely another species beyond humanity, and it appears that all of them can cultivate." He held no prejudice against the demon race. Whether they were demons or cultivators, they bore little significance in his life. If members of the demon race were to arrive in Tianren City, what would you do? The woman inquired, evidently dissatisfied with Su Yin's response. "Life must go on as usual. If they wish to purchase something from me, I shall sell it, provided they do not harbor malicious intent." To him, as an ordinary human, both cultivators and demons were simply beings capable of cultivation. Existing on a completely different plane of life from mundane mortals. Chapter 29. The talking ant. The woman's exquisitely beautiful face was filled with curiosity as she remarked, "Su Yin, I am increasingly intrigued by what kind of person you truly are." When she first encountered Su Yan's painting, she had assumed him to be an immensely powerful and enigmatic senior. However, her observations over the past 2 days had revealed a different picture, and Su Yan's attitude towards the demon race had sparked her interest. "I am merely an ordinary human. What is there to be curious about?" Su Yan replied curtly. "As for you, your identity must be quite significant, so it would be best for you to leave my humble shop quickly. I prefer not to be entangled in any matters with you." The moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her as a potential troublemaker. After all, who would venture into someone else's abode at night, appearing as if their life were in peril, capable of frightening the timid? The woman scrutinized Su Yan for several seconds before suddenly smiling and asking, "Are you curious to know my name?" "Not at all," Su Yan replied without hesitation. The mere sight of her filled him with a sense of impending trouble, let alone knowing her name. The woman's ethereal eyes roamed over Su Yan, and she introduced herself. "I am Shuiying, hailing from the Ying family." She would not typically disclose her name so casually, but she sensed that Su Yan was extraordinary and did not mind sharing it. She had a premonition that their paths would cross again in the future. Shuiying, that's a lovely name. Though it seems somewhat incongruous, Su Yan remarked lightly. The woman's beauty was undeniable. Truly a stunning visage, yet to him, she was merely a troublesome beauty. Shuiying took a few steps closer to Su Yan, standing almost within arm's reach, and challenged, "Are you implying that I am not good-looking?" It was a common trait for women to desire compliments about their appearance, and she was no exception. Even though she was aware of her unparalleled beauty, she still cared about others' opinions of it. Su Yan stepped back, shrugged, and retorted, "I never said that. You said it yourself." He then added, "The roasted chicken you requested is already here. Aren't you going to eat it?" Had Shuiying not insisted on purchasing 2, he would have certainly only bought one, as one was usually sufficient for him. Furthermore, 2 would cost 40 copper coins, a sum not to be dismissed lightly in his simple life. Shuiying glanced at the roasted chicken on the table and replied, "I no longer wish to eat. You can have it with that." She brushed past Su Yan and made her way toward the exit of the shop. Su Yan did not turn around but continued to gaze at the numerous paintings adorning the wall. Saying, "Are you leaving? What, do you have trouble parting?" After a brief pause, he added, "No, it is better for you to depart quickly to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon me." He should have felt relieved at Shuiying's departure. Yet as she truly prepared to leave, he found himself inexplicably less pleased than he had anticipated. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, a captivating smile graced Shuiying's enchanting face as she softly said, "Su Yan, thank you for saving me. I owe you a favor." With that, she stepped out of the "What are you looking at" shop, swiftly vanishing from sight. After a considerable time, Su Yan sat in a chair, cradling Su Jiu, his gaze fixed on the 2 roasted chickens on the table, yet his appetite had waned. He placed Su Jiu on the table and urged, "Quickly finish your half of the roasted chicken. Don't starve yourself. I know you can manage." Su Jiu glanced at Su Yan before proceeding to eat her half of the roasted chicken, finishing it in no time. She had been pondering the true nature of the Ying family, for there was no such family within the southern region. Could it be a prominent family's direct descendant from beyond the southern region? Ultimately, Su Yan consumed only 1.5 roasted chickens, intending to give the remaining half to Su Jiu, yet she could not eat anymore. With a hint of frustration, he remarked, "That woman didn't even finish the roasted chicken she asked me to buy before leaving. Now it will have to be discarded." Su Yan carried the half chicken outside the shop, initially intending to toss it into the trash, but his gaze was drawn to a golden ant beneath the cherry blossom tree in front of the shop. It was his first encounter with a golden ant, appearing remarkably unique, roughly the length of half a finger. Among ants, this golden specimen was not insignificant. That moment, the golden ant marched forward until it reached Su Yan's feet. Blocked by his presence, the golden ant looked up at Su Yan, whose size dwarfed it, and exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? You're obstructing my path." With that, it kicked at Su Yan's foot with one of its legs. "Are you speaking to me?" If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think him mad for conversing with an ant. Could it truly comprehend human speech? Indeed, it could, the golden ant retorted. "Of course, who else would be speaking to you here besides me?" Its tone dripped with disdain, suggesting it held Su Yan in contempt. Su Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This ant was genuinely capable of speech. Intrigued, he inquired, "Are you a member of the demon race?" In Tianren City, he had heard that certain demons could converse in human language, and some possessed forms identical to ordinary animals, which led him to believe this golden ant might belong to the demon race. However, the golden ant's disdain only grew as it scoffed, "Demon? You don't even know who I am. What a waste of my stature." Its words implied it was of considerable importance, and Su Yan's ignorance suggested a lack of worldly knowledge on his part. Naturally, Su Yan had no intention of quarreling with an ant, and instead smiled, saying, "I genuinely do not know who you are. If you are not a demon, how can you speak our human tongue?" He had never heard of any animals other than demons possessing the ability to speak. Logically, if an animal could talk, it would have transformed into a demon, thus becoming part of the demon race. Drawn towards the half-roasted chicken in Su Yan's bag, Su Yan had never heard of a golden emperor ant, yet he found the notion of a talking ant quite fascinating. Simultaneously, he noticed the golden ant seemingly eyeing the half-roasted chicken he intended to discard. An idea struck him, and he proposed, "Golden emperor ant, would you care to be my pet?" The golden emperor ant felt insulted, its anger flaring. "You want me to be your pet, human brat? How audacious. Do you think I want to crush you with a single punch?" Chapter 30. The arrogant golden emperor ant. Su Yan shrugged off the golden emperor ant's words. How could an ant threaten him? Surely it was just a jest. He waved the half-roasted chicken playfully and chuckled. "Hold on, I haven't finished my proposition. As my pet, you will be provided with food and shelter, master." Su Yan paused. Doubting his ears, did the golden emperor ant just refer to him as its master? Wasn't it threatening to obliterate him just moments ago? The sudden reversal left him momentarily speechless. The golden emperor ant fixated on the half-roasted chicken and asked, "Master, is this chicken meant for me?" Its drool was nearly imperceptible, but Su Yan could sense its eagerness. It seemed that this ant was a glutton, valuing food over dignity. What an amusing creature. He set the bag down, opened it to reveal the roasted chicken, and said, "Help yourself, eat as much as you can. It would be a waste to throw it away." "All right, master." Little Jean adheres to a strict policy of never wasting food. "This chicken shall be entrusted to me," the golden emperor ant declared. Then eagerly climbed onto the half-roasted chicken, devouring it voraciously. Su Yan had never witnessed an ant consuming food before and was captivated as he watched the golden emperor ant feast. He was curious to see just how much this ant, which had just boasted about its strength, could actually consume. However, it soon became evident just how formidable this golden ant truly was. Half a roasted chicken was astonishingly consumed by a golden ant. An occurrence that defies belief. A mere ant, no longer than a half-finger, devoured an entire chicken of regular size. Such a tale would be met with skepticism. Moreover, after the golden ant finished the chicken, its body remained unchanged, not exhibiting any signs of alteration. The whereabouts of the consumed chicken remained a mystery, completely contravening the principle of conservation of mass. The golden emperor ant, seemingly unsatisfied after its feast, remarked, "Master, this roasted chicken is delightful. Where did it come from? Next time, take me there so I can sneak a few bites." Curiosity piqued, Su Yan inquired, how could such a diminutive creature manage to consume half a chicken? If it had been a fox, he would have understood. Yet, the notion of an ant finishing off half a chicken seemed utterly absurd. Naturally, this was an inherently abnormal world. "Master, all the food I consume transforms into energy that enhances my strength," the golden emperor ant asserted, waving its forelimbs. "I could consume not just half a chicken, but even half a cow if need be. The title emperor among ants is not just for show. I have never met anyone who can out-eat me." Su Yan extended his hand, gently pinching the golden emperor ant and placing it in his palm, allowing him to observe it closely. It was then that he discerned the distinct difference between the golden emperor ant and ordinary ants. The ant's body was adorned with an intricate array of minuscule, special runes, virtually invisible to the untrained eye. He asked, "Golden emperor ant, what are those runes on your body?" After a brief silence, the ant replied, "Those are sealing runes, capable of binding my powers. I remain in a sealed state most of the time, only unbinding when absolutely necessary." The runes on its body were the source of its remarkable consumption ability. Even as a mere mortal unable to cultivate, he had encountered various aspects of the cultivation world. The golden emperor ant's condition was unprecedented for him, perhaps indicative of some unique phenomenon within the realm of cultivation. "Master, take me home. Let me see my new dwelling," the golden emperor ant declared, evidently unwilling to elaborate on the matter of the runes. Its prior home encompassed the entire world. Wherever it roamed, that was its home. "All right," Su Yan responded, leading the ant into the shop and approaching the table where Su Jura Saturday little fox. "We have a new companion." With that, he placed the golden emperor ant on the table. Su Jura gazed at the golden ant before her, perplexed. Why had Su Yin, this peculiar being, brought an ant? Could it be that this golden creature was the new companion he mentioned? Surely not. Who would consider an ant a pet? The golden emperor ant, noticing Su Jure's scrutiny, remarked, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a dashing ant before?" It looked down upon Su Jure, a large fox lazily sprawled across the table. "You should coexist harmoniously with our new companion." Su Yin gently patted Su Jure's head, concerned she might swat the ant away. Although the golden emperor ant boasted of its strength, its diminutive size belied any real threat. Su Jure, however, was filled with disdain. The notion of coexisting with an ant was preposterous. Was she to be considered one of its kind? The golden emperor ant, unfazed by her thoughts, arrogantly declared, "For the sake of my master, I can tolerate your presence, but do not disturb me without cause." With that, it settled down on the table, ready to sleep. After consuming a substantial amount of food, it required rest to consolidate the energy absorbed within its runes. When Qin Tian arrived to challenge Su Yin to a game of chess, he was taken aback by the sight of the golden emperor ant. Senior Su's taste is truly extraordinary. I, a mere mortal, cannot hope to match it. He could comprehend the appeal of keeping a small fox demon as a pet. As many men were fond of foxes, he could also understand the allure of a green turtle, symbolizing longevity and environmental consciousness. But an ant, one of the most easily overlooked creatures, which could be crushed in an instant, what purpose could it serve as a pet? Su Yin chose not to explain that the golden emperor ant was no ordinary ant. Casually replying, "I thought I would adopt a few more pets to alleviate boredom." He believed it prudent to keep the ant's remarkable abilities a secret, for rarity begets value. Should others discover that he possessed a talking ant, they might resort to unsavory means to claim it for themselves. Chapter 31. The game of chess. Qin Tian nodded. "Senior Su, shall we play a game of chess?" He had become quite engrossed in the game. "Very well," Su Yin acquiesced. Recently, Qin Yudi had not sought him out for chess, so substituting Qin Tian was acceptable. In fact, playing with Qin Tian was more enjoyable. He didn't have to consider how to let his opponent win. After 5 rounds, Qin Tian left with a hearty laugh. Each time he played chess with Su Yin, he experienced a slight enhancement in his cultivation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 3rd level of the sea of consciousness. Normally, it could take a decade or more, or even a lifetime, for someone at the 2nd level to advance to the 3rd. That person's chess skills are simply abysmal. "Even I cannot bear to watch," remarked the golden emperor ant after Qin Tian departed. Su Yin, intrigued, asked, "Can you play chess?" The absurdity of asking an ant if it could play chess made him chuckle. The golden emperor ant nodded, responding with an air of superiority, "Master, little Jean excels at everything. Chess is no challenge." Usually, it maintained a haughty demeanor, only tempering its arrogance in Su Yin's presence. Su Yin, intrigued, remarked, "But with your small stature, how can you move the pieces?" Having never witnessed an ant play chess, he doubted its ability to manipulate even a single piece. The golden emperor ant, brimming with confidence, retorted, "A mere chess piece can be moved with ease." With that, it climbed onto the board and, to Su Yin's astonishment, effortlessly pushed a piece several squares. "Master, what do you think? Little Jean is impressive, isn't it?" "Impressive," Su Yin praised, then an idea struck him. "Since you can play and move the pieces, why don't we have a few matches?" He didn't expect an ant to be a formidable opponent. He merely wished to experience the novelty of playing chess against one. After all, the prospect of an ant engaging in chess was rare. Yet the flavor of the half-chicken Su Yin had provided lingered in its memory, unmatched by any it had previously tasted. "Agreed. But what if you lose?" Su Yin readily accepted the challenge while countering with a question. "Of course," he jested. He had no real expectations of an ant bringing about any extraordinary outcomes. However, the golden emperor ant pondered seriously for a moment, then replied earnestly, "If I lose, I shall protect you from harm henceforth." Though it referred to Su Yin as master due to its role as his pet, its recognition was limited to Su Yin's roasted chicken alone. However, should it be bested in chess, it would genuinely acknowledge Su Yin as its master. Confident in its skills, it doubted it would lose. Su Yin was taken aback by the ant's declaration. Laughing, "Then it's settled." He rearranged the pieces and commenced the match against the golden emperor ant. 1 move, 0.3 moves, 0.5 moves, 0.10 moves, 0.30 moves. Su Yin was astounded. He initially intended to let the ant win, but the golden emperor ant's exceptional skill compelled him to take the game seriously, despite their earnest efforts. After 30 moves, neither had gained the upper hand. The chessboard and pieces radiated an aura of profound meaning, enveloping the shop and gradually transcending the essence captured in the artworks. Even so, Su Yin and the Golden Emperor ant remained evenly matched. Having engaged in 50 moves, each piece played was accompanied by the manifestation of supreme principles and universal laws, escalating into a battle of profound significance. Ordinary chess masters would struggle to survive even a few rounds in this encounter. Meanwhile, Su Jior stood entranced, observing the standoff between Su Yin and the Golden Emperor ant as if witnessing an endless contest of rules. I in this grand contest of profound principles, she, as an observer, reaped immense benefits, witnessing the evolution, rebirth, and demise of various doctrines. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Su Jior, shattering a certain barrier. She had broken through, becoming an early practitioner of the spirit travel realm. However, at this moment, she had no time to reflect on her advancement, her attention wholly captivated by the chess match between Su Yin and the Golden Emperor ant. With a resounding thud, the essence of the Tao shattered, and the laws were extinguished. In the 99th round, Su Yin emerged victorious. The Golden Emperor ant stared incredulously at the chessboard before it. How could it have lost? After all, it had traversed countless realms and existed for an eternity. Leaving its mark across the heavens, it had once inadvertently nurtured a chess saint and had even guided emperors, witnessing the rise and fall of countless eras, thus having long since become indifferent to worldly matters. Consequently, it had devised a celestial formation, walking the world in the guise of an ordinary ant. Yet, it had never anticipated that it would be bested in the realm of chess by a mere creature. Having always believed itself to be invincible in this domain, Su Yan's shock was scarcely less than that of the Golden Emperor ant. Today, he had battled an ant for 99 rounds to achieve victory, and he had not held back. This seemed surreal. An ant had managed to contend with him for such an extended duration, far surpassing the likes of Qin Tian and others. The Golden Emperor ant gazed at Su Yin for several seconds, its imposing aura dissipating as it conceded, "I have lost, master. From now on, I shall truly be your pet." Initially, it had intended to linger for a while before departing, but now it abandoned that thought, preparing to remain and devote itself to being Su Yan's pet. Do not worry. Even in defeat, there will still be roasted chicken. Su Yin, unaware of the Golden Emperor ant's thoughts, assumed it was merely saddened by the prospect of no longer having roasted chicken. He spoke up, expressing his joy. This had been the most exhilarating game of chess he had ever played, a remarkable contest lasting 99 rounds. The Golden Emperor ant's chess skills were the most formidable he had encountered among all beings. Aside from himself, excellent. The Golden Emperor ant dispelled its sense of loss and restored its arrogant demeanor. It glanced at Su Jior and said, "Pay close attention and learn well. If you can grasp even a fraction of the chess path that I and the master tread, it will suffice to benefit you for a lifetime." This was not mere boastfulness. The chess saint of yore had attained enlightenment with merely a fraction of its chess wisdom and was revered as a chess master. Chapter 32. The Loot of the World. This time, Su Jior did not refute the Golden Emperor ant's words in her heart. After witnessing the duel of chess between the ant and Su Yin, she could no longer doubt the extraordinary nature of this golden ant. Even if it fell short of Su Yin, it was undoubtedly a terrifying ancient being, perhaps having lived for countless ages. Su Yin smiled and remarked, "Little Jean, it is truly a delightful surprise to play a game of chess with you. I never expected you to be such a skilled player. I had underestimated you before." When he had first heard the Golden Emperor ant claim it could play chess, he had not given it much thought, only to find that it was indeed an accomplished player and formidable opponent, requiring his utmost seriousness to defeat. The Golden Emperor ant, rarely humble, replied, "Compared to the master, my meager skills are insignificant." It was not false modesty. Su Yan's chess prowess had genuinely impressed it, revealing to it the boundless nature of the Tao. "Today is a joyous occasion. Allow me to play a tune for you," Su Yin proposed. Had it not been a particularly joyful day, he would not have casually taken to the lute, but today warranted such an expression of delight. "The master can play the lute as well?" the Golden Emperor ant exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yan's calligraphy was profound, his chess skills unparalleled, and now he revealed that he could also play the lute. This utterly overturned its understanding. There is an adage in the cultivation world: one cannot chew more than one can digest. Typically, practitioners select a singular path to pursue to its utmost, seldom excelling in various paths simultaneously, let alone mastering each to perfection, which is nearly impossible. Su Yin stated, "I know a little. I play when I am happy." With that, he led Su Jior and the Golden Emperor ant to the backyard. He then retrieved a lute from the inner hall. This lute was known as the lute of the world, and the piece he intended to play was the accompanying melody, the melody of the world. As the music resonated, both Su Jiu'er and the Golden Emperor Ant felt a profound and enchanting allure. The sound of the lute filled the backyard, the essence of the Tao emerging, and in an instant, all the herbs previously harvested in the medicinal garden regrew. Countless birds soared above the backyard, seemingly dancing to the melody. The Golden Emperor Ant stood beside Su Jiu'er, absorbing the music, and exclaimed in awe, "The melody of the world, the legendary supreme lute piece, and that lute is the mythical lute of the world, a true divine artifact." After their chess match, it had already discerned that Su Yan was no ordinary being. Yet it had still underestimated him. Su Yan's mastery of the lute was no less than his chess skills, perhaps even surpassing them. The melody resonated beyond the backyard, permeating the entire celestial city. On this day, every inhabitant of the celestial city felt an unprecedented vitality. Those afflicted by ailments miraculously regained their health, with diseases vanishing without a trace. Jiang Li, toiling away, suddenly sensed a strand of lute music. Raising his head towards Su Yan's shop, his expression contemplative. His strength increased, and he worked with renewed vigor. A secluded cultivator, striving to break through to the spirit sense realm, found success during a moment of failure as the melody accompanied the essence of the Tao, allowing him to shatter the barrier and ascend to the spirit sense realm. In the celestial sect, Qin Yudi practiced her swordplay. While she was entrenched in the 9th level of the celestial sword technique, she unexpectedly executed the legendary 10th level sword move. Stunned, she halted her practice, the faint lute notes reaching her ears. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her, and her gaze turned towards Su Yan's shop in the celestial city. Su Yan's hands stilled, the music gradually fading, the lingering notes dissipating. The birds reluctantly circled the backyard several times before taking their leave, and in an instant, the melody that had echoed throughout the celestial mountain region vanished. Su Jiu'er gazed at Su Yan with deep concern. He sat beneath a tree, hands resting on the lute, tears streaming down his face. He was crying, though he could not comprehend why. Whenever he played the melody of the world, tears would flow uncontrollably, a dull ache throbbed in his heart, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. The Golden Emperor Ant observed Su Yan and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" It could sense Su Yan's sorrow and the tears glistening in his eyes. A person who played the lute of the world and performed its melody should be a figure of great compassion. Why then was he so sorrowful? Unable to contain herself, Su Jiu'er leaped towards Su Yan. He instinctively reached out to catch her, enfolding her tightly in his embrace. His heart ached with a profound sadness, as if he had lost something of immeasurable importance, yet he remained unaware of what it was. In Su Yan's arms, Su Jiu'er extended her soft, furry paws to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Witnessing his profound sorrow, her heart ached in sympathy, and this series of actions was almost instinctual. It was not the melody of the world, but the phoenix in flight. The piercing notes transcended space, reaching distant realms. The heavens and the earth seemed to be filled with the sound of the lute. All in the world heard this breathtakingly beautiful piece, yet no one knew from whence it came. Even those with unfathomable cultivation could not discern the source of the melody, as if the lute were played by the heavens themselves. As the piece concluded, a small bird with crimson feathers descended from the sky, landing upon the branch of the tree where Su Yan sat, its eyes not belonging to a mere bird gazing at him. The Golden Emperor Ant, sensing something profound, turned to observe the bird. It was astonished to realize that this was no ordinary bird, but the legendary divine bird, the phoenix. With the melody, the phoenix had been summoned. The little bird noticed the Golden Emperor Ant's gaze and met it with its crimson eyes. An ant and a bird locked eyes in the air. "Well then, it is time to put the lute away," Su Yan declared. He set Su Jiu'er down and returned the lute of the world to the inner hall. When he emerged from the inner hall and returned to the backyard, he was astonished to find that the herbs had regrown. These herbs have all sprouted anew. The owner truly possesses a kind heart. Herbs that can regenerate themselves are being sold so cheaply. He remained unaware of the connection between the herb's growth and his melody, mistakenly attributing it to the herb's inherent resilience. Then, Su Yan noticed the little bird on the tree and exclaimed, "Oh, what a beautiful little bird. Its feathers are so resplendent. It would surely make excellent shuttlecocks." This was his first encounter with such a bird, and he even felt a strange sensation, as though the bird's gaze bore a hint of malice. Chapter 33. The Tao Palace. On this day, their cultivation advancing, countless cultivators scoured the celestial mountain region in search of the one who played the lute, yet after 3 days of fruitless searching, they departed in frustration. The mysterious lute player became the most talked about topic in the South. Among this assembly, a woman of gentle demeanor turned towards the strikingly handsome man at the center and remarked, "Brother Jiang Li, I have heard from the locals that 3 days ago, an extraordinary melody emanated from here, alleviating ailments for mortals and breaking through the cultivation bottlenecks for practitioners. While we too have perceived the music, it is dissimilar to that of the beings from Tianren Mountain." Jiang Li, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Perhaps the musician played 2 pieces. One resonated only in the nearby vicinity while the other transcended space, reaching distant lands. Such occurrences are not unprecedented, though this instance is remarkable for both its distance and impact. If what you say holds true, then the musician must reside within the Tianren Mountain area." The woman pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be Qin Tian, the leader of Tianren sect? He previously broke through 2 realms in quick succession. Although the Tianren Mountain region is home to numerous powers, only the Tianren sect could be deemed truly formidable." Jiang Li shook his head, asserting, "It is impossible for it to be Qin Tian. A practitioner at the 2nd level of the Sea of Perception could not achieve such a feat. The musician is undoubtedly a reclusive master. While those at the 2nd level of the Sea of Perception are already considered exceptional, they pale in comparison to the melody in question." "Yao Shiji, you overestimate Qin Tian." A companion nearby chuckled in agreement, indicating their disregard for Qin Tian, a practitioner of the 2nd level of the Sea of Perception. As they hailed from the Dao Palace, Jiang Li is a follower of one of the 9 holy sons of the Dao Palace, regarded as a trusted aide and a prodigious talent. The woman, Yun Yao, also possessed remarkable abilities, while the others, though slightly less gifted, were still considered exceptional in the southern region. The Dao Palace never accepted mediocrity. Those who entered for cultivation were invariably gifted individuals. Yun Yao smiled gently. "I merely considered that the strongest in the Tianren Mountain area is Qin Tian, thus assuming the likelihood of it being him, while overlooking the existence of reclusive masters." Her nature was gentle, and as a senior sister, she bore no airs, making her an object of admiration for many disciples of the Dao Palace. "Let us inquire if there are any musicians in the Tianren Mountain area. Even if they are mere mortals, as reclusive masters often masquerade as ordinary folk." Jiang Li sipped his tea and continued, "We journeyed to the southern region for training, and upon hearing that transcendent melody, we wished to seek out the musician. That melody has greatly aided our cultivation. Merely listening for a short while has significantly advanced our skills." Su Yin strolled through the streets, clutching 2 roasted chickens, with a golden ant perched on his shoulder. Having overheard numerous discussions regarding the musician, his curiosity piqued. Could he be the one they spoke of? However, he doubted it, given the strength of his playing. Only Su Jiuer from the backyard, the golden ant, and the birds would have heard it, and it couldn't have traveled far. As the Dao Palace group emerged from a tea house and walked past Su Yin, one of them noticed the golden ant on his shoulder and couldn't help but exclaim, "This person has an ant on his shoulder." While one hears of people keeping cats or dogs, encountering someone with a pet ant, especially one carried around while shopping, was unheard of. Was he not concerned about the ant falling off and being crushed? Su Yin glanced at the Dao Palace individual and continued on his way, considering the ant a pet like any other, and it was his prerogative to keep whatever he wished. Moreover, this was no ordinary ant. It could play chess and speak, while he had seen others with ants as pets. This golden ant was a first for him. Jiang Li also cast a glance at the golden ant, recalling a terrifying figure he once encountered who raised ants, a sinister practitioner. "Make way! Make way! My horse has lost control." At that moment, a frantic voice echoed ahead. A man rode a magnificent steed that galloped wildly, completely out of control. In an instant, the horse charged towards Su Yin. Just as disaster loomed, the golden ant launched itself from Su Yin's shoulder, its slender leg shimmering with a golden glow as it struck the horse. Bang! The horse seemed to suffer a tremendous blow, causing both horse and rider to tumble to the ground. The golden ant quietly returned to Su Yin's shoulder, having lost a minuscule divine pattern. Its power was sealed within the divine pattern. "Oh no, my back!" the rider groaned, rising from the ground while rubbing his back, astonished to see Su Yin unhurt. Just then, the horse, having regained its footing, bolted forward once more, heading directly toward the Dao Palace individuals. "You little beast, seeking death," a Dao Palace disciple coldly remarked, raising his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power. The force collided with the horse's head, unleashing a tremendous impact. The steed crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The horse's owner rushed forward, cradling its head in anguish, shouting, "Don't die! Please don't die, little horse." Unfortunately, no matter how desperately he pleaded, the horse did not respond. Struck by a practitioner, the mortal horse could not withstand such force. Surrounding spectators regarded the Dao Palace individuals with a hint of fear. They were undoubtedly practitioners. The horse's owner glared at the disciple who had slain his steed, shouting, "Why did you strike so harshly? Couldn't you have been gentler? You killed my horse." The Dao Palace disciple frowned slightly and replied coolly, "You failed to manage your horse, allowing it to rampage through the streets. What if it had injured an elder or a child? I killed it to protect the public die in his view. A horse that had lost control was of no use and was better off dead, especially in the streets." Chapter 34. The tall one is Su Qianbei. The man stood, pointing accusingly at the Dao Palace individuals. "You, as practitioners, are deliberately bullying me, a mere mortal." His face bore a chilling rage, quite intimidating. Yun Yao interjected, "We are not bullying you. Your horse went out of control. Had we not intervened, we could have been injured. It was unfortunate that we had to strike with such force." She had not anticipated that the Dao Palace disciple would kill the horse. Nor did she expect the mortal to be so unreasonable. "Silence. Don't think we mortals are ignorant. You practitioners, in your arrogance, have never regarded us as equals," the man shouted, displaying extreme hostility. He then produced a black pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. Dark energy erupted from within him, his eyes becoming suffused with a sinister haze, rendering him a terrifying sight. At that moment, he could no longer be deemed a mere mortal, having unleashed a wave of spiritual energy. What is happening? Consuming a single pill grants one the power of a practitioner. The Dao Palace disciple who had killed the horse gasped in astonishment. Practitioners typically began as mortals, gradually absorbing spiritual energy. There was no precedent for someone transforming directly into a powerful practitioner with immense energy, unless it was through some nefarious means. "Die for me, and accompany my little horse to the afterlife." The man, now enveloped in dark energy, roared, launching a punch at the disciple who had slain his horse. His fist was shrouded in a layer of black, spiritual energy, looking exceedingly eerie. The Dao Palace disciple did not underestimate the attack. He unleashed his spiritual energy in a palm strike that sent the man flying. However, the man quickly rebounded from the ground and charged at the Dao Palace individual once more. Jiang Li furrowed his brow slightly and flicked his fingers to release a surge of spiritual energy. The energy struck the man, piercing through his heart. He crumpled to the ground, a pool of black blood pooling beneath him. Yun Yao frowned, remarking, "This is the work of a sinister practitioner. He must have consumed a dark elixir." A single pill had granted a mortal spiritual energy while robbing him of all sensation. However, this would ultimately drain the mortal's life force. Inevitably, the one who consumed the pill would perish without anyone's intervention. Chandi's expression grew cold as he stated, "We must inform the nearby sect, Tianren sect, to handle this matter." Su Yin returned to his shop and promptly closed it. The events on the street had been too terrifying. A person enveloped in dark energy appeared exceedingly sinister. The golden ant remarked, "Master, that mortal consumed a black blood pill, which grants temporary spiritual energy at the cost of life force. Those who take it are doomed to die. It is a deeply malevolent concoction." It recalled an incident from years past when an entire city had succumbed to the effects of the black blood pill, resulting in a tragic fate. Why would someone willingly consume such a pill? It defies reason, Su Yin mused. As a healer, he understood medicine and could concoct remedies, but he had never crafted anything harmful. He pondered the nature of those who would create such sinister elixirs. Yet the pursuit of food was paramount. This was its way of survival. Su Yin sliced the roasted chicken in half, offering one portion to Su Jior and the other to the Golden Emperor ant, while he himself indulged in an entire roasted chicken. Just as the feast concluded, a knock echoed at the door. Su Yin refrained from opening it immediately, instead calling out, "Who goes there?" In these tumultuous times in Tianren City, one must exercise caution in business dealings. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of one's life. It is I, Qin Yudi, came a melodious female voice from outside, belonging to Qin Yudi, who had not visited Su Yin for quite some time. He approached and opened the door to find her beaming with joy. "What brings you such happiness? Have you encountered some good fortune?" he inquired, ushering her into the shop and closing the door behind them. "Your words are as sweet as honey," Su Yin remarked with a smile. However, he soon recalled the troubling matters in the streets and shared them with Qin Yudi. He understood that as a cultivator, she might possess the means and capability to address the issue. Upon hearing Su Yan's concerns, Qin Yudi's expression turned serious. The existence of malevolent cultivators is a source of distress for any righteous practitioner, as they do not hesitate to harm mortals to achieve their aims. She looked at Su Yin and said, "Su Xianbei, I will inform my grandfather about this matter and ensure he investigates it thoroughly. She sensed that Su Yin was testing her to see if she could devise a solution to preserve their secluded way of life. Are both you and your grandfather cultivators? Are you formidable in the realm of practitioners? Su Yin suddenly asked, recalling the few cultivators he had encountered on the streets. He felt it essential that they possess a level of cultivation sufficient to tackle the problem, lest Qin Yudi and her grandfather be mere weak practitioners, potentially endangering themselves further. Qin Yudi hesitated to answer. Among her peers, she was among the top in cultivation, and her grandfather, Qin Tian, was a powerful figure in the entire southern domain. Yet, what were they compared to someone of Su Yan's stature? Thus, after some contemplation, she replied, "Our meager cultivation is hardly worth mentioning. The path of cultivation is endless, and we aspire to follow Su Xianbei's example." Su Yin sighed inwardly, realizing they were indeed minor practitioners, which explained their frequent visits. He said, "If you choose to investigate this matter, please prioritize your safety. Should it prove too challenging, let the more powerful cultivators handle it. When the sky falls, there are tall figures to bear it." Qin Yudi perceived Su Yan's words as encouragement to pursue the investigation without fear. Even if they encountered insurmountable obstacles, she believed Su Xianbei would resolve them, allowing them to act boldly. When the sky falls. Chapter 35. Dr. Huang Su Yin pondered whether Qin Yudi had misunderstood something, as her enthusiasm seemed to have intensified at his reminder. However, he was not well versed in the affairs of cultivators and decided to change the subject. "Miss Yudi, have you come to play chess today?" Qin Yudi shook her head and replied, "I shall refrain from playing chess with Su Xianbei for now. While chess allows one to perceive the Tao, I have already garnered sufficient insights and now require time to comprehend them." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she added, "Did Su Xianbei play the guqin a few days ago?" 3 days prior. While practicing the Tianren sword technique, she had found that without the accompaniment of the guqin, she would not have been able to break through to the 10th level, achieving mastery in the sword technique. She and Qin Tian had discussed it and agreed that Su Yin was the one playing the guqin, for no one else in the Tianren mountain region possessed such exquisite musicality. "Indeed, I did play the guqin in the backyard. How did you come to know?" Su Yin responded, surprised, since he had never performed before her and logically, she should not have been aware of his skill. Qin Yudi smiled and said, "Everyone knows there is a master of the guqin in the Tianren mountain region, and that master can only be you, Su Xianbei. There is no one else in the southern domain capable of producing music imbued with the Tao." Su Yin replied, "I am no master. I merely played a couple of pieces casually. The discussions in Tianren City cannot possibly pertain to me." He found it curious that while he played, another master was also performing in the area. Yet he had not heard the music. Was it possible that his own melodies had drowned out the sound? Understanding Su Yan's desire for modesty, Qin Yudi refrained from pressing the matter further. "Su Xianbei, I have yet to witness you play the guqin. I wonder when I might have the pleasure of hearing you perform." Even from a great distance, the music had provided her with immense aid. And to hear Su Yin play up close would undoubtedly offer even greater benefits. Su Yin, reluctant to play, said, "Perhaps another time." Whenever he touched the guqin, a wave of melancholy would wash over him, an emotion he could not control. Thus, he generally avoided it, despite his fondness for playing. "Very well," Qin Yudi nodded, understanding that she would not pressure him. If Su Yin chose to play in the future, she would be content merely to observe. After Qin Yudi departed, Su Yin reopened the shop for business. However, shortly after, he witnessed a scuffle in the street, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Regardless of the location, the number of spectators was always abundant, and they reveled in the chaos, often exacerbating it. Leaning back in a chair beneath the cherry blossom tree outside, Su Yin gazed at the blossoms, his thoughts adrift. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked shouts pierced the air, and upon looking ahead, he saw 2 individuals engulfed in dark mist engaged in combat. These were the very same individuals who had been arguing moments earlier. And it appeared they had both consumed black blood pills. Goodness, are the people of Tianren City so reckless? Su Yin thought, retreating into the shop and peeking through a narrow opening to observe the unfolding scene. As a mere mortal, he felt powerless to intervene and could only hope for the arrival of a capable cultivator to resolve the situation. After some time, several figures arrived, swiftly subduing the 2 individuals cloaked in darkness. They were disciples from Tianren sect, tasked with maintaining order and peace in Tianren City. 5 of them, all at the spirit sense realm, easily apprehended the 2 mortals under the influence of black blood pills. Just as Su Yin exhaled in relief, preparing to open the door, a face suddenly appeared at the crack, startling him. After a moment, he recognized the newcomer as Dr. Huang, a physician who operated a nearby apothecary. Su Yin opened the door and inquired, What brings you to my humble shop, Dr. Huang? His relationship with Dr. Huang was strained, as Su Yan's burgeoning reputation as a healer had diminished the patronage of Huang's apothecary, leading to Huang's animosity towards him. Dr. Huang sneered, "Su Yan, you have usurped my business and profited from what should have been mine. Are you not pleased with yourself?" He did not step closer. His expression twisted as though he were confronting a longtime foe. Su Yan felt perplexed and responded, "Dr. Huang, your words are somewhat misplaced. We are both healers. As long as someone seeks treatment, it is our duty to assist them. Where patients choose to receive care is beyond our control, is it not?" He had never actively promoted himself. The title of divine physician had spread through the accounts of those he had saved, and he bore little responsibility for it. Unmoved by Su Yan's reasoning, Dr. Huang shouted, "What more is there to discuss? If it weren't for you, my apothecary's business would be flourishing, all because of you." Su Yan furrowed his brow and replied, "Dr. Huang, why are you so unreasonable? Is my skill a fault of mine? Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Why is your medical expertise lacking?" He continued, "As for pricing, I charge less to accommodate patients. Many cannot afford treatment, and if I insisted on exorbitant fees, wouldn't that lead to needless suffering and death?" Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he typically made an effort to perform good deeds. After all, it is often said that doing good accumulates merit for oneself, potentially aiding one's own cultivation in the future. Dr. Huang pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yan, berating him, "Stop your nonsensical rhetoric. We physicians are human too and must charge according to market rates. You are the outlier, undermining the established norms and using despicable tactics to steal my patients." He had yet to mention the weighty reputation of Su Yan as the divine physician. He yearned to express his frustration about having practiced as a physician for over 30 years without ever being hailed as a miraculous healer. Questioning why Su Yan could attain such a title through despicable means that contravened established conventions, Su Yan spoke up, saying, "Dr. Huang, you seem a bit off today. Perhaps it would be best if you returned home." As he spoke, he prepared to close the door. However, before he could do so, Dr. Huang boldly placed both hands against the door, preventing Su Yan from shutting it. Su Yan's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Dr. Huang, this is my home. Your obstruction against my closing the door is rather tyrannical, wouldn't you agree?" He had encountered arrogance before, but never such audacity, to stand at his door and hurl insults, all while refusing to let him close it. Truly, it was a spectacle of sheer audacity. Chapter 36. The malevolent cultivator. Dr. Huang revealed a sinister smile, taunting, "Tyranny? Allow me to demonstrate what true tyranny looks like." With that, he lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Su Yan. Su Yan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, but the door was flung wide open by Huang's force. Anger began to bubble within him. This man was utterly unreasonable, provoking the ire of anyone. Yet, Dr. Huang retrieved a pill and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, dark energy erupted from his being. Su Yan stepped back a few paces to distance himself from Dr. Huang, exclaiming, "What on earth? We have no deep-seated enmity. This escalation is utterly absurd." The pill was unmistakably a black blood pill, known to be lethal. "Su Yan, perish!" Dr. Huang bellowed, unleashing his dark spiritual energy and striking towards Su Yan. Just then, a surge of Tao intent erupted from the calligraphy, obliterating Dr. Huang, body and soul. Su Yan stared in astonishment at the sudden disappearance of Dr. Huang. It was a relief, for had that madman remained, he would have been in grave danger. The Golden Emperor Ant remarked, "Master, it appears that those possessing the black blood pill are not isolated cases. The current situation in Tianren City likely indicates the presence of malevolent cultivators disseminating the black blood pill on a large scale." Huli turned to the third elder of the Demon Tiger clan and inquired, "Third elder, what do you make of the situation in Tianren City? Why are mortals consuming the black blood pill?" They had been waiting in Tianren City for the elite of the Demon Tiger clan who had entered the small shop, yet he had yet to emerge, likely having met an untimely fate at the hands of an unknown entity, which made them hesitant to approach Su Yan's shop. The third elder of the Demon Tiger clan replied coolly, "In broad daylight, a mortal consumes the black blood pill. It stands to reason that many others may possess it. Merely awaiting their chance to partake, it is likely that malevolent cultivators have infiltrated Tianren City, covertly spreading the black blood pill, and chaos may soon ensue." He had not anticipated such circumstances in Tianren City. He had intended to evacuate Hu Li and the others, but that thought was now abandoned. Perhaps they could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to capture Su Jur before returning to the Demon Tiger clan. As Hu Li listened to the third elder of the Demon Tiger clan, he suddenly noticed several figures approaching and shouted, "Third Elder, someone is coming." The newcomers were all cloaked in black robes, their forms shrouded, appearing even more sinister than those clad in black garments. The third elder raised his head and sensed a hint of danger, his gaze fixating on the three cloaked figures. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," he said. "I trust you are well." He was certain he did not recognize these three individuals, yet they all possessed the cultivation level of the sea of consciousness, with two at the first level and one exuding an aura of danger. At least a second-level sea of consciousness cultivator. The foremost figure among the black-robed individuals spoke, "Third Elder of the Demon Tiger Clan. I require your assistance with a task." As he spoke, he tossed a vial toward the third elder. The third elder caught the vial, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Fellow Taoist, it seems we are not acquainted. I have matters to attend to and cannot assist you." Were it not for the formidable presence of the other party, he would have already struck out in protest. It was audacious of them to demand his compliance. The black-robed man replied coldly, "Third Elder, do you believe you have a choice in this matter?" He then released his cultivation aura, revealing that he had surpassed the second level of the sea of consciousness, reaching the third level. Gulping, the third elder of the Demon Tiger Clan forced a smile and asked, "Pray tell, what task do you wish us to undertake?" He speculated on the identities of these three figures. A third-level sea of consciousness cultivator accompanied by two first-level cultivators constituted an exceedingly formidable ensemble. Even the Tianren sect and Tianya sect lacked third-level cultivators, and in the entire southern region, such individuals were exceedingly rare, often reclusive elders. The black-robed man stated, "It is quite simple. Distribute the pills within the vial to the mortals of Tianren City." Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, the third elder's grip on the vial trembled slightly as he inquired, "Fellow Taoist, the pills within do not happen to be black blood pills, do they?" He had just been discussing the matter of pills with Li. The third elder of the Demon Tiger Clan remained silent for a moment before responding. "Circumstances dictate our actions. All three are cultivators of the sea of consciousness, one being a third-level cultivator. We have no choice but to comply with their demands." Even though he loathed the idea of being commanded, he recognized the futility of resistance. A third-level cultivator could easily end his life. Li, feeling even more frustrated, suddenly had a thought and proposed, "Third elder, they must be malevolent cultivators, right? What if we inform the Tianren sect and let them confront these individuals while we make our escape?" He had no desire to distribute any black blood pills. If captured by the Tianren sect, he would surely face dire consequences. The third elder of the Demon Tiger Clan shook his head slightly, replying, "If we were to act on your suggestion, we would likely perish before even reaching the Tianren sect. You must understand that these are malevolent cultivators, and they are not averse to committing heinous acts. They are notorious for their brutality and bloodlust, sparing neither sect leaders nor innocent children. The horrific village massacres are often attributed to their hands. Moreover, the whereabouts of their headquarters remain a mystery, and targeting them is exceedingly difficult." After the three black-robed figures departed from the Demon Tiger Clan, they swiftly exited Tianren City. They were confident that the members of the Demon Tiger Clan would not dare defy their orders, and they prepared to embark on their true mission. The trio made their way to a secluded foothill at Tianren Mountain, where a cave concealed by overgrown weeds and a dusty stone door awaited them. Rather than assault the stone door, they opted to wait idly by, occasionally glancing at the sky. Out of boredom, one of the first-level sea of consciousness cultivators turned to the third-level cultivator and asked, "Mu Tangzhu, do you truly believe there are hidden masters in Tianren City?" They had heard rumors of a mysterious musician considered a hidden master in Tianren City, but such tales had little bearing on their actions. The truth of the matter remained uncertain. Chapter 37. The melody of forgetfulness. Mu Tangzhu scoffed dismissively, saying, "Where are there any hidden masters? It is merely a case of rumors being distorted. Surely, the two of you do not genuinely believe such tales?" He was a hall master among the malevolent cultivators, while the other two black-robed individuals were mere branch masters, subordinate to him in both rank and strength. Mu Tangzhu's assertions held merit. The portly branch master chuckled in agreement, expressing indifference toward the notion of hidden masters, deeming it irrelevant to his concerns. Instead, he preferred to maintain a good relationship with the hall master, as Mu Tangzhu was the highest authority of the evil god palace in the southern region, overseeing all branches. The lean branch master, who had inquired of Mu Tangzhu, remained silent. His perspective diverged from that of Mu Tangzhu, as he believed there truly were hidden masters residing in Tianren City. Hence, he felt a twinge of fear when they spread the black blood pill, worried that such a hidden master might take offense and retaliate against him. Mu Tangzhu cast a disdainful glance at the lean branch master and declared, "Very well, Let the members of the Demon Tiger clan attract the attention of the Tianren sect and other forces while we await in silence. The Tianren sect. Qin Tian and Qin Yudi exchanged glances. The Dao Palace representatives had just reported encountering multiple mortals consuming the black blood pill on their way to the Tianren sect. The situation was more dire than they had initially imagined. Without hesitation, Qin Tian summoned numerous disciples of the Tianren sect to proceed to Tianren City and address the mortals who had ingested the black blood pill. He himself set out, determined to uncover the identity of the malevolent cultivators responsible for spreading the black blood pill. As Tianren City fell under the protection of the Tianren sect, its current predicament weighed heavily on his conscience. In the backyard, Su Yin tended to the herbs in his medicinal garden, diligently watering the plants. These were no ordinary flora, but life-saving remedies that required careful attention daily. Above him, a small red bird perched on a tree branch, its keen eyes observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed nearby, followed by a cloud of dust that startled Su Yin. He glanced towards the source of the commotion, furrowing his brow. It seemed to originate from the newly opened roast chicken shop. Could it be an ambush by someone under the influence of the black blood pill? Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Su Yin returned to the outer hall, approached the entrance, and called out, "Who is it?" Given the precarious situation in Tianren City, he had grown wary of opening the door indiscriminately, fearing yet another encounter with a character like Dr. Huang. The last time, Dr. Huang's sudden disappearance left him perplexed. He could not rely on such luck in future perilous situations. "It's me. You die," came the reply as Su Yin opened the door, ushering in Qin Yudi before swiftly closing it behind her. He turned to face her and inquired, "What brings you here so quickly?" Qin Yudi replied with a bright smile. "I've already informed my grandfather. He has gone to apprehend those who are spreading the black blood pill." Initially, she had refrained from discussing anything related to cultivators in Su Yan's presence. But after he had broached the topic, she felt less need to be evasive. After all, with the invasion of evil cultivators, it was a time of exceptional circumstances. Su Yan poured a cup of tea for Qin Yudi, her face lighting up with delight. The essence of the tea began to enhance her constitution, and she realized that since meeting Su Yin, her physical condition had improved significantly. Her cultivation talent had also soared. If she had once been considered a genius, she was now a prodigy among prodigies. In Tianren sect, no one could compare to her, and even among the younger generation of the entire southern region, few could rival her innate gifts. Su Yin also sipped his tea and remarked, "Miss Yudi, those evil cultivators are likely dangerous. If Mr. Qin Tian cannot handle them, it would be wise to avoid confrontation." He was aware that Qin Tian was Qin Yudi's grandfather and harbored doubts about his prowess as a cultivator. After all, a truly formidable practitioner would not succumb to inebriation after a mere bowl of alcohol. Nor would they play chess so poorly. It was worth noting that even a golden emperor ant could engage him for 99 rounds. Qin Yudi set her teacup down on the table, saying, "I understand, Senior Su. I have conveyed your words to my grandfather. He will exercise caution." Her heart swelled with joy, knowing that Senior Su cared for both her and her grandfather, implying his full acceptance of them. Su Yan nodded and said, "Didn't you mention wanting to hear me play the guqin? Allow me to perform a piece for you now." Given the chaotic and perilous state of Tianren City, he had no means to intervene directly. Thus, he sought to fulfill Qin Yudi's wish through music. Qin Yudi's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as she eagerly agreed, "Yes, I have been looking forward to Senior Su's melodies." She never anticipated that she would witness him play. It felt like a tremendous opportunity. Had it not been for Qin Tian's pursuit of the evil cultivators, she would have even considered calling her grandfather to join them in listening to Senior Su's performance. Seeing Qin Yudi's joyful countenance brought a smile to Su Yan's face, lifting his spirits considerably. He then retreated to the inner hall to retrieve the floating world guqin, before leading Qin Yudi to the backyard. Su Yan settled beneath the tree, his hands gliding over the strings as he began to play the worry-free melody. As the enchanting notes filled the air, Qin Yudi felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over her. Banishing all worries and sorrows from her heart in Tianren City, those who had consumed the black blood pill experienced a swift dissipation of the dark energy within them, returning to normalcy without succumbing to death. Many who had contemplated taking the black blood pill abandoned the thought in an instant, incredulous at their previous intentions. Those who had obtained the black blood pill hastily surrendered the elixir to the disciples of Tianren sect managing the situation. Within mere minutes, the entire Tianren city returned to normal, and an unusual sense of calm pervaded, dispelling the earlier panic and fear. "Third Elder, it's the sound of the guqin," Huli exclaimed, having heard the music, and in a moment of excitement, he crushed the last black blood pill in his hand. However, he paid no heed to the pill, lost in a state of rapture. The third elder of the Magic Tiger clan also closed his eyes, immersing himself in the divine melody that seemed to descend from the heavens. His earlier irritation melted away, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and contentment. Senior Su plays the guqin splendidly, akin to an ethereal being. Qin Yudi murmured, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Su Yin. She noted that every time she came to know him better, he revealed yet another facet of his extraordinary abilities. Thus far, she had recognized his prowess in calligraphy, painting, music, and tea, each skill reaching an unfathomable level of mastery. Before encountering Su Yin, she had never imagined that one individual could excel in so many domains simultaneously. It was only after meeting him that she realized it was indeed possible. There truly existed someone who could reach the pinnacle in every path. Su Yin became lost in his own world, oblivious to everything around him, fully absorbed in the music and the moment. The small red-feathered bird on the tree observed him with astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected contrast in his musical styles, yet finding them all equally captivating. Gradually, a hint of appreciation flickered in her eyes before she took flight, soaring away to distant lands. A single red feather floated down from the sky, ultimately landing beside Su Yin. In Tianren City, Qin Tian had been troubled by the matters concerning the black blood pill, but upon hearing the enchanting music that seemed to emanate from nowhere, his worries dissipated like mist. He then redoubled his efforts to locate the evil cultivators and soon discovered a quartet from the Magic Tiger clan in a narrow alleyway. Noticing the black powder on the ground and their dark attire, "I was listening to the guqin. Why did you suddenly shout? Do you think you have a loud voice?" He had been enraptured by the music, wishing to lose himself in it and forget all his troubles. Saying, "Friend, we are not evil cultivators. We have no connection to the black blood pill." He felt a sense of urgency, having momentarily forgotten that Tianren sect was actively searching for those distributing the black blood pill. Yet those with cultivation levels higher than theirs could still discern their true identity unless they had mastered special disguises or transformation techniques. Realizing their identity had been uncovered, the third elder of the Magic Tiger clan had no choice but to respond honestly. "Sect Master Qin, I am the third elder of the Magic Tiger clan. These three are elite members of our clan. We have come to Tianren City to capture a traitor among our kind. We have no involvement with the black blood pill." He refrained from mentioning that they were after a fox, aware that Qin Tian had visited Su Yan's establishment and met Su Jiwer, which might lead him to deduce their true intentions, possibly endangering their lives. Qin Tian stepped forward, his gaze cold as he focused on the black powder on Hulia's attire. He stated, "Do not attempt to deceive me. The powder on you is clearly that of the black blood pill. I advise you to speak the truth, or I will not hesitate to execute a few demons who have trespassed into Tianren sect territory." The relationship between humans and demons had always been fraught with tension, and the Magic Tiger clan had infiltrated Tianren City without the consent of Tianren sect, which governed the area. Under such circumstances, Tianren sect held the right to eradicate members of the Magic Tiger clan. Even if the Magic Tiger clan were to learn of this, they could not retaliate against Tianren sect, for it would escalate into a conflict between humans and demons, potentially igniting a war between the two races. The Magic Tiger clan was acutely aware of the consequences and dared not conceal the truth. They confessed, "Sect Master Qin, the situation is as follows. We initially came to apprehend a traitor among the demon race, but we were confronted by 3 evil cultivators who forced us to distribute the black blood pill to the people of Tianren City or face death. We had no choice. Those 3 evil cultivators were exceedingly powerful, and refusing would surely lead to our demise." At this juncture, he realized he could not hide the truth any longer. Otherwise, he would bear the stigma of being associated with the evil cultivators. Sealing his fate by confessing, there was a chance that Qin Tian might show leniency, considering the Magic Tiger clan's status as a prominent demon race in the southern region. Qin Tian furrowed his brow and asked, "Did they say anything else? What were their cultivation levels?" It was evident that evil cultivators had infiltrated Tianren City and were deliberately disseminating the black blood pill, but their motives remained unclear. However, regarding the dissemination of the black blood pill, if it were not for the resonance of the Qin, one could only wonder how many lives would have been lost. After all, apart from this miraculous sound of the Qin, there were scarcely any means to save those who had ingested the black blood pill. The third elder of the Magic Tiger clan replied candidly. They did not utter anything further, leaving behind only a few words before departing. Among the 3 of them, Two possessed a first level of consciousness, while one had reached the third level. It was precisely because he feared that third-level consciousness that he chose to spread the black blood pill. Had it been merely two first-level consciousness practitioners, he would not have felt intimidated. Upon hearing the words of the third elder, Qin Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Two first-level consciousness practitioners, alongside one third-level practitioner, constituted a formidable presence. Very few factions in the entire southern region possessed such depth. However, the fact that these three were practitioners of the dark arts made them even more challenging to confront. In which direction did those three dark practitioners depart? Qin Tian inquired further. The presence of three practitioners of consciousness undoubtedly posed a significant threat. If they remained in Tianren City, he would have no choice but to summon other top-tier forces to join him in eradicating the dark practitioners. Relying solely on Tianren's sect would not suffice to contend with such a level of adversary. They headed in that direction. Their demeanor suggested they were off to a rather pleasant place. Huli pointed towards the direction the cloaked figures had taken. His irritation towards the three dark practitioners had led him to observe them closely. Qin Tian turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Huli, which led to the foot of Tianren Mountain. This was indeed a valuable piece of information. He then added, one last question. What were the attire and appearance of those three dark practitioners? Huli believed that by answering this question, Qin Tian would let them go. Thus he strained to recall and provided a detailed description. Then, with an eager expression, he asked, Master Qin, may we leave now? Qin Tian regarded Huli with a cold smile, saying, You dare to heed the words of dark practitioners and spread the black blood pill, endangering Tianren City, and expect to simply walk away? Accompany me to meet someone. We shall see how that esteemed individual decides to handle your fate. Chapter 39. A loss not in vain. Upon hearing this, Huli was seized by fear. Did this mean they were to meet the venerable figure behind Tianren's sect who had gifted a painting to Qin Tian? He asked nervously, May I inquire, Master Qin, who is the person you intend to take us to meet? Qin Tian's eyes glinted with disdain as he replied, You are not yet worthy of knowing that elder's name. Simply follow me to meet him. What are you staring at, little shop, back courtyard? That Su Yin halted his hands. The melody concluded. He turned to Qin Yudi and inquired, How is it, Miss Qin? Did it meet your expectations? Qin Yudi gazed at Su Yin with admiration, saying, The melody you played, Senior Su, is the most enchanting and soul-stirring music I have ever heard. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed many practitioners skilled in music. Yet none, regardless of their prowess, could produce such an extraordinary composition. It seems as if this piece belongs solely to the heavens, not to this mortal realm. Su Yin chuckled, Your flattery is too much. Miss Yudi. Just as he was about to put the Qin away, he suddenly noticed a red feather beside him. The feather was stunningly beautiful, resembling a flame, alive and vibrant, unlike an inanimate object. Su Yin picked up the feather, exclaiming, What a marvelous feather! It even radiates warmth. Unbeknownst to him, it was a genuine phoenix feather, imbued with immense phoenix power. Ordinary practitioners, without the phoenix's acknowledgement, could not even touch it. Otherwise, even those at the level of consciousness would be instantly reduced to ashes. Su Yin placed the phoenix feather in his pocket and then rose to put the floating world Qin in the inner hall. He and Qin Yudi returned to the outer hall. A knock echoed once more. Who is it? Su Yin called out, still unaware of the situation outside, assuming it was the same chaos as before. Senior Su, it is Qin Tian. I require your decision on a matter. Outside the door, Qin Tian cautiously announced. The third elder of the Magic Tiger clan and Huli stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. Wasn't this the humble shop of the mortal Su Yin? Wasn't Su Yin the illegitimate son of Qin Tian? Why had Qin Tian brought them to seek Su Yin? Su Yin opened the door and was taken aback to find four figures in black standing behind Qin Tian. He recognized three of them. One had previously collapsed before him, pleading for help, only to later declare he no longer required assistance. Another had sent him two perplexing letters, both of which he had shredded and discarded. The last was the one who had shouted about a newly opened roast chicken shop across the street, which had led him to obtain a free roast chicken. As for the elderly man, he did not recognize him. The four individuals were clad in black garments, unmistakably a cohesive group. Qin Tian respectfully addressed Su Yin. Senior Su, these four have heeded the words of dark practitioners, spreading the black blood pill. How should they be dealt with? He believed that the music he had heard earlier must have been played by Senior Su, and he felt that Su Yin could not bear to watch the situation unfold, thus intervening discreetly to dissolve the crisis in Tianren City. Su Yin, somewhat bewildered, looked at Hu Li and the others in astonishment before responding to Qin Tian. You should handle this matter yourself, Mr. Qin. He was unfamiliar with the affairs of practitioners and preferred not to intervene. Mortals ought to maintain their mortal demeanor. That is the essence of being human. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Tian's gaze turned icy as he looked at the 4 members of the Magic Tiger clan, stating, "You have aided the wicked. Your crimes warrant death. However, since you have not concealed the truth upon our meeting, I shall treat you leniently. Come with me, and await your clan's kin to redeem you." He had initially contemplated executing the 3rd elder and the others, but considering the Magic Tiger clan was a leading race among the demon clans, and with the emergence of dark practitioners, they should unite against this common foe. Hence, he decided against killing Hu Li and the others, but it was still necessary to extort a hefty sum from the Magic Tiger clan, for their actions had indeed served the dark practitioners. Hu Li's gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, perpetually puzzled as to why Qin Tian addressed Su Yin as senior and showed him such profound respect. In the realm of cultivation, true respect arose only in the presence of those stronger than oneself, individuals who commanded genuine admiration. The 3rd elder of the Magic Tiger clan remained silent, recalling the earlier music and the mention of a hidden master. Suddenly realizing the truth, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that losing to the hidden expert behind Tianren sect was not unjust. "Senior Su, Tianren City has returned to its former state. I shall lead them away first, and then I must rally others to hunt down the dark practitioners." Qin Tian addressed Su Yin before swiftly departing with the foremost strategist of the Magic Tiger clan and the 3 elites. Su Yin opened the shop door and returned inside, remarking to Qin Yudi, "I did not anticipate that Mr. Qin would keep his talents concealed, resolving such a significant portion of the issue so swiftly. He had thought that the matter concerning the black blood pill would linger for quite some time, but to his surprise, Qin Tian had managed to settle it in no time." Qin Yudi felt that the restoration of Tianren City was likely not solely due to her grandfather's efforts. Reflecting on the moment she had experienced a breakthrough in swordsmanship while listening to the music in Tianren sect, she discerned that Senior Su's recent Qin performance must have played a pivotal role in saving Tianren City, quietly garnering merit and renown. The Golden Emperor ant sat on the table, its gaze fixated on the small water jar atop the counter. Within the jar, the green-haired turtle opened its eyes, locking gazes with the Golden Emperor ant. Qin Yudi did not linger, stating, "Senior Su, I must take my leave. The matter of the black blood pill has just been resolved, and my grandfather needs to seek out the dark practitioners. Someone must return to guard against those few individuals." She had initially intended to leave with Qin Tian, but had delayed her departure to spend more time with Su Yin. All right, the Yin had no objections. It was already quite commendable that cultivators like Qin Yudi could visit him frequently, given their busy schedules. After Qin Yudi departed, the Golden Emperor ant spoke up to green-haired turtle. "I did not expect to find you here." It recognized this old turtle, having even fought against it in the past, and was surprised to encounter it once more. Previously, it had not noticed the presence of the green-haired turtle in the outer hall, as its size limited visibility. Su Yin, startled by the Golden Emperor ant's words, asked, "Little Jean, do you know the green-haired turtle?" The green-haired turtle was a creature Su Yin had drawn a picture of for an elderly man at the market, who had then gifted it to him. Mentioning that he and the green-haired turtle were fated to meet at tea that time, Su Yin had found the comment rather peculiar. "Yes, this is an old turtle, aged beyond measure," replied the Golden Emperor ant. The last time it had met the green-haired turtle was a millennium ago. Chapter 40. Pain and joy intertwined. Su Yin found the situation somewhat unbelievable as he sat in a nearby chair, drawing Su Juer into his embrace. With his curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Could it be that you two share an unresolved bond, which has drawn you back together now?" "Not at all. My relationship with the green-haired turtle is purely one of enmity. We have fought before, and not just once," the Golden Emperor ant replied with a hint of indifference. The events of your no longer held any weight for it, as it had long sealed away its own powers. The green-haired turtle quietly observed the Golden Emperor ant, showing no desire to speak. In truth, it had long since recognized the presence of the Golden Emperor ant. The notion of an ant battling a turtle was indeed unprecedented. Su Yin chuckled. He could hardly fathom a scenario where an ant confronts a turtle. Given the turtle's formidable size, how could an ant possibly breach its defenses? Moreover, the habitats of turtles and ants differ significantly. This particular green-haired turtle resided solely in a fish tank. Could it be that, in times past, ants engaged in a waterborne battle against the green-haired turtle? The Golden Emperor ant, observing the silent green-haired turtle, remarked, "Master, you are unaware that this green-haired turtle has offended many in the past, pursued and attacked by countless adversaries. Were it not for its hard shell, it would have perished long ago." What he did not divulge was that the green-haired turtle of yesteryears was not the languid creature it is now. It once harbored immense ambition, instigating a grand war. In that conflict, he found himself in opposition to the green-haired turtle, and they clashed with cataclysmic ferocity. The so-called saints were nothing more than cannon fodder in that battle. Those days are behind us. Now, you are comrades, and fighting is out of the question. Su Yin spoke up, untroubled by the prospect of the Golden Emperor ant truly battling the green-haired turtle, for their current circumstances rendered such an altercation impossible. The Golden Emperor ant sighed. At this point, even if we wished to fight, we lack the strength. The green-haired turtle in its current state was clearly a far cry from its once domineering self. And he too was no longer the same. Perhaps in their past, they had not cultivated sufficiently, which had led to their rivalry. A graceful figure quietly approached the entrance of the small shop. Gazing at Su Yin within and smiling as she spoke, Su Senior, it has been quite some time. Do you still remember me? The woman was strikingly beautiful, her allure rivaling that of Qin Yudi, meriting the description of a captivating beauty. However, Su Yin felt no fondness for this individual and coldly replied, I do not recall. May I inquire who you are and what you need? He certainly remembered her. She had previously arrived with several companions, intending to abduct the little fox, only to depart unexpectedly. Now she had returned, prompting him to clutch Su Jiu'er a little tighter. Having shared a bed with Su Jiu'er these past days, he had come to regard her as family. Of course, the green-haired turtle and the Golden Emperor ant were also part of his family. With no other relatives, his pets transcended mere companionship. They were his kin. Morongyu forced a smile, recognizing that her previous attempt to take Su Jiu'er had displeased Su Yi and At that time. She had no idea Su Yin was a reclusive master. Upon discovering his true identity, she informed the Morong family, which in turn rejected the request from the Demon Tiger clan. Subsequently, the Morong family carefully deduced Su Yan's connection to the celestial human sect, confirming that the painting which allowed Qin Tian to break through at a glance was indeed the work of Su Yin. Su Yin was the reclusive master backing the celestial human sect. It was precisely because of this formidable alliance that the celestial human sect rose to prominence, becoming a true top-tier force in the southern region. The Morong family deliberated and decided to send Morongyu to forge a connection, especially since they had learned that Qin Yudi shared a close relationship with Su Yin. Given that Morongyu's beauty was on par with Qin Yudi's, they hoped she might also adopt the celestial human sect's approach to establish ties with this reclusive master, Su Yin, presenting an air of someone who felt that Morongyu owed him 5 million. Wore a frosty expression and replied coldly, Miss, unless there is something urgent, I would prefer not to be disturbed in my business. He had no desire to encounter Morongyu, whom he suspected harbored ulterior motives towards the little fox. Believing she might covet Su Jiu'er's lustrous fur for a fox fur coat, such cruel intentions were the hallmark of a venomous woman. He deemed it prudent to limit his dealings with her. Unaware of the unfavorable impression she had already made on Su Yin without having done anything yet, Morongyu steeled herself and said, Su Senior, I have heard that you are an exceptional chess player and would like to challenge you to a game. This had taken considerable effort to learn from Mu Er, a junior of Qin Yudi. Mu Er had come to know of Su Yan's prowess due to the many times Qin Yudi would return and extol his virtues after their matches, nearly wearing out her ears with praise. As the eldest daughter of the Morong family, Morongyu naturally recognized the outstanding young disciples of the celestial human sect and shared a decent rapport with Mu Er, which allowed her to gather such intelligence at a considerable cost. Su Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. Another chess match? First it was Qin Yudi, then Qin Tian, and now you? Very well. I shall not show leniency simply because you are a woman. He had gone easy on Qin Yudi during their games due to her being a lady and her sweet-talking him as she called him senior, but he had no intention of granting any mercy to Morongyu, who had designs on Su Jiu'er. He was determined to make her acutely aware of the harsh realities of the chessboard. 15 minutes later, Morongyu's complexion was somewhat pale, yet she wore a joyful smile as she said, Thank you, Su Senior, for your guidance. Had it not been for her chess match with him, which served as a baptism of the Tao, she believed it would have taken her at least another year and a half to break through to the spirit travel realm. Su Yin, taken aback, inquired, Miss, do you have a penchant for masochism? During their game, he had not held back in the slightest, instead exerting his full strength to utterly overwhelm Morongyu, leaving her without any means of resistance. Such a brutal match could elicit pleasure for the defeated. Su Senior, you jest. How could I possibly possess such a proclivity? Morongyu felt that Su Yin must have some misunderstanding about her and clarified. She had heard of certain cultivators who might have peculiarities, but she certainly did not fit that description. She was an earnest and upright cultivator, that moment. a resplendent beam of light erupted from the foot of celestial human mountain. Soaring into the heavens, the inhabitants of the entire celestial human mountain region could clearly see the luminous column, and a sense of foreboding gripped everyone. Something extraordinary was about to emerge, Su Senior. This sudden burst of light may pertain to some special occurrence. I must return immediately. Murong Yu gazed at the beam for several seconds before addressing Su Yin. Such an event resembled the emergence of a treasure, and she needed to return to inform the Murong family. Please, do as you must. Su Yin was eager for her to depart and had no intention of keeping her there. Murong Yu hastily left, seemingly anxious that the treasure might be claimed by someone else first. Su Yin stood outside the shop, watching the beam of light and mused, I wonder what it could be to warrant such a spectacle. That is the place where the chess sage transcended. The Golden Emperor Ant suddenly spoke from Su Yan's shoulder. The chess sage had been his apprentice, one who had heeded his words faithfully. Alas, in the end, the chess sage had still perished. That is the place where the chess sage transcended, and within lies the legacy of the chess sage. Memories flickered through the Golden Emperor Ant's mind. The chess sage had been a remarkable individual. Perhaps he would linger in celestial human city for an extended period, and it was likely due to the chess sage's influence. This was the chess sage's homeland, as well as the site of his transcendence. The chess sage sounds rather impressive, Su Yin remarked. Upon hearing the name, he understood that this was a chess master, but he was unsure how he would measure up against him. Master, will you not go and take a look? The Golden Emperor Ant inquired, revealing its own curiosity about who would claim the legacy of the chess sage. Would it be inappropriate for me to involve myself in such matters? Su Yin replied. After all, he was a mere mortal. What if a cultivator took a disliking to him and struck him down with a single blow? The Golden Emperor Ant reassured him, Master, it matters not. Just observe from a distance and ascertain the outcome. After many years, the opening of the chess sage's legacy cave stirred the remnants of his long dusty heart. Very well, I shall see what treasure emerges. I have yet to witness such grandeur, Yin acquiesced. He was genuinely intrigued, and with the Golden Emperor Ant's encouragement, he resolved to investigate. Yin took Su Jur and the Golden Emperor Ant with him. Departing from the small shop, along the way to the foot of celestial human mountain, a steady stream of people flowed. Not only cultivators, but also a greater number of ordinary folk from celestial human city. These mortals were drawn to the spectacle. Wherever there was excitement, people were sure to gather. The foot of celestial human mountain. 3 sinister figures from the evil god palace stood in shock. The sudden eruption of blinding light from the cave was one matter, but the emergence of a chessboard formed from the spiritual energy of the array was quite another. When the inheritance was initiated, the formation was activated, and this formation resembled a chess game. Winning the game would enable one to break the formation and enter the cave, but if the formation could not be overcome, it would persist indefinitely, shrouding the cave in a barrier of its power. Hall Master, what should we do? This chess game is utterly unwinnable. The plump captain exclaimed despondently to Mu Hall Master after suffering yet another defeat at the hands of the formation. The 3 of them had already attempted several times, barely managing to last through 10 moves, let alone break the formation. Hall Master's expression darkened as he replied sternly, those above merely stated that the chess sage's inheritance cave is here and soon to be revealed. Yet they failed to mention the uproar it would cause, nor did they indicate the presence of a chess-based formation. His frustration was palpable. He had initially intended to divert the attention of the heavenly human sect to heavenly human city using the black blood pills, ensuring their acquisition of the chess sage's inheritance would remain undisturbed. However, the inheritance itself had unleashed a beam of light, likely drawing attention from the entire heavenly human mountain region, if not beyond, rendering their elaborate plans with the black blood pills utterly futile. What troubled him further was the fact that this chess formation was insurmountable. How could one hope to win against the chess sage? Even if it were merely a formation laid out by the chess sage, its power should be less than 1/10 of the sage himself, yet it was beyond the capabilities of cultivators like them to decipher. If they ally with other powerful factions, the 3 of us won't be able to withstand them. Let us retreat to the shadows for now. If someone manages to unravel the formation, we can seize the chess sage's inheritance at the opportune moment. Mu Hall Master, left with no other choice, could only agree to a strategic withdrawal. Whoosh! Not long after Mu Hall Master and the other 2 departed, Qin Tian arrived. Gazing at the cave radiating boundless brilliance, Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment, could this be the legendary inheritance of the chess sage? He was well aware that this place had once been home to a great figure, revered as the chess sage, who possessed unparalleled talent in the art of chess. Grandfather, let us go inside and take a look, Qin Yudi chimed in eagerly. The tales of the chess sage were widely known in the vicinity of heavenly human mountain, as he represented a source of pride for their region, a figure of immense stature. Qin Tian nodded and, alongside Qin Yudi, made their way toward the cave. However, as they approached within 10 meters of the cave, the light of the formation manifested, and a chessboard appeared before them. At the side of the chessboard closest to the cave stood a semi-ethereal figure. Clearly, they needed to defeat this apparition conjured by the formation to break through. Is the test of the chess sage's inheritance simply a game of chess? Qin Tian mused with interest. It was entirely reasonable for the chess sage's inheritance to come with a trial. For surely the sage would not wish for his legacy to fall into the hands of mere fortuitous individuals lacking skill. Qin Yudi stepped forward confidently, declaring, "Let me give it a try first. Your chess skills are inferior to mine. Even I might struggle to break the formation. After all, this is a trial set by the chess sage," Qin Tian remarked with a smile that masked his concern. Although the chess sage had passed away many years ago, the legends surrounding him were plentiful, and it was common knowledge that he was the ultimate master of chess. "I am not the same as before. Do not underestimate me, grandfather," Qin Yudi replied with full confidence. She approached the chessboard and began to engage in a match against the manifestation of the formation. After a dozen moves, she was decisively defeated. Frustrated, she lamented, having studied under Su Qian for so long. How could she have made no progress? Determined, she challenged the formation again, only to suffer yet another crushing defeat. "Let me take a turn," Qin Tian offered. Noticing that Qin Yudi was no match for the opponent, he understood that his chances were likely similar, yet he felt compelled to try, just in case a miracle occurred. Unfortunately, no miracle transpired. He was soundly defeated and, feeling indignant, played 3 consecutive matches, failing to last even 20 moves in any of them. Hidden in the shadows, the 3 members of the evil god palace exchanged knowing smirks, with the plump captain mocking. This Qin Tian truly overestimates himself. How could he possibly break the formation left by the chess sage? One after another, a large number of people arrived, including members of the Morong family, but like the heavenly human sect, none could breach the formation. Jiang Taiyuan from Tianya sect also came, yet his presence was as inconsequential as if he had not come at all, as his chess skills were inferior even to Qin Tian's, leading to his own swift defeat. Leaders from the Bian sect, the top disciple of Yaowang Valley, and the head of Xintian's sword sect followed, with numerous powerful figures from the southern region gathering at the foot of heavenly human mountain. Yet, despite the throngs of people, none could penetrate the formation. "Old Qin, do you have any way to break this formation?" Jiang Taiyuan leaned closer to Qin Tian, inquiring quietly. He was aware of the close ties between the heavenly human sect and Su Yan, believing they might yield significant results. Qin Tian replied curtly, "This is the chess sage's trial. What can I possibly do? I am only marginally better than you. In the presence of the chess sage, I am nothing. If he could break the formation, he would have done so long ago. There would have been no need to wait until now." Jiang Taiyuan smiled mysteriously and suggested quietly, "Old Qin, why not call Su Qian? With his chess skills, breaking the chess sage's formation should be a piece of cake." Having played chess with Su Yin before, he felt the pressure of facing the formation's manifestation was significantly greater. Not even on the same level, if Su Yin were to play against the manifestation, success would be guaranteed. Hearing Jiang Taiyuan's words, Qin Yudi cautioned, "Grandfather Jiang, we must not disturb Su Qian. With so many people here, and Su Qian being a reclusive master, he likely prefers to avoid such crowded and noisy places." She believed that if it were Su Yin, he could easily dismantle the chess sage's formation. But the issue was that Su Qian might be an even more powerful reclusive master than the chess sage himself. Why would he come to break a formation? Moreover, with so many people here making such a racket, even she found it unappealing, let alone a reclusive master. Indeed, Rain Butterfly thinks ahead. No wonder she has such a good relationship with Su Qian, Jiang Taiyuan remarked with a hint of envy. He was well aware that Qin Yudi and Su Yan's bond had been growing closer, even to the point where Su Yan attended her birthday celebration, which filled him with longing as he dreamed of cultivating a good relationship with Su Yan. Not at all my relationship with Su Qian is quite ordinary, Qin Yudi replied, her face flushing slightly as she denied it. She was not so conceited as to think that a reclusive master of Su Qian's caliber would hold her in any particular regard. Only to lose within 10 moves without any resistance. We are discussing how to break the formation, yet we cannot seem to devise any effective strategies, Qin Tian replied, his smile thinly veiling his irritation. He had no particular relationship with the master of the Bian sect. In fact, the Bian sect had previously suppressed the heavenly human sect until he ascended to the second level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, after which they had become more compliant. The trial left by the chess sage is exceedingly challenging. It seems that no one in the southern region can break it, the master of the Bian sect sighed. This is the chess sage's inheritance. Even without thinking too hard, one can deduce it is a significant opportunity, surely containing valuable treasures. If no one from the southern region can break it, perhaps a few esteemed figures could give it a try. A clear, melodious voice rang out, drawing the attention of countless individuals who turned to see several young people parting the crowd. They were from the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace was not a faction of the southern region, and theoretically, their disciples should not interfere in southern region affairs. However, when treasures emerged, how could they remain indifferent? Moreover, they had just heard that this was the inheritance of the chess sage, which was certainly no ordinary treasure. A few friends from the Dao Palace are welcome to give it a try, Qin Yudi said generously. The Dao Palace was a dominant force outside the southern region, far surpassing the heavenly human sect and any other faction within the southern region. Allowing members of the Dao Palace to attempt the trial posed no risk, as the chess sage's formation would not be so easily broken. Go for it, brother Jiang. One of the Dao Palace disciples cheered for Jiang. Among them, Jiang was undoubtedly the strongest, and sending him to break the formation represented their best hope. If even Jiang failed, then the other members, including Yun Yao, would have no chance. The formation left by the chess sage is not so easily broken. I merely wish to experience the chess sage's prowess, and I do not dare to entertain thoughts of dismantling this formation, Jiang replied with a smile. He was modest by nature, which endeared him to the Dao Palace disciples. Yet, he was also keenly aware of his aspirations for recognition, but as a mere follower of a holy son, he lacked the means to showcase his talents and needed to develop in secrecy. Many of the prominent figures from the southern region watched as Jiang played against the manifestation of the formation, feeling a mix of admiration and surprise. Jiang's chess skills far surpassed those of the southern region's top figures, managing to compete for 30 moves before ultimately losing. Brother Jiang, are you all right? Yun Yao approached Jiang with concern. In the Dao Palace, countless disciples admired her, yet she had long had her heart set on Jiang. Stepping away from the chessboard, Jiang chuckled ruefully. My chess skills are inadequate. I am no match for the formation left by the esteemed chess sage. Chapter 43. The polite young disciple with a smile gracing his face. Qin Tian remarked, young friend Jiang, it is truly remarkable that at such a tender age you are able to engage in a game against the formation left by the chess sage for 30 rounds. Surpassing us old-timers by a significant margin, he had endured countless defeats at Su Yan's hands, believing his chess skills had greatly improved, only to find himself outmatched by this disciple of the Dao Palace. Jiang shook his head, responding, I have cherished the game of chess since my youth, studying the art under the holy son of our Dao Palace, yet I have yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. The holy son he followed was exceptionally gifted in the realm of chess, which allowed him to learn a great deal. As he surveyed the crowd, he exclaimed, Oh, Mr. Qin Tian and Miss Yu Dai are also present. At that moment, Su Yan, who had been wandering around the periphery, noticed Qin Tian and Qin Yu Dai and approached them. He thought little of it, assuming that those accompanying Qin Tian and Qin Yu Dai were merely minor disciples. Thus he felt no need to be overly formal. Qin Yu Dai was the first to spot Su Yan and, filled with delight, greeted him, Senior Su, what brings you here? She had presumed that Su Yan would not venture into such a crowded and bustling place, but was pleasantly surprised by his presence. Su Yan replied with a smile, at this hour, everyone seems to be gathered here. The shop is devoid of business, so I thought I would come to see who might be fortunate enough to acquire treasures. His gaze fell upon the radiant cave and the individuals engaged in the formation before it, feeling a sense of astonishment that they were indeed playing chess. Upon seeing Su Yan, Qin Tian quickly approached and respectfully said, Mr. Qin Tian, are those individuals playing chess? He found it somewhat amusing that these people had traveled such a distance only to engage in a game where they were so overwhelmingly outmatched, with most performing even worse than Qin Tian and Qin Yu Dai. Qin Tian replied, Indeed, that is a chess game left by the chess sage, and no one has been able to break it. He knew in his heart that apart from Senior Su, no one in the entire southern region could dismantle this formation. Senior Su. Zhang Taiyuan also approached, his voice tinged with excitement. He had long wished to cultivate a good relationship with Su Yan. Not recognizing Su Yan, he could not comprehend why two practitioners would treat a mere mortal with such deference. It seemed quite extraordinary. The leader of the Bian sect scrutinized Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan, particularly when that individual was a young mortal. Could it be that he was the illegitimate son of some prominent figure, secretly residing in Tianren City under Qin Tian's care? The eldest disciple of the Medicine King Valley approached Su Yan. Clasping his fists in greeting, "I am the eldest disciple of the Medicine King, and I salute you, Senior Su." Like Zhang Taiyuan, he was a practitioner of the first layer of the Sea of Consciousness. And regardless of how he viewed Su Yan, he could only see him as an ordinary man. However, his disbelief that a mere mortal could evoke such awe from two cultivators compelled him to come and offer his respects. Su Yan turned to the Medicine King's eldest disciple with a smile, saying, "Greetings. My name is Su Yan." As the young man approached, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, clearly indicating that he was well versed in the art of medicine. Having already transcended into the realm of the extraordinary in his understanding of medicinal practices, capable of transforming the ordinary into the miraculous, he felt a sense of kinship with this fellow practitioner. The Medicine King's eldest disciple hesitated briefly before asking, "Where does Senior Su practice?" Sensing Su Yan's goodwill towards him, he felt encouraged to inquire directly to Su Yan, aware that the young man likely perceived him as a practitioner. Responded candidly, "I reside in Tianren City, where I sell items I carve and paint, and pass my time sipping tea when I feel bored." Many mortals felt a loss of dignity in the presence of cultivators. Unable to lift their heads, yet he did not share this sentiment. Regardless of whether the other party was a cultivator or not, as long as they treated him with respect, he would reciprocate. If they were disrespectful, he saw no need to ingratiate himself. Flattering cultivators was not his style. Though he appeared indifferent to fame and fortune, this demeanor was merely a reflection of the helplessness of being an ordinary person. He once harbored grand ambitions to make a mark in this world, only to be harshly reminded by reality. As a mortal unable to cultivate, he had developed a carefree disposition, yet he would not stoop to flattering cultivators. Tianren City. The Medicine King's eldest disciple pondered for a moment, contemplating a possibility, and smiled. "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit you with my master, Senior Su." His master, of course, was the owner of the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King. Those surrounding them were taken aback by the Medicine King's eldest disciple's words. It was well known that the Medicine King's prowess in the realm of alchemy was unparalleled in the southern region. And his spiritual cultivation was equally top-tier, making him a significant figure in the area. The Medicine King had been in seclusion for many years, having not stepped out of the Medicine King Valley for over a decade. With all affairs being managed by his eldest disciple, now, the fact that the Medicine King's eldest disciple stated he would visit Su Yan with the Medicine King was indeed explosive news. Many began to speculate about Su Yan's identity, with some astute observers connecting the painting gifted by Qin Yu Dai during Qin Tian's banquet and the earlier appearance of the melodious zither to Su Yan. Coupled with Qin Tian and Zhang Taiyuan's attitudes towards him, an answer became evident. This Senior Su was the reclusive master many in Tianren City suspected to be the one who played the zither. With this realization, the leader of the Bian sect approached Su Yan with palpable excitement, calling out from a distance, "I am Jibian, the leader of the Bian sect, and I salute you." Senior Su. He contemplated how he might cultivate a good rapport with this reclusive master, noting how Qin Tian had directly broken through from the first to the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness after acquiring a painting from Senior Su, while he himself had remained stuck at the first layer for over a decade. Lin Yin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He observed that these cultivators were quite polite, consistently addressing him as senior. However, he also understood that they were likely all minor practitioners from the vicinity of Tianren Mountain. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to treat an ordinary person with such kindness. The head of the Morong family could no longer remain aloof and hurried over, declaring, "Senior Su, I am Morong Hai, and I have long admired your esteemed name." Witnessing others approach Su Yan, he felt compelled to do the same. Otherwise, if other factions secured Su Yan's support while the Morong family remained isolated, they would be in peril. Chapter 44. An increasingly elaborate display of deference. Morong. Su Yan regarded Morong Hai, recalling the Morong Yu who had attempted to capture Su Jiu'er. He tightened his embrace around Su Jiu'er and inquired, "Do you know Morong Yu?" Noticing a slight resemblance between Morong Hai and Morong Yu, coupled with their shared surname, he posed the question. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Morong Hai's heart sank, and he replied, "Morong Yu is my daughter. I wonder if she has offended you in any way, Senior Su?" He glanced at Su Jiu'er in Su Yan's arms, feeling anxious. The Morong family had come to realize Su Yan's status as the reclusive master behind the Tianren sect after Morong Yu's return, which had left them uneasy. He had refrained from approaching Su Yan earlier due to the matter involving Su Jiu'er, and now he regretted having accepted the commission from the Magic Tiger clan to capture her. She would not have been so frightened in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze turned icy in an instant, his smile vanishing as he stated, "Murong Yu has had her eye on my pet more than once. If you desire a fox, you may purchase one. There is no need to resort to such underhanded tactics to seize another's companion." He felt it necessary to clarify this matter to prevent Murong Yu from attempting to take Su Jue again. Furthermore, with Qin Tian and Qin Yu Dai present, their presence would lend some weight to his words. Murong Hai's voice trembled as he replied, "Senior Su, that was merely a misunderstanding. The Murong family would never dare to covet your pet." The man before him exuded an air of unfathomable depth, undeniably a true reclusive master. Should he provoke the ire of such an individual, the Murong family would face dire consequences. Seeing that Murong Hai's attitude was sincere in acknowledging his mistake, Su Yin softened his tone, saying, "If that is truly the case, then it is well that it is wrong to seize another's companion. For to many, a pet is akin to family. Do you understand?" He found a peculiar satisfaction in imparting wisdom to cultivators, especially when they did not contest his words. One must ask, in all of Tianren City, which mortal could reprimand cultivators? Who but he could claim such a distinction? As Murong Hai sensed that Su Yin did not intend to pursue the matter further, his anxious heart began to ease, and he said, "Senior Su, your admonition is most apartment. I, Murong Hai, shall remember your words." He would no longer dare to accept commissions from demon clans so casually, for the pursuit of a mere spirit-grade treasure had nearly led the Murong family to ruin. A cost far too great. Su Yin nodded, stating, "It is good that you recognize your mistake. The ability to acknowledge one's faults and amend them is a virtue of the highest order." At this moment, he had finally resolved the matter of Murong Yu targeting Su Jue, and the knot in his heart began to unravel. Chang Di's gaze flickered as he observed the leaders of the various powers from the southern domain showing utmost respect before Su Yin. It dawned on him that Su Yin must indeed be the reclusive sage from Tianren City. However, he couldn't help but wonder just how formidable this hidden master truly was. With a sense of curiosity, he approached Su Yin and respectfully introduced himself, saying, "Senior Su, I am Chang Di, a disciple of the Dao Palace." Unable to discern Su Yan's true cultivation level, he refrained from speculating about the realm Su Yin might belong to, but he was certain that Su Yin surpassed the so-called prominent figures of the southern domain. Perhaps he was on par with the esteemed figures of their Dao Palace. He mused, "Disciple of the Dao Palace?" Su Yin had not heard of the Dao Palace, but upon hearing the term disciple, he realized that Chang Di was merely a novice cultivator, perhaps still uninitiated. Therefore, appreciating the initiative Chang Di took to greet him, Su Yin encouraged him, saying, "No need to worry. With hard work, you will undoubtedly shed the identity of a disciple." Chang Di was taken aback by Su Yan's words, which suggested that he would soon transcend his status as a disciple. How terrifying! He realized that Su Yin was even more powerful than he had imagined. Viewing the Dao Palace as inconsequential and regarding the identity of a Dao Palace disciple as not a mark of honor, but rather a burden that diminished one's status. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, Senior Su, for your words of wisdom. I will certainly strive to improve my cultivation." Behind him, Yun Yao and other Dao Palace disciples watched Chang Di's profound respect for Su Yin and recognized they had encountered a truly remarkable hidden master. Several Dao Palace disciples bent their bodies in reverence and spoke in unison, "Disciples of the Dao Palace, pay respects to Senior Su." Su Yin was astonished by the grand display of respect from Yun Yao and the others. Why was each one bowing more deeply than the last? He quickly interjected, "No need for such formalities. You are all disciples of the Dao Palace. Let us work hard together." The politeness exhibited by these cultivators made him feel somewhat bashful. Fortunately, the crowd surrounding them comprised disciples from various factions, and those mortals who recognized Su Yin were unable to enter. Otherwise, they would surely be dumbfounded to witness such deference shown to him by a group of cultivators. Standing tall, Yun Yao affirmed, "We will certainly remember your words, Senior." They felt fortunate to have encountered a hidden master during their training in the southern domain, and the encouragement from a seemingly unknown sage filled them with immense confidence for their future cultivation. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yan's gaze returned to the chessboard within the formation. Hesitating for a moment, he asked Qin Tian and the others, "Mr. Qin Tian and esteemed friends, may I partake in the next game?" His intention was to inquire whether he, as a mere mortal, could participate in this endeavor. However, Qin Tian and the others evidently interpreted his words differently, believing that Su Yin, unable to bear their continued struggle with the formation, was preparing to take matters into his own hands. "Please, Senior," they urged eagerly. The prominent figures from the various powers in the southern domain were exhilarated, finally able to witness Su Yin, the hidden master. Approaching the semi-ethereal chessboard, Su Yin regarded the embodiment of the formation across from him with a sense of wonder. Yet, his greater interest lay in the game itself. If those cultivators had proven inadequate against this embodiment, it must be exceptionally strong, which only heightened his anticipation. "You may begin," he urged. The others were filled with admiration as they observed Su Yin allowing the embodiment to make the first move. This was the confidence and assurance of a true master. The embodiment understood Su Yan's intention and promptly made its move without hesitation. It would not show any leniency but would adhere to the rules. Su Yin, too, did not hold back, commencing the match with vigor. However, after just 15 moves, the outcome was clear. Su Yin had won, and the embodiment had lost. Only 15 moves had transpired. As the embodiment gradually dissipated, Qin Tian and the others were left in a state of shock. The formation that had left them at a standstill had been so effortlessly shattered. This was Senior Su, a genuine hidden master. Chang Di, witnessing the dissolution of the embodiment, remarked, "Senior Su's cultivation is likely far superior to that of our Dao Palace elders." His journey of training had opened his eyes to the reality of the vastness beyond human comprehension. Yun Yao approached Chang Di and whispered, "To think such an esteemed master resides hidden within a small city in the southern domain. It's utterly unexpected." At the same time, she was curious about Su Yan's true age. As he appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps around 20 years old, Chang Di mused, "A true hidden master is such. They have transcended the trivialities of time, or perhaps they are comprehending the essence of the supreme path. In any case, the thoughts of a hidden master are beyond our reckoning." His demeanor had matured significantly, evolving from a facade of modesty to genuine humility, for he had encountered the most unassuming individual of all. The hidden master Su Yin, Qin Tian, noticing that the formation still persisted, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! The formation has not vanished. It has not been broken." No sooner had he spoken than the chessboard returned to its original state, and a more solidified embodiment of the formation emerged. The master of the 100 transformations gate, Ji Baibian, exclaimed in astonishment, "There is a second round to the formation test." Having struggled with the first game, he was now faced with the prospect of an even stronger opponent. "Another round? Perfect. I wasn't quite satisfied with the last one," Su Yin replied with a smile. Having previously found the embodiment not particularly formidable, it was all but inconsequential. With a single move, his Dao intent surged forth, swiftly overwhelming the opponent. By the 20th move, the embodiment faced defeat once more. The formation remained intact, and everyone maintained their composure, awaiting the appearance of the next embodiment. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the chessboard reset, and an embodiment nearly fully materialized appeared. Perched upon Su Yan's shoulder, the Golden Emperor ant bore a complex expression. This embodiment mirrored the appearance of the chess sage, and its strategy was one he had personally taught, having scolded the chess sage countless times for his ignorance. Now, he had no opportunity to voice his criticisms. The chess sage would never hear his words again. The third embodiment was stronger than the combined strength of the first two, engaging Su Yin in a battle that lasted until the 30th move before succumbing. This time, both the embodiment and the chessboard vanished, signaling the formation's defeat. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. The chess sage's formation test had been broken, and the inheritance was now fully unlocked. Yet, no one rushed forward in a frenzy, no one acted foolishly. For the one who had shattered the formation was a hidden master, his cultivation unfathomably deep, perhaps even surpassing that of the chess sage. If such a figure were to pursue the chess sage's legacy, they had no chance whatsoever. With a resounding boom, the cave radiated an even more resplendent glow, and soon after, the stone door shattered, allowing a chessboard to soar forth at great speed. The chessboard hovered before Su Yin, emitting a dazzling brilliance, and upon it were inscribed 4 characters: Heaven and Earth Chessboard. Utilizing the universe as a chessboard and all living beings as pieces, this was undoubtedly the path of the Golden Emperor Ant. And as the disciple of the Golden Emperor Ant, the chess sage naturally followed in his master's footsteps. With the assistance of the Golden Emperor Ant, the Heaven and Earth chessboard was forged and became the chess sage's weapon. In his prime, the chess sage was a true powerhouse, possessing grand ambitions and yearning to step into the legendary realm. Alas, he ultimately met with failure. Even the Golden Emperor Ant had not been able to witness the chess sage's final moments, which remained a shared regret between them. Su Yin regarded the chessboard floating before him and remarked earnestly, "This chessboard appears impressive, but it seems inferior to my own." His own chessboards, tea sets, brushes, musical instruments, carving knives, and so forth were all rewards from the system. He was uncertain of their precise rank, but they felt superior to the chessboard before him, known as the Divine Fallen Chessboard. Qin Tian, Jiang Taiyuan, Ji Baibian, Morong Hai, Chang Di, and the chief disciple of the Medicine King all watched Su Yin with bated breath, excitement, and anticipation. They were unsure whether Su Yin would choose to keep the chessboard for himself or offer it to another. But they all understood the significance of the heaven and earth chessboard. It was the weapon of the chess sage, a quasi-divine artifact. Such an object could incite a storm throughout the entire Mu province. If news of the heaven and earth chessboard spread today, the entire region would be set ablaze with fervor, as the radiant glow from the cave faded. Those who had yet to arrive at Tianren mountainside upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the light. Smiling as he said, "Miss Yudi, you often come to play chess with me and must have a fondness for the art. I would like to give this chessboard to you." Having already acquired a chessboard, he saw no further use for this one and decided to present it to Qin Yudi. Qin Yudi stared at Su Yin in astonishment, struggling to believe what she had just heard. This was a quasi-divine artifact, the weapon of the chess sage, and Senior Su was so casually bestowing it upon her. Qin Tian, both surprised and delighted, urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly thank Senior Su." This was a significant gesture, as it represented something extraordinary bestowed upon Qin Yudi in front of so many witnesses. If they were to seize the heavenly and earthly chessboard for themselves, then others could easily take it back. However, if it is bestowed by Senior Su, then no one else would dare to claim it, as that would be tantamount to slapping Senior Su in the face. One might wonder, with 100-fold courage, would they dare to offend Senior Su? Even with 1,000 times the audacity, they would never dare. Under the urging of Qin Tian, Qin Yudai took the heavenly and earthly chessboard from Su Yan's hands, her heart still brimming with anxiety and excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an unusual light as she said, "Thank you, Senior Su. Your great kindness will be forever etched in my memory." Su Yin chuckled and replied, "You lot are far too serious. It is merely a chessboard, not some precious artifact. There is no need for such gravity." He mused inwardly that these young cultivators were rather naive. Making such a fuss over a chessboard was laughable. Were there great cultivators present, they would likely not even cast a glance. Chang Di gazed at the nonchalant Su Yin, her heart filled with awe as she remarked, hardly able to believe its authenticity. What she held was, astonishingly, a quasi-divine artifact, a treasure once belonging to the chess sage. The golden emperor ant perched on Su Yan's shoulder, observing as he passed the chessboard to Qin Yudai. Offering no objection, the chess sage had long since fallen, and the chessboard likely contained his legacy. Su Yan's action could be seen as finding a successor for the chess sage. Qin Tian urged, "Quickly, leave your spiritual mark." Once a cultivator reaches the realm of spiritual awareness, they can cultivate their spiritual consciousness, which can be inscribed upon artifacts, establishing a unique bond that allows for mastery over them. This is the essence of artifact recognition. Qin Yudai nodded, allowing her spiritual awareness to enter the heavenly and earthly chessboard, inscribing her mark. Henceforth, the chessboard would be her treasure. Alas! Someone sighed, lamenting that such a quasi-divine artifact, truly an invaluable treasure, had fallen into the hands of a mere girl, and they could not even attempt to seize it. Others expressed regret, wishing they had built a rapport with Su Yin earlier. For then the chessboard could have been theirs. Still, others understood that the rise of the Tianren sect was unstoppable, destined to reach an unimaginable height, all due to the support of the reclusive master Su Yin. At that moment, 3 figures burst forth from a distant corner, targeting the heavenly and earthly chessboard. They were none other than the Wood Master of the Evil God Palace and the 2 leaders of the Fat and Thin factions. Just as Qin Yudai had recognized her ownership, many had grown disheartened and lowered their guard, making it the perfect opportunity for the 3 to strike. "Why Yudai? Be careful!" Qin Tian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he charged at the 3 evil cultivators. He had never anticipated their lurking presence, nor this sudden ambush. "Get lost!" the Wood Master shouted, sending Qin Tian flying with a single palm strike. He and the leaders of the Fat and Thin factions then attacked Qin Yudai in a pincer movement. At this moment, the other cultivators reacted, rushing forward to encircle the 3 evil cultivators. Evil cultivators were the common enemy of all cultivators, and their audacity to attack was an affront and a humiliation. They were all prominent figures of the southern region. Could they truly afford to lose face? The golden emperor ant returned to Su Yan's shoulder, a minuscule divine pattern vanishing from its body. However, this had little effect on him, as he possessed an abundance of divine patterns. Although releasing even a hint of power required unraveling a divine pattern, there was no imminent risk of depletion. In a bid to impress Su Yin, Murong Hai boldly shouted at the three evil cultivators on the ground, "You audacious evil cultivators, how dare you brazenly commit murder under the broad daylight? You deserve nothing less than death." The earlier assault had clearly targeted Qin Yudai, and Su Yan's close connection to her prompted Murong Hai to estimate that by being the first to confront the evil cultivators, he would earn Su Yan's approval. What is happening? Su Yan was still trying to grasp the situation, having just witnessed the sudden appearance of three individuals attempting to assault Qin Yudai, only to be sent flying moments later, now surrounded by a throng. Hearing Murong Hai's reprimand, he realized that these three were indeed evil cultivators. The wave of apprehension washed over him. How had he almost unwittingly become embroiled in the conflict between the evil cultivators and these righteous cultivators? Qin Tian first checked that Qin Yudai was unharmed before turning to Su Yin and apologizing. "Thank you for your timely assistance, Senior Su." When he had been struck and sent flying by the Woodmaster, he had felt a chill of despair, knowing that the evil cultivator possessed the cultivation of the third level of the Sea of Awareness, while none among them had the power to counter such a sudden attack. Just as he was in dire straits, he had seen a golden light erupt from Su Yin, toppling the three evil cultivators. Qin Yudai also regained her composure, bowing to Su Yin and saying, "Had it not been for your timely intervention, Senior Su, I might have faced dire consequences. Your kindness I shall forever remember. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would never refuse that moment." She regarded Su Yin not merely as a benevolent reclusive master, but as a lifesaver who had granted her a significant favor. Su Yin glanced at the golden emperor ant on his shoulder. A hint of confusion flickered in Qin Tian's eyes as he replied, "Cultivators from the Tianren sect? I know a few." He was uncertain whether Su Yin was aware that both he and Qin Yudai were cultivators of the Tianren sect, as neither had mentioned this to Su Yin, who seemed indifferent to such matters. Qin Yudai then asked, "Has a cultivator from the Tianren sect offended you, Senior Su?" Cultivators from the Tianren sect frequently visited Tianren City. He wishes to participate in the Tianren sect's disciple assessment. If you happen to know any cultivators from the Tianren sect, could you ask them to keep an eye on him? His name is Jiang Li. Where those who offered monetary gifts had a greater chance of passing, whereas those who did not might find the assessors indifferent. Given Jiang Li's circumstances, it was evident that he lacked the means to provide such gifts. It would be a pity if he were eliminated for that reason. Thus, he mentioned Jiang Li to Qin Tian and Qin Yudai, hoping to provide even a modicum of assistance. Qin Tian responded, "Understood, I grasp your intent, Senior Su." This was a trivial matter, merely a young man aspiring to join the Tianren sect. The Tianren sect recruited many disciples each year, and naturally, some would be lacking in merit. Said, "Senior Su, I have dealt with these three evil cultivators for you. Please decide their fate." Chapter 47. The true power of the fox hiding behind the tiger. Su Yin looked at the three battered figures in black robes and inquired, hoping to draw our attention so they could secretly obtain the chess sage's legacy. They had just thoroughly interrogated the three evil cultivators, extracting the reasons for their presence and their attempt to distribute the black blood pills. At this moment, the Woodmaster regarded Su Yin with immense trepidation. He had almost succeeded, only to be struck down by a golden light, and he had not even seen Su Yin make any discernible move. It was truly terrifying. Few could rival this individual, even within the evil god palace. The thin master felt a profound sense of frustration, having always believed in the existence of reclusive masters. Now that the Woodmaster had finally accepted this truth, it was too late. That Su Yin mused, "You have harmed many with your black blood pills. In my homeland, such actions would warrant execution." He paused, then addressed Qin Tian and the others, "You handle this matter." After a brief moment, a chilling and heart-wrenching scream pierced the AI. It was abundantly clear that the three malevolent cultivators had met their demise. These sinister beings, akin to rats scurrying across the street, have long been the target of universal disdain and hatred. Once captured, they are typically executed on the spot. The demise of the Woodmaster was particularly humiliating. Had it not been for the golden light unleashed by that enigmatic recluse, which severely injured him and rendered him powerless, there was no way a few first- and second-tier cultivators could have slain him. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, he felt a pang of regret for not heeding the advice of the thin helmsman. Qin Tian, Ji Baibian, Murong Hai, the esteemed disciple of the Medicine King, and Jiang Taiyuan returned, all addressing Su Yin. "Senior Su, the evil cultivators have been dealt with." Their voices were tinged with excitement and disbelief. The three formidable sinister cultivators, one of whom was a third-tier master, presumably the leader of the malevolent faction in the southern region, had been eradicated in one fell swoop. The southern region would surely experience a period of relative peace. Your handling of the matter was fair and commendable, Su Yin praised, then added, the commotion has subsided. I shall take my leave now. You may enjoy yourselves at your leisure. The formation here had been dismantled, the malevolent cultivators eliminated, and the treasure, the celestial chessboard, had already been entrusted to Qin Yudi. There was no further business for him, and it was time to depart. Allow me to see you off. Senior Su, Qin Yudi said, cradling the chessboard in her arms. She had yet to open her sea of consciousness. Otherwise, such a quasi-divine artifact could be stored within it. Very well, Su Yin did not decline. Given the multitude of cultivators present, it would be troublesome if someone took a dislike to him and caused trouble. Having a fellow cultivator accompany him would mitigate such risks. Qin Tian, witnessing Qin Yudi following Su Yin. This was, in essence, a display of power through association, and he relished the feeling. Chang Di assured Qin Zhengzhu that he would never divulge what transpired today. As an outsider to the southern region, he felt the need to express his commitment first, for he was the one most likely to leak information. The other disciples of the Dao Palace, including Yun Yao, echoed their promises to keep the matter of the chess saint's legacy a secret. They had no intention of speaking out, knowing that Senior Su's profound cultivation made it perilous for anyone to spread rumors. Bai Bian surveyed the disciples of the Bai Bian sect around him and warned, I will ensure my disciples are well behaved. Should anyone dare to divulge the events of today, I will annihilate their entire family. The Bai Bian sect was not represented solely by him. Some disciples had accompanied him, and it was crucial to maintain order among them. Otherwise, should an indiscreet disciple boast about today's events, it could lead the Bai Bian sect into irreparable ruin. Old Qin, you can rest assured, I will certainly keep quiet. Jiang Taiyuan said with a smile. He had not brought any disciples, so he felt no concern about loose tongues, feeling remarkably at ease. Others from various factions hurriedly affirmed their commitment to silence, wary of offending Qin Tian and the formidable Senior Su behind him. Qin Tian nodded, satisfied, and said, I have great trust in all of you, and I believe Senior Su feels similarly. Please do not disappoint him. In the end, he made sure to invoke Su Yan's name. This was not merely excessive caution. The significance of quasi-divine artifacts was paramount. Should the information truly leak, chaos would ensue across Mu Prefecture and beyond. A calamity that no single Tianren sect could withstand. After further assurances from the various factions, admiration for Qin Tian filled the air, with Jiang Taiyuan wistfully noting, Old Qin, you've truly risen to prominence. Do take good care of me in the future. He held no jealousy toward Qin Tian, as they had been good friends for many years, yet envy was inevitable. Qin Tian had surpassed him in status and cultivation in less than a month, prompting reflections on the advantages of having powerful allies. If only he could find a recluse like Senior Su to serve as his backing, life would be much easier. However, he understood that such encounters were exceedingly rare. A figure like Senior Su might not even exist again in the southern region or Mu Prefecture. Qin Zhengzhu, from now on, the southern region shall recognize you as its leader, Bai Bian remarked, begrudgingly. Once rivals to the Tianren sect, the Bai Bian sect could no longer be compared to it. Qin Tian felt a surge of satisfaction, laughing heartily, Oh, not at all, I, Qin Tian, am unworthy of such accolades. The peace of the southern region will require the collective efforts of us all. Chapter 48. Overthinking Su Yin observed Qin Yudi, who had accompanied him to his quaint little shop, and inquired, Lady Yudi, do you not need to return home? He placed Su Juer and the Golden Emperor ant on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped while regarding Qin Yudi. She hesitated before responding. Senior Su, may I leave the celestial chessboard in your care? Unable to store the celestial chessboard in her sea of consciousness and feeling uneasy about placing it elsewhere, she concluded that Su Yan's abode was the safest option. Even the most audacious thief would hesitate to steal from Senior Su's shop. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, asking, Why leave it with me? You could take it home and play chess with Old Qin. I have my own chess set. You could simply use it if you wish to play here. Unaware of the celestial chessboard's status as a quasi-divine artifact, he did not grasp the immense temptation it posed to cultivators. Even if outsiders dared not steal the celestial chessboard from the Tianren sect, there could be those within who might attempt to pilfer it. In the face of quasi-divine artifacts, all friendships seemed fragile. Qin Yudi murmured, It's inconvenient to take it home. I fear it might be stolen. If it remains with Senior Su, such a thing would surely not happen. She felt acutely aware of her own vulnerability. Senior Su had already bestowed the celestial chessboard upon her, yet she was still imposing on him. However, having recently advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit travel realm, and with the prospect of visiting Senior Su to comprehend the principles of Tao, she was confident she could open her sea of consciousness within a few years. In the past, she would have lacked confidence in achieving this within decades, but knowing Senior Su had transformed the impossible into the possible. All right, I suppose nothing has ever been stolen from my shop, Su Yin conceded after a moment's thought. Previously indifferent to the matter, he suddenly realized that his little shop had never attracted thieves. Even when he occasionally left the door ajar, he had never encountered theft. He had always believed this was due to the high character of the Tianren city inhabitants, but Qin Yudi's remarks made him reconsider. Even cultivators were wary of theft, suggesting that thieves were indeed numerous. Thank you, Senior Su. Upon hearing Su Yan's agreement, Qin Yudi's spirit soared. Leaving the celestial chessboard with Senior Su ensured that it would remain safe. Once her cultivation advanced and she opened her sea of consciousness, she could retrieve it and utilize it for defense in times of danger. And no need for thanks. I'm simply storing your item. Nothing of great consequence, Su Yin replied after finishing his tea. The flavor was delightful. He brewed tea daily, believing it beneficial for health and longevity. As a mortal, one should cherish their body, for they do not live as long as those cultivators. If he did not strive to prolong his life, the gap between mortals and cultivators would only widen. Suddenly, Qin Yudi recalled Su Yan's comments before the Chess Saint's cave regarding Jiang Li and asked, Senior Su, in 3 days, the Tianren sect will be recruiting disciples. Will you be attending? She was uncertain whether Su Yin was aware of her affiliation with the Tianren sect, and she hesitated to disclose it. Fearing that Su Yin might not wish to associate with disciples of the sect, I'll see how things unfold. If I have nothing on that day, I may attend to observe Jiang Li's test. Su Yin replied that Jiang Li is quite resilient. If he becomes a cultivator, he will undoubtedly put forth great effort. He genuinely hoped Jiang Li would succeed in his cultivation, as it would also signify that Jiang Li's mother had finally found relief. I will personally speak with the cultivators responsible for recruiting disciples in the Tianren sect and ensure Jiang Li is accepted. Qin Yudi declared with conviction, aware that as the daughter of the sect leader and the sect's foremost talent, it was exceedingly simple for her to facilitate someone's entrance into the sect. However, she had never acted in such a manner before and despised those who relied on connections or took shortcuts. Yet, when it came to Senior Su's request, she felt differently. Double standards. Who hasn't had their share? Su Yin, however, shook his head and replied, there is no need for such measures. If Jiang Li lacks the talent for cultivation, he should not be admitted to the Tianren sect, for that would only harm him. I merely hope that if he possesses the potential to become a cultivator, it will not be squandered. If Jiang Li cannot cultivate yet gains entry into the Tianren sect, his life may be more miserable than in Tianren City, and he would be unable to stay by his mother's side. Such an outcome would be counterproductive. I will keep Senior Su's words close to my heart, Qin Yudi stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yin. She found Su Yin increasingly intriguing. Although he was clearly a recluse, at times he acted as if he were utterly oblivious. You ought not to stare at me so intently. Be careful lest I misconstrue your intentions. A wry smile graced his lips, as Qin Yudi, in her apparent infatuation, radiated an allure that sparked in him some impractical notions. What sort of misunderstandings could possibly arise in the mind of Senior Su? Intrigued by his words, Qin Yudi continued to gaze at Su Yin with rapt attention, her smile exceedingly beguiling as she inquired further. Her beauty was already striking, and her ethereal grace was undeniable. At that moment, she deliberately revealed a hint of flirtation, rendering her irresistibly captivating, a challenge for any ordinary person to resist. Even Su Yin found himself swallowing hard. Feeling as though this wretched woman was tempting him into wrongdoing, however, he could not afford to act recklessly, for she was a cultivator, and any inappropriate gesture on his part might result in a swift end. Suppressing the flicker of desire within, he stated, Why must you tease me, Miss Yudi? Qin Yudi's bright, expressive eyes bore into Su Yan's, and summoning her courage, she confessed, In truth, I do not mind your age, Senior Su. Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she immediately lowered her gaze, startled by her own boldness. How could a recluse like Senior Su possibly share her base thoughts, perhaps even looking down upon her? With this in mind, Qin Yudi hastily placed the celestial chessboard on the table and bowed her head, saying, I apologize, Senior Su. She then fled the small shop as if escaping a storm, leaving Su Yin bewildered and at a loss. A few moments later, he muttered to himself, Have I just received an apology card before being issued a good person card? But I said nothing. He pondered whether Qin Yudi was overthinking things. After all, he had not said anything that warranted an apology. Typically, an apology would precede a declaration of goodwill before one makes a hasty exit, wouldn't it? Chapter 49. My puppet is the most beautiful. The Golden Emperor ant could no longer bear to watch. Perceiving Su Yan's naivety in matters of the heart, it advised, Master, that woman is clearly interested in you. This ancient creature, having lived countless years, could discern the signs of youthful infatuation, yet Su Yan remained blissfully unaware. Su Yan gazed at the Golden Emperor ant and replied, Little Jean, this can't be true, can it? She is a genuine cultivator. Even if she is a minor one, she is undeniably beautiful and has no reason to be attracted to me. The idea of love between a cultivator and a mortal seemed fantastical. Damn it, am I mistaken? The Golden Emperor ant retorted. That woman is evidently interested in you. As for whether you feel the same, that remains unknown. Though it typically refrained from meddling in others' romantic affairs, the ant could not help but offer this counsel, given Su Yan's remarkable ignorance. What transpired next was up to Su Yan. The Golden Emperor ant regarded Qin Yudi favorably, despite her somewhat lacking aptitude for cultivation. Su Yan dismissed the notion, saying, It's best to leave such matters to fate. I have long since prepared myself for a solitary existence. A glimmer of despondency shone in his eyes, for his inability to cultivate remained his greatest regret. Su Jior observed Su Yan, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Ultimately, she leaned on the table, appearing utterly depleted. In a dimly lit valley, a woman with wine-red hair sat upon a throne, listening to her subordinates' reports. Slowly, she opened her blood-red eyes, coldly surveying the thousands of individuals in the valley. The atmosphere was utterly still, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths, creating an oppressive ambience. After a moment, a white-haired elder respectfully addressed the alluring woman, saying, Guardian, I am willing to venture to the southern region to reclaim the celestial chessboard. He was an elder of the evil god Palace, a formidable being surpassing the sea of consciousness realm. The valley was filled with thousands of elite members, each at least a helmsman. The blood-red woman on the throne regarded the elder with indifference, stating, I have received word from the southern region that there exists a recluse, and even the wood hall master was harmed by this recluse. The celestial chessboard was also given to others by this recluse. Do you believe you can triumph over this recluse? The evil god Palace was ubiquitous, with many members in the southern region, some embedded within major factions serving as spies. As such, they possessed remarkably accurate intelligence, often enabling them to avert crises. The elder continued, Guardian, I believe that those cultivators in the southern region are simply lacking in skill, easily intimidated by a slightly stronger cultivator. There is likely no recluse involved. Having lived for an immeasurable time, he had never encountered a genuine recluse and considered tales of such figures to be fabrications. After all, which cultivator would not strive for progress instead of living like an ordinary person? She was determined to discover what manner of recluse would dare vie with her for the celestial chessboard. Truly a reckless endeavor. Guardian, such trivial matters can be handled by your subordinates. There is no need for you to personally intervene. Another elder interjected. The southern region was not renowned for its strength and could only be considered average, bearing no comparison to the thriving cultivation civilization of the central domain. Thus, he believed any recluse in the southern region would hardly be formidable. Likely inferior to himself. The woman's gaze turned frigid as she asserted, I have stated that I will go myself. Are you questioning my decision? Upon her declaration, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the valley, rendering the helmsman and hall masters breathless. The elder who had just spoken fell to his knees, pleading, It was my fault for speaking out. Please forgive me, guardian. He trembled, acutely aware that this guardian was the most fearsome being in the evil god Palace. Known for her ruthless nature, capable of slaying even her own underlings over trivial matters. Yet she was also exceptionally powerful, leaving even the palace master at her mercy. Enough, I have no interest in wasting time with you. The woman stated coldly as her voice faded. She vanished from the throne, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, leaving the helmsman and hall masters gasping for breath, nearly suffocating. The guardian was truly terrifying. After Jiang Li finished tidying up for Su Yan, he looked at him with eager anticipation and asked, Divine Dr. Su, tomorrow I shall participate in the Tianren sect's examination. Will you be attending? Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Tianren sect's recruitment. Jiang Li felt a surge of nerves, fearing he might disappoint his mother, Su Yan, and himself if he failed the test. I will be there. Do not fret, just relax, and you will surely succeed, Su Yan reassured him. He was uncertain of Jiang Li's aptitude for cultivation, But he observed that Jiang Li's physique seemed notably stronger than that of an average person. As long as Jiang Li possessed some talent, he should be able to enter the Tianren sect smoothly. Su Yin had already spoken with Qin Yudi and Qin Tian, but he was unsure of the status of their acquaintances within the Tianren sect, whether they held significant positions or not. However, he assumed they were not particularly noteworthy figures, as the Tianren sect was a major sect known even to mortals like himself, and both Qin Tian and Qin Yudi were merely minor cultivators. Less accomplished than he, great, Jiang Li exclaimed, his spirits lifting at Su Yan's promise to attend, alleviating some of his anxiety. His apprehension stemmed not only from the fear of failing the test, but also from the daunting prospect of entering a new, unfamiliar environment, going alone. You should return and rest well tonight, Su Yan suggested with a smile. He could sense Jiang Li's reliance on him, akin to that of a younger brother, a feeling he did not resent. Rather, he found it quite pleasant to be needed. Jiang Li departed, filled with hope for the future. As he watched Jiang Li's figure fade from view along the street, Su Yin smiled and returned to the shop. He then retrieved the carving knife awarded by the system and began to sculpt. He wished to present Jiang Li with a gift as a reward for his initiation into cultivation. Cradled her own puppet in her arms, she silently mused, truly, my puppet is the most exquisite. Chapter 50. Exceptional talent for cultivation today. A highly anticipated event in the southern region commenced, the Tianren sect's recruitment of disciples. In the past, such events were not particularly noteworthy. However, the current Tianren sect seemed to be on the verge of becoming the foremost sect in the southern region, with rumors circulating of a recluse supporting them. As a result, countless individuals flocked to participate in the Tianren sect's examination. Compared to previous years, the numbers had more than doubled. At the foot of Tianren Mountain, hundreds of Tianren sect disciples were tasked with conducting aptitude tests. Several elders lounged in the background, dozing off, while the disciples managed the assessments, merely there to maintain appearances and prevent any unexpected occurrences. Lacking any aptitude for cultivation, the disciple responsible for the assessment held a crystal ball in hand. Gazing at the young boy before him, who had emitted a white radiance, he exclaimed loudly, "These crystal balls serve as treasures for testing one's talent for cultivation. Simply placing one's hand upon the orb allows for the evaluation. A remarkably simple and convenient process. If the orb glows white upon contact, it indicates a complete absence of cultivation talent. A green glow signifies low aptitude, a blue glow denotes medium aptitude, and a purple glow reveals high aptitude. The celestial sect is among the foremost sects in the southern region, expecting a higher caliber of talent from its disciples. Only those with medium aptitude or above may enter the sect for cultivation." Su Yin and Jiang Li had also arrived, astonished to behold the long queues stretching before them. They marveled at the sheer number of individuals aspiring to join the celestial sect, truly a testament to its esteemed reputation. However, it is said that achieving entry into the sect is an accomplishment if even 1% of aspirants succeed. Su Yin glanced at the shortest line and encouraged Jiang Li, saying, "Go ahead and queue up." Having come together with Jiang Li, he felt a twinge of uncertainty witnessing the throngs undergoing assessment. Yet, reassured by his prior encounter with Qin Yudi, he felt a sense of comfort. Now, it was up to Jiang Li to determine whether he possessed any cultivation talent. Jiang Li nodded to Su Yin and positioned himself at the end of the shortest line. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax. Su Yin settled on a nearby rock to wait. And after half an hour, it finally became Jiang Li's turn, by which time a long line had formed behind him. He cheered Jiang Li silently, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Please, do not let me down." The disciple overseeing the assessment lounged in a chair, barely glancing at Jiang Li, and with evident boredom instructed, "Place your hand on the orb." The crystal ball rested on the table, requiring no more than a few words from him. It was not tiring, yet exceedingly dull. Were it not for the contribution points, he would not have been inclined to undertake such a tedious task. "Very well," Jiang Li replied, extending both hands to rest upon the crystal ball. In that moment, he felt a cool energy flowing from the orb through his hands into his body, before returning to the orb. Suddenly, the crystal ball erupted with light. Boom! A dazzling orange radiance burst forth from the orb, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Even the lethargic elders snapped awake, their eyes drawn to Jiang Li and the crystal ball he touched. Goodness gracious, orange radiance, extraordinary cultivation talent. A portly elder surged forward, standing beside Jiang Li, scrutinizing him as if he were a rare gem. The disciple responsible for the assessment stared in utter disbelief at the shimmering orange glow emanating from the crystal ball. Had he truly discovered a super genius with extraordinary cultivation talent? Yang Wei raised his gaze to Jiang Li, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke gently. Greetings, junior brother, and my name is Yang Wei, and I am your senior brother. From now on, we shall be brothers. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. How does one respond to the emergence of a super genius? Naturally, one must cultivate a good relationship, ideally becoming close friends, ensuring one has a protector in the future. Step aside. The portly elder addressed Yang Wei before turning his gaze with great affection toward Jiang Li, inquiring, "What is your name? Where do you hail from?" The sudden appearance of such an extraordinary talent warranted excitement, yet it was essential to ascertain his background to prevent the possibility of an undercover agent from rival factions. Jiang Li, somewhat perplexed, answered honestly, "My name is Jiang Li, and I reside in Celestial City." After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously added, May I remove my hand from the crystal ball?" The orb emitted a brilliant orange glow that was too ostentatious for his liking, as he preferred to remain understated. His mother had instilled in him from a young age the importance of humility and the dangers of pride. He had always kept her teachings close to heart. "Of course," the portly elder replied, his smile betraying his elation. It was a delightful surprise to discover that this super genius hailed from Celestial City, a place under the jurisdiction of the Celestial sect. The boy was precisely where he was meant to be. The elder then inquired, "How old are you?" The significance of cultivation talent is matched by the importance of age. Laying a solid foundation early ensures a smoother path in cultivation. 16, Jiang Li replied. Although he was unsure why the portly man appeared so jubilant, he felt reassured by their lack of urgency in sending him away, indicating he had likely passed the assessment. Thus, he too began to feel joy, beaming at Su Yin, who sat nearby on a stone. "Excellent, splendid, marvelous," the portly elder praised. 16 is a tender age. Starting cultivation with extraordinary talent will allow you to swiftly catch up with the average disciples of the sect. The prospect of the Celestial sect recruiting a super genius filled him with uncontainable joy. However, when he glanced sideways, he was taken aback. Surrounding Jiang Li from various angles were individuals, all wearing beaming smiles. Even beside him stood a man, grinning foolishly with drool nearly spilling from his mouth, nearly giving him a fright. "Excuse me, uncles, may I ask if I passed the assessment?" Noticing the eager expressions of those around him, Jiang Li felt a twinge of danger and timidly inquired. His primary concern was whether he had indeed passed. If so, he would share the good news with Su Yin, who awaited nearby. The portly elder responded, "Of course you passed, and I can directly accept you as my personal disciple. To be able to take a super genius as an apprentice would undoubtedly elevate his status, especially since such extraordinary talents were exceedingly rare in the southern region." Chapter 51, Collision with Evil. "Chow the Portly, you are overly optimistic. Such a super genius will surely be taken as a personal disciple by the sect leader, leaving no room for you." Before Jiang Li could respond, another elder interjected. The elders of the Celestial sect were predominantly at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, yet to open their sea of consciousness, thus their capacity to guide disciples was limited. Therefore, when a super genius emerged, it was only natural for Qin Tian to personally instruct him. Jiang Li, at that moment, paid no heed to their discussions, breaking free from the cluster of elders and excitedly rushing to Su Yin. Glancing at Su Yin, who was lazily perched on a stone, yawning, he exclaimed, "Su Shunyi, I passed the assessment." Su Yin perked up at once, smiling broadly, "That's wonderful. You will soon become a cultivator. Remember to work hard in your practice." With the successful completion of the assessment, he felt relieved. Witnessing the boy who had diligently helped tidy his shop, now poised to become a cultivator, stirred something within him. Jiang Li would undoubtedly live up to Su Shunyi's expectations. Jiang Li vowed. Without Su Yin, he would not be where he was today. It was Su Yin who had saved his family and pointed him toward his path. He silently swore to cultivate diligently and one day repay Su Yin's kindness. Given their advanced age, yet each bore a lewd smile that belied their status as formidable cultivators. Chow the Portly, noticing Jiang Li's deep respect for Su Yin, approached him as well, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Chow Yi, an elder of the Celestial sect. You may call me Chow the Portly." To forge a strong bond with a super genius, one must first cultivate a good rapport with those accompanying him. "Greetings, I am Su Yin." Su Yin, somewhat taken aback, regarded Chow Yi with surprise, not expecting this portly man to be an elder of the Celestial sect. He had assumed he was merely a lackey. Given his somewhat disheveled appearance and the lewd smile on his face, is this what the Celestial sect is like? Truly a grand sect, so different from the rest. "Su Yin, Su Qinbei." Upon hearing Su Yin's name, Is this the reclusive master? Truly extraordinary, worthy of caution. Have the honor of meeting Su Qianbei. The other elders quickly came to their senses and bowed in unison to Su Yin. Many of those waiting in line cast curious glances toward this scene. Intrigued by the identity of Su Qianbei, who commanded such respect from the cultivators of the celestial sect, Su Yin surveyed the group of elders before him, raising an eyebrow as he tentatively asked, "Did you all receive a message from Elder Qin and Miss Yudi?" He was genuinely astonished that these elders would refer to him as senior. In the eyes of ordinary citizens in Celestial City, these figures were elevated and revered, with mere mortals seldom able to catch a glimpse of them. Yet now, these esteemed individuals were addressing him as their senior. He could only think of Qin Tian and Qin Yudi in relation to the Celestial Sect as practitioners. And he silently pondered whether he had underestimated that pair of grandfather and granddaughter all along. Xiao Yi's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, fearing that he might inadvertently offend Su Yin, this reclusive master. He smiled and said, "Yes, we have already greeted him and informed him of your arrival, but we did not expect you to be here all this time." Cold sweat trickled down his face. Qin Tian and Qin Yudi had specifically instructed him to attend to Su Yin with utmost care. Yet here they were, leaving Su Yin unattended for an indeterminate amount of time. All he could do now was pray that Su Yin would not hold this against them. Su Yin nodded and remarked. He found himself curious about who exactly Qin Tian and Qin Yudi were, to have connections with the elders of the Celestial Mountain, as they certainly did not appear to be mere novice practitioners. Rest assured, Su Yin, Jiang Li possesses exceptional talent for cultivation, and we will certainly nurture him well, Xiao Yi vowed earnestly. Even without Su Yan's influence, they would have devoted themselves to the cultivation of this extraordinary talent. But with Su Yan's endorsement, their commitment would only deepen. Very well, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your recruitment of disciples, Su Yan stated, then turned to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, focus on your cultivation. And make sure to return and visit your mother when you have the time. Jiang Li's mother was a remarkable woman. Although merely a mortal, she imparted many valuable lessons on life to Jiang Li. Such a woman was deserving of pride, and Jiang Li should feel honored to call her mother. Rest assured, Master Su, I will certainly return to Tianren City to visit my mother and you whenever the opportunity arises. Yet they hesitated, uncertain of how to approach this reclusive master whose temperament they could not decipher. As Su Yin walked through Tianren City, he had not yet reached the shop when a fierce wind suddenly swept through. The gust struck his face, causing an almost painful sensation. There was something peculiar about this wind. Su Yin slightly turned to evade the fierce blast. After a moment, he felt as if a hint of crimson had caught his eye, prompting him to look ahead. Before him stood an extraordinarily alluring woman clad in a wine-red gown, with flowing wine-red hair and eyes that seemed to have been drenched in blood. The streets, now deserted due to the gusting winds, were devoid of pedestrians, and all the shop doors were shut at that moment. Only Su Yin and the crimson-clad woman remained. Su Yin sensed something uncanny about this woman and recalled the rumors of the red-clad female ghost. The woman in the red gown turned to gaze at Su Yan's retreating figure, secretly contemplating how this man had seemingly ignored her, clearly unafraid. Could it be that he truly was a reclusive master? It was baffled by their line of thought. Mentioning Jiang Li caused Su Yin to forget the encounter with the woman in red on the street, and he replied with a smile. Given that Jiang Li had only appeared strong and spirited, without displaying any remarkable traits, the green-haired turtle in the water tank opened its eyes, lazily observing Su Yin had witnessed Jiang Li being gradually refined through the daily cleansing of the Taoist essence. Initially, Jiang Li was a complete mortal devoid of any cultivation talent. Yet with each day of sweeping, the essence of the Tao entered Jiang Li's body, facilitating multiple transformations, thus endowing him with considerable potential for cultivation. The Golden Emperor Ant spoke dismissively, that sweeping lad's talent is mediocre at best, slightly better than that fellow who often challenges you to a game of chess. Having lived for so long, although he ultimately failed, he nonetheless became a target for countless aspiring cultivators, and even a millennium after his passing, the name of the chess saint remained widely known. The one who challenges me to chess? Who else could it be? That lad's cultivation talent is severely lacking, and he has already missed the best opportunity to transform himself, so his potential for advancement is limited. However, its perception of limited advancement was, in fact, a chasm that others could scarcely bridge. Its perspective was unparalleled, unmatched in the southern region and throughout the vast expanse of Muxio. Su Yin chuckled as he settled into a chair, sipping tea while remarking, "Old man Qin is at least 70 years of age, and you dare to call him a lad?" If he were to hear that, He would be furious it was only the Golden Emperor ant that would dare to refer to a 70-year-old man as a lad. The Golden Emperor ant scoffed internally. Su Yin set down his teacup and glanced towards the door, almost envisioning the woman in red standing just beyond it. No way. No way. In broad daylight, could it truly be a ghost seeking me out? The woman's voice from outside was enchanting and filled with seduction. Su Jior's eyes narrowed with hostility. Merely hearing the voice without seeing the person, she could tell that it belonged to a bewitching woman. The kind who ensnares men. She thought Su Yin, this ancient being, truly was incorrigible, oblivious to his own age, yet still attracting so many young women. One Qin Yudi was not enough. Now another, Murong Yu, and that mysterious woman, Ing Shuiying, had appeared, and now, another woman was knocking at the door. Truly, no good man exists, Su Yin replied. My dear lady, do not rush. I shall open the door at once. He rose from his chair and approached the door, hesitating momentarily before finally opening it. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of the red-clad woman standing outside, wearing an enticing smile. However, as soon as he opened the door and saw her smiling face, Please, miss, come in. Our service here will surely meet your satisfaction. Chapter 53. Foolishness. Shui Mei did not hesitate. She stepped into the small shop and cheerfully remarked, Oh, do you offer any special services? However, her words were abruptly halted as she crossed the threshold. At that moment, the calligraphy and paintings displayed outside the shop, along with the puppets, exuded an overwhelming aura of profound meaning. Various principles of the Tao surged forth, crashing towards her. Miss, what is the matter? Su Yin inquired as he noticed Shui Mei suddenly freeze upon entering the shop. He wondered if this woman was attempting to pull a fast one, yet he had not even touched her. She said, Senior, it is Shui Mei who has been disrespectful. Please forgive me now. She had completely convinced herself that the seemingly harmless Su Yin was, in fact, a reclusive master of profound depth. The essence contained within those calligraphies and paintings could not possibly have been left by an ordinary cultivator. Her cultivation was far superior to that of Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan, allowing her a deeper understanding of these artworks and the immense levels of Tao they conveyed. What is happening? She regretted coming alone. Had she allowed those eager elders to approach, she would not be in this predicament. Nevertheless, as someone who had become a guardian of the evil god palace, she was no ordinary person. She quickly adjusted her mindset, forcing a smile as she said, Senior, I assure you, my mind is perfectly sound. Su Yan's gaze towards Shui Mei grew increasingly peculiar. It was said that only those with issues would calmly assert their mental clarity. While a truly sane person would be offended by such insinuations, he began to find a kernel of truth in this notion and, after some contemplation, stated, Please, come in and have a seat. Standing at the door is not ideal. Very well. Shui Mei dared not refuse Su Yan's invitation, settling uneasily into a chair beside the table. She averted her gaze from the paintings, cautiously observing the table instead. To her surprise, she discovered a fox embracing a wooden fox puppet. Su Yin furrowed his brow, fully recognizing that this woman was not a swindler. After all, how could someone with ulterior motives claim to be unharmed when they were clearly suffering? Thus, it became evident that something was indeed amiss with her. With a mere flick of his hand, he could render her existence a living hell. All she wished for was to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. She had willingly walked into this predicament and vowed never to return to such a frightful establishment again. She was asserting her dominion, declaring this to be her territory, making it clear to Shui Mei that moment. Shui Mei could hardly spare a thought for such matters, reaching for a cup of tea with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He disliked excessive politeness. He found Qin Yudi's manner pleasing, while the current woman's excessive courtesy made her seem fearful of him, and of course, he had no fondness for the rude, exemplified by the earlier intruder. Indeed, my name is Su Yan. Do you happen to know me? Su Yin inquired. He speculated that this woman was not from Tianren City and likely did not recognize him. Could it be that his reputation had spread beyond the confines of Tianren City? Such figures were akin to living deities. Yet, here stood a legendary figure right before her. Had she not personally experienced these supreme principles, no one would believe a divine being could inhabit such a small town. It was clearly not a demon. Gyo possessed the ability to speak. It had to be a powerful being. Yet she had never heard of any formidable ants. The Golden Emperor Ant replied coolly, Ant? Speak? I am the Golden Emperor Ant. You may call me Master Gold. In bygone days, even the lords of sacred places and the heads of sects would address him as Senior Gold. For Shui Mei to call him Master Gold was already a generous concession. Such a woman stirred his heart, yet he reminded himself that as an ordinary person, he should not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Dreaming too much during the day might blur the lines between reality and fantasy. The Golden Emperor ant disdainfully remarked, "Humph, keeping her here is for her own good. It is only in this place that her talents can be fully realized. Remaining here allows her to constantly perceive the essence of the Tao. I could achieve a qualitative transformation, perhaps even surpassing my original talent boundaries to reach a higher realm. Blood charm, you aren't being brainwashed by that little ant, are you?" Su Yin looked at Blood charm and said. Striving for the elusive legends of the divine realm. Su Yin, taken aback by her seemingly enchanted acceptance of the Golden Emperor ant's words, awkwardly replied, "But I don't need a maid to serve me." His little shop had an outer hall, an inner hall, and a backyard. It was neither large nor small, suitable for 2 occupants. However, he only had 1 bed, and it wouldn't do for him to sleep in a chair every night. Blood charm proposed, "I can refrain from serving you in that manner. I can assist with some household chores, such as washing and cooking." She had made up her mind to stay here, and unless Su Yin firmly refused, she was not going to abandon such a promising opportunity. In the path of cultivation, the initial step involves spiritual transformation, entering the spirit transformation stage. Following that is the evolution of spiritual consciousness. Ultimately, the return to the original state of the sea of consciousness ushers one into the 3 heavens of returning to origin. Beyond the 3 heavens of returning to origin lies the realm of the divine, a domain almost devoid of such great powers in the world. Currently, Blood charm was at the pinnacle of the divine refinement stage, already one of the top powers in Mu province. However, cultivators at the 3 heavens of returning to origin were exceedingly rare. Almost unheard of in the entirety of Mu province, and their existence was uncertain. She was already immensely powerful. It would be no exaggeration to say that the southern region appeared to her as a mere speck, with few cultivators in Mu province worthy of her attention. This was unsatisfactory for her. She aspired to reach higher realms, stepping into the 3 heavens of returning to origin, or even transcending it. Aiming for the ethereal domain of the divine, Su Yin contemplated for a moment and agreed. "All right, I will go buy a bed, but there's no space left in the inner hall. How about placing it in the outer hall? Occupied by only 2 rows of wooden racks for puppets and a set of ordinary furniture, adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphies on the walls. Adding a bed would fit perfectly, and here she could constantly immerse herself in the essence of the Tao. Otherwise, she would have certainly engaged in a fierce argument with Blood charm to drive her away." Su Yin suggested, "Let us go out for a meal first. After eating, we can buy a bed. Should I reduce the number of dishes?" He felt he might have overstepped, as 7 or 8 dishes, all exquisite, would amount to a substantial sum, more than sufficient as rent for her stay in his shop. Blood charm smiled brightly and replied, "No, senior, please order as you wish. Feel free to order as many as you liked." In truth, she had already purchased the Drunken Fragrance Tower when she entered to find the owner, but she had not disclosed this to Su Yin. Now, she was the behind-the-scenes owner of the establishment. Su Yin awkwardly yet politely smiled, saying, "Then how about we consider it as Blood charm's rent for staying in the shop?" He had no intention of charging rent, but spending such a large amount of money made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Framing it as rent would grant him some peace of mind as he enjoyed the meal. Su Jior also indulged without hesitation, devouring the most expensive dishes, clearly savoring the delicate threads of spiritual energy that accompanied the food. The high prices were justified, as these dishes were crafted for cultivators, not ordinary folk. Cultivators naturally would not lack for mundane wealth. Blood charm gazed at Su Yin and said, "Very well, senior. I will follow your lead in whatever you decide." As long as she could stay in Su Yan's shop, she cared little about rent or any such matters. As a guardian of the superpower Evil God Palace in Mu province, her wealth was such that a mortal could squander it for 10 lifetimes without exhausting it. She might be scorned and expelled from the shop by Su Yin, at which point the establishment would truly belong to Blood charm. "Let us dig in. I have yet to visit the Drunken Fragrance Tower, and I am curious about the dishes here," Su Yin said. He eagerly picked up a piece of meat and savored it, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. As a mortal, he felt no sensation of spiritual energy, but the taste was undeniably exquisite, far superior to that of ordinary eateries. After sampling every dish, he praised, "Truly delicious. This is the best meal I have had since arriving in this world. It is worth every copper coin." Watching Su Yin pause and smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped, she inquired, "Senior, have you finished?" As a cultivator at the divine refinement stage, she no longer required ordinary food unless it was some rare treasure. Otherwise, it was challenging to stimulate her appetite. Meanwhile, Su Yin relished his meal, leading her to silently conclude that this was indeed a true recluse, who blended seamlessly into the guise of a mortal. I have finished. Su Yin nodded in response. Then noticed Bloodcharm had not touched her food. Surprised, he asked, Bloodcharm, why aren't you eating? He had ordered an abundance of dishes that neither he nor Su Jur could finish, and there was still plenty left. Attracting the curious gazes of passers-by, walking alongside Bloodcharm, he felt quite embarrassed under the scrutiny of the onlookers. However, Su Yin strolled leisurely, completely indifferent to their stares. Bloodcharm mused that perhaps this was a form of tempering. The Golden Emperor Ant exclaimed with delight, Master, is all this for me? Without waiting for Su Yin to respond, it leaped onto one of the bags, burrowing inside through a gap, and began to feast heartily. Su Yin set the bags aside, cautioning, Little Jean, don't eat it all at once. We still need to eat tonight. He was aware of the Golden Emperor Ant's voracious appetite. Without a reminder, it would likely devour everything. Leaving him at a loss. Rest assured, Master. I know my limits, the Golden Emperor Ant replied, then continued to gorge itself, entering a trance-like state, its eyes fixated solely on the food. Su Yin suddenly remembered the green-haired turtle, occasionally tossing something into the tank, but he often forgot about it. To his astonishment, the green-haired turtle was thriving, and he considered it a miracle that it had not perished under his care. Su Yin sipped his tea and casually placed Su Jur down from his shoulder, saying, Well, I have a fox, an ant, and a green-haired turtle. His collection of pets was indeed peculiar, particularly the ant, which, apart from him, was likely owned by no one else. After all, ants were minuscule creatures. One might inadvertently crush them and remain oblivious to the act. Chapter 56. The fox cannot be the mistress. Bloodcharm gazed at the somewhat empty outer hall and suddenly recalled something. Her perception was exceptionally keen, allowing her to sense the intensifying hostility emanating from Su Jur. Clutching her fox puppet, Su Jur glared at Bloodcharm defensively and coldly retorted, Woman, this is my territory. I hope you can recognize that, aside from the green-haired turtle, she had been one of the first to visit this quaint shop, naturally considering herself the mistress. With Bloodcharm now intending to take up residence, it was only natural for her to feel animosity. Bloodcharm revealed a bewitchingly enchanting smile, remarking, The little fox is quite assertive. Too bad you are merely a fox and cannot be the mistress. Are you dissatisfied? Bloodcharm reached out to stroke Su Jur's head, saying, A fox cannot be the mistress, but a fox demon can. You could transform into human form. Perhaps then you could become the mistress. She was unaware of why Su Jur pretended to be an ordinary fox before Su Yin, but given Su Yin's esteemed status as a powerful figure, he surely could not be oblivious to Su Jur's true nature as a fox demon. Thus, she believed Su Jur was merely deceiving herself. Su Jur shrugged off Bloodcharm's hand, defiantly stating, You need not concern yourself. I was here first and thus hold seniority, so you must heed my words. She did not know who Bloodcharm was and could not discern her cultivation level, but she estimated that Bloodcharm might be on par with Qin Tian, perhaps even inferior. Regardless of your thoughts. The other with mirth. This standoff persisted for half an hour until Su Yin returned, accompanied by two individuals carrying a small, intricately crafted wooden bed. Though modest in size, the bed was exquisitely designed. To be honest, he felt uncertain about accommodating such a person with a bed costing 500 copper coins. What puzzled him further was why this affluent beauty insisted on residing in his humble shop. Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him, Su Yin? The mere thought sent a thrill through him, igniting his imagination. Bloodcharm's smile was irresistibly enchanting as she said, To share a dwelling with the elder is already a blessing for Bloodcharm. How could there be any question of disdain? Her voice possessed a unique charm that ensnared any man who heard it. A woman of her caliber was undeniably a natural beauty, capable of captivating all. However, she could not reveal her identity as a fox demon, making retaliation a dilemma. Su Yin inquired, Lady Bloodcharm, I am quite curious as to why you prefer to stay here with me. Of course I wish to remain here, Bloodcharm replied unhurriedly. Moreover, residing under the same roof as the elder would be immensely beneficial for me. She was uncertain whether Su Yin truly lacked knowledge of her motives for staying or was merely feigning ignorance. Regardless of the truth, she had no intention of revealing her reasons. Seeing that Bloodcharm was merely spouting vague compliments, Su Yin hesitated to press further. He figured that continued inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Leaving Su Yin feeling somewhat nostalgic, Elder Su, something terrible has happened. I implore you to lend your assistance. Just as Su Yin was lost in thought, a frantic shout rang out from outside the shop. Yet he had managed to identify it, albeit it was quite troublesome. Zhang Taiyuan, bewildered, replied, My granddaughter has experienced such episodes since childhood. It has happened more than once or twice, so I consider it a relapse of an old ailment. Given that this had been a recurring situation since her childhood, it was reasonable to assume that Jiang Taiyuan must have developed some means of addressing it by now in the past. Whenever Xueshi exhibited such symptoms, they would dissipate after a period, but as she matured, the duration of these episodes extended. This time, the condition has persisted for an entire day without returning to normalcy. Jiang Taiyuan is in a state of profound distress. If only he possessed a remedy to address this situation. The renowned physicians he previously summoned were utterly powerless, and each time, they merely waited for Xueshi to endure the ordeal. Yet they were unable to provide a cure. Now, before Su Yin, it was neither poison nor disease, leaving him even more apprehensive. Su Yin smiled and replied, "In this matter, aside from myself, perhaps no one in Tianren City can manage it, which can mitigate the backlash and ferocity of the Taiyin cold energy while simultaneously nourishing it, thereby enhancing its potency without causing any harm to the Taiyin cold body." Coincidentally, Su Yin was well versed in the art of concocting the Taiyin pill. He also understood the Taiyin technique, which had been bestowed upon him as a reward for mastering the pill's formulation. Su Yan's mind was filled with numerous formidable cultivation methods and knowledge of various legendary physiques. After her cultivation, she will be able to truly unleash the power of this rare physique. He conveyed the knowledge he had acquired from the system, feeling incredulous that he had encountered a girl with a legendary physique, far surpassing ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Su Yin nodded affirmatively and stated, "Indeed, it is a special physique, and specifically, it is the legendary Taiyin cold body. According to the knowledge imparted by the system, what shall I do?" While a legendary physique was undoubtedly coveted by countless cultivators, survival was a prerequisite for its value. Observing Xueshi's condition, he feared she might not endure the tribulations of such a legendary physique. "Once your granddaughter Xueshi takes the pill and regains consciousness, I will impart the technique to her." These so-called legendary techniques held little worth in his eyes. It was far more advantageous to resolve the issue at its root while saving the girl. "Thank you, Senior Su, for your immense kindness, which I shall forever cherish. If there is ever a need for my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will not shy away from any challenge." Displaying great courtesy, and felt no qualms about lending his aid within his capabilities. Moreover, saving a life is worth more than constructing a monumental pagoda. Senior Su's magnanimity is truly admirable, Jiang Taiyuan remarked, gazing at Su Yin with genuine appreciation. Previously, he had been unfamiliar with Su Yin, only aware of his profound cultivation and status as a reclusive sage who treated others with kindness. It was only now that he truly comprehended the caliber of Su Yin, a person surpassing worldly understanding. "I should be able to bring it here for Xueshi's consumption in a few hours." His alchemical skills were on par with his medical expertise and artistry, yet he seldom needed to refine pills. A reward from the system, intended for alchemical endeavors. "Let us not trouble Senior Su with unnecessary travel. I shall carry Xueshi to your establishment to await your arrival," Jiang Taiyuan proposed. He could not directly touch Xueshi. Making his way toward the Tianren residence. "What's going on with the master? He's in such a rush," which is unlike his usual demeanor, the Golden Emperor Ant muttered while seated beside a water tank on the counter. However, he quickly set aside his concerns regarding Lin Yansheng and tapped the tank with his forelimbs, calling out to the green-haired turtle inside, "Old turtle, are you not coming out for a stroll?" Could it be that the alchemical process had failed? The Taiyin pill, corresponding to the legendary Taiyin cold body, naturally demanded a high rank, making its refinement exceedingly challenging. Though he had never refined pills himself, a fact he well understood. "The pill has been successfully refined," Su Yin declared, producing the jade vial with a smile. "In matters of life and death, there is no failure. That in itself is the greatest success." He was uncertain of the actual outcome. Half a minute later, the coldness enveloping Xueshi's exterior rapidly vanished. After a minute, all the coldness returned to her body, and everything returned to normal, surprisingly smoothly. 3 minutes later, Xueshi slowly opened her ice-blue eyes, beholding a gentle, dapper face smiling down at her. Realizing she did not recognize this handsome man, she immediately sat up to assess her physical condition. Finding no signs of violation, Xueshi quickly thanked Su Qianbei. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taiyuan felt as though a colossal stone had been lifted from his heart, and he laughed heartily. Today marked the happiest day since he first witnessed Xueshi emanating Taiyin cold essence. "Are you willing to undertake this training?" While he was aware of the cultivation method, he also understood that if Xueshi was unwilling to train, he would have to continuously concoct Taiyin pills to suppress her cold essence. Xueshi first glanced at Jiang Taiyuan, and upon seeing him nod in encouragement, She turned to Su Yin and said, Su Qianbei, I am willing to cultivate the tying technique. Please impart it to me. And I promise to train diligently. With her grandfather Jiang Taiyuan present, she trusted that Su Yin spoke the truth and did not deceive her. Su Yin nodded and said, then starting tomorrow, come to my place every morning. Even with her tying cold body, success was not guaranteed. Moreover, the practice of the tying technique demanded strong mental fortitude. Without a steadfast will, Xueshi would be unable to succeed. All right, from that day forth, Xueshi visited Su Yan's shop every morning to practice the tying technique. The tying technique had been successfully cultivated, her spirit transformed into essence, entering the first realm of cultivation. The spirit transformation realm. She had transcended from the mundane to the ethereal, bidding farewell to her previous existence as a mortal. But the formidable force of tying. Upon hearing Xueshi's exclamation, Su Yin emerged from the shop's outer hall into the backyard, smiling as he beheld the chilly aura radiating from Xueshi. Congratulations, Xueshi, he said warmly. Su Qianbei, may I call you my master? Xueshi asked, her spirited eyes filled with curiosity and respect. After a moment of hesitation, she continued. For the past 2 weeks, Su Yan's meticulous guidance had been unparalleled. Xueshi looked at Su Yin with determination, standing beneath the tree, and sweetly said, Su Qianbei, only you can be my master. He had guided her onto the path of cultivation and saved her life. Master, taking you as my teacher is the best influence I could have. She leaned closer to Su Yin, her large eyes studying his face intently, as if wishing to etch his visage into her memory. He believed it would be better for Xueshi to train under Jiang Taiyuan, who was a cultivator himself, while he remained merely a mortal. No, I will still come to find master every day to train. Xueshi said with a cheerful smile, it is only right for me to seek my master's guidance. With that, she turned and walked into the backyard of the shop, heading towards the inner hall. Xueshi, are you leaving? Su Yin called out as he observed her petite figure. After witnessing her transformation over the past 2 weeks, he could not deny that he had developed feelings for her. Su Yin held a position almost equal to that of her grandfather Jiang Taiyuan. Jiang Taiyuan had raised her, while Su Yin had saved her life, taught her cultivation, and guided her onto the path of cultivation. These 2 individuals were the most important to her. Very well, go ahead, Su Yin said with a smile. He had come to terms with the situation. Since Xueshi was willing to take him as her master and did not seem to care about the consequences, there was no reason for him to worry any further. Chapter 60. The sour Qin Yudi. Xueshi watched as Su Yin watered the medicinal herbs and asked, Master, do you believe there are gods in this world? She had been following Su Yan's teachings for a month now, and since she had taken him as her master 2 weeks ago, her visits had become increasingly frequent, usually arriving in the morning and returning to Tianren Manor in the evening. She would have even stayed if not for the lack of spare beds in the shop. As Su Yin watered the plants, he spoke. Perhaps there are indeed such legendary beings as gods. But who can truly clarify such matters? After finishing his task, he began to play the piano. From the second day after Xueshi officially became a cultivator, he had played a piece for her every day. Xueshi, what are you doing here? Being friends with Jiang Taiyuan and Qin Tian, she was familiar with Xueshi, often playing together, and was aware of her health issues. Thus, Xueshi typically stayed at Tianya sect for recuperation and rarely ventured out. Xueshi smiled at Qin Yudi and replied, Sister Yudi, of course, I am here. This is my master's shop. As she spoke, she walked over to Su Yan's side and wrapped her arms around his right arm, leaving her feeling sour. Noticing the change in Qin Yudi's emotions, Xueshi released Su Yan's arm and approached her, taking her hand. Sister Yudi, what's wrong? Don't you want me to be Master Su's disciple? Over the past month, she had realized that Qin Yudi had a good relationship with Su Yan, but she thought there was no conflict with her becoming his disciple. No. Xueshi, congratulations. Master Su is a reclusive expert. Being able to study under him is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. You must heed his guidance and not disappoint him. In her heart, Xueshi was like a younger sister, and now that Xueshi had become Su Yan's disciple, deepening her curiosity about him, to be able to study under such a master was indeed her greatest fortune. Su Yan chuckled gently, saying, Miss Yudi, you overpraise me. I am but an ordinary person and have no qualifications to teach Xueshi. Qin Tian and Qin Yudi, all of whom referred to him as senior. Master, why do you keep saying such things? It is my fortune to become your disciple. Remember that. Xueshi looked at him, pouting in discontent. Speaking in an instructive tone, her voice was exceedingly adorable, appearing to teach yet resembling a playful pout. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yudi's heart ached even more. Master Su, Xueshi, I must take my leave now. And if she intended to play, she would naturally come to him. Master Su, you and Xueshi play chess. I have matters to attend to. Qin Yudi replied without turning, her back to Su Yin. After speaking, she quickly departed from the shop, her figure vanishing into the distance. Su Yin felt somewhat perplexed. Did Qin Yudi come here merely to greet him, or was she just passing by to see him? Sensing the subtle shift in emotions, Xueshi quietly asked, Master, did I say something inappropriate that upset Sister Yudi? She had clearly seen the joy on Qin Yudi's face when she entered, but that smile had vanished after just a few exchanges. Leading to her hasty departure, Su Yin smiled. You're overthinking it. Miss Yudi likely has something pressing to attend to. He did not believe Xueshi had said anything wrong. In fact, he had observed her joy and warmth upon meeting Qin Yudi. She understood that her master excelled in calligraphy, painting, and music, and she absolutely would not allow Su Yin to underestimate his abilities. Chapter 61. The talent for chess. Su Yin gazed at Xueshi's remarkably beautiful face, momentarily taken aback before smiling. All right. He sensed her admiration and was determined not to let her feelings go unacknowledged. From this moment on, he would take his skills seriously and teach her chess, calligraphy, and painting. Then, Master, let us play chess quickly. With Su Yin's agreement, Xueshi's lovely smile returned. She had heard that he was exceptionally skilled at chess, but having never witnessed it firsthand, she was eager to experience it for herself. Come, Su Yin said, bringing out the chessboard. Once it was set up, he sat across from Xueshi and began the game. The essence of the Tao surged from the chessboard. Each piece that fell contained the profound truths of the universe. This was no exaggeration. Daily experiences of the Tao's birth and decay greatly aided her progress. Practicing in the What Are You Looking At shop was akin to leaping forward in bounds. And in just a month, she could surpass multiple realms, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish countless cultivators within the realm. Generally speaking, even if there were some unorthodox methods that could accelerate cultivation to such an extent, and her cultivation remained secure, free from instability or superficiality. Meanwhile, Xuemei lounged lazily on her bed within the shop, exuding a seductive allure. She too was absorbing the essence of the Tao, and having been here for some time. The benefits she reaped were beyond imagination. Just days ago, she broke through to a level she had previously found challenging to attain. The third layer of returning to origin. The third layer of returning to origin is a necessary path to the divine realm and represents the greatest obstacle. Once one surpasses this layer, they are no longer an ordinary cultivator but rather a deity. Yet, nearly all powerful cultivators find themselves stalled at this stage, unable to advance further into the divine realm. Xueshi displayed a remarkable talent for chess, swiftly transforming from a novice into a master within a single morning. Now, in terms of chess skills, she surpassed both Qin Tian and Qin Yudi. All of this achieved in just one morning of learning. Even Su Yin felt a sense of astonishment, praising, Sheer, your talent for chess is on par with your cultivation abilities. If you have an interest, believing that with prolonged study under his guidance, she could potentially match his own prowess in the game. Understood, Master, Xueshi replied, adopting a serious expression. Then, playfully, she stuck out her tongue, exuding an undeniable charm. She was a whimsical girl. And Master would surely be pleased. A pure and unblemished smile graced her face, though a trace of apprehension lingered in her gaze. Xuemei, sensing that hint of trepidation, understood its origin and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, dear Xueshi, I have no intention of usurping your master. She was acutely aware that Xueshi's unease stemmed from possessiveness. Xueshi's strong attachment to Su Yin made her fear that Xuemei might steal him away. Her smile unwavering, yet she felt a twinge of bitterness within her heart. She genuinely wished to be Su Yan's disciple, but he was unwilling to accept her. With no alternative, she could only feel regret and sorrow. Stating she wishes to personally investigate the matter of the heavenly chessboard being seized. The individuals within the valley were the backbone of the evil god palace, and the figure on the throne was its leader and soul, evil Wuyang. Her prolonged absence of over a month left him feeling uneasy, necessitating a visit to ascertain her well-being. In the southern region, at the celestial sect, Qin Tian observed his granddaughter's listless demeanor and inquired. The situation might differ. Qin Tian chose not to press further and departed. He believed Qin Yudi was a clever girl who would not act foolishly. A few days later, Qin Yudi returned to the What Are You Looking At shop. She now spent nearly all her time at the What Are You Looking At shop, arriving early and leaving only at night. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Yudi's eyes as she smiled and asked, With you working so diligently, Su Yin must be quite pleased, right? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the shop, landing on the alluring figure of Xuemei resting on the small bed, causing a wave of murderous intent to surface within her. Though it was quickly suppressed, Xueshi pondered for a moment before, feeling slightly aggrieved, replied, Master always says that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Sometimes, he seems to disapprove of my daily visits. Perhaps we should wait until he returns and inform him before we go. She harbored no suspicion towards Qin Yudi, thinking of her as a sisterly figure. However, she had never left the shop without informing Su Yin. Yet, in the fleeting moment of her turning away, a flicker of jealousy and animosity surfaced in her gaze. But this emotion vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed by Xueshi. Chapter 63. Qin Yudi's malicious intent. Little fox. Let us stroll a bit further before returning, Qin Yudi replied with a friendly smile. They had strayed quite far from Su Yan's shop, but as an enigmatic recluse, she intended to venture even deeper with Xueshi. Sister Yudi, I do not wish to proceed any further. Let us return now, Xueshi stated firmly. She was no fool. It was evident that this was not a safe locale, and despite her trust in Qin Yudi, she was unwilling to continue. Furthermore, she noted something odd about Qin Yudi. Why lead her to such a place? If it were merely a casual outing, there was no need to come here. Xueshi, do you truly believe I would harm you? Qin Yudi's expression darkened. She spoke with intention, aiming to compel Xueshi to follow her further. Increasingly uneasy, Xueshi shook her head, asserting, Sister Yudi, let us go back. With that, she withdrew her hand from Qin Yudi's grasp. Exuding a faint pressure, Xueshi's complexion paled. Sister Yudi, how can you say such things? I have never attempted to seduce my master. Anger bubbled within her, mingled with confusion. How could the sister who had always treated her kindly suddenly speak so harshly? Yet Su Yin had never shown any inclination to accept her as a disciple. Thus, it must be that Xueshi had enticed him. Otherwise, why would he take Xueshi as his pupil and not her? In her current state, Qin Yudi was singularly focused on eliminating Xueshi, wishing to eradicate the one who had usurped everything from her. Yet she forgot that Su Yin had never belonged to her. Yet recalling their past friendship and the bonds between their families, she resolved to extend an olive branch to Qin Yudi. The aura of spiritual energy radiating from Qin Yudi intensified. Chillingly she replied, If I do not apologize, will you inform Su Yin and have him kill me? Her fists clenched, energy coursing through them. I never thought of such a thing, Xueshi replied. Despite the degrading words Qin Yudi had hurled at her, she had never contemplated bringing about Qin Yudi's demise. In her heart, Qin Yudi would always be her friend, and she could not bring herself to wish her any ill. I truly thank you for that. She had stealthily followed Xueshi and Qin Yudi, her anger boiling upon hearing Qin Yudi's words. When she witnessed Qin Yudi's intent to harm Xueshi, she could no longer contain herself and intervened. Catching Qin Yudi unawares and bringing her to the ground, it is the little fox from Su Yan's shop. Qin Yudi exclaimed in shock upon noticing the creature perched on Xueshi's shoulder. She had failed to detect the fox's presence, which was truly unusual. Moreover, the fox's speed and strength were extraordinary, enabling it to knock her down. After all, it was merely a pet raised by Su Yin. Likely a fox demon, possessing such power was to be expected. What relieved her was that the fox's prowess did not surpass her own. As long as she eliminated both the fox and Xueshi, Su Jiuer, still perched on Xueshi's shoulder, witnessed Qin Yudi closing in and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy aimed at her. Qin Yudi sliced through the energy with her sword, accelerating her pursuit. Little fox, you are not my match. Best to concede, Qin Yudi coldly remarked, blocking the escape route. If you choose to stand idly by while I slay Xueshi, I may consider sparing your life. Her cultivation level was slightly superior to Su Jiuer's. But now, she could not simply stand by, such a young age, yet your thoughts are so venomous. Little girl, your path is becoming perilously narrow. Suddenly, a flippant voice startled Qin Yudi. Scanning the area, she failed to identify the speaker. An unsettling feeling washing over her as she called out, I am the granddaughter of the Tianren sect's master. If you refrain from meddling, I can offer you compensation afterward. She boldly revealed her identity. Hoping to deter the unseen speaker from intervening, after disclosing her lineage, she believed that the hidden individual would likely abstain from interference. At that moment, a golden ant lounged against the wall, languidly stating, After being discovered, you still think to threaten and bribe others. You are straying further from the righteous path. It had followed closely behind Su Jiuer after she left the shop, aware that Su Jiuer was no match for Qin Yudi. She had previously seen the Golden Emperor ant in the shop. What are you looking at? But she was unaware that the ant could speak, clearly underestimating its capabilities. Su Jiuer, upon seeing the Golden Emperor ant, regretting her earlier decision to brazenly take Xueshi from the shop. What are you looking at? A recluse like Senior Su could not possibly have simple pets. It was her oversight. Now, She had to devise a means to extricate herself while ensuring Senior Su would not pursue this matter. Qin Yudi hesitated for a moment before suddenly kneeling before Su Yin, speaking earnestly. She had contemplated the only way to survive, to take the initiative in confessing her wrongdoing and pleading for Su Yan's forgiveness. If she waited for Xueshi to report her actions, Su Yin would undoubtedly be furious, perhaps even killing her on the spot. "What is this, Miss Yudi?" "Please rise," Su Yin said, astonished at Qin Yudi's sudden prostration. Xueshi, witnessing this scene, remained silent. In the past, she had envied Qin Yudi, who was already a renowned prodigy, the granddaughter of the celestial sect's leader, admired by countless young men for her exceptional talent, beauty, and heritage. Meanwhile, Xueshi had been a frail girl, often plagued by bouts of cold energy, struggling to maintain basic activity. Now, however, seeing Qin Yudi kneeling before her master in desperation filled her with heartache. She did not wish to witness Qin Yudi's humbling. Yet she could not easily forgive her. Su Yin glanced at Xueshi, gathering some insight from her expression. He did not rush to forgive Qin Yudi but urged, "Miss Yudi, please stand and speak." If a guest were to witness this scene, noticing her furtive glance at Xueshi, turned to Xueshi and inquired, "Xueshi, did something occur between you and Miss Yudi?" He hoped for minimal conflict between them, as it would only complicate matters for him. It would be improper for Qin Yudi to be penalized. Su Juris' eyes widened upon hearing Xueshi's words. She was taken aback by Xueshi's leniency. It was known that just earlier, Qin Yudi had intended to kill Xueshi and, after intervening to assist her, had aimed to eliminate Su Jur as well. The Golden Emperor Ant remarked, "Being overly kind is not necessarily a virtue." It understood Xueshi's benevolent nature, as she had stealthily ventured out to save her. Out of jealousy toward Xueshi for becoming Senior Su's disciple, I sought to teach her a lesson. "Senior Su, I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me, considering that I did not genuinely harm Xueshi." Her voice dripped with fragility. "Qin Yudi, I hope you comprehend that Xueshi is my sole disciple, and I will not tolerate anyone causing her harm." He was astonished that Qin Yudi would act against Xueshi, knowing that Qin Tian and Jiang Taiyuan were old friends with a strong bond. Xueshi likely would not retaliate against her. Furthermore, the connection between their families might prompt Xueshi to forgive her outright. Su Jur, upon hearing Qin Yudi's words, was filled with indignation, wishing to berate her for her shamelessness. In Qin Yudi's narrative, her intent to kill Xueshi had been softened to merely wanting to teach her a lesson, and her claim of not having harmed Xueshi was misleading, as it was only due to the intervention of the Golden Emperor Ant that Xueshi was spared from death. He wanted Xueshi to make her own judgment in this matter. Xueshi glanced at Su Yin, then at Su Jur and the Golden Emperor Ant who had rescued her, before finally turning her gaze to Qin Yudi. "I hope you will not repeat such actions in the future." She felt a mixture of disappointment and anger toward Qin Yudi. While she had contemplated her demise, she could not bring herself to do so. Their past friendship and the long-standing ties between their families weighed heavily on her heart. Su Jur was furious upon hearing Xueshi's words, feeling it unjust that Xueshi would consider forgiveness. The Golden Emperor Ant remained silent. In the brutal era during his rise, a compassionate girl like Xueshi would have been extinguished in an instant, never afforded the opportunity to grow. Upon hearing Su Jur's words, Qin Yudi felt exhilarated and overjoyed. She would have been tempted to eliminate Xueshi on the spot. Yet, she found herself indifferent. Whether or not Xueshi remained her friend was of little consequence. The preservation of her own life was paramount. There would surely be another opportunity to deal with Xueshi. "You may leave. Do not return here again," Su Yin remarked, eyeing Qin Yudi. Even if Xueshi chose to forgive her, he could not simply overlook Qin Yudi's intentions to harm Xueshi. Qin Yudi stood there, stunned, her eyes welling with tears as she froze in place. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, and without a backward glance, she fled the small shop, quickly disappearing from sight. Xueshi sighed inwardly. This turn of events was not what she had wished for. She had hoped that one day she, her master, and sister Yudi could amicably coexist, alongside Jiang Taiyuan and Qin Tian. They had always treated him with respect. Yet, he had never anticipated that Qin Yudi would harbor intentions to harm Xueshi. Xueshi shook her head, speaking in a daze, "Master, I am fine." Her body was indeed unharmed. Now, it seemed that this close relationship might begin to show signs of strain due to her actions. Jiang Taiyuan shook his head, responding, "Your decision is commendable. If it were some more domineering individuals, Qin Yudi would undoubtedly face severe repercussions." He, too, felt a pang of headache. It was troubling that the granddaughter of an old friend had clashed with his own granddaughter. Anger was a natural response. Qin Tian had displayed such fury and struck her. However, She understood that this was the consequence of her own actions. Having failed to kill Xueshi, she had inadvertently alerted Su Yin, which could spell disaster for the Tianren sect. Qin Tian glared at the weeping Qin Yudi, his anger boiling over, wishing he could strike her down on the spot. He had sensed something was amiss with Qin Yudi but had assumed she was a rational person and had only issued a warning. The Tianren sect's esteemed status in the southern region was largely due to Su Yan's support. Without it, they would struggle to maintain their position of power. If they angered Su Yin, the Tianren sect could face annihilation. She recalled how Xueshi had spoken of forgiveness, yet Su Yin had remained silent. If Su Yin chose to pursue the matter, she would be in grave danger. What else can be done? Bring the sect's finest treasures as an offering of apology. Qin Tian shook his head in exasperation. He felt both touched and powerless. As Qin Yudi's grandfather, he bore significant responsibility for her actions. If Su Yin truly sought retribution, even the Tianren sect could suffer dire consequences. On the morning following Xueshi's return to the Tianya sect, Su Yin opened the shop door to find two figures standing outside. One was Qin Tian, and the other was Qin Yudi, who held an ancient-looking wooden box in her hands. Qin Yudi said, her eyes red and glistening with tears. She regretted her actions and wished she had never harmed Xueshi. Now she has just emerged from the clutches of jealousy, suddenly realizing how foolish she has been for engaging in such utterly absurd actions. Memories of the days spent playing chess with Qin Yudi flooded his mind. During those times, she had provided him with a welcome distraction. Her birthday banquet. Her attentiveness towards him surpassed that of anyone else. And even if he could, the memory would linger and gnaw at him. Outside the store, Qin Yudi's delicate face was etched with anguish, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She truly wished it were not so. This was not the outcome she had envisioned. The reason she acted against Xueshi was rooted in her desire to prevent Su Yin from being taken away, driven by possessiveness and jealousy. However, now Su Yin had genuinely distanced himself from her, the reality starkly contrary to her desires. Qin Tian shook his head, gently patting Qin Yudi's shoulder, and spoke softly, "Let us return." Witnessing her in such a state pained him deeply. After all, she was his only granddaughter, someone he cherished more than life itself. How could he bear to see her suffer? Yet, this time, Qin Yudi was in the wrong, and the consequences of her actions were hers alone to bear. And then I will beg for his forgiveness. She could not bear to lose Su Yin. No matter what, she was determined to earn his pardon. Qin Tian recognized that Qin Yudi had likely fallen into a tumultuous emotional whirlpool. Just go back, I will wait here for Senior Su to emerge, Qin Yudi implored, unable to heed Qin Tian's words. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of focus, as she stared blankly at the store door. Very well, you may wait here, but I doubt Senior Su will forgive someone who sought to harm his disciple. His words were harsh and realistic. Had he been in Su Yan's position, he would never forgive anyone who wished harm upon Qin Yudi. Su Yan inquired, knowing that Blood Charm was also a cultivator. He felt torn, reluctant to witness Qin Yudi in such a state, yet unwilling to grant her forgiveness. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that Qin Yudi had sought to harm Xueshi. Blood Charm chimed in, "If you have any feelings for that girl, you should let her in." She seemed unperturbed by the situation, harboring no animosity towards either Xueshi or Qin Yudi. The only person she cared about was Su Yan, and despite any desire to forgive, he could not simply overlook her actions. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the joy in Qin Yudi's expression faded, leaving her despondent. Nevertheless, she did not leave. She stood her ground and declared, "Senior Su, I will wait here until you forgive me." With that, she bowed her head, her gaze fixed on the ground, no longer focused on Su Yin. Su Yin felt a flicker of compassion, but he still coldly replied. He frowned slightly and asked, "Have you been standing here all this time?" Qin Yudi nodded gently, saying, "I told you. I will wait here until Senior Su forgives me." Her beautiful eyes lacked their usual luster. Her complexion extremely pale, making her look quite pitiable. Su Yin replied indifferently, "Do as you wish." That was his only response before he left the shop to buy breakfast. After breakfast, Su Yin began to paint. Unwilling to depart, and how long she would persist, Su Yin forced himself to disregard Qin Yudi. In the blink of an eye, she had already remained for 3 days. Should an ordinary person abstain from food and drink for 3 days, their body would undoubtedly succumb to exhaustion. Even cultivators, unless they possessed profound mastery, would still experience fatigue, finding it equally challenging to endure. "Senior, are you certain you won't intervene for that girl?" Xuemei inquired. Not for any other reason, but the mere fact that Qin Yudi could stand unwaveringly for 3 days was enough to capture her attention. "Let her be," Su Yin reiterated, though he himself struggled to articulate this sentiment. A woman, harboring special feelings for him, had stood outside his shop for 3 days seeking his forgiveness. How could he remain unmoved? Yet, he was engulfed in confusion, contemplating whether he should forgive Qin Yudi. She was frantic yet powerless. She could not force Su Yin. "Miss Moore, you should depart and refrain from discussing this matter further," Su Yin replied resolutely. He could not bring himself to forgive Qin Yudi for her attempted murder. From a selfish standpoint, he hoped Su Yin would forgive her. Qin Yudi, barely able to muster her strength, replied, "Grandfather, I will not leave." Her resolve remained as steadfast as it had been 5 days prior. Even without Su Yan's forgiveness, she refused to depart. She circulated her inner spiritual energy to restore her vitality, not to alleviate her suffering, but to endure longer, until she obtained Su Yan's pardon. "Why must you persist?" "Sister," Moore cried. The sight of the once ethereal beauty reduced to such a frail state brought her to tears. Now, Qin Yudi bore little resemblance to a scion of a powerful clan. Her aura was exceedingly weak, and she could persevere for a while longer. On the 7th day, Xueshi arrived. She had not intended to visit Qin Yudi, yet with Moore and Qin Tian at Tinya sect pleading for her and her grandfather, he did not wish to witness Qin Yudi perish in this manner. Regardless of whether he would forgive her, it was undeniable that he did not want her to die here, especially not in front of him. Not a deity. Although she was a cultivator with spiritual prowess, her realm was not particularly profound, and she could not withstand such torment indefinitely. If this continued, Qin Yudi would indeed perish. Once she was gone, even if Su Yin were the greatest physician of his time, he could not resurrect her. Reviving the deceased was not merely a matter of medical skill. It also pertained to the path of life and death. Moreover, the materials required to concoct a pill capable of reversing life and death were exorbitant, and Su Yin currently lacked the necessary ingredients. "Little girl, why not become my disciple?" Xuemei emerged, gazing at Qin Yudi. Qin Yudi shook her head slightly, declining Xuemei's offer. If she were to take on a master, she would only wish for it to be Su Yin, even though she understood that this was an impossibility. Qin Yudi lacked the strength to respond, merely shaking her head once more. Her beautiful eyes were filled with exhaustion, yet she continued to gaze at Su Yin with a glimmer of hope. Su Yin sighed, stating, "It's not so much forgiveness as it is that this girl, Sheer, and that girl, Moore, persuaded me to let Qin Yudi go. I also did not wish to witness any tragedies occurring in front of my shop." "Certainly," Su Yin readily agreed. Xueshi's talent in the art of chess was truly remarkable. Even he was greatly impressed by her innate ability, considering her an exceptional prodigy in the realm of chess. Given time, Xueshi would undoubtedly become a paramount figure in the chess world. "This time, allow me to learn as well. Let's team up against Senior Su, shall we?" Xuemei smiled, moving beside Xueshi and looking toward Su Yin. Although she had little knowledge of chess, having observed Su Yin and Xueshi play for over a month, she had learned quite a bit and now wished to try her hand at playing. Jiang Li scratched his head, smiling innocently. "After entering the sect, I broke through a major realm, so my master allowed me to come down the mountain for 3 days. Due to his exceptional aptitude." "So soon, you have broken through a major realm, very impressive," Su Yin remarked. Although he was not a practitioner, he understood that progression in cultivation typically required considerable time. Jiang Li's rapid advancement, even if not on par with Xueshi, was still commendable. Jiang Li grinned sheepishly in front of Su Yin. He remained that innocent boy. "You have taken a master. What position does he hold in Tianren sect?" Su Yin inquired further. Choosing a master was a significant decision for practitioners. In the cultivation world, a master held a status akin to that of a father. If one could find a master devoted to their disciples, that would be fortunate. However, encountering a negligent master would be disastrous. It was clear that both Qin Tian and Qin Yudi's identities were anything but simple. Chapter 71. The Heartless Divine Dr. Su, I heard that Senior Sister Yudi stood in front of your shop for 10 days. It was only natural that he would visit Divine Dr. Su first. However, upon seeing Xueshi, he dismissed the thought of asking about Qin Yudi's standing incident, as he had already deduced Xueshi's identity as one of the protagonists in that event. Xuemei, on the other hand, pouted, saying, "Are we going to Zue Xianglu again?" Since that fateful day when she inadvertently revealed her identity as the clandestine owner of Zue Xianglu to Su Yin. Zue Xianglu is merely a place he can acquire at will, holding no substantial value in his eyes. Zue Xianglu is renowned as the finest dining establishment in Tianren City, far surpassing the flavors found in ordinary eateries. Coupled with impeccable service, it undoubtedly provides a far easier experience than laboring over a stove, representing the epitome of indulgence. At Zue Xianglu, Su Yin. The true feast is consumed by Su Yin, the Golden Emperor Ant, and Su Jiuer, with Su Yin and the Golden Emperor Ant exhibiting an insatiable appetite. After departing from Zhuai Xianglu, Su Yin wears an expression of utter satisfaction. He has now come to regard Xue Mei as a complimentary dining pass. As long as he brings Xue Mei along to Zhuai Xianglu, he needn't worry about payment, akin to a free meal. Let us go. Lead me to your wife, Su Yin responded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity upon hearing of the snake poisoning. As a healer, such situations always stir a deep sense of seriousness within him. Believing he would not act against her interests, initially, Su Yin and his companions intended to leave, but as only Boss Wang and his wife remained in the household, they chose to wait for Boss Wang's return before departing. The death of a patient weighed heavily upon him, as it was no trifling matter. Life and death are paramount, especially when it involves someone he has treated, leaving him feeling oppressed. Xue Shi and Xue Mei were equally astonished. He held a measure of trust in Su Yin, for the esteemed healer's reputation in Tianren City was well earned through his exceptional skills and affable nature. In the past, Su Yin had treated him. He did not mind Boss Wang's anger. After all, it was a natural reaction. It was only logical that Boss Wang, having followed his prescription, would not suspect the apothecary of foul play. It was the Yangwang apothecary. Elder Bai responded with a smile, though his eyes discreetly scanned Boss Wang, revealing a hint of malice. You scoundrel! You replaced the ingredients in Dr. Su's prescription, causing my wife's tragic death. You are a murderer. You have killed my wife, and now you wish to strike me. Boss Wang's eyes burned with rage as he cried out. He and his wife had shared a profound love. Without her constant care and encouragement, he would not have achieved his current standing. Do not speak such nonsense. Elder Bai is a highly respected physician. How dare you slander him? The young man retorted with a murderous glint in his eyes. He radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy, indicating he was not an ordinary person. Elder Bai, you must provide an explanation. Resorting to violence will not resolve this matter. If you persist in using force to cover up the truth, yet remained sharp and piercing. Impossible. I reviewed the prescription. There is no error. You deliberately prepared different ingredients, creating a poison for Boss Wang. Su Yan's voice was frigid. This old man, who appeared amiable, was in fact a cunning villain. The young man's face paled in terror, blood trickling from his mouth as he sustained a grievous injury. Even Bai Jing Tian was taken aback, looking at Xue Mei with uncertainty as he stammered. I shall report this to the law enforcement team and ensure that you, the heartless quack, are imprisoned, Boss Wang declared, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Jing Tian. His love for his wife had transformed into an all-consuming hatred towards Bai Jing Tian. Bai Jing Tian was no ordinary physician. He was an alchemist capable of crafting elixirs essential for practitioners, holding a significant position within the cultivation community. It matters not. The law enforcement team cannot touch me. Bai Jing Tian replied confidently, I shall simply close the shop for a few days. Master, I have reached the pinnacle of the spiritual awareness realm. Xue Shi's delighted voice rang through the courtyard of your humble shop. Upon hearing Jiang Taiyuan's words, Su Yin replied, I have no intention of seeking him out. He is but a mortal, and I have no desire to involve myself in the affairs of practitioners. Very well, but I advise you to remain vigilant. The Lord of the Evil God Palace may come looking for you after his initial attempts yield no results, Jiang Taiyuan cautioned. The Evil God Palace exerts considerable influence over Mu Prefecture. Perhaps, but others' affairs are best left to them, Su Yin replied. He was astute enough to sense that Xue Mei might be linked to the Evil God Palace, and indeed, her presence was already quite unusual. A practitioner stronger than Jiang Taiyuan and Qin Tian had suddenly appeared in Tianren City, and now, upon learning of the Evil God Palace Lord's arrival, she hastily departed. It would be difficult for anyone not to connect Xue Mei with the Evil God Palace. Host, the Heavenly Emperor's sword has emerged. It must be obtained. Suddenly, a voice, long silent, resonated within Su Yan's mind. It was the system. Upon arriving in this world, Su Yan had also possessed a system, yet it had remained inactive after he mastered various arts such as calligraphy, sword intent, and chess so much so that he had nearly forgotten he was a system user, especially when compared to the legendary figures who had soared to greatness after acquiring their systems. System, what is the Heavenly Emperor's sword? Su Yin inquired excitedly within his thoughts. He had previously asked the system why he was unable to cultivate, only to receive the eternal response that the time was not yet ripe, leading him to abandon all hope and assume the system was merely being dismissive. The Heavenly Emperor's sword is the weapon of a great emperor, revived after eons of dormancy. Host, you must acquire it. The system elucidated. When mentioning the Heavenly Emperor's sword, Its voice seemed to carry a hint of emotional resonance, deviating from its usual cold, mechanical tone. The system continued, "The Heavenly Emperor's sword lies within the desolate valley of the southern domain. Host must hasten to retrieve it. Upon obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's sword, you will be able to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor technique and embark upon the path of cultivation." "Is that truly the case?" Su Yin exclaimed with excitement. "Host need not worry. You have already comprehended the 3,000 Tao. When cultivating the Heavenly Emperor technique, you will refine your essence with the 3,000 Tao, allowing you to directly ascend to divinity." "That sounds impressive," Su Yin mused, intrigued. Beginning from the divine certainly carried an air of distinction. However, first, he needed to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sword. After a moment's contemplation, he thought Xue Shi, being Jiang Taiyuan's daughter. For the world was vast beyond measure, with the southern domain alone spanning over 1,000,000 miles, a distance that few mortals could traverse in a lifetime. The desolate valley is a forbidden zone within the southern domain. "Does Master intend to go there?" Xue Shi replied, fully aware of its location. Throughout Mu Prefecture, it was nearly impossible to find a practitioner unfamiliar with the desolate valley, for it was infamous in the cultivation world as an ancient forbidden ground. Mistakenly believing it to be an ordinary valley, upon hearing his words, Xue Shi immediately began recounting the various legends surrounding the desolate valley, urging Su Yin not to enter. Su Yin felt a headache coming on. The desolate valley was fraught with peril, a true sanctuary for death, where even practitioners faced fatal consequences. As a mere mortal, he would be even more vulnerable. Yet, without venturing in, he would never obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Host need not fret. Simply bring along a piece of calligraphy into the desolate valley, and seek out the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit within. The Heavenly Emperor's sword lies therein. The system interjected. It was more eager than Su Yin to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sword, for it understood its true significance. Calligraphy? Su Yin questioned the system's suggestion with some skepticism. However, after the system reassured him that there would be no issues, he resolved to take the risk and venture into the desolate valley. He decided not to set out immediately but to wait for Xue Mei's return. At that moment, atop a high mountain in the southern domain, two figures were embroiled in a fierce battle. One figure was a breathtaking beauty, radiating an ethereal elegance, while the other, a man, exuded a malevolent aura, showcasing extraordinary strength. After an arduous battle lasting over 1,000 rounds, the two finally parted ways. The man spoke in a grave tone. "Xue Mei." Xue Mei did not respond to the master of the evil god palace, speaking coldly. Their relationship was amicable, yet she regarded him merely as a friend, while he harbored feelings that were perhaps inappropriate. He was a top figure in Mu Prefecture, ruling with an iron fist through the evil god palace, instilling fear in countless cultivators. Anyone who dared to defy his commands would undoubtedly meet their demise. In her heart, Su Yin was a true reclusive master, likely a deity, having transcended human understanding, not something the master of the evil god palace could contend with. "You are merely attempting to intimidate me to prevent me from eliminating that so-called elder, aren't you?" The master of the evil god palace scoffed. The evil god palace was not a righteous force, and as its leader, he had committed countless atrocities, with innumerable beings perishing at his hands. Representing transcendence. Below the gods, all are but mortals. A god. You jest. How could such beings exist in this world? The master of the evil god palace's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment, he spoke. He did not believe that a god truly resided in the southern domain, yet he had indeed felt a moment of intimidation. Gods represent the ultimate aspiration of all beings, but throughout history, how many have managed to attain such a state? It is exceedingly difficult, almost impossible, to become a deity. The master of the evil god palace was a prodigious talent, having achieved the first layer of the return to origin realm in less than 50 years of cultivation. The world had not witnessed a god in ages, and whether there ever were any remains uncertain. The notion of gods is likely a mere fantasy of ancient beings, as no one has ever been able to verify their existence. With that, she stepped into the void and departed. The master of the evil god palace stood atop the mountain, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. He could not accept the notion of a god residing in the world, let alone in the southern domain. However, Xue Mei's tone was exceedingly earnest, devoid of deceit. Thus, he resolved to remain in the southern domain for a while longer, intending to personally observe that reclusive master and discern what manner of being he truly was. The reason he waited for Xue Mei to return before setting off was also to have her guard the shop and protect Xue Shi and the others. The current state of Tianren City seemed increasingly unstable. The Wilderness Valley is a life-threatening zone in Mu Prefecture, a true forbidden land. Even beings from outside Mu Prefecture are familiar with its name, Shuemei replied. She was somewhat puzzled as to why Su Yin was inquiring about the Wilderness Valley. The name Heavenly Emperor's Burial Pit sounded extraordinary, and although he felt no aversion, he had only decided to enter the Wilderness Valley because the system had assured him of safety. The Heavenly Emperor's Burial Pit? I have not heard of it. I am unaware of such a place within the Wilderness Valley, Shuemei pondered. While she ranked among the strongest in Mu Prefecture and was relatively well acquainted with its famous regions, Lin Yin began to doubt the system. He was reluctant to endure the arduous journey into the Wilderness Valley only to find that the so-called Heavenly Emperor's Burial Pit was merely a fabrication, resulting in a futile endeavor. Indeed, it exists. Only those with insufficient cultivation are unaware of it, the system replied. Within the shop, Shuemei inquired, Elder, do you intend to enter the Wilderness Valley? Generally, even cultivators would not dare to enter. But Su Yin was an unfathomable entity, perhaps even a god. If he wished to enter the Wilderness Valley, she could understand. After all, apart from its immense dangers, it was rumored to harbor many rare treasures, which was the primary reason why previous cultivators would brave the risks to enter. I wish to find a place called the Heavenly Emperor's Burial Pit, Lin Yin replied, his brow furrowed with concern. The fact that even Shuemei had not heard of it suggested that, if it indeed existed, it would be an exceedingly perilous location, far too dangerous for ordinary beings to approach. Then you must exercise caution. But he struggled to safeguard himself. From various signs, it seemed that Tianren City and the southern domain were more chaotic than he had previously imagined. Beneath the surface tranquility lay countless hidden dangers. In her heart, she resolved to diligently cultivate, aspiring to one day safeguard Su Yin and spare him from perilous ventures into such forbidden lands. Now, Lin Yin declared, he brought along the Golden Emperor Ant, choosing not to take Su Jier, for he believed the Golden Emperor Ant was the most remarkable entity in his shop. Standing at the shop's entrance, Shueshi watched Su Yan's departing figure and called out, Master, you must return safely. Lin Yin turned back, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I will certainly return safely. After departing from Tianren City, the Golden Emperor Ant perched upon Lin Yan's shoulder suddenly spoke, feeling a sense of danger even back then, prompting a swift retreat. Wilderness Lord? Who is that? Is she formidable? Lin Yin had never heard of the Wilderness Lord, yet the name carried an indescribable allure. He pondered whether the Heavenly Emperor's sword might have some connection to the Wilderness Lord, considering that both resided in the Wilderness Valley. The Wilderness Lord. You cannot merely say she is formidable. The Golden Emperor Ant replied. She was a prodigious human female, a figure of extraordinary legend, yet her fate remains unknown, and her name has faded from the world, leaving but a few who still recall her. In the heyday of the Titan Tortoise, the Wilderness Lord was a nearly forgotten myth, and now, even the tales of her existence had vanished, as if the heavens and earth had erased all traces of her being. She was a woman? Lin Yin was taken aback. Upon hearing the name Wilderness Lord, one would typically envision a dominator of unparalleled might, making it difficult to associate such a title with a female. Like Shuemei, existed. Moreover, he was merely a mortal, far from the prowess of those powerful female cultivators. The Golden Emperor Ant possessed greater insight into the Wilderness Valley than Shuemei and guided Lin Yin along the way until they arrived at the City of Return. Giyi City is a renowned city in the southern region of Muzhou, known for its numerous transport services for escort agencies and mercenary groups, as well as an abundance of spirit beasts for transportation. All these individuals were heading to the desolate city, so the Swift Wind mercenary group decided to escort them together, allowing for greater profit in a single trip. The desolate city is the closest city to the Wild Valley, especially since many cultivators reside within the desolate city. 7 days later, Su Yin arrived at the bustling city, feeling somewhat apprehensive. It is said that this city is not simple. The majority of its inhabitants are cultivators, many of whom have been expelled from various factions. Thus, the desolate city can be described as a city of chaos, devoid of any sect jurisdiction. Brother, you seem unfamiliar here. It must be your first visit to the desolate city. Would you care to visit our 100 herb sect? We have all kinds of medicinal herbs. A plump man approached Su Yin with a cheerful smile. He was also a cultivator, albeit of modest skill. Merely at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, I do not require any medicinal herbs, Su Yin replied coolly. Being new to this place, he preferred to limit his interactions. What does my brother need? The optimistic plump man persisted. He had finally encountered a newcomer to the desolate city, potentially a lucrative opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip by. I wish to go to the Wild Valley. Can you take me there? Su Yin smiled as he inquired, He intended to gauge the capabilities of this individual and the 100 Herb sect, wondering if they could indeed escort him to the Wild Valley. "Ha, brother, you must be joking." The plump man of the spirit transformation realm quickly retreated a few steps, chuckling awkwardly. "I in the desolate city. It is well known that the Wild Valley is a terrifying place. Those who venture outside the Wild Valley have faced calamities even before entering, instilling even greater dread among the inhabitants of the desolate city regarding the Wild Valley. Who would dare to enter?" "I am not joking," Su Yin stated earnestly. He was determined to enter the Wild Valley, hoping that if he could bring others along, it might enhance his safety. However, he evidently overestimated these individuals. Even cultivators quaked at the thought of the Wild Valley and dared not enter. Who was this ignorant fool, daring to seek entry into the Wild Valley? Truly courting death. An elder overheard Su Yan's words and scoffed. He was a peak cultivator of the spirit-refining realm. Merely a step away from the sea of consciousness, a step that would prove insurmountable for many cultivators, possibly eluding them for a lifetime. Su Yin cast a glance at the elder, but chose not to respond. Quickly walking away, he had no desire to argue. To others, his intention to enter the Wild Valley was tantamount to a death wish, and it was only natural for them to perceive him as reckless. If one could not even brave such a modest risk, achieving any remarkable feats as a cultivator would be improbable. "Su Yin, are you certain you wish to enter the Wild Valley?" Jian Huang'an inquired. Now that they had arrived at the desolate city, they were close to the Wild Valley, even sensing its ominous aura. Such an aura is more palpable to powerful cultivators, revealing the true terror of the Wild Valley. Some say the Wild Valley is the burial ground of the Wild Lord, an ominous place where those who enter are doomed to perish. Others claim it harbors the remnants of an era. "Young master, may I come in?" A voice followed, melodious and enchanting, suggesting the presence of a woman of remarkable beauty. Of course, there remains a possibility that the voice could belong to one of lesser appearance. Suggesting a lack of security? After pondering, Su Yin spoke. "Miss, you should leave. I will not open the door." For the sake of safety, he could not allow himself to be so easily swayed. "Young master, Pinger is in trouble. Would you not help her?" The woman implored, her voice laced with feigned innocence. "If you assist me, I can grant you a wish." Her final words were laced with temptation and combined with her enchanting voice. Any ordinary man would find it hard to refuse. Yet, who was Su Yin? Though he was not entirely averse to women, he had long grasped the highest principles of solitude, and having not seen her face, it was impossible for him to be swayed. He resolutely declined. "I do not wish to, so please do not disturb my rest." Silence enveloped the space outside for a moment before the woman's voice turned icy. Few would be inclined to stay at such an establishment. Su Yin, are you not tempted?" Jian Huang'an teased upon observing Su Yan's dark expression. From the sound of it, she should be quite the beauty. Su Yin regarded Jian Huang'an, aware of its wariness toward the Wild Valley, and purposely provoked. "Rest well. We shall set off for the Wild Valley at dawn." Chapter 77. The Wild Valley, though named a valley, is in fact a vast expanse. At the very center of this region lies a peculiar gorge, referred to by some powerful beings as the burial pit of the heavenly emperor, said to be the resting place of a heavenly emperor. But he was relentless in his pursuit. "Shui Mei, you are still lingering in this shabby shop?" Xia Wuying mocked as he surveyed the establishment. To him, it appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any remarkable figures. He had come to assess this so-called reclusive expert. "Foolish," Shui Mei replied coldly. "If you perceive every small shop as a dilapidated establishment, then it follows that there would be no good shops in the entire world. Many of the calligraphies and paintings within these shops are treasures beyond imagination, some even deserving to be referred to as divine objects, embodying the profound principles of heaven and earth." Xia Wuyang chuckled. As Blood Charm audaciously labeled him ignorant, despite his youth, he had ascended to the peak of the first layer of returning origin, and as the lord of the evil god palace, his influence extended over Mu Prefecture and beyond. Approaching the entrance of the shop and called out, "So-called hidden masters, come forth." Even if such masters truly existed, he felt no fear. In fact, he believed that even the most reclusive of sages would find it difficult to surpass him. For he was already an unparalleled powerhouse. Blood Charm lightly responded, "Do not shout here. The senior has departed." She secretly wished to see Xia Wuyang receive a lesson from Su Yin, for even though they had once been allies, she found Xia Wuyang's arrogance and disdain for others intolerable, as he disregarded the world. Xia Wuyang retorted with a cold laugh, "You let him go, didn't you? To prevent him from being frightened by me. Merely a figure Blood Charm chose to favor. You overestimate yourself. Even if you were 100 times stronger, you could not compare to the senior, blood charm countered. The senior has gone to the wilderness valley. If you truly believe you are stronger, you may seek him there, do you dare? Her final words were a blatant provocation, as she could not stand Xie Wuyang's arrogance and his slander against Su Yin. Deliberately attempting to goad him, Xie Wuyang's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Wilderness Valley. The more powerful the practitioner, the more they would fear it. Perhaps some minor cultivators of the spirit transformation or spirit consciousness realms would only dare to stay away from Wilderness Valley due to legends. But someone of his caliber truly harbored dread. Wilderness Valley, it was said, was the burial ground of the Heavenly Emperor, a place where the bones of the world lay buried. Of course, this rumor had become nearly unheard of and could not be verified. But it nonetheless illustrated the valley's terror. Xie Wuyang certainly did not believe Blood Charm's words and scoffed, "Blood Charm, you have changed remarkably since leaving the evil god palace. How disappointing to hear such a pathetic lie." He had always harbored feelings for Blood Charm, yet she remained indifferent to him. Previously, he had not rushed, believing he had time to conquer the blood rose that was Blood Charm, as one was the lord of the evil god palace while the other served as its protector. Seemingly a match made in heaven. However, that she would choose to leave the evil god palace for a hidden master was something he could not forgive. Blood Charm gazed at Xie Wuyang, who stood at the entrance of the shop and asked, "Do you dare to enter?" Should Xie Wuyang step inside, he would undoubtedly come to realize the extraordinary nature of the shop, perhaps even be subdued by the profound meanings within the calligraphies and paintings. Xie Wuyang, confident and invincible, did not respond to Blood Charm. Instead, he raised his foot and entered the shop. Boom! An overwhelming surge of profound meaning enveloped him, pressing down upon him. Poof! In an instant, Xie Wuyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood appeared, it was obliterated by the profound meanings, never touching the shop's interior. Xie Wuyang stood his ground, refusing to yield, as these profound meanings sought to crush him to the ground. But who was he? The lord of the evil god palace, an unparalleled powerhouse. How could he submit? He unleashed the formidable power of the first layer of returning origin, yet at that moment, all the calligraphies and paintings released their profound meanings. There were the profound meanings of heaven and earth, the five elements, and swordsmanship. In an instant, countless profound meanings descended upon Xie Wuyang. Crack! His bones shattered, and with a final surge of strength, he was sent flying backward. Landing in a disheveled heap outside the shop, at that moment, he was filled with astonishment, disbelief, and fear. Those profound meanings evidently surpassed the returning origin realm, reaching the legendary domain of the divine. This led him to believe Blood Charm's earlier words. This hidden master was truly a god. Besides a god, he could conceive of no other entity capable of leaving such supreme principles within calligraphies and paintings. He even thought that an ordinary god would be suppressed here. I have long told you that the senior is a god, one whom you cannot challenge, yet you refuse to believe. Blood Charm observed Xie Wuyang, now bloodied and sprawled before the shop, and spoke. Simultaneously, she felt astonished within, while she too sensed the extraordinary nature of the profound meanings within the calligraphies and paintings. Are you certain the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit lies ahead? In the Wilderness Valley forest, Su Yin questioned the system with a hint of skepticism. He had been in Wilderness Valley for half an hour. Continue forward, and you shall reach the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit. Extract the Heavenly Emperor's sword, and your great task will be complete. At this point, it too seemed somewhat excited, as if it could sense the aura of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Hearing the system's words, Su Yin quickened his pace, eager to reach the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit before any danger arose. Every second spent in such a place felt like an eternity of unease. He merely wished to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sword and depart from Wilderness Valley. Suddenly, the Golden Emperor ant perched on Su Yin's shoulder spoke up. Su Yin, be cautious. The trees ahead have changed color. Before them lay the forest still, but the previously ordinary trees had turned a vivid crimson, resembling a forest grown amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Take it out. Those sinister trees should not dare to assault you, the Golden Emperor ant advised. He was nearly certain that the blood-colored forest ahead harbored great horrors. Even a practitioner at the returning origin realm would meet their doom within. Even he felt a twinge of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Su Yin retrieved the painting he had brought. As the painting appeared, it emanated a torrent of profound meaning, forming a protective barrier that shielded both Su Yin and the Golden Emperor ant. Then, with the painting in hand, they ventured into the blood-colored forest, where a wave of crimson mist suddenly surged towards them. only to be blocked by the profound meaning and quickly dissipate. Truly bizarre. Su Yin remarked, then composed himself to continue forward. After approximately 15 minutes, he emerged from the blood-colored forest, only to be halted by a river. Su Yin found his path obstructed by this river. The Heavenly Emperor's burial pit lay deeper across the water. To reach it, he must cross this blood river. This is the blood river of hell, the Golden Emperor Ant exclaimed, disbelief saturating its tone. It was known that it had witnessed numerous legendary events in its time, and under normal circumstances, it would hardly be surprised. It could only be said that the blood river of hell was extraordinarily unusual, even causing chills to run down its spine. Su Yin had never heard of the blood river of hell, but upon seeing the river flowing like blood, he felt an overwhelming sense of gore and revulsion. Floating within the blood river were corpses clad in ancient garments, their attire so archaic that it was impossible to determine from which era they hailed. These corpses served as a testament that the river was indeed connected to blood. Harboring a great terror, the Golden Emperor Ant spoke in as calm a tone as it could muster. The blood river of hell is said to be the river of death for all beings across the myriad realms. Its waters are composed of the blood of the strongest, gathered from the blood of celestial powerhouses to form this river. The blood river of hell knows neither its source nor its end. Anyone who encounters it bears great terror and profound karma. It sought to maintain its composure, but it was unable to do so. After all, this river was formed from the blood of supreme beings, a true blood river. The countless corpses within, preserved for eons, were undoubtedly formidable powerhouses, likely even divine corpses. The mere thought of a river capable of bathing gods in blood and laying them to rest was enough to terrify even the mightiest of beings. Is it still possible to turn back now? Su Yin asked, his body chilled, a bitter expression on his face. He had no desire to perish aimlessly in the floating corpses of the river, nor did he wish to bear any great terror or profound karma. All he sought was to embark on a path of cultivation, to lead a simple life, perhaps allowing himself a bit more freedom. Now that you have seen it, turning back is futile. You have already borne great terror and profound karma, the Golden Emperor Ant stated gravely. Its own mood was heavy, not much better than Su Yan's. The blood river of hell was renowned as the river where divine beings were interred. Even it held a deep-seated fear, wishing to avoid entanglement. Yet, fate had conspired to place the blood river of hell within Wilderness Valley, a development it had never anticipated. Otherwise, it would have strongly advised Su Yin against entering. Su Yin fell silent. There was no path left to retreat. The blood river of hell had come into view, and the great terror and profound karma had already been incurred. He could only steel himself to advance in order to obtain the Heavenly Emperor's sword, lest he suffer a tremendous loss. However, how was he to cross this blood river of hell? The blood river possessed the ability to nullify flight. He could not soar over it and would have to cross on foot. The Golden Emperor Ant understood that turning back was not an option. They could only find a way to cross the river. Throughout history, there have been individuals who have encountered the river of blood from hell, sharing tales of its ominous nature. The river of blood can only be crossed, not traversed by flight. There are no vessels in sight. Leaving one to ponder how to cross, Su Yin glanced at the riverbank and its surroundings, finding no means to navigate the waters. However, his gaze soon shifted towards the crimson forest. The trees within the forest were countless. If he were to harvest some to fashion a small canoe, it might just suffice to cross the blood river. Su Yin conveyed his thoughts to the Golden Emperor Ant, and without hesitation, the ant sprang into action, swiftly severing several trees to craft a modest vessel. This canoe was small, accommodating only one or two individuals, yet it fit Su Yin and the Golden Emperor Ant perfectly, producing a reverberating sound. Turning to investigate, he discovered a colorful gourd, tethered to the waist of an ancient corpse. Clearly, this gourd was extraordinary, despite being submerged in the blood river for an unknown duration. It showed no signs of decay and appeared remarkably exquisite. It was the seven-colored divine gourd. The Golden Emperor Ant gasped in astonishment upon seeing it, recognizing its legendary status. The seven-colored divine gourd was said to possess the power to absorb all things in existence and unleash radiant beams of divine light capable of obliterating anything in its path. An unparalleled weapon. Indeed, suitable for vanquishing even deities. After absorbing the Golden Emperor Ant's enlightening description of the gourd, Su Yan's gaze burned with desire. Such a divine object, if acquired, would render him impervious to any peculiar intruders. And he inquired of the Golden Emperor Ant, "Little Jean, do you have a way to retrieve this gourd?" He believed that the ant, with its remarkable lineage and vast powers, would have the means to do so. Perched upon Su Yan's shoulder, the Golden Emperor Ant unsealed a powerful talisman, emanating a brilliant golden light. It conjured a golden ethereal arm, reaching toward the seven-colored divine gourd at the corpse's waist. Such a divine object should not be left to languish in the river. Even the heavens would frown upon such wastage. The golden ethereal arm successfully grasped the gourd, but just as it began to retract, a skeletal arm erupted from the blood river, seizing the golden limb. The Golden Emperor Ant's gaze turned icy as it unsealed another talisman, unleashing even greater power. Solidifying the ethereal arm, a surge of golden energy erupted from the arm, repelling the skeletal hand. Ultimately, it reclaimed the seven-colored divine gourd and returned it to the canoe, where the golden glow and ethereal arm dissipated in an instant. Despite the simplicity of the act, the energy expended was unfathomable. That skeletal hand could easily crush spiritual gold, and even a cultivator who had opened their spiritual sea would be obliterated if caught. Su Yan regarded the gourd and asked, "Can I touch it directly?" His affection for the gourd was palpable, yet he pondered the potential malevolent influences it may have absorbed while adrift in the river. "Fear not, for this is a divine object," and it bore no qualms in allowing Su Yan to claim it. Hearing the ant's reassurances, Su Yan reached out to grasp the seven-colored divine gourd. It felt cool to the touch yet incredibly comfortable. He struggled to discern the material from which it was crafted. It might not have even been forged by living beings, as some treasures of celestial origin are born of the heavens themselves. Su Yan nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, little Jean." With that, he placed the seven-colored divine gourd in the canoe and resumed paddling. On the river of blood, their small vessel glided forward, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. "Be cautious." Suddenly, the Golden Emperor Ant sensed an impending danger and hastily unsealed three talismans. Boom! A colossal figure erupted from the river, exuding tremendous pressure. Both Su Yan and the Golden Emperor Ant were taken aback. The immense silhouette was a skeleton, not of a human, but of a dragon. The pristine white bones of a true dragon radiated overwhelming force, blocking their path, a genuine dragon skeleton, entombed in the blood river for countless ages. Even its bones bear cracks. The Golden Emperor Ant exclaimed in utter shock. It noted that this dragon skeleton was not whole. Numerous fractures marred its form, and parts were missing. The incomplete skeleton alone possessed enough power to slay cultivators at the spiritual sea level and beyond. The strength of the dragon that once was unfathomable to that moment. A resonant dragon's roar echoed across the blood river, shaking its very essence. "It is the cry of this dragon skeleton." The Golden Emperor Ant marveled, its body aglow with golden light. The ancient bones, buried for eons, still managed to emit a dragon's roar. An unimaginable phenomenon. "Little Jean, the dragon skeleton is beginning to regenerate flesh," Su Yan exclaimed. Blood surged from the river, enveloping the dragon skeleton, transforming into flesh in an instant. A true dragon materialized before Su Yan and the Golden Emperor Ant. "How can this be? The dragon has been dead for countless ages. How can it possibly regenerate?" The Golden Emperor Ant stammered in disbelief. Such legendary beings had long vanished from the world. The skeleton in the blood river could not simply conjure flesh from thin air. However, the Golden Emperor Ant, wise beyond measure, soon discerned the truth. This is not true dragon flesh. It is merely the power of the blood river attempting to deceive us. It sighed in relief, realizing that if a genuine dragon were to reappear, it would indeed be catastrophic. Though the dragon lacked consciousness, it launched an attack under the influence of an enigmatic force, slashing a claw towards the canoe in a bid to annihilate Su Yan and the Golden Emperor Ant. "What audacity! This is not a true dragon," the Golden Emperor Ant declared boldly, manifesting a colossal golden ant that lashed out at the dragon. Boom! The collision between the golden ant and the dragon unleashed a tremendous shockwave. The ethereal ant shattered while the dragon was sent crashing into the blood river. The Golden Emperor Ant regarded the river, saying, "Though this is not a true dragon, I am not at my peak either. This poses some challenges. If it were at its zenith, not even a genuine dragon's revival would daunt it. Yet now, it was severely weakened, only a fraction of its full strength, making it difficult to contend with." At that moment, a feather erupted from Su Yan's pocket, radiating a vibrant crimson glow, and shortly thereafter, a phoenix's ethereal form materialized. As the blood river churned, the dragon surged forth once more, confronting the phoenix's apparition. "The true phoenix feather. I never expected you to possess such a treasure," the Golden Emperor Ant remarked, astonished. The phoenix, another legendary being, could effortlessly slay deities. Even a single feather held immeasurable value, let alone a true feather. As the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix calls reverberated, the ethereal phoenix and the dragon clashed above the blood river. The battle was brief, culminating in the phoenix releasing a torrent of scarlet flames that consumed the dragon's flesh, signifying the end of the confrontation. The fleshless dragon skeleton sank back into the river, restoring tranquility to the waters. The phoenix's apparition faded, leaving behind a single true phoenix feather, which Su Yin deftly caught. No wonder you dared to venture here. It turns out you possess a true phoenix feather, the Golden Emperor ant acknowledged. Even it had never encountered a phoenix, not for lack of ability, but such legendary beings seldom crossed paths, even among their kind. What exactly is a true phoenix feather? Su Yin inquired. Puzzled, he recalled that this feather had fallen from a vibrant red bird while he was playing music in the backyard of a quaint shop, an event he had scarcely considered significant at the time. Today, witnessing its overwhelming power against the dragon skeleton had left him utterly astounded. The true phoenix feather is a treasure of immense worth, the Golden Emperor ant explained. For divine birds, the creation of a single true feather is a monumental feat unlike ordinary feathers. A true feather embodies a fragment of the divine bird's innate power, wielding formidable might, typically reserved for their progeny as a means of protection. In the past, I was acquainted with several divine avians, yet even among them, few would part with a true feather. The Golden Emperor ant continued. The more powerful the divine bird, the higher the value of its true feather. The true phoenix feather is priceless, granting cultivators insights into the path of fire, with boundless potential. Initially incredulous, Su Yin pondered the implications and speculated. Could it be that the red bird was a phoenix, drawn to my tune of the phoenix flies? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation, leaving him in a state of awe. The legendary phoenix had once graced his backyard. Listening to him play the lute and before departing, left behind a genuine feather of its own. With the phoenix feather in hand, crossing the river of blood in hell should pose no challenge. Even a single feather was enough to protect one from traversing various forbidden zones and deadly terrains. Indeed, as they proceeded, no particularly powerful monsters emerged from the river, and even if there were, they were deterred by the aura of the phoenix feather, too frightened to show themselves. After crossing the river of blood, they were confronted by a land of flowing magma, the temperature alarmingly high, exceeding the natural limits that even cultivators would struggle to withstand. With such extreme heat and the molten lava clearly abnormal, how could they possibly get through? Su Yin gazed at the molten landscape ahead and mused. The area was not devoid of passage. There were some spots free of lava vents, barely offering a route forward, but the surrounding magma's temperature was so intense that any living being that ventured too close would surely be incinerated. Perched on Su Yan's shoulder, the golden royal ant surveyed the molten land and remarked, "This is the magma of hell, where infernal flame demons, beings of extreme heat, dwell. They are notoriously difficult to handle. Even the mightiest cultivators would fall victim here." It had visited this place before, having come perilously close to the heart of the desolate valley, having traversed through the magma of hell when it was at the pinnacle of its strength. Far more powerful than it was now. With its current abilities, it could shield against the high temperatures, but engaging in battle with the infernal flame demons would not guarantee its survival. Su Yin was astounded to learn that such beings lurked beneath the terrifying magma, and soon felt that crossing this threshold seemed implausible. He expressed his discontent, saying, "Having come this far, it would be truly disappointing to abandon the journey now." The golden royal ant replied nonchalantly, "Invoke the phoenix feather. It is sufficient to neutralize this dreadful heat, protecting you from harm while also intimidating those infernal flame demons, preventing them from showing their faces." It was confident, relying entirely on Su Yan's phoenix feather. As fellow beings of the fire element, no matter how strong the infernal flame demons were, they could never rival the phoenix, which would instinctively command their respect. Su Yin produced the phoenix feather, and immediately, the searing heat of the surroundings was absorbed by it. The feather radiated a crimson glow, enveloping both Su Yin and the golden royal ant within its embrace. Consequently, they felt no trace of the extreme temperatures as they began to advance. As they walked past the lava vents, the molten substance rippled slightly, hinting at hidden life within, yet nothing emerged in the end. Under the protection of the phoenix feather, Su Yin traversed the hellish magma land with surprising ease. Even more so than when crossing the river of blood, with no monsters daring to appear. The phoenix feather is truly a remarkable treasure. It may even conceal the phoenix's profound techniques, which you could contemplate upon returning. mused the golden royal ant, gazing at the radiant feather in Su Yan's hand. Even it had to concede the phoenix's greatness, truly deserving of its high ranking among the 10 true spirits. Just a single feather allowed one to navigate the perilous, desolate valley unscathed. I must find that little red bird to express my gratitude. No, it is the phoenix I should thank, Su Yan replied, equally enamored with the feather. If the phoenix were to appear again, you must call for me. I wish to meet it, the golden royal ant asserted, its demeanor unusually serious when mentioning the phoenix. Abandoning its usual self-importance, the phoenix, after all, was one of the 10 true spirits of ancient times. Even a mere descendant of that esteemed lineage should not be underestimated. Upon fully crossing the magma land, they arrived at a chilling expanse. This place was desolate, suffused with an ominous aura, littered with numerous shattered weapons half buried in the ground. What is this place? It feels so sinister, Su Yan remarked, aware of the golden royal ant's vast knowledge. Just standing at the edge of this eerie realm made him uneasy. He could only imagine the horrors that awaited should he truly step inside. Were it not for the system's quest to acquire the heavenly emperor's sword and embark on his path of cultivation, he would never willingly enter such a place. The golden royal ant spoke gravely. This is the burial ground of gods and demons. Legend has it that countless years ago, a battle between gods and demons raged here, resulting in their ultimate demise. It was unsure whether this tale was factual, but in its time, many powerful beings believed in this legend. The shattered weapons here were indeed divine and demonic artifacts, and the strangely colored soil had been nourished by the blood of gods and demons, suggesting a scene of bloodshed from countless years prior, where divine and demonic blood soaked into the earth. Eternally unyielding, Su Yan was taken aback. Having arrived in a world where gods and demons were mere legends, this place being their burial ground was astonishing indeed, for it implied that gods and demons truly existed. Be cautious. At that moment, the golden royal ant cried out, instantly unleashing several seals, its entire form glowing with golden radiance as it charged forward. Bang! The golden royal ant collided with a shadow, both being thrown backward. The shadow fell to the ground, while the golden royal ant returned to Su Yan's shoulder. Its golden glow significantly dimmed. It was only then that Su Yan truly discerned what the shadow was, and found it utterly absurd. Chapter 81. The Eerie Encounter. Before him lay a black skeleton, human in form, approximately 2 meters tall, wielding a bone knife. Within the eye sockets, black flames flickered ominously, creating a truly uncanny sight. A skeleton? How could I possibly encounter one here? Su Yan sighed. In his previous life within the gaming realm, he had vanquished numerous skeletons, yet now one stood before him. Be careful. This skeleton must have been a god in life. For reasons unknown, its divine bones have been corrupted, and it has now become a creature of darkness, the golden royal ant cautioned gravely. Such dark entities were exceedingly difficult to confront, typically found in regions of malevolence. Die! The skeleton bellowed, charging at Su Yan with its bone knife raised for an attack. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, its presence formidable. In that critical moment, Su Yan recalled the system's warning and unfurled the scroll he had brought. An aura of Tao surged forth from the scroll, ensnaring the skeleton. Soon, the skeleton transformed from black to white, becoming an ordinary white skeleton as the black flames in its eyes extinguished with a thud. The skeleton collapsed to the ground, lifeless, reduced to mere bones. The purification technique had transformed the dark being back into an ordinary skeleton. The golden royal ant was taken aback, however, its attention was swiftly captured by a commotion ahead. The ground began to crumble and numerous black skeletons emerged, easily exceeding 100 in number. So many skeletons. Are these the vengeful spirits of those I defeated? Su Yan lamented, vowing never to torment skeletons again. The scroll in his hand radiated a stronger aura, even emanating a purifying light that swept towards the advancing black skeletons. All the dark skeletons fell to the ground, turning into white bones. Such formidable purifying power. Even the purification god would pale in comparison. The golden royal ant exclaimed, astonished by the purifying force emanating from Su Yan's scroll. It was worth noting that these dark beings were not ordinary skeletons. They were remnants of gods and demons that had fallen, their bones transformed. Even a cultivator of the returning origin realm would meet their demise here. Su Yan and the golden royal ant effortlessly navigated the myriad dangers of the desolate valley. But it was evident that any other being would have perished in the initial forest, let alone during the subsequent trials of the river of blood, the magma of hell. and now the burial ground of gods and demons. Let us proceed. The heart of the desolate valley should lie ahead, the golden royal ant remarked after a moment of reflection. Gazing forward, it had previously traversed the desolate valley but had never ventured to the center, where it was rumored that untold horrors awaited, capable of extinguishing even the divine. Onward. Su Yin stowed the scroll and continued forward, having surmounted the trials of the desolate forest, the river of blood, the magma of hell, and the burial ground of gods and demons. He could not falter now, not when he stood before the ultimate destination. After passing through the burial ground, they encountered a stretch of calm terrain, leading to a valley at the end. The path lay above the valley, and peering down revealed a chasm reminiscent of a hellish abyss, cloaked in mysterious mists that obscured any view of what lay beneath. This valley, rather than a mere valley, resembled the entrance to a deep abyss leading to hell, and here lay the heavenly emperor's burial pit, the final destination of the desolate valley, standing at the path's end. Su Yin gazed down at the valley, his sight obscured by the mist, rendering everything unclear. A chill washed over him, as if something were watching him intently. However, he scanned the surroundings and found nothing. It was just him and the golden royal ant. Where is the golden royal ant? Su Yin thought, turning his head to find that the golden royal ant was no longer on his shoulder. Feeling utterly lost. After such a lengthy companionship, Su Yin had learned that the golden royal ant was no ordinary being, surpassing most cultivators, and seemed to be a true spirit. Yet now, the golden royal ant had vanished from his shoulder, and he was entirely unaware of when it had disappeared, failing to notice any unusual signs, which was truly unsettling. Little Jean, where are you? Su Yin called into the depths of the heavenly emperor's burial pit, his voice echoing back, but there was no response from the golden royal ant. He turned around and beheld a shroud of gray mist, obscuring even the path he had traversed, and there was no sign of the golden emperor ant. System, what is happening? Su Yin inquired, a sense of unease for the safety of the golden emperor ant gnawing at him as he sought assistance from the system. However, his heart sank when he realized that even the system remained silent. Su Yin surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that he had unknowingly been enveloped by the gray haze, which greatly diminished visibility. He cautiously stepped forward towards the emperor's burial pit, aware that one more step would lead him to plummet into its depths. Gazing into the nearly invisible abyss of the emperor's burial pit, he called out, "Golden Emperor Ant, are you down there? Are you down there? Are you down there? Down there?" His voice echoed eerily in the desolate expanse. The Golden Emperor Ant did not respond, and Su Yin's heart plummeted as he retrieved a scroll. The scroll emanated a faint, purifying light that dispelled the gray mist surrounding him. It was the legendary system, after all, and should not be subordinate to the perils of this world. Minutes passed with no reply, and it felt as though the system had completely disappeared. In desperation, Su Yin took out the phoenix true feather. As it appeared, it radiated a fiery crimson light, yet similarly, its illumination only extended around Su Yin. In that moment, the phoenix true feather resembled a candle in the night, able to provide light, yet exceedingly feeble. The diminished power of the phoenix true feather made Su Yin acutely aware that he had encountered a level of peril far beyond anything he had faced before. He had not even entered the emperor's burial pit, yet found himself ensnared in dire straits. Compared to the ancient forest, the hellish blood river, the hellish lava, and the divine demon cemetery, the emperor's burial pit was undoubtedly far more terrifying, offering no means of defense and delivering crises before one could even grasp the situation. Su Yin now found himself in a quandary, with the abyss of the emperor's burial pit resembling the gates of hell ahead, while an endless expanse of gray mist loomed behind him, severing his path of retreat. With one hand holding the scroll and the other grasping the phoenix true feather, he fixed his gaze upon the emperor's burial pit shrouded in mist, his expression resolute. "Lin Yin Shang, hurry here." Just then, a voice echoed from behind. It was the Golden Emperor Ant's voice. Upon hearing the voice of the Golden Emperor Ant, Su Yin spun around in surprise, only to discover a golden ant several meters away on the path obscured by gray mist. It was indeed the Golden Emperor Ant, though it lay beyond the range of the illumination from the phoenix true feather and the scroll. Su Yin was certain it was the Golden Emperor Ant, for it was rare to find another ant as unique as it. He approached the Golden Emperor Ant and asked, "Little Jean, when did you fall?" "I was just looking for you," the Golden Emperor Ant replied. "I don't know what happened. You just vanished without a trace." It remained stationary, seemingly waiting for Su Yin to come closer. "Su Yin, don't go over there." "That isn't me." Just as Su Yin was about to approach the Golden Emperor Ant, The voice of the Golden Emperor Ant echoed from the direction of the Emperor's burial pit. A chill ran down Su Yan's spine, and he quickly retreated 2 steps, halting his advance towards the Golden Emperor Ant. Then he slightly turned to observe the Emperor's burial pit. At the edge of the path, there stood another golden ant, cloaked in gray mist, making it difficult to discern its features. However, judging by its size and golden exterior, it was undoubtedly the Golden Emperor Ant. But how could there be 2 Golden Emperor Ants? A wave of dread surged through Su Yan, sending chills racing up his spine. Something was amiss. One of these Golden Emperor Ants had to be a falsehood, or perhaps both were mere illusions. Su Yan, the one over there is the fake. Hurry over here, don't be deceived. The Golden Emperor Ant from the path cried out, its tone urgent and laced with concern. The Golden Emperor Ant at the edge of the Emperor's burial pit also spoke. Su Yan, do not heed its words. It is an apparition born of the grievances left by the souls who perished within the Emperor's burial pit. It will kill you, though not approach. Its voice was sincere and filled with genuine care for Su Yan. Entirely unlike that of a falsehood, Su Yan stood at the side of the path, one hand gripping the phoenix true feather and the other the scroll, uncertain which to trust. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, both of you are fakes. Tell me, where is the real little Jean? Following his declaration, both Golden Emperor Ants fell silent. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept through, prompting Su Yan to close his eyes momentarily. Yet, in that fleeting instant, both Golden Emperor Ants vanished. Su Yan glanced back at the Emperor's burial pit, then towards the path behind him, feeling an unsettling chill. With the Golden Emperor Ant gone and 2 impostors appearing in its stead, the area felt overwhelmingly sinister. However, he found himself unable to retreat. The path had vanished, leaving only a short stretch visible before plunging into the depths of the gray mist. The Emperor's sword is indeed not easily obtained, Su Yan mused as he gradually regained his composure with a sigh. Having previously traversed the ancient forest, the hellish blood river, the hellish lava, and the divine demon cemetery with apparent ease had lulled him into a false sense of security regarding the dangers of the ancient forest. Now he understood the true peril of the ancient forest. Even the Golden Emperor Ant perched on his shoulder had disappeared, and the system offered no response. There was nothing more bizarre and terrifying than this. Fool, why do you linger there? Keep moving forward, do not hesitate. Just as Su Yan was at a loss for what to do, a clear and haughty voice resonated. Startled, he scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing. The utterance of that voice only deepened his indecision. It seemed both paths had vanished, with every direction feeling incorrect. What a fool! The cool voice rang out once more, and then the light emitted by the phoenix true feather intensified, erupting into a vibrant crimson energy that transformed into a small red bird. The red bird circled around the phoenix true feather before alighting on Su Yan's shoulder, its gaze fixed upon the Emperor's burial pit as it murmured. The Emperor's burial pit, I never expected to return here. Its voice was melodious and chilling, akin to the previous 2 voices. It is you speaking, Su Yan exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the small red bird on his shoulder. He had initially thought it was yet another manifestation of the sinister forces of the Emperor's burial pit, only to realize that it was the voice emanating from the phoenix true feather. The small red bird was indeed the one that had left the feather behind that day. It was the phoenix. Its tone was indifferent. Of course it's me, though you think it's some creature from the Emperor's burial pit? Its feathers were resplendent, radiating a crimson brilliance that illuminated a larger area than the previous phoenix true feather and scroll. Are there living creatures within the Emperor's burial pit? Su Yan inquired, a sense of dread creeping over him as he recalled the 2 Golden Emperor Ants from moments ago. Could they have been transformations of beings residing within the Emperor's burial pit? Creatures? The phoenix scoffed. They are dead things, abominable entities that refuse to perish. It had visited this place long ago and harbored a profound disdain for everything about it, tinged with a hint of animosity. The phoenix glanced at Su Yan before returning its gaze to the Emperor's burial pit, stating, the Golden Emperor Ant is beneath the Emperor's burial pit, but you need not worry for it. It is not so easily dispatched. The phoenix had encountered that Golden Emperor Ant long ago, in the backyard of Su Yan's shop, and it was likely that the Golden Emperor Ant recognized it and understood that it had left behind a phoenix true feather for Su Yan. Yet, the Golden Emperor Ant had pretended ignorance in Su Yan's presence, clearly concealing something, perhaps hiding its identity and origins. That, of course, it had never truly met the phoenix in its original form, as it never revealed its true self in this world. I must go save it, Su Yan declared, gazing at the Emperor's burial pit shrouded in gray mist. He understood that the Golden Emperor ant was extraordinary, but this was the Emperor's burial pit. If it could silently whisk the Golden Emperor ant away from his shoulder, it could undoubtedly pose a threat to its safety. The phoenix mocked, "Even if you do not go to rescue the Golden Emperor ant, you should enter the Emperor's burial pit and do so sooner rather than later. Rather than standing here hesitating and vacillating, in the ancient forest, those who remained indecisive in the face of the uncanny were most likely to meet their doom. The path must be forged by oneself. The road to survival must be seized actively, rather than waiting for the specter of death to pass by." Su Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the phoenix's words. Until now, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation, and to claim he was not afraid or anxious would be disingenuous. Anxiety and tension often clouded one's judgment. The phoenix speaks true. Go forth and enter the Emperor's burial pit to retrieve the Emperor's sword. The voice of the system chimed in, tinged with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Yan's temper flared, and he demanded, "System, where have you been? Why did you not respond when I called for you?" He had previously called out to the system several times without receiving a response, leading him to believe that even the system had encountered some form of calamity, momentarily feeling a sense of concern and pity for it. "I have always been here. It is you who has been ensnared by the gray mist, paralyzed by fear." The system remarked that of course, I could awaken you, but I chose not to. This too is a form of tempering. At that moment, witnessing Su Yan's flustered demeanor, the system secretly reveled in his disarray, deliberately remaining unresponsive to Su Yin in an effort to frighten him, though such sentiments could not be disclosed, lest Su Yin retaliate fiercely. Without further ado, Su Yin proceeded towards the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit, quickly standing beside it. This time, he did not hesitate. He leaped downwards. To his astonishment, the instant he jumped, he found himself on solid ground, looking up to see a valley whose summit was obscured from view. This sensation was peculiar. He experienced no sense of weightlessness or falling, as if he had traversed space itself and materialized within the valley. "Su Yin, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." The voice of the Golden Emperor ant resonated. As a golden ant leaped onto Su Yan's shoulder, Su Yin gazed at the ant and inquired, "When did you leave my shoulder?" I was entirely unaware. The mystery that continued to perplex him was the timing of the Golden Emperor ant's departure, which he had not perceived at all. "I jumped down as soon as you approached the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit, expecting you to follow suit. I never anticipated you would take this long," the Golden Emperor ant retorted. Had it not been aware of Su Yin possessing the phoenix's true feather and the scroll, it would have been genuinely concerned for his well-being. Perched on Su Yan's other shoulder, the phoenix cast its gaze forward and remarked, "Your objective for this journey must surely be that." Upon hearing this, Su Yin looked ahead and noted the absence of the gray mist, where distant objects were clearly discernible. As he discerned what the phoenix referred to, he was struck with astonishment. At the deepest recess of the valley, known as the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit, stood a throne of bones. Seated upon the throne was a towering figure, reminiscent of a deity or demon, exuding an aura of unimaginable might, even after countless ages of death. This godlike figure was pierced through the heart by a sword, an ordinary longsword in appearance, seemingly lacking any extraordinary features. Before the throne of bones, in front of the godlike figure, lay a collection of skeletal remains. Among these bones were those of humans, as well as other creatures. Some of the remains were colossal, towering over 100 feet, their white bones emanating a chilling aura, while others, measuring less than an inch, were the remnants of divine insects scattered throughout the Heavenly Emperor's burial pit. This place was indeed a veritable resting ground, where the sights of various beings' bones rendered it inconceivable what fierce battles had transpired here in ages long past. "The sword upon that corpse is the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Host, you must draw it forth," the system urged, its voice tinged with urgency. It was evident that the system held great concern for the sword, eager for Su Yin to extract its that the legendary Heavenly Emperor sword. The Golden Emperor ant gazed at the sword embedded in the godlike figure with astonishment. The legend of the Heavenly Emperor sword had once been exceedingly renowned. The sword symbolized an invincible being, though that being had long since perished, and even the sword had gradually faded into obscurity. The phoenix took flight from Su Yan's shoulder, soaring toward the corpse upon the throne. However, as it approached, a surge of power erupted from the throne, barring its entry. The throne of bones was evidently extraordinary. Even after enduring the passage of countless ages, it retained an unimaginable might. That bird, Is a phoenix, the golden emperor ant murmured to itself, observing the small red bird. It is not its true form. Its power is limited. It too had attempted to approach the corpse upon the throne, only to be thwarted by its protective barrier. The throne of all spirits. The small red bird circled in the air, speaking with a tone laced with animosity. Its gaze fixed coldly upon the corpse on the throne, revealing a hint of anguish when it glanced back at the throne. The golden emperor ant noted the emotions reflected in the bird's eyes and remarked, "It seems that the throne of bones is indeed the legendary throne of all spirits, forged from the bones of myriad beings. Consequently, the figure upon the throne must be the fabled lord of all spirits." It possessed considerable knowledge, piecing together various clues to deduce much about the situation. "The lord of all spirits," Su Yin murmured, gazing at the figure seated upon the throne of bones. Even in death, the individual exuded an aura of sovereignty and nobility that would compel ordinary folk to worship in reverence. He then quietly asked the golden emperor ant, "What connection does the phoenix have with this lord of all spirits? It seems to regard him as an enemy." The phoenix, previously exhibiting a demeanor of haughty aloofness, had become utterly discomposed upon entering this place and encountering the figure upon the throne, a stark contrast to its exalted status as a true spirit. The golden emperor ant observed the phoenix as it relentlessly attempted to breach the barrier surrounding the throne, whispering, "It is said that when the Lord of all spirits chose the final being's bones to forge the throne of all spirits, he selected a phoenix, slaying it to obtain its bones for the creation of the throne. The slain phoenix likely shares a profound connection with this one, perhaps as soulmates." At this point, it fell silent as the phoenix returned, landing upon Su Yan's other shoulder. Su Yan glanced at the small red bird before advancing forward, directly approaching the throne of bones, scrutinizing the corpse of the Lord of all spirits up close. He was uncertain of the nature of the Lord of all spirits, but one who could slay a phoenix must undeniably be a formidable being of unparalleled strength. Yet, how could such an invincible entity be pierced by a sword? Was this the cause of its demise? When the phoenix noticed Su Yan had come to a halt, it urged, "Why are you not moving? Continue forward." Unable to approach the corpse of the Lord of all spirits, blocked by the throne's power, it wished to see if Su Yan could break through the barrier. Su Yan took a deep breath and stepped forward once more. At that moment, the throne of all spirits unleashed an invisible force, forming a barrier that obstructed any further advance. Su Yan extended his hand, making contact with the barrier of power. This layer of obstruction resembled a protective veil. It had previously repelled the phoenix, and even the phoenix's fierce attempts to breach it had proven futile. "How is it? Can you break through?" the phoenix inquired with anticipation. It was aware of Su Yan's peculiarities. Despite lacking cultivation, he could leave traces of supreme Tao rhythm within the scroll, perhaps possessing the ability to overcome the barrier. "I will give it a try," Su Yan responded, though uncertainty lingered within him. He summoned his courage and took another step forward. To his astonishment, he passed through the barrier of the throne of all spirits, drawing near to the corpse of the Lord of all spirits. "How could this be?" A melodious voice filled with frustration and confusion erupted from behind him. Su Yan turned to see the phoenix and the golden emperor ant outside the barrier, while he alone had successfully entered. Even he was bewildered by the situation, attributing it to the system's persistent urging for him to draw the sword. The phoenix circled outside the barrier for a moment before commanding, "Boy, quickly slap that corpse twice." Unable to enter herself, she could only rely on Su Yan to fulfill her desires. "This seems inappropriate," Su Yan hesitated. The Lord of all spirits was an unfathomable powerhouse. Even in death, such an act of disrespect felt unwise. Lest he had some hidden means of retaliation. "What are you afraid of? He's already dead. Why hesitate to strike?" The phoenix retorted in dissatisfaction. It longed to reduce the Lord of all spirits to ashes, but was thwarted by the power of the throne, unable to approach the body. "First draw the sword. Once you have extracted the heavenly emperor's sword, you will ascend to the realm of divine practitioners. Embarking on your path of cultivation," the system chimed in, continuing to urge Su Yan to draw the sword. From the beginning, it had insisted he retrieve it. Su Yan grasped the hilt of the heavenly emperor's sword and exerted force to pull it free. Yet, the sword remained immovable, seemingly fused with the corpse of the Lord of all spirits. "What are you doing?" Outside the barrier, the phoenix coldly questioned Su Yan as he struggled to extract the sword. She had anticipated him to come for the heavenly emperor's sword, but was taken aback by his futile attempts to draw it, as if he lacked sound judgment. "That is the heavenly emperor's sword. How could it possibly be drawn so easily?" I am attempting to draw the sword, but it won't budge, Su Yin replied, gripping the hilt with both hands and straining to pull it free. Yet still failing to shift it even slightly, despair began to settle in. If he couldn't even move it, how could he ever extract it? Bleed to recognize your master. Once the heavenly emperor's sword acknowledges you as its master, it shall be drawn forth, the system reminded him. Hearing this, Su Yin bit his right index finger, allowing a small drop of blood to fall onto the exposed blade of the heavenly emperor's sword. The blood did not roll off. Instead, it was absorbed by the sword. The heavenly emperor's sword has absorbed your blood. Is it recognizing you as its master? The phoenix murmured in disbelief. How could the heavenly emperor's sword acknowledge him? He was merely a mortal. She could hardly fathom that Su Yin might gain the sword's recognition through this act. If successful, it would mean the legendary heavenly emperor's sword would have a new master. The golden emperor ant stood upon his skeletal remains, overwhelmed with emotions. The heavenly emperor's sword, after all, is the legendary weapon of the supreme heavenly emperor. Its power unimaginable, capable of driving gods and demons to madness. A faint glimmer emanated from the heavenly emperor's sword, transforming it into something extraordinarily divine and transcendent. Su Yin grasped the heavenly emperor's sword once more and pulled forcefully. Buzz! The sound of the sword echoed as the heavenly emperor's sword was successfully drawn, radiating a sacred and supreme brilliance, untouched by a single drop of blood. He had truly extracted the heavenly emperor's sword. The phoenix was astonished, realizing that Su Yin had successfully acknowledged the sword with his blood. The heavenly emperor's sword had found a new master, and that master was Su Yin. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring divine cultivation in the technique Heavenly Emperor's Formula. The system's voice resonated. Filled with excitement, devoid of the typical mechanical hollowness, in an instant, Su Yin exuded an unparalleled aura, and his mind was flooded with the complex and profound teachings of Heavenly Emperor's Formula. He had now ascended to divinity. Capable of bearing this intricate information, had he still been a mere mortal, it might have shattered his mind. This aura was divine. The phoenix sensed the aura emanating from Su Yin, puzzled. Just moments ago, Su Yin had merely been a mortal. How had he suddenly become a deity? The golden emperor ant was equally astonished, attributing it to Su Yin's hidden divine nature, now revealed due to his excitement upon obtaining the heavenly emperor's sword. Simultaneously, it felt a sense of awe. Su Yin possessed divine cultivation and had acquired the heavenly emperor's sword. He would likely become invincible in the future. Suddenly, the corpse of the 10,000 spirits sovereign stirred. Reaching out a hand towards Su Yin was taken aback. However, now that he was a deity, he would not be easily captured and swiftly evaded the grasp of the 10,000 spirits sovereign. Without hesitation, he swung the sword, and the heavenly emperor's sword emitted a faint divine glow as it sliced through the body of the 10,000 spirits sovereign. Thud! The 10,000 spirits sovereign was cleaved in two. Tumbling from the throne, rapidly transforming into a pile of bones, bereft of the protection of the 10,000 spirits throne and stripped of any divine power, the corpse could not withstand the passage of time and decayed into mere bones. This was also due to the heavenly emperor's sword having severed all vitality and power from within the 10,000 spirits sovereign, rendering it hardly distinguishable from an ordinary mortal's corpse. Had he died a natural death, his remains would not have decayed, for he was a being capable of slaying phoenixes. Well done, young one. The phoenix, though uncertain of the circumstances, felt immense joy upon witnessing Su Yin's sword strike, reducing the 10,000 spirits sovereign to bones. It then gazed at the 10,000 spirits throne, tears welling in its eyes. Finally, vengeance had been achieved. Su Yin, feeling an inexhaustible power within him, believed he could command the heavens and earth, convinced that there was nothing beyond his reach. He swung his sword once more, shattering the barrier of the 10,000 spirits throne, stripping away its protective veil. The system cautioned, "Host, do not become overconfident. Upon your return, diligently cultivate Heavenly Emperor's Formula." Lest the Heavenly Emperor's sword bring about your ruin, it had to remind Su Yin to avoid complacency, to prevent an unfortunate downfall. I understand, Su Yin replied, then suppressed his aura, approaching the phoenix and the golden emperor ant with a smile, saying, "Little Jean, little phoenix, let us return." Chapter 85. The identity of the golden emperor ant. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, the phoenix became enraged, exclaiming, "Youngster, have you lost your mind to address me as little phoenix? To show such disrespect to a true spirit, even gods may fall." As a majestic phoenix, one of the mightiest true spirits, it was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, even in the ancient mythic era, when gods and demons would approach it with deference. What is a true spirit? A being innately attuned to the origins of the great Tao, capable of rivaling deities should it grow to its full potential. Su Yin chuckled. I mean, no disrespect. Little Phoenix is merely an endearing term that suits your current stature quite well. He was not foolish and recognized that this was likely not the Phoenix's true form. Its power likely limited. Nonsense, the Phoenix retorted coldly, alighting onto Su Yan's shoulder. Meanwhile, the Golden Emperor ant also leapt onto Su Yan's shoulder. Dear Phoenix, let us return home, Su Yin proclaimed grandly, soaring into the sky. Emerging from the heavenly emperor's burial pit, retracing his steps, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. A transformation brought forth by the power he now wielded in the heavenly emperor's burial pit. Countless skeletal remains began to emit a dark glow after Su Yan's departure. All the bones converged towards the 10,000 spirits throne, ultimately forming a translucent, crystal-like humanoid skeleton before the throne, which then sat down, boom. The moment the crystal skeleton settled upon the 10,000 spirits throne, an explosion of radiant light erupted from the throne, and the crystal skeleton was reborn in flesh, becoming an exceptionally handsome man. Fool! How could this sovereign perish without the heavenly emperor's sword's suppression? Did many gods and demons truly perish in the god and demon cemetery? As Su Yin traversed the path outside the heavenly emperor's burial pit, he returned to the god and demon cemetery. Surveying the endless expanse of the graveyard and the exposed corpses, bones, and expressed his skepticism. Now a deity, he was acutely aware of his immense strength, able to summon wind and rain effortlessly, even capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. As if all that existed was within his grasp, the Phoenix mocked, "Do you feel powerful? Among those who have fallen here, there are not fewer than 8,000 gods and demons. You would have been mere cannon fodder in the ancient god and demon war." In that fateful battle, it had participated, having once slaughtered gods and demons, viewing deities with little regard. The Phoenix, being a supreme true spirit, was not something ordinary gods could confront. Only the mightiest among them could compare. While common deities would stand no chance, am I still cannon fodder with the heavenly emperor's sword in hand? Su Yin raised an eyebrow, smiling softly. He then waved the heavenly emperor's sword, which emitted a faint divine glow. The Phoenix fell silent, nearly forgetting that Su Yin possessed the heavenly emperor's sword. It could only feign indifference, saying, "With the heavenly emperor's sword, perhaps your situation might improve slightly." It was impossible for it to retract its words. As a proud true spirit, the Phoenix could not show weakness without tarnishing its own reputation. The Golden Emperor ant observed the heavenly emperor's sword, stating, "With this sword in your possession, ordinary gods and demons would be no match for you." This was its first encounter with the heavenly emperor's sword, yet it was well aware of the legends surrounding it, understanding that the sword was extraordinary. Su Yin smiled, gazing at the Phoenix. "Dear Phoenix, why do others speak differently than you?" He knew the sword was remarkable, as it had seemingly slain a heavenly sovereign. How could it be an ordinary blade? The Phoenix, somewhat displeased that the Golden Emperor ant had undermined it, lightly remarked, "You must be the descendant of that primordial ant, correct?" Its existence spanned eons, having been the younger sister of the Phoenix, once known as one of the 10 great true spirits. Among the ancient 10 great true spirits, that supreme Phoenix was its brother, illustrating how ancient it was, having witnessed the rise and fall of numerous eras, as well as the obliteration and rebirth of civilizations. The Golden Emperor ant trembled slightly, falling silent for a moment before speaking. "He is my father." Its tone was gravely somber, tinged with a hint of sorrow, confusion, and resentment. The Phoenix also paused, seemingly taken aback that the Golden Emperor ant was not merely a descendant of the primordial ant, but its direct offspring. After a moment's hesitation, it consoled, "Your father was a great true spirit, once standing against the true dragon and instilling fear across the heavens. I have never seen him, nor have I ever received his protection. All he has brought me is an endless pursuit." The Golden Emperor ant's emotions appeared to overwhelm it, its voice icy. The hatred in its eyes deepened, directed towards the father it had never met. The primordial ant was indeed one of the 10 great true spirits, capable of challenging true dragons and feared by all. However, after the Golden Emperor ant's birth, it faced unending darkness, struggling to survive until its lineage was discovered. And thus began a life of flight and bloody ascension. Its rise was born of necessity. Had it not grown stronger, it would have been slain solely for being the offspring of the primordial ant. The Phoenix spoke, "Do not harbor hatred for your father. He was truly magnificent, a hero among true spirits. All of the ancient 10 great true spirits were the same. Long ago, when it was still a fledgling phoenix, it had accompanied its brother to meet the primordial ant. Although it appeared to be merely an ant, it was formidable, possessing great ambition, capable of suppressing the grand world with a single step. It was a revered true spirit hero, while I merely remain a forgotten fugitive. How could I dare to resent it? The golden emperor ant self-deprecatingly remarked, I only wish to know where it has gone. Growing up amidst a life of flight, it had heard tales of the primordial ant, yet that era had long since passed, leaving no trace of the primordial ant. Never having seen the primordial ant was its greatest regret. The phoenix gazed into the distance, filled with yearning, saying, the ancient 10 great true spirits have all vanished, and no living being knows their whereabouts. Yet, I believe they must be engaged in something truly remarkable. Something only they could accomplish. I have always believed this, for I have faith in my brother. Its idol was its brother, that invincible yet gentle supreme true phoenix. Thus it felt convinced that the disappearance of the 10 great true spirits held a significant reason, and was not a mere abandonment of friends and family or this world. Even when the beloved phoenix was slain by the supreme being of all spirits and its bones taken, it had cried out in despair and fury for its brother, who never appeared in the end. During that time, it harbored resentment towards its brother for his disappearance, pondering how, had he been present, the supreme being of all spirits could have possibly killed the phoenix it adored. Yet, later it came to understand that its brother must have embarked on greater endeavors, destined to return one day. Upon hearing the phoenix's words, the golden emperor ant was profoundly shaken. This phoenix, despite standing at the pinnacle of the heavens, held such unwavering trust and reverence for its brother, who was no ordinary being. Chapter 86. The desolate valley. Su Yin traversed the graveyard of deities and demons, arriving at the molten lava of hell. He listened intently to the conversation between the golden emperor ant and the phoenix, marveling at the revelations while continuing his journey, refraining from interjecting. However, his heart was far from tranquil. The golden emperor ant was none other than the offspring of the primordial ant, one of the 10 true spirits of antiquity, while the phoenix was the sister of the true phoenix. Also among the 10 true spirits, it was almost unimaginable to be in the presence of two beings so closely tied to the legendary true spirits, a scenario that could terrify even the bravest of souls. Suddenly, a violent eruption occurred in the molten land, coalescing into a colossal lava demon, its crimson eyes fixated on Su Yin. Die! It bellowed, striking down with a massive lava arm. What was happening? This had not occurred upon his arrival. Su Yin swiftly dodged, appearing 100 meters away, his mind filled with confusion. This lava creature was formidable, stronger than the blood charm. Escaping the desolate valley could spell disaster for the living. The phoenix elucidated, it is the doing of the heavenly emperor's sword. The lava demon was once slain by the heavenly emperor's sword, and now, sensing its aura, the remnants of its spirit have fused with the beings and powers of hell's lava, temporarily restoring its former body. This was from a time long past, tracing back to the previous era. It had witnessed the heavenly emperor's sword slay the lava demon, transforming this place into a realm of hellish lava. Back then, you were no match for the heavenly emperor's sword. How could you be now? Su Yin, upon hearing this, gazed at the massive lava demon and charged forth, wielding the heavenly emperor's sword. An unmatched brilliance of divine sword light erupted, cleaving through the lava demon. No! The demon's remnants cried out in despair as its form split in two, plunging into the molten depths, becoming mere magma. Once again, it had been vanquished by the heavenly emperor's sword. Su Yin soared over the molten remnants, landing beside the river of blood in hell. It was not that he wished to cease flying, but the river of blood possessed a mysterious force that prohibited flight, necessitating a boat for passage. The phoenix regarded the river of blood gravely, stating, this river of blood is perhaps the most enigmatic place in the desolate valley, second only to the heavenly emperor's burial pit. Even this is but a small segment of the river of blood. Confronting the river of blood, it felt a greater weight than when facing the heavenly emperor's burial pit. Isn't the river of blood a consequence of the war of gods and demons? Su Yin inquired, having assumed that the river of blood, like the deeper hellish lava in the graveyard of deities, was born from the ancient conflict. Not at all, the phoenix replied. The war of gods and demons was merely the grand battle in which the supreme being of all spirits was slain, with all celestial beings participating. The river of blood has a mysterious origin, existing long before that era. For the heavenly emperor's burial pit, it is said to be connected to the formation of the desolate valley. Quickly making his way out, Upon breathing the fresh air outside once more, Su Yin felt an overwhelming joy, exclaiming, "The air outside is so refreshing." He did not linger, swiftly making his way to the desolate city. The city was home to numerous mercenary groups that could escort individuals to other towns. Su Yin casually chose a mercenary group, intending to return as he had come. Even though he was now a deity, he still yearned for a tranquil existence. His desire to grow stronger and embark on a path of cultivation was solely to enhance his ability to live well and for a longer time. The Iron Grind mercenary group was a small band consisting of merely 10 members, led by a practitioner named Emotai. A practitioner of the spirit form realm could manifest their spiritual consciousness. He was already a formidable figure, especially since most cultivators in the southern region were merely in the realm of evolving their spiritual awareness, with even those at the spirit travel realm considered not weak. The Iron Grind mercenary group was primarily tasked with escorting a caravan to the Moonlight Kingdom, conveniently passing through the City of Celestials, thus taking Su Yin along. After all, from the mercenary group's perspective, it was advantageous to earn an additional fee by accommodating one more person when the opportunity arose. This caravan to the Moonlight Kingdom consisted of only 2 horse-drawn carriages, each pulled by a magnificent steed, with a driver for each. Additionally, there were 4 stern-looking men stationed at the front and rear of the carriages, who hardly strayed from their posts, serving as protectors. Once the caravan set off, Su Yin found himself walking alongside the members of the mercenary group. Positioned at the very end of the procession with the 2 youngest members, among the younger members was a fair maiden of 17 or 18 and a boy of similar age. During their earlier conversation, the boy, named Li, had learned Su Yan's name and now inquired, "Su Gu, what brings you to the desolate city?" He had been named by Emotai after being found as an orphan, otherwise destined to starve on the streets. The pretty maiden, Su Qingqing, gazed at Su Yin with curiosity and asked, "Su Gongzi, you aren't a disciple of some major sect here to train, are you? Given the chaotic nature of the desolate city, it was not uncommon for young disciples from various sects and families to come here for training. As sheltered flowers often withered in the cultivation world without undergoing trials, I came to the desolate city to retrieve something." Su Yin replied to Ali, then turned to the lovely Su Qingqing with a smile, asking, "Do I look like a sect disciple?" Clad in simple attire and devoid of any aura of spiritual power, he appeared to be nothing more than a mere mortal. Even the phoenix had returned to its true form, as it could not remain manifested for too long, and the golden emperor ant was concealed within Su Yan's pocket to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Su Qingqing scrutinized Su Yin for a moment before smiling and saying, "You don't resemble a sect disciple. You look more like a great philanthropist. There are none among the sect disciples who are like you." She was not a long-standing member of the Iron Grind mercenary group, having only joined a few months prior. Her background was known only to the leader, Emotai, who had never disclosed it to anyone else, though the other members speculated that she hailed from a significant lineage. Su Yin chuckled, but did not respond to her comment, instead casting a furtive glance at the carriage ahead before quietly asking, "Do you know who the people in the carriage are?" Chapter 87. The ambushers. Ali made a shushing gesture with his hand in front of his mouth, then whispered, "Don't talk about them. That's what the leader instructed, or it could bring trouble." The mercenary group was only required to escort their clients to their destination for payment, and it was best not to inquire further, especially when the clients clearly had unusual backgrounds. Su Yin nodded lightly, pondering whether the people in the caravan heading to the Moonlight Kingdom might be important figures. However, if they truly were notable individuals from the Moonlight Kingdom, why would they not seek a more powerful mercenary group for protection and instead choose the relatively obscure Iron Grind mercenary group in the desolate city? Su Qingqing, her large eyes blinking mischievously, turned to Su Yin and said, "Are you wondering why they chose our small mercenary group instead of a larger one?" Seeing Su Yan's surprised expression, she beamed with delight, saying, "It's because smaller mercenary groups attract less attention and can slip away unnoticed." At this point, she chose to remain silent, knowing that continuing would encroach upon the privacy of these mysterious individuals. Ali, too, remained quiet, his expression reflecting curiosity about the occupants of the carriage. Having been taken in by Emotai at a young age, he had accompanied the mercenary group on countless escort missions but had never encountered such enigmatic clients. Even when they had approached the mercenary group, it was only the driver who had made contact, with the individuals in the carriage never emerging. However, he understood the importance of discretion. Those in this line of work needed to possess insight, for provoking trouble was something a fledgling practitioner like him could not afford. "You seem anxious. Let us change the subject," Su Qingqing said, glancing at Ali, who appeared both curious and nervous. She was like a lively sprite, her vivacity contrasting yet harmonizing with the seasoned demeanor of the iron-grind mercenary group. Ali sheepishly scratched his head, his gaze flickering as he averted his eyes from Su Qingqing's beautiful face, and timidly asked, "Qingqing Jia, how long do you plan to stay with the mercenary group?" However, why is it that, despite knowing one does not belong to the same world, one still harbors thoughts that ought not to arise? You ask, does the moth know that the flame will lead to its demise? If it does, then why does it plunge headlong into the fire? Su Qingqing's smile faltered slightly, a faint sigh escaping her lips as she remarked, "Perhaps after this escort mission concludes, I shall have to take my leave." She held a deep affection for the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps and cherished the life of escorting individuals to various destinations. Yet, she could not remain here indefinitely. Otherwise, her presence would bring not joy, but calamity to the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps. Ah? Ali was taken aback, a hint of panic in his voice as he stammered, "Why?" He was aware that Su Qingqing would depart, but he did not anticipate it would happen so soon. Su Qingqing had not mentioned her imminent departure prior to his inquiry. "I had no intention of revealing this to you, planning to leave quietly after this escort mission. Yet, here you are, asking," Su Qingqing replied bitterly. She truly wished to stay, but it simply could not be a die in this world. One is fated to encounter countless circumstances beyond their control, unless one possesses the strength to disregard everything else. Ali, Qingqing, do not lag behind too much. Moved at a leisurely pace, neither falling behind nor prompting Su Qingqing and Ali to catch up. He had overheard their exchange and wished not to disrupt Ali's gathering courage to speak. However, upon hearing Su Qingqing's words, he understood that Ali might not have the opportunity or the courage to articulate his feelings. "Young Master Su, why did you not call out to us?" Su Qingqing and Ali caught up, the former chiding lightly while the latter remained silent. Head bowed, Su Yanzhang cast a glance at Su Qingqing and then at the cart ahead, lost in thought. He knew that after this escort mission, Su Qingqing would undoubtedly leave the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps. "Haha, finally found you. It has truly been a challenge." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the front, followed by the emergence of 8 men from the roadside, blocking their path. All 8 were cultivators, and each one was a formidable master at the spirit form realm. Modi, seeing the sudden appearance of these 8 spirit form realm cultivators, stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed friends, may I ask where I have offended you? Please inform me, and I shall offer my sincerest apologies once this escort mission concludes." His heart felt heavy. There were 8 spirit form realm cultivators, while he was the sole one of his kind in the Iron Hammer Mercenary Corps. To escort the guests to their destination now seemed a foolish dream. "What do you mean by that?" The bald man on the far right sneered, wielding a spiked mace that glimmered ominously. "A spirit form grade artifact. What do you mean by that?" Modi, tall and muscular, forced a smile as he queried. He sensed that this journey would likely not end well, yet he had not anticipated the conflict to arise so swiftly. "Enough talk, get out of the way. Let the people inside the cart come out to face their deaths," the bald man bellowed, startling the horses pulling the cart. He swung his mace over Modi and charged towards the cart, unleashing his spiritual energy. "You go too far," Modi retorted coldly, his figure shooting forth to block the bald man, slashing with his battle knife. Bang! The bald man swung his mace to clash with the knife, the fierce impact forcing both combatants to stagger back several paces. "Kill the members of this mercenary group as well." The youngest among the 8, a man wielding a folding fan, spoke icily with his command. The others surged forward, 7 of them charging towards the cart alongside the bald man. Guards flanked both the front and rear of the 2 carts, totaling 8 individuals engaging in fierce battle. Yet, with 7 spirit form realm cultivators attacking, they swiftly sent the spirit travel realm guards flying, while 2 surrounded Modi, completely suppressing him. "Run!" Modi shouted towards the rear, uncertain whether he addressed the driver in front of the cart or Ali behind it. Puff! In the next instant, a heavy hammer struck his chest, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. He did not collapse, but gritted his teeth in pain, swinging his battle knife once more, only to be blocked by a spiked mace. "Captain!" Ali cried out in anguish upon witnessing Modi's injury, his heart filled with fury as he attempted to rush forward to assist. However, a delicate hand grasped him, preventing him from intervening. It was Su Qingqing. "Oh, not stop me. I must help the captain," Ali shouted in despair, trying to shake off Su Qingqing's grip, but found himself unable. He was merely a spirit transformation realm cultivator, at the very beginning of his journey, making him the weakest in the entire mercenary group. "If you go, it will only lead to your death. Hurry and flee." Su Qingqing insisted sternly to AT that moment. Her usual smile had vanished, replaced by a tense demeanor. The two drivers began to steer the carts away from the fighting, charging forward in haste. Trying to escape? Where do you think you are going? The young man with the folding fan spoke coldly, swiftly moving to block the cart's path. His fan was also a spirit form grade treasure, and with a flick, it unleashed a gust of wind. The driver leaped up, surprisingly exhibiting spirit form realm cultivation to withstand the gale. With a crack of his whip, he ensnared the fan. Meanwhile, another driver maneuvered the cart past him, speeding ahead. Quickly, block the cart. Do not engage with those fools. The young man with the folding fan commanded the others, unleashing his formidable spiritual power to forcefully break free of the whip. He was a renowned genius cultivator from the southern region, his combat prowess exceeding that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Quickly pursue, the bald man yelled, noticing one cart making a break for it, and he and the man wielding the heavy hammer charged after it. Both were spirit form realm cultivators, and even if the driver of the fleeing cart was also a spirit form realm cultivator, he would stand no chance against them. Damn it, Modi roared in anger, attempting to intervene, but a sword cleaved through the air, nearly severing his head. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. A man wielding a long sword stood in his way, and with his injuries, Modi was no match for him, soon sustaining even more wounds. Apart from Ali, Su Qingqing, and Modi, the remaining 7 members of the mercenary group fought valiantly alongside the 8 guards against the 4 pursuers. However, the disparity between the spirit travel and spirit form realms was vast. Despite their numerical advantage, they continued to fall, many collapsing under the onslaught. Thus, all 8 pursuers remained occupied, 2 chasing the fleeing cart, 1 entangled with the driver, 1 battling Modi, and 4 engaged in combat with the guards and mercenary members, leaving Su Yinjing, Su Qingqing, and Ali at the rear, unnoticed. Seeing Ali's reluctance to leave, Su Qingqing's anger flared, and she coldly commanded, Ali, will you listen to me? Do not let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. With that, she forcibly pulled Ali, intending to slip away into the wild mountains and forests beside the road. Noticing Su Yinjing's stillness, she urged, Young Master Su, I am the one dragging you down. Picked up by Modi, a rare exception. Ali stood there, bewildered, staring blankly at Su Qingqing as he asked, what on earth is going on? He realized that he was the only one left in ignorance. Even Su Yinjing, a mere guest, knew more than he did. This is not the time for explanations. We must leave now, and I will tell you everything later, Su Qingqing urged. If they lingered, the guards and mercenary members would perish, and the pursuers would soon discover that the carts contained no one, prompting them to pursue her. All right. Ali glanced at Modi, who was locked in battle with the swordsman, his eyes reddening. He was determined to uncover the truth behind today's ambush. Su Qingqing smiled, pulling Ali towards the wild mountains and forests beyond the road. If they could slip into the forest while the pursuers were distracted, even if they later realized they had been deceived, they would not know where to pursue her. However, she cast a worried glance back at Su Yinjing, fearing he might reveal her identity if captured, and called out, You should come with us. Su Yinjing nodded and, together with Su Qingqing and Ali, they plunged into the wilderness, continuing deeper into the forest to escape. He possessed the strength to eliminate the pursuers effortlessly, yet saw no need to do so. Without understanding the truth of the matter, intervening on behalf of either side would be unwise, and even if the right and wrong eventually became clear, there would be no necessary reason to act. Ultimately, he was merely a passerby, with no obligation to meddle in the affairs of others. The young man wielding the folding fan struck the driver aside, and with a sweep of his fan, the cart was cleaved open, revealing its emptiness. His complexion was cold and stern, and he then shouted towards the 4 individuals who had already vanquished the guards and mercenaries. Capture them for interrogation. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps the fleeing carriage, like this one, was also empty. Hearing the words of the fan-bearing man, the coachman immediately dashed forward with desperation. However, 2 of the 4 had already approached, their weapons striking him down. A mocking smile graced the young man's face as he surged forth, swiftly entering the forest where Su Yin and the others had escaped. He glanced at the faint traces left on the ground and quickly gave chase. Meanwhile, the fleeing coachman was overtaken by a man wielding a large hammer and another with a wolf-toothed club. After a fierce confrontation, the coachman was brutally killed, and the carriage was shattered, revealing it was empty as well. In the forest, Su Yin, Su Qingqing, and Ali ran for half an hour before finally stopping. They had covered considerable distance, and during their initial entry into the woods, no one had pursued them, leading them to believe they were safe. Ali turned to Su Qingqing and said, "Now you can tell me the truth, right?" He felt like the only fool, completely in the dark. Su Qingqing wore an expression of helplessness and replied, "I am the daughter of the head of the Su family from the Moonlight Kingdom, and Mo Tai is a captain of the Su family's guards. The other members of the mercenary group are also protectors of the Su family, with you being the sole exception." She succinctly explained the entire situation to Ali and then, with an apologetic tone, said, "I am sorry. My arrival has cost you everything." Chapter 89. Forced involvement. The assailants were from a rival family of the Su clan, having learned of Su Qingqing's presence in the desolate city and planning to eliminate her. The Su family had dispatched a carriage team to escort Su Qingqing, but due to a shortage of available strong fighters, they could only devise a way to mislead the rival family and allow Su Qingqing to escape in the meantime. The Mo Tai mercenary group, however, was a sacrificial pawn. Nevertheless, the members of the Mo Tai mercenary group were originally guards of the Su family, each embracing the willingness to die, except for the oblivious Ali. "Damn the Yin family, I shall seek revenge," Ali roared. The assailants were powerful members of the Yin family, which was also a prominent family in the Moonlight Kingdom, equally strong if not stronger than the Su family. To seek vengeance, survival must come first, Su Qingqing stated. The Su and Yin families were sworn enemies, yet their strengths were comparable, making it exceedingly difficult to annihilate one another. Tears streamed down Ali's face as he painfully questioned, "Why did you come out? Why did you go to the desolate city? Why did you join the Mo Tai mercenary group? If you hadn't come, none of this would have happened, and the captain and the others wouldn't have perished." He yearned for revenge, yet he knew as an orphan he stood no chance against those great families. Even in 100 years, the Yin family would likely remain unscathed. Su Qingqing expressed her regret, saying, "There was a conflict within my family. A rift erupted between my father's faction and my uncle's faction, which compelled me to leave for refuge and training. I simply did not anticipate that the Yin family would learn of my whereabouts." She surmised that there might be a traitor within the family who had conspired with the Yin family against her, and due to the ongoing conflict with her uncle's faction, her father's ability to protect her was limited. It was possible that the traitor was her uncle himself, as the family strife was nearing its conclusion, with victory tipping towards her father. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched 2 spirit realm cultivators to escort her. "You guessed correctly. You are indeed the daughter of Su Minghui." Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air as the fan-bearing man pursued them, having overheard Su Qingqing's words. "Run!" Su Qingqing urgently cried upon seeing the man with the fan approaching. With that, she grasped Ali's hand, preparing to flee. However, the fan-bearing man launched himself forward, leaping onto a tree branch, positioning himself before Su Qingqing and Ali. With a casual flick of his fan, he sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" Su Qingqing, merely a spirit sense realm cultivator, was 2 major realms beneath him, rendering her escape impossible. "They are innocent. Let them go," Su Qingqing pleaded in despair. She understood that evading a spirit realm cultivator was utterly unrealistic. The disparity between spirit sense and spirit realm was too vast, and Ali, being merely a spirit transformation realm cultivator, was no match for the spirit realm practitioner even in unison. The fan-bearing man glanced at Ali and Su Yin, stating, "I am afraid you both must die." With a wave of his fan, he unleashed a wind blade aimed at Su Yin and Ali. "I am but a passerby, yet I have been ensnared in your conflict. It was never my intention to act," Su Yin lamented, releasing a trace of divine power. Boom! The wind blade was instantly dissipated, and the fan-bearing man was sent flying, crashing into several trees. Su Qingqing stared in astonishment at Su Yin, a mix of shock and joy washing over her. After a moment, she exclaimed, "You are actually a cultivator." She had assumed Su Yin was merely a mortal, as he had not exuded any spiritual energy fluctuations. And even after his display of power, he still emitted no such aura in a sense. Su Yin replied, "He was now a deity, wielding divine power rather than spiritual energy, and could easily conceal his presence. Not even Su Qingqing, nor the likes of Blood Charm, could detect him. I have encountered seniors before," Su Qingqing quickly responded, bowing respectfully to Su Yin. The ability to effortlessly repel a spirit realm cultivator with seemingly no effort indicated he was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse, likely having opened the sea of consciousness, marking him as a senior figure. "Another elder," Su Yin muttered in resignation. For months, he had been referred to as an elder by various individuals, even cultivators. Back then, he had felt unworthy of the title, but now, he believed he had earned it. "Elder, do you truly intend to oppose the Yin family?" the fan-bearing man inquired, rising to his feet, his gaze filled with trepidation as he fixed his eyes on Su Yin. He had never expected to encounter such a powerful being here, whose cultivation might rival that of the Yin family's elder. Su Yin replied coolly, I do not wish to oppose anyone, but do not threaten me. I do not respond well to such intimidation. With that, he turned and began to walk away. May I inquire your esteemed name? The fan-bearing man implored, his frustration evident. He could not swallow this humiliation. After all, he was a disciple of the Dao Palace, his master being an elder of the Dao Palace. This vendetta must be avenged at Su Yin, residing in Tianqing City. You are welcome to visit, Su Yin responded. Continuing on his path, he simply wished to run his small shop, but if trouble came knocking, he would not hold back. I shall remember this, the fan-bearing man growled under his breath, observing Su Qingqing and Ali following Su Yin. He yearned to intervene but felt too intimidated by Su Yan's presence to do so, helplessly watching them depart. The members of the Imotai mercenary group had all perished, including their leader, Imotai. The two assailants who had pursued the carriage also returned, totaling 7, as they stood in the middle of the road interrogating a coachman. The coachman, steadfast in his silence, was ultimately slain. Upon Su Yan's return to the scene of carnage, he was momentarily shaken. In that instant, he questioned whether he had erred. Had he intervened earlier, the members of the Imotai mercenary group and Su Qingqing's guards might have survived. Captain, Ali cried out upon spotting Imotai's lifeless body. Rushing forward and collapsing to the ground in tears, Imotai was the most significant person in his life, akin to a father and an elder brother. Had it not been for Imotai's act of kindness years ago, Ali would have perished on the streets from starvation, never having had the chance to live to this day. Su Qingqing surveyed the scene of death, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at the 7 spirit realm cultivators from the Yin family. She longed to retaliate against them all, but lacking the strength to do so, she turned to Su Yin, saying, Elder, if you would eliminate them, I can offer you treasures. Even if I do not possess them, I can persuade my father to provide them for you. The 7 spirit realm cultivators fixed their eyes on Su Qingqing in unison, and one, wielding a massive hammer, chuckled. So this is Su Minghui's daughter. What a fortunate find. She has returned to us so effortlessly. Another, brandishing a long sword, leered at Su Qingqing. She is quite appealing. Why don't we enjoy ourselves first? The gazes of the others were likewise filled with lecherous intent, their intentions becoming increasingly apparent. Chapter 90. The shop under siege. Su Qingqing felt a surge of fear. The thought of being humiliated was more terrifying than death itself. Clinging to her last hope, she implored Su Yin, Elder, I beseech you to take action. Su Yin sighed inwardly and asked the system, do you think I should intervene? He had never killed before. After all, he had been a mere mortal. And in his previous life, he had been a law-abiding citizen. Murder was something he could scarcely contemplate. The choice is yours. You are now a deity, the system replied, leaving the decision to Su Yin. The bald man swung his wolf-toothed club, advancing towards Su Qingqing while casting a scornful glance at Su Yin, derisively saying, Elder, just a powerless mortal. Even if I were to violate her in front of you, what could you possibly do? Initially, upon hearing Su Qingqing refer to Su Yin as an elder, he had been startled, thinking he faced a formidable opponent. However, upon closer inspection, he dismissed Su Yin as nothing more than an unremarkable mortal. Since he had resolved to embark on the path of cultivation, how could one possibly evade the act of killing? Perhaps the transition from a mere mortal to a deity was proving somewhat disconcerting after such an extended period of being human, necessitating bloodshed as a means of passage. Su Yin mused to himself, and in an instant, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. If he had previously appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal, now, upon gazing at him, one could not help but feel an involuntary awe, as if standing before a divine being. In truth, he was a god, one who had never taken a life, yet was poised to do so. Enough with the theatrics. I shall slay you right now. The burly man, realizing he was in the presence of Su Yin, felt as though he stood before an omnipotent deity, his heart seething with rage. He bellowed and charged at Su Yin with his spiked club. He could not accept that Su Yin was indeed a god, nor did he believe in the existence of deities. If they truly existed, he would strike Su Yin down with his weapon. Su Yin raised a hand, pointing forward, and divine energy erupted from his fingertips, forming a shockwave of power. Boom! A golden divine light surged forth, and the burly man vanished, along with the other 6 cultivators of the spirit form realm. Before the divine, cultivators and mortals were indistinguishable. How formidable, Su Qingqing stammered, astonished by Su Yan's immense strength. With a mere gesture, he had obliterated 7 spirit form cultivators. What left her utterly speechless was the fact that the ground remained unscathed. Aside from the disappearance of the 7 cultivators, nothing else had changed. Such mastery over power was an extraordinary feat, requiring an exquisite control that prevented any excess force from erupting. "I am leaving," Su Yin spoke softly, taking a step forward. After a few strides, he soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. This marked a moment of growth for him. He had yet to learn how to be a cultivator, let alone how to be a god. However, one day, he would need to master the art of being a deity, learning to become a decisive force in the world. Ali watched Su Yin depart and spoke. "Is that a god?" The power Su Yin had just displayed was too shocking, unintentionally pulling him away from the sorrow of Emotai's demise. Su Qingqing approached, saying, "There should be no gods in this world. If there were, it would surely be young Master Su. No, it must be Senior Su." She had never encountered someone so powerful, nor anyone who inspired such reverence. Thus, if deities truly existed, it had to be the one who had walked a path beside her. Su Yin returned to Tianren City in an exceedingly brief span of time, so short that he had not yet extricated himself from his own thoughts. He shook off the chaotic musings in his mind and walked towards the shop known as "What are you looking at?" Upon reaching the street where the shop was located, his expression changed slightly. Surrounding the small establishment, the ground lay shattered, and several nearby structures bore the scars of fire and destruction. Yet, the shop remained untouched, standing defiantly amidst the ruins, remarkably prominent. Su Yin rushed into the shop, relieved to find everything inside unchanged from when he had departed. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry. "Master, you have finally returned." Xuexi, sensing the commotion, emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Su Yin, she froze for a moment before her eyes brimmed with tears, and she cried out, rushing into his embrace. Her body trembled slightly from her sobs, her arms clinging tightly to Su Yin, unwilling to let go. "Sire, do not be afraid. Your master is back." Su Yin gently stroked Xuexi's icy blue hair, his voice unconsciously softening. "What has transpired? Share with me." Coldness flickered in his gaze as he took in the desolation surrounding the shop and Xuexi's frightened expression. Something must have happened. Xuexi looked up, tears rolling down her beautiful face as she sorrowfully said, "Master, many people came before to destroy this place. Sister Xue Mei went out to fend them off, but she was captured and taken away. Please go save Sister Xue Mei." She was terrified. During that period, there had been daily attacks on the shop, but the power emitted by the paintings within had managed to fend them off. However, the surroundings had been reduced to ruins. Xue Mei had been taken away after going out to confront the attackers, and the little fox who had gone to assist had been injured and was now recuperating in the inner room. Leaving Xuexi alone in the outer hall, feeling isolated and afraid, Su Yan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he inquired in as calm a voice as he could muster, "Where did they come from? Did they reveal anything?" The audacity of such cruel and malicious individuals to capture Xue Mei and attempt to destroy his shop was unforgivable. Fortunately, his paintings were still within. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "They said they came from the fallen god Ridge," Xuexi replied, still clinging to Su Yin, unwilling to release him, fearing he might leave her alone once more. Fallen god Ridge. Su Yin had already marked that place for retribution. He reassured her, "Do not worry. Your master has returned, and no one shall bully you. And I will rescue Xuem." He glanced at the green-haired turtle in the water jar on the counter, noticing it seemed to be asleep. "Do not look at me. I am powerless in this special state and cannot contend with those individuals." An unexpected voice resonated in Su Yan's mind. It was the green-haired turtle communicating with him, telepathically. He responded mentally, "I do not blame you. I will personally deal with the fallen god Ridge." The golden emperor ant crawled out of Su Yan's pocket, equally indignant, and then noticed Su Jure's absence from the outer hall and asked, "Where is that little fox?" This was no ordinary fox. She was a demon clan maiden, and Su Yin seemed unaware of this fact. She was inside, having gone out to assist Sister Xue Mei, but was struck back by someone with a powerful blow, causing her to bleed heavily from her mouth. "She is seriously injured," Xuexi explained. Initially, she had not known Su Jure was a fox demon, but once she saw her helping Xue Mei, she understood and had come to regard Su Jure as family. Chapter 91. Fallen God Ridge. Su Yin recalled the first time he met Su Jure when they had shared a roasted chicken, and his heart sank slightly as he said, "I shall go take a look." His consciousness extended, sensing Su Jure's condition, and he felt relieved. Her injuries were severe but not life-threatening, a stroke of misfortune amidst the calamity. Xuexi released Su Yin, and together they entered the inner hall, with the golden emperor ant perched on Su Yan's shoulder. Inside, a small fox lay on the bed, bandaged awkwardly, clearly not done skillfully. indicating that she had tended to her. Hujur sensed their presence, opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su Yin by the bedside, her surprise caused her to forget her guise as an ordinary fox. "You have finally returned," she exclaimed. Realizing her slip, she quickly hid under the covers, too timid to meet Su Yin's gaze. Su Yin found it amusing and said, "Do not hide. I shall not devour you." He was somewhat at a loss for words. The little fox he had adopted was actually a fox demon, the fabled fox spirit. This was quite absurd, especially since he had been unaware of it until his return. Su Jur cautiously peeked out from under the covers, revealing her head, and meekly said, "Senior, I did not intend to deceive you." She feared Su Yin would cast her aside, as she had unwittingly come to regard this place as her home after living here for so long. "It was my folly not to recognize you as a cultivator fox, mistaking you for an ordinary little fox," Su Yin replied, his mood lifting considerably as he smiled. He sat beside Su Jur, gently stroking her head and infusing her with divine energy to heal her wounds. In no time, her injuries were completely mended. She retreated under the covers once more, leaving Su Yin's hand grasping air. "Why are you still hiding? Let us go to Fallen God Ridge and rescue Shui Mei." Su Yin stood up and declared. Regardless of the reasons behind the Fallen God Ridge's actions, any assault on his shop had crossed his bottom line and was utterly intolerable. "All right." Su Jur's enticing voice emerged from beneath the covers, and soon after, she emerged, a small fox climbing out. "Transform into your human form," Su Yin said, intrigued by what Su Jur would look like as a human. It was said that fox demons were extraordinarily beautiful in their human forms, possessing an enchanting charm. "You can go out. She can stay here," Su Jur timidly suggested. She felt unable to transform in front of Su Yin, but thought it acceptable to do so in front of She since they were both girls. Su Yin led the Golden Emperor ant outside, waiting in the outer hall. After approximately 3 minutes, 2 maidens emerged from the inner hall. Both were stunningly beautiful. One exuded an icy demeanor, resembling a pure and holy maiden, while the other possessed alluring fox-like eyes that were captivating and seductive. Su Yin was left speechless, captivated by the striking contrast of the 2 maidens. However, being a man of principle, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Do you have a name of your own?" He was referring to Su Jur. Having previously called her little fox, it felt inappropriate now that she had transformed into her human form. "My name is Su Jur," she said softly, gazing up at Su Yin. Facing him as a human for the first time filled her with nervousness, as she regarded him as an enigmatic figure and the true master of the shop. "A lovely name. Do you know where Fallen God Ridge is?" Su Yin inquired. He needed to rescue Shui Mei but was unaware of the location of Fallen God Ridge, which was likely beyond the southern domain. Given its name, it must be an extraordinary place, and the cultivators within would undoubtedly be formidable. Otherwise, they could not have captured Shui Mei. "I have heard of a mountain range in the western regions, inhabited by powerful cultivators, yet I am unaware of the precise route," Su Jur remarked. "The western regions and the southern regions have always been devoid of interaction. Typically, people from the western regions do not venture into the southern regions. The arrival of the cultivators from the Fallen God Ridge perplexed her. It seems I must seek out someone to inquire about the way," Su Yin spoke. He, accompanied by Shueshi, Su Jur, and the Golden Emperor ant, made their way to the celestial sect to consult Qin Tian. Upon seeing Su Yin, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately spoke without any concealment. "I know where the Fallen God Ridge is located. Here is a map for you, esteemed Su. I hope it proves useful." He presented a map to Su Yin, which meticulously detailed the locations of various factions within Muzhou, including the Fallen God Ridge in the western regions. Though the map was not of great monetary value, it was no ordinary map. It was crafted from rare materials unique to the cultivation world, scarce in the southern regions. "Thank you, Old Master Qin." Su Yin expressed his gratitude and then departed. Fallen God Ridge, in the western regions, the most formidable power in the area, it was seldom visited by outsiders, save for those residing within its bounds. Today, however, a young man accompanied by 2 exceptionally beautiful maidens approached this place. At the entrance of the ridge, a young guard fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Lin Yinsheng, admonishing him. "Who are you?" "The Fallen God Ridge forbids entry to outsiders." Given the current circumstances, as a prominent figure from the Fallen God Ridge had recently returned from the southern regions with a woman of remarkable identity, the entire ridge was on high alert. "Let the person in charge of the Fallen God Ridge come forth," Su Yin stated coldly. With a glance that seemed to possess immense power, he sent the disciple of the Fallen God Ridge flying. A voice emerged from deep within the ridge. "Who dares to strike a junior disciple? Such actions are rather unbecoming." an elderly figure descended from the heights, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Su Yan and his companions. Upon recognizing the elder, Shueshi anxiously clutched Su Yan's arm and exclaimed. It was he who captured Sister Xue Mei. She had witnessed the elder injuring Xue Mei and had attempted to assist her. Hearing Shueshi's words, Su Yan's expression turned frigid, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed divine power, manifesting as a colossal hand radiating golden light, seizing the elder. With a retraction of his divine power, the elder was brought before him and thrown to the ground, Su Yan's foot pressing firmly against his chest. The elder felt as though he were crushed beneath an ancient mountain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In terror, he gazed at Su Yan, incredulously declaring, "You truly are a deity." A murderous intent flickered in Su Yan's eyes as he coldly replied, "Release Xue Mei, or I shall annihilate the fallen god Ridge." Chapter 92. A sword to annihilate several individuals emerged from the depths of the fallen god Ridge, all exuding formidable auras. One of them, with a flickering gaze, spoke. "Friend, quell your fury. This is a misunderstanding." They were all ancestral figures of the fallen god Ridge, masters of the returning origin realm, among the most powerful in the entire Muzhou. The elder beneath Su Yan's foot was a disciple of the Ridge's leader, a formidable being at the second level of returning origin. The leader had not emerged for 1,000 years, and currently, the Ridge was predominantly overseen by these ancestral figures. As Su Yan pressed down harder with his foot, the chest of the elder beneath him caved slightly. He fixed a cold stare upon the returning origin elders of the fallen god Ridge and commanded, "First, release Xue Mei, and then we shall discuss other matters." These old-timers had cultivated for countless years and were exceedingly cunning. Thus, it was imperative to first ensure the release of Xue Mei before engaging in any further discussions. One elder from the fallen god Ridge directed a middle-aged man, "Go retrieve the guardian of the evil god palace." They could not afford to neglect the life of the disciple of the Ridge's leader, for he was a second-level returning origin powerhouse, one of the strongest among them. His death would signify a tremendous loss. Xue Mei, upon seeing her, Su Yan unleashed a torrent of divine power, sweeping across the entire fallen god Ridge. At the same time, he extended his hand, releasing an overwhelming force that sent the middle-aged man of the Ridge flying. Bringing Xue Mei to his side, he grasped the binding artifact, channeling his divine power to obliterate it. Xue Mei's inner power began to recover, albeit still somewhat frail, as she murmured, "Senior, you have come." She had steadfastly believed that Su Yan would come to rescue her, and although he arrived a bit late, he had indeed come. The eldest of the venerable elders of the fallen god Ridge spoke solemnly, "Friend, we have returned the guardian of the evil god palace as per your request. Please release our person." He was now quite agitated, for the divine power Su Yan had unleashed made him realize that Su Yan might truly be a god. However, he could not ascertain whether he was a demigod, a quasi-god, or a true deity. Yet he believed it was most likely the former. "You attacked my shop, abducted my people, and now you dare to demand something from me?" Su Yan scoffed, applying pressure with his foot, unleashing divine power that obliterated the disciple of the Ridge's leader, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. A second-level returning origin powerhouse, utterly annihilated. The oldest elder of the fallen god Ridge roared, boldly, "Do you wish to engage in a death battle with my fallen god Ridge?" He was the true ancestral figure of the Ridge, of the highest lineage. Even the leader would address him as Master Uncle. He had lived for an unfathomable amount of time, a relic of the past. He'll oppose the fallen god Ridge. Do not even think of being a true deity. Even if you were, you would still perish. Another elder from the Ridge, more aggressive, drew a sword and coldly declared, "I am the supreme elder of the fallen god Ridge, a second-level returning origin cultivator, and the sword in my hand is a returning origin-level treasure. The fallen god Ridge shall not be trifled with." Su Yan replied with a cold smile. He sought merely to live a low-key life, yet some would not cease to provoke him. Thus, he had no choice but to eliminate these oblivious fools. "To annihilate my fallen god Ridge." The oldest ancestor of the Ridge laughed heartily. "My fallen god Ridge is eternal. Who dares to proclaim its destruction? Not even gods would." He summoned forth a whip, emanating wisps of divine energy. This whip was no ordinary treasure. It was a demigod artifact. The other elders also produced their treasures, each a returning origin-level artifact, and their own cultivation levels were also of the returning origin realm. "You dare to claim you will obliterate my fallen god Ridge, for I am indeed a god," Su Yan proclaimed, gathering divine power in his hand, manifesting a sword that radiated an aura of supremacy. This sword, known as the Heavenly Emperor's Sword, was gripped firmly in his grasp, with myriad truths of the sword path surging forth as he struck out. An unparalleled radiance of sword light erupted. Akin to divine retribution, cleaving through the fallen god ridge, boom! The brilliant golden sword light surged forth, brighter than the sun itself. When the golden radiance dissipated, the fallen god ridge had vanished, leaving only the remnants of its gate. This? The fallen god ridge has vanished? Shueme gazed in shock at the obliterated ridge. Such a grand structure, replete with numerous superformations and several formidable returning origin powerhouses, had been reduced to nothingness in the wake of a single strike. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Su Yin smiled and said, "I told you, the fallen god ridge shall be extinguished." He stored the Heavenly Emperor's Sword within his divine space. Upon becoming a deity, he would cultivate a divine space within himself. Should one attain the status of a supreme deity, they could evolve their divine space into a vast world, even birthing sentient beings. In relation to that world, the supreme deity would be the true, ultimate creator deity. At that moment, a stooped, diminutive elder emerged from the opposite side of where the fallen god ridge had once stood. Appearing just a short distance in front of Su Yin and the others, he exuded no trace of spiritual energy, his gaze calm as he regarded Su Yin. "Friend, your annihilation of the fallen god ridge will invoke many karmic repercussions." Su Yin stepped forward, positioning Shueshi, Su Jiur, and Shueme behind him. This elder seemed more formidable than the previous elders of the fallen god ridge, likely surpassing the returning origin realm, perhaps even a demigod or quasi-god. Yet, he felt no fear, being a true deity himself, unafraid of anything, and asked, "What repercussions could there be?" The elder shook his head. "Karmic repercussions are not easily defined. However, friend, with your sword striking down the fallen god ridge, a legacy spanning countless years, how could there not be consequences?" As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, quickly extinguished. Su Yin fixed his gaze upon the elder, having sensed the fleeting cold glimmer in his eyes. He would simply sever them with another strike. The elder confessed, "I am the fallen god's son, also known as the lord of the fallen god ridge, yet I have departed from the ridge for quite some time, seeking the so-called path of the divine. Alas, the divine path lies before me, yet I am unable to grasp it. He is the lord of the fallen god ridge who vanished a millennium ago. For centuries, he journeyed to numerous places, only returning to Muxu in the last century, fervently pursuing the path of divinity, while remaining indifferent to the affairs of the fallen god ridge." In chapter 93. "I am the true god." Su Yan's gaze shifted slightly, divine power erupting forth, exerting a pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The aged man before him was indeed the lord of the fallen god ridge, and he had just obliterated the very same stronghold. The fallen god's son remarked, "There is no need for such severity. I do not come to avenge the fallen god ridge, nor am I your match." A look of helplessness and regret crossed his face, and he turned to depart, stepping away and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The legendary fallen god's son still existed in this world. Despite rumors in Muxu that he had perished while seeking the divine path, Bloodcharm was considerably shaken. Although she was a top-tier powerhouse in Muxu, she still felt inadequate compared to the immortal lineage of the fallen god ridge. Yet today, with the ridge annihilated by a single sword strike and the appearance of the fallen god's son, the impact was profound. "Was the attack on your shop orchestrated by the people of the fallen god ridge to capture you?" Su Yin reigned in his divine power and inquired of Bloodcharm. He had no ties to the fallen god ridge. Logically, such a colossal entity would be unaware of a mere mortal shop in Tianren City. Disappointment flickered in Bloodcharm's eyes as she responded, "It is more than that. After being thwarted at your shop, Xiaoyang went to the fallen god ridge and informed them that your establishment housed paintings containing significant insights into the Great Tao. Hence, they sought to seize those paintings, and capturing me was merely a side endeavor to assist Xiaoyang." She felt disillusioned with Xiaoyang for resorting to such petty schemes to involve the fallen god ridge against Su Yan. "Where is Xiaoyang?" Su Yan's heart surged with murderous intent as he asked. He yearned for vengeance. Divine wrath must be repaid in blood. Xiaoyang had been cautious, leaving after uttering only a few words, likely intending to watch the conflict unfold from a distance. Now that the fallen god ridge had fallen, he would not appear easily. Bloodcharm understood Xiaoyang's nature, having spent considerable time in the evil god palace. Simultaneously, she was astonished. Su Yin truly seemed to be a deity, stronger than she had imagined. "Shall we depart then? Let us return," Su Yin suggested. He would seek retribution from Xiaoyang when the opportunity arose. But there was no need to scour the world for someone so insignificant. Xiao Wuyang was not worthy of such effort. As Su Yin prepared to leave, a radiant golden light emerged from the distance, exuding an overwhelming pressure, accompanied by a divine thought that resonated. What realm of divinity do you occupy, fellow Taoist? Su Yin gazed toward the golden light, recognizing a powerful being who had traversed far along the divine path. Nearing true divinity, likely a quasi-deity. Such beings were rarely seen, appearing only once in countless millennia. However, upon reaching a certain height, beings of this caliber would manifest. They were not absent, but rather unqualified to be seen. As many cultivators were, I am the true God, Su Yin merely uttered this phrase before departing with Xue Shi, Su Jiur, and Blood Charm. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing a golden crow. The crow surveyed the raised remnants of the fallen god ridge, a glimmer of divine light flashing in its eyes. Ultimately, it took flight, soaring over Muxzhou. It did not belong here. It had merely descended to investigate the fluctuations of divine power. In Tianren City, the damaged streets were swiftly repaired. And before long, a new thoroughfare emerged, where Su Yan's shop stood, remarkably humble yet extraordinary. This moment, even the common folk of Tianren City recognized Su Yan's exceptional nature, suspecting him to be a hidden master. Across Muxzhou and even farther afield, tumultuous waves stirred as the immortal lineage of the fallen god ridge was obliterated, sending shockwaves through ancient clans and formidable beings. The fallen god ridge had existed for eternity, not only at the pinnacle of Muxzhou but also among the most powerful forces in the vast world. Yet such a force had been vanquished, with the outside world unaware of the identity of its conqueror, speculating instead that it might be the result of a breakthrough by a former super adversary of the fallen god ridge. However, there were those who remained oblivious. In a small town within the central region of Muxzhou, Xiao Wuyang felt a sudden jolt upon hearing the news. He realized that the master of that little shop had likely returned and forcefully annihilated the fallen god ridge. That master truly might be a god. Fearful, Xiao Wuyang silently left the small town, subsequently departing the central region, fleeing Muxzhou for other states. He dreaded that the master of the shop might come seeking retribution, and thus, upon learning of the fallen god ridge's destruction, he fled at the first opportunity to in the southern region. Atop Tianren Mountain, Qin Tian was profoundly shaken upon hearing of the fallen god ridge's demise, quickly recalling that he had given Su Yin a map. He understood that the fall of the fallen god ridge bore an indirect connection to him. Meanwhile, Qin Yudi was secluded in a picturesque locale on Tianren Mountain, diligently cultivating. Possessing commendable aptitude, she had gained invaluable insights from Su Yin, greatly aiding her cultivation. After a period of intense training, her progress was substantial. She now stood at the late stage of the spirit travel realm, her combat prowess rivaling that of peak cultivators in the same realm. A lively and charming young girl approached, rushing to Qin Yudi's side and playfully clinging to one of her arms. "Senior sister, you've not ventured out in ages. Why not take a stroll in Tianren City?" The girl was none other than Mu'er, the only one in the entire Tianren sect who could relate to Qin Yudi in such a manner. Exiting her meditative state, Qin Yudi smiled and replied, "Very well." She had been immersed in her training for quite some time. It was indeed time to step out, as cultivation necessitated a balance of effort and leisure, along with moments of sudden enlightenment. "Nay, that's wonderful. Senior sister has agreed to go out." As Qin Yudi and Mu'er strolled through Tianren City, they chatted and laughed, unwittingly arriving at a newly reconstructed street. This thoroughfare had recently undergone repairs after suffering damage, and it was now bustling with activity, attracting many visitors. Qin Yudi gazed at the remarkably simple little shop, a wave of melancholy washing over her as she recalled the moments shared with Su Yin. Tears streaming down her cheeks before she knew it, a small hand reached up to her face, wiping away her tears. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, releasing a hint of murderous intent, but upon realizing it was Mu'er, she quickly retracted her hostility. Mu'er cast a glance at Su Yan's shop, a trace of regret in her heart, yet she smiled brightly and grasped Qin Yudi's hand. "Senior sister, let us not linger here. Let us explore other places." They turned back, unwilling to walk further down that street. Just then, two figures approached, two breathtakingly beautiful maidens with contrasting auras. Qin Yudi recognized one of them, familiar yet foreign, resembling an ice lotus, and gently called out, "Xue exitio this day." Seeing Xue, she filled her with guilt and regret. "Let us go," Su Jiur coldly interjected, pulling Xue she past Qin Yudi without acknowledging her in the backyard of Su Yan's shop. He sat beneath a tree, emanating a golden divine radiance as he practiced the heavenly emperor's art, an extraordinary technique requiring at least divine realm cultivation. This realization made him understand that the divine realm was not an endpoint, but a new beginning. If those who pursued divinity knew that the realm they sought their entire lives was merely a starting point, they would surely be astonished. Master, Xue Shi and Su Jiu entered the backyard, the former respectfully calling out. They now resided in Su Yan's shop, albeit not in the same quarters as him, but in a newly constructed room that even Blood Charm had moved into. With the street newly built, Su Yan had decided to expand the shop slightly, a minor alteration to accommodate the three women. Su Yan replied softly, continuing his cultivation. The realm of divinity was vast. Senior, may I take you as my master? She longed to follow Su Yan in his training. Su Yan opened his eyes, golden divine light flickering within them, and calmly inquired, "Why do you wish to take me as your master?" "Of course, it's because you are formidable, the strongest person I have ever encountered. If I am to take a master, it must be the mightiest," Su Jiu replied matter-of-factly. Having witnessed Su Yan's overwhelming power, she fantasized about one day being able to slice through the strongest lineages with a sword, achieving true invincibility. Su Yan smiled gently, saying, "I am not the strongest. The world is vast, and no one can claim to be the strongest. At least, I am not yet sufficient. I am the realm of divinity. The divine realm was merely a starting point. Beyond it lay the realms of divine king and divine emperor. Only by becoming a divine emperor could one be considered at the pinnacle of divinity. Above the realm of divinity, there existed the exalted heavenly lords, capable of ruling over countless realms and commanding respect from all worlds. The once invincible heavenly lord of all spirits had the strength to forge a throne from the bones of myriad spirits. For he possessed that power. Ordinary true spirits were no match for him. With a mere gesture, he could suppress them, and with a thought, gods and demons would submit. But among those I have encountered, you are already the strongest, so I wish to take you as my master, Su Jiu insisted stubbornly, recognizing that the path of the great Tao was endless, yet Su Yan might truly be a god. Undoubtedly the most fitting candidate for a master. I can guide you in your cultivation, but I will not accept you as a disciple, Su Yan declined, though he promised to teach Su Jiu the ways of cultivation. He harbored numerous reasons for his reluctance to take on disciples, chief among them being his belief that he was still at the starting line, ill-equipped to guide others. Su Jiu felt a twinge of frustration. Unable to comprehend why Su Yan, having already accepted Xue Shi as his apprentice, was disinclined to welcome her as well. After all, she considered herself not lacking in appearance. "All right, Jiu, let us focus on our own cultivation," Xue Shi said with a smile, taking Su Jiu's hand. Currently, she stood at the pinnacle of the spiritual awareness realm, preparing for a breakthrough into the spirit travel realm, her progress astonishingly swift. In the northern region of Muzhou, a millennia-old snow-capped mountain began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the mountain split open, and a colossal hand emerged, obscuring the sky. "After being sealed for countless eons, I have finally returned to the world," echoed a maniacal laughter that shattered nearby glaciers. "What are you staring at, little Shopus backyard?" The phoenix true feather radiated a crimson glow, its energy coalescing once more into a phoenix that soared into the courtyard, only to alight upon a tree. Observing Su Yan's cultivation. Su Yan, an ancient being sealed for eons, has emerged. "You must prepare for battle," it warned. Su Yan opened his eyes and replied, "An ancient being sealed for eons? What concern is that of mine? I was not the one who imprisoned it." Ever since he had been addressed as senior by a cultivator, an array of troubles had beset him, making it impossible to return to the tranquility of his former life. The phoenix, scornful, retorted, "You are a deity. It is your duty to protect the beings of this world. Moreover, those ancient beings will seek you out. They despise the divine and wish to slay gods. Years ago, it was the gods who sealed those monsters, and now, in this era, only Su Yan remained as a deity. Naturally, they would come to hunt him down, seeking to dominate the lives of all creatures. I merely wish to cultivate in peace, free from the need to battle these ancient monsters," Su Yan declared. At merely 20 years of age, he was still a young man, yet he was burdened with the responsibility of protecting the world, a weight too heavy to bear. "This is merely a prelude. One day, you will find yourself on the true battlefield, amidst genuine blood and fire." The phoenix scoffed. "It had never encountered a deity like Su Yan. The gods of your exuded an overwhelming majesty, none of whom would consider sequestering themselves in a corner of the world. Is your true self on the battlefield?" Su Yan inquired, gazing at the phoenix perched upon the tree. He was puzzled as to where all the divine beings had vanished, wondering why the present age was devoid of their presence. Even the phoenix seemed to hail from elsewhere, leaving only a true feather behind. This place was merely a back garden, a protected paradise. Ahead lay the most brutal of battles, and the world's tranquility was predicated upon the shoulders of those bearing unimaginable burdens. The phoenix imparted its wisdom before transforming into energy and returning to the phoenix's true feather. Avoiding prolonged exposure that might deplete its power, Su Yin felt a heaviness in his heart. Just a week prior, he had been an ordinary mortal, and now he was expected to safeguard the world as a deity. But was he truly a god, or merely a mortal endowed with divine cultivation? A month later, news spread from the northern region of Muzhou. The ancient beast, sealed for countless ages, had resurfaced, devouring countless lives. Even the so-called super sects and the mightiest clans found their champions slain in the face of its wrath. Furthermore, the creature roared with divine intent, proclaiming its intent to slay gods, advancing towards the southern region after replenishing its vitality through the consumption of countless beings. The southern domain, imbued with divine presence, incited both its fury and delight. I in the little shop, Xue Mei, upon seeing Su Yin emerge from the courtyard, asked, "Senior, are you going to slay that beast?" The entire southern region was engulfed in a state of panic. Countless beings had fled to other territories, even other states, fearing the monster's wrath. Even the strongest among them were no match for the beast. Who could stand against it? Remaining in the southern domain meant certain death. Su Yan's emotions were complex, ultimately coalescing into two resigned words. Indeed, if given a choice, he would prefer not to engage in battle with the beast, desiring only to live a tranquil life. Perhaps to paint, compose poetry, or play a game of chess. However, as a deity, he found himself bound by duty. "Must you truly go?" Shueshi whispered, concerned for Su Yan's safety. Despite her awareness of his formidable strength, the beast was equally terrifying, having slaughtered its way from the northern region and poised to invade the southern domain, where no being or faction could oppose it. "If I do not go, there will be no one left to protect this world, and you all will be swept into catastrophe," Su Yan asserted, enveloped in golden divine light, his presence exceedingly sacred. At this juncture, he had resolved to confront those ancient beasts sealed for eons. At worst, he would meet his end. Originally, he was not one to cower. Perhaps his prolonged comfort had dulled his initial fervor. Now that he had become a cultivator, he should embody the very spirit of defiance and fearlessness he once envisioned. "We shall go as well," Sujir declared, grasping Shueshi's hand. They may not be able to assist, but they could not bear the thought of Su Yin battling the beast alone. At the very least, they wished to witness his valor in slaying it. "The beast is powerful and will be perilous. You should remain here," Su Yin urged, not wanting Sujir and Shueshi to become embroiled in the confrontation. He could not predict the extent of the beast's strength. Should the battle spill over to them, it would spell disaster. "Fear not, I shall keep watch over them." "Let them go," the Golden Emperor ant proclaimed, emitting a radiant golden light as it lifted numerous seals. It then transformed into a golden-haired man of striking presence. Very well, Su Yin ultimately acquiesced, believing that with the Golden Emperor ant by their side, manifesting as a radiant golden pathway leading to the southern border, Su Yin, the Golden Emperor ant, Su Jior, Shueshi, and Shuep may traverse this golden avenue, swiftly advancing towards the southern border to await the beast's arrival, preventing it from unleashing a massacre within the southern domain. That is Su Shundi. Lord Su is a deity. He will undoubtedly defeat that beast. Indeed, Lord Su is a deity who will protect us. He is going to slay the monster. The people of Tiantian City became increasingly agitated, the spectacle of the golden pathway carrying them away appearing as a divine miracle, instilling faith that Su Yin was indeed a god capable of vanquishing the beast. On Tianshan Mountain, Qin Tian gazed at the receding golden pathway and softly remarked, "I hope Senior Su can slay the beast and return safely." He did not depart. The foundation of the Tun'an sect lay upon Tianshan Mountain, and abandoning it would necessitate sacrificing some individuals, a cruelty he could not bear. He believed that as long as Su Yin was present, the southern domain would not be truly doomed. "Senior Su will certainly return safely," Qin Yudi asserted with conviction. She held an unwavering belief that no being could defeat Su Yin. In her heart, he had already become the embodiment of invincibility and the pinnacle of her cultivation faith. Across many locales in the southern domain, beings witnessed the golden pathway carrying several figures towards the southern border, the direction from which the beast would arrive. Zhang Taiyuan, the leader of the Tianya sect, sighed inwardly, murmuring, "Senior Su, you must vanquish the beast. Otherwise, the southern domain will be plunged into chaos, and Shueshi will the foremost power in the southern domain and a formidable figure who had opened his sea of consciousness. He felt minuscule in the face of that invincible ancient beast, lacking even the qualification to serve as cannon fodder. I and the Morong family. Morong Yu gazed skyward, having just witnessed the golden pathway pass overhead. She clasped her hands together, seemingly praying or perhaps speaking to herself. It is Senior Su. He has gone to battle and will surely slay the monster beyond the southern domain. Within the Emo Tiger clan, the individuals who had ventured to Tiantian City were also present. The third elder of the Emo Tiger clan addressed the nearby Hu Li, saying, "Pay close attention and learn well. Strive to emulate Senior Su. And when crisis befalls, stand forth without hesitation." The border where the southern and central domains met stood a towering mountain known as Tiannan Mountain. The golden pathway extended here, swiftly ferrying several figures to this location. "You all shall stay upon the mountain," Su Yin instructed, leaving Su Jur, Xue Shi, Xue Mei, and the Golden Emperor Ant atop Tiannan Mountain. He himself strode through the void, positioning himself at the mountain's forefront. With a thunderous roar, an earth-shattering bellow erupted, causing the ground to tremble. A colossal shadow, towering 10,000 meters high, advanced from the central domain, each step covering an immense distance. "Dare to approach further, and you shall die." Su Yin released a golden divine light and stepped forward, his voice infused with divine power echoing across the land. In that moment, it seemed as if all beings in the southern domain and beyond heard that authoritative declaration. The towering shadow spoke in the language of the present age. "Indeed, there is a god here. Today, I shall slay the god. The essence of divinity should taste exquisite." It was an ancient beast, immensely powerful. Having recently emerged and already comprehending the language of this era, you must have been a failure in the past. Otherwise, how could you have been sealed for countless ages? Su Yin replied coolly. Laced with a note of derision, bathed in golden divine light, he exuded an immense divine might. "You despicable god, I shall devour you now to replenish my waning strength." The ancient beast, incensed, roared and charged forward. Before them stood a colossal demon ape, its back adorned with vast wings that blotted out the sun, emanating a sinister black radiance, exuding an overwhelming might. Su Yin surged forth, launching a proactive assault to prevent the demon ape from wreaking havoc in the southern domain. His speed was astonishing, enveloped in golden light, transforming into a streak of golden brilliance that instantaneously appeared before the demon ape. With a single punch unleashed, boundless divine power erupted, manifesting into an unparalleled divine fist imprint that struck towards the demon ape. The demon ape retaliated with a palm strike, releasing an endless dark glow, completely dismissing Su Yin. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as the golden fist imprint pierced through the demon ape's palm, unleashing an immeasurable divine might upon its massive form. Infuriated, the demon ape bled profusely, its rage palpable, as it gathered strength in its hands, summoning a gigantic demonic banner from the void. It brandished the banner, unleashing a tempest of demonic wind, aiming to annihilate Su Yin and the entire southern domain. Just so, Su Yin replied coldly, revealing the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his grasp. With a single stroke, he executed the Heavenly Emperor slash. A golden sword light manifested, rapidly expanding into an endless beam that shattered the demonic banner, before striking the demon ape, piercing through its form. It is indeed this sword. The demon ape emitted a golden sword aura, its voice filled with shock as it roared. Subsequently, its body was engulfed by the golden sword energy, leading to its instantaneous obliteration. Chapter 96. Turbulence on the summit of Tiannan Mountain. Su Jur gazed in astonishment at the enormous creature that had vanished following the eruption of golden sword energy. Has that monstrous creature truly perished? The immense creature had instilled in her a profound sense of dread from a distance, as though it could crush the heavens and the earth, yet suddenly, it had ceased to exist. "The Heavenly Emperor sword surpasses all legends," mused the Golden Emperor Ant, observing Su Yin, who wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword in the AIR.IT had anticipated a fierce battle and had even prepared to assist Su Yin, having unlocked many seals and transformed into human form. However, the matter had resolved with such unexpected ease that it felt surreal. After such a prolonged build-up, the conclusion was anticlimactic. Master truly is the most formidable. Blood Charm opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her shock, before finally stating, "Even among divine beings, the strength of my senior should be regarded as formidable." She recognized Su Yan's immense power, yet he continually reshaped her understanding of strength. Slaying a creature that had been sealed for eons with a single strike, truly shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Yin retracted the heavenly emperor's sword, returning to Tiannan Mountain, and remarked with a smile. The monster was weaker than I had anticipated. Initially, he had expected a grand battle and was uncertain of his chances of victory. However, once the fight commenced, he easily dispatched the demon ape, far exceeding his expectations. Perhaps his own strength, along with the heavenly emperor's sword, surpassed his previous assumptions. It is sufficient to have slain the demon ape. Regardless of its strength or weakness, the golden emperor ant transformed back into a golden ant. Perching on Su Yan's shouldered It was currently in a unique state of rebirth, and once successful, it would emerge even stronger than before. That time, it would be capable of subduing any demon ape with ease. But for now, it still relied on Su Yin to deal with the situation, serving primarily as a distraction. The golden pathway reappeared, extending from Tiannan Mountain to Tianren City. The beings of the southern domain were astounded. Su Yin had only departed shortly ago. How could he have returned so swiftly? The monster had already been slain. As the vast divine music resonated from the golden pathway, the inhabitants of the southern domain erupted in jubilant elation. With those preparing to depart abandoning their intentions, if they could live safely here, no one wished to leave their homeland for distant lands. Senior Su truly embodies the divine. Qin Tian exclaimed with deep admiration upon hearing the divine music. Soon, several figures returned to Tianren City along the golden pathway, declaring the complete conclusion of this battle. Shortly thereafter, news of the monster's demise spread to other regions of Mu Prefecture, plunging the entire area into ecstasy. And the tidings swiftly reached other states as well. The emergence of a primordial evil spirit sealed for eons would undoubtedly pose threats beyond a single state. The slaying of the demon ape was a boon for the other states. 3 days after Su Yin vanquished the demon ape, many leaders of various factions in the southern domain arrived at Tianren City to offer their congratulations. Qin Tian was among them. Xueshi began to emerge as a notable figure through the words of various faction leaders, her identity becoming widely known, evoking envy in countless hearts. The sole disciple of the divine Su Yin, Xueshi. Upon learning this news, many sought to visit Jiang Taiyuan at Tianya sect, hoping to establish even a fleeting connection with Su Yin through him. Tianren sect had grown exceedingly quiet, now nearly forgotten by the world. Qin Tian sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. Their relationship with Su Yin had originally been much closer, and they had known him longer. However, Qin Yudi had committed a grievous error. Severing their bond with Su Yin, weeks passed, and individuals from other regions arrived, eager to pay their respects to the deity who had slain the demon ape. The arrival of the Dao Palace Master astonished many. Long ago, the Dao Palace Master had already been a supremely powerful being. Now his cultivation was unfathomable. Moreover, the leader of the Jiang clan also made an appearance. This was yet another formidable figure who had not emerged for many years, having gained renown in Mu Prefecture 1,000 years prior. The leaders of the Yun clan, the Wang family, the Ghost sect, and nearly all the most prominent figures in Mu Prefecture gathered in the southern domain, eventually converging upon Tianren City. The atmosphere in Tianren City was unprecedentedly lively, filled with the top-tier powerhouses of Mu Prefecture, all of whom were significant figures. They had come for the purpose of paying homage to one individual. Could there truly be a deity? A talented individual from the Ghost sect questioned skeptically. He had come with the Ghost sect leader, hoping to receive guidance from the divine. The Ghost sect leader spoke calmly. Regardless of whether it is true or not, you must exercise caution in your words and temper your pride. This youth was the strongest talent of the Ghost sect, his aptitude rivaling that of the other two. Which is why the leader had brought him along, hoping that if a deity truly existed, perhaps the youth could become a disciple of such a divine being. The leader of the Wang family also brought a young man, who clearly knew the Ghost sect's prodigy and remarked, "Gue Yuan, you have come too. Do you seek a beating?" His words dripped with mockery and provocation, showing no apprehension even with the Ghost sect leader present. "Wang Long, how many times must I remind you not to be ostentatious in public?" The Wang family leader chastised the youth, though lacking any true reproach. Rivalries among the younger generation were commonplace, and the elders found delight in such displays. Conflicts among opposing factions would never allow the supreme beings to clash. Any unforeseen incident would result in irreversible losses, thus encouraging the younger generation to compete. If the younger generation could suppress their rivals, it would be a matter of great pride, akin to an unspoken victory. Humph. Wang Long dismissed his leader's admonition, for he had already received permission prior to their arrival to subdue the Ghost sect's young prodigy should they cross paths. "Wang Long, do you wish to fight?" Gue Yuan from the Ghost sect was no pushover. his gaze turning icy as he fixed his stare on Wang Long. The relationship between the ghost sect and Wang family was extremely poor, and the younger generations frequently clashed. As the foremost talents of their respective factions, they were sworn enemies. "Are two children bickering?" A melodious female voice interjected as a stunningly beautiful young woman approached, accompanied by a kindly elderly man. They hailed from the Yun family, the young woman being the jewel of the family, while the elder was the head of the Yun clan. Chapter 97. Divine sound. Upon hearing the words of the Yun family's jewel, Gue Yuan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What did you say? Do you wish to fight me as well?" He loathed being referred to as a child, perceiving it as a grave insult. "Indeed, you are but a child." The Yun family's jewel replied with a faint smile, dismissing Gue Yuan entirely. She was several years older than both Gue Yuan and Wang Long, possessing a cultivation level 2 realms above theirs, naturally viewing them as beneath her. "If you possess the ability, let us spar," Wang Long replied coldly, his voice low. Being a youth himself, he also resented being called a child and was eager to prove himself. "Not interested. What if I accidentally hurt you and you end up crying for your parents to settle the score with me?" The Yun family's jewel smiled sweetly, her words infuriating yet without consequence. She deliberately provoked Wang Long and Gue Yuan, for they were destined to be rivals as the strongest talents of their respective factions. It was effortless for her to bully the two at present. But in the future, it might not be so easy to suppress them. "Enough, enough. We are here to pay our respects to the great deity. Do not quarrel here lest we offend the divine." Just then, an elder approached, seeking to mediate. "I have met with the palace master." The leaders of the Wang family, Yun family, and Ghost sect all bowed respectfully to the elder, their demeanor sincere. The Yun family's jewel, Wang Long and Gue Yuan, fell silent, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. No need for formality. The Dao Palace Master replied with a warm smile, exuding an air of approachability. "Palace Master, you arrived rather early." "Ha ha!" A voice, both defiant and resoundingly powerful, echoed through the air, followed by the arrival of a towering figure. This man exuded an intense aura of malevolence, though it was swiftly tempered as he strode forward to stand before the master of the Dao Palace. Bowing respectfully, Chu Tianma, the legendary superpower house, had once fallen into the abyss of darkness, only to be rescued and nurtured by the Dao Palace's leader, evolving into a being of both righteousness and wickedness. A formidable figure in the realm of demonic forces and also a half-disciple of the Dao Palace's master. "Tianma, even you have come. This is beyond my expectations," remarked the Dao Palace's master, astonishment evident in his voice. He had mentored countless individuals, with many of the top-tier powers in Muzhou having benefited from his guidance. Of all those he had taught, none had pleased him more than the young man before him, whose exceptional talents surpassed those of many established powers, yet whose age was significantly less, if deities truly exist. "They ought to be visited. Alas, the final step has eluded me for decades," sighed Chu Tianma. The leaders of the Wang family, Yun family, and the Ghost sect, along with others who arrived later, were struck with astonishment at his words. Speculating whether Chu Tianma had indeed reached the pinnacle of the great Tao, standing merely a step away from the divine realm. They were seasoned practitioners, having cultivated for countless years, ranking just beneath the living fossil that was the Dao Palace's master. Yet they remained distanced from the divine path. This implied that Chu Tianma had transcended them, attaining a status comparable to that of the Dao Palace's master. "The final step has troubled me for tens of thousands of years." The Dao Palace's master chuckled, fully aware of the arduous nature of the divine path. Achieving divinity seemed almost impossible. With the path to godhood severed, how could one attain such a state? It was precisely this yearning for the divine that had prompted him to intrude upon a stranger, or perhaps a deity. "Ha ha, if a deity truly resides here, perhaps you could ascend to divinity yourself," Chu Tianmo replied jovially. His personality was characterized by boldness, and he held the Dao Palace's master in high regard, yet he felt no trepidation. "With me, there is no rival," was his unwavering belief, which had propelled him to rise as a titan in the realm of darkness. "Let us proceed. It is said that the esteemed deity resides in a humble establishment. Look at that small shop. It is surrounded by numerous notable figures, all renowned in their respective realms, yet now they hesitate, none daring to enter," he observed. The shop's door was closed, bearing a sign that read, "No credit extended." To ordinary eyes, those 4 characters might seem unremarkable, but to these prominent practitioners, they embodied profound truths, infused with an unimaginable essence of the supreme deity. It was precisely these words that rendered them hesitant, further solidifying their belief that a deity resided within. "Distinguished guests, may I inquire as to your purpose here?" A voice emanated from within the shop, sending a shiver down the spines of the notable figures outside. Even their formidable cultivation could not discern the voice's distance or direction, only surmising it came from within. "Senior, we have come to pay our respects, representing Muzhou in gratitude for your intervention against the malevolent spirit," the Dao Palace's master replied, bowing respectfully towards the shop. His words were heartfelt, devoid of flattery. During the reign of the demon ape, he too had attempted to resist, yet was ultimately forced to retreat. Outmatched at that moment, Su Yin was tending to flowers in the shop's backyard. Casually responding, it was but a trifling effort. No need for thanks. He had long sensed the presence of those so-called notable figures arriving in Tianren City and had decided to close the shop. It was not out of fear, but rather a disinclination to engage with such individuals, fully aware of their motivations, yet feeling he had little to impart. Though he had ascended to divinity, his understanding of the divine path might not surpass that of the Dao Palace's master or Chu Tianma. "Senior, we wish to seek your guidance," Chu Tianma boldly declared, forgoing any pretense. His forthrightness was characteristic. He never engaged in subterfuge. "Why do you wish to see me? You have already expressed your gratitude. Such sentiments need not be reiterated." Su Yin replied as he prepared tea, his words infused with divine energy, resonating with overwhelming power akin to that of a celestial being to those outside. "You must be a deity, am I correct?" "I wish to learn the divine path from you," Chu Tianma stated directly, eschewing any circumlocution. Su Yin brewed his tea, savoring a sip before addressing the prominent figures outside. "The divine path lies within oneself, not elsewhere. Why seek answers from me?" A sudden thought struck him. These individuals were notable figures in Muzhou and likely possessed valuable treasures. Perhaps he could coax a few gifts from them for the sake of his companion's safety. Chapter 98. Offering to the deity. Chu Tianma's expression grew grave, pondering aloud. The divine path resides within oneself, not elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, he unconsciously emanated an immensely powerful aura, transcending the third level of returning origin and reaching the semi-divine realm. This was a being of immense power, capable of dominating various states. Yet, at that moment, this semi-divine figure resembled a child grappling with a conundrum, deeply contemplating the profound meaning behind the deity's words. Boom! Chu Tianma unleashed an even stronger aura, compelling the surrounding leaders of the Wang family, Yun family, and Ghost sect, masters of the returning origin realm, to retreat. Only the Dao Palace's master remained steadfast, mirroring the contemplative expression on his face, delving into the essence of Su Yan's statement. After a moment of reflection, the two semi-divine beings exchanged glances, recognizing the joy and confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Chu Tianma's gaze sharpened as he addressed the shop. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Your words have greatly enlightened me, however. I am but a foolish disciple, yet to fully grasp the true essence of the divine sound. If I could behold the divine traces left by you, I could surely advance further in my understanding." He had gleaned some profound truths about the divine path from Su Yan's words, yet he felt a lingering gap preventing complete comprehension. The Dao Palace's master produced a bracelet. Gazing at the shop's entrance, "Esteemed senior, this is the Dao Palace's treasured artifact, the creation bracelet, a semi-divine defensive treasure. I humbly offer it to you, hoping you might impart some wisdom in return." He was investing heavily, bringing forth a defensive treasure in pursuit of a breakthrough from a predicament that had plagued him for countless eons. Su Yan's divine consciousness had enveloped the entirety of Tianren City, and he was aware that the creation bracelet was indeed a remarkable treasure, among the finest of semi-divine artifacts. He felt tempted, yet as a deity, he maintained a semblance of restraint, feigning indifference as he remarked, "Are you attempting to bribe me?" The Dao Palace's master, his aged face filled with anxiety, replied, "I would never dare. I understand that you possess great powers and have no need for such items. However, you might bestow this upon those close to you. It could serve as protection. This is my sincere gratitude, not a bribe." He was the most respected figure in Muzhou, possibly the strongest, yet in that moment, he resembled a student fearful of reprimand from his teacher. "I appreciate your good intentions," Su Yin said with a smile, seated beneath a tree in the shop's backyard. He extended his hand, releasing a surge of divine energy, saying, "Take this bracelet for your protection." "Thank you, master," Shueshi exclaimed as she received the creation bracelet, entranced by its beauty. The bracelet was exquisite, capable of adjusting to fit the wearer's wrist size perfectly. Su Yin then summoned a painting from the outer hall, which he subsequently tossed outside, allowing it to land in the Dao Palace master's hands. Having taken something from another, he felt it necessary to return a gift, encouraging others to follow suit. The paintings held little significance for him, relics from his mortal days when he lacked the ability to channel the Tao's essence, merely infusing some into the art as he created. Now, as a deity, he could manipulate the Tao's essence with greater fluidity. Harnessing the true power of the myriad pathways, in his understanding of the 3,000 paths, he had reached the pinnacle, surpassing even the current divine realm, thus making his comprehension of the myriad paths greater than his own cultivation. Outside the shop, the Tao Palace master eagerly unfurled the painting, revealing a depiction of a yellow mouse, and experienced the profound essence of the Thunder Tao. His face flushed with excitement as he gratefully exclaimed, "Truly, you are a deity. Thank you for your gracious gift. I shall take my leave now." He sensed the profound Thunder Tao, recognizing that this essence was undoubtedly divine in nature. Engaging with it could potentially allow him to transcend his current limitations. After the Tao Palace master departed, Chu Tianma retrieved a treasure of his own, a mirror known as the Heart of Heaven mirror, a dual-purpose artifact of both offense and defense, also a semi-divine object. Clutching the Heart of Heaven mirror with reluctance, he approached the shop and declared, "Esteemed deity, I, Chu Tianma, wish to offer you the Heart of Heaven mirror, and I humbly request your divine insights." This semi-divine artifact was obtained by him after enduring countless hardships in a long-abandoned ruin. It stands as his most formidable treasure, having saved his life on more than one occasion. Had it not been for his relentless pursuit of the divine path, he would never have parted with the Tianxin mirror. A golden divine light descended, whisking the Tianxin mirror from the hands of Chu Tianma. Witnessing the mirror being taken away, he felt a bittersweet pang of reluctance, yet his heart brimmed with joy. "Since you sincerely offer your devotion to this deity, I shall surely fulfill your desires." Su Yan's voice resonated from the small shop, accompanied by divine power, as a clay figure was propelled forth. Landing in Chu Tianma's grasp, this figure was hastily fashioned from the soil he had gathered from the medicinal garden, a true creation of the moment. It embodied the true essence of both earth and water. Chu Tianma, feeling the profound essence emanating from the clay figure, was filled with immense delight. An object that encapsulated the dual principles of the great paths was undoubtedly an unimaginable treasure, capable of aiding in the comprehension of the true meanings of earth and water. "Thank you, esteemed deity, I take my leave." Chu Tianma bowed respectfully to the small shop before swiftly departing. Even he, known for his rebellious nature, found himself genuinely awed by the divine presence within the shop today. "Jiao'er, I know you are quite vain. This mirror is yours." Su Yin casually handed the Tianxin mirror to Su Jiao'er. In truth, he had already mastered the 3,000 great paths, able to forge treasures from the power of these paths with merely a flick of his wrist. Such semi-divine artifacts held little value in his eyes. However, for small cultivators like Su Jiao'er and Xue Shi, they were indeed priceless. "Curse it. I came in haste and brought no treasures, only a single artifact of the returning origin level, which I fear may not suffice to present to the esteemed deity." A powerful being of the returning origin realm lamented, secretly regretting not having prepared a more worthy offering for the deity. In ancient times, legends of deities were still told, and beings of the world would offer their reverence, even crafting statues for worship. However, as time passed, many had forgotten, only recalling the ancient practice of venerating the gods upon witnessing the actions of the Tao Palace Lord and Chu Tianma. In the backyard of the small shop, Su Yin overheard the words of the people outside and thought it troubling. Treasures were at risk of slipping away, though ensure that those who followed would willingly offer their treasures. He spoke with divine power. "Fear not. The divine spirit embraces all, and will not hold you accountable. Simply bring forth your sincere hearts." Chapter 99. A win-win situation. An hour later, various factions from Muzhou, along with other prominent figures, departed with satisfaction. In the backyard of the small shop lay a small mountain of treasures, each a returning origin-level artifact at the very least, any one of which could incite fierce competition among countless cultivators if placed in the outside world. Among the dozens of exquisite treasures, while they were indeed impressive, they held little significance for him, who possessed the heavenly emperor's sword. Only the returning origin-level recliner captured his particular affection. This chair, known as the Creation Chair, appeared to belong to the same series as the Creation Bracelet, albeit of lesser quality, being merely a supportive piece of furniture that few would bother to craft with care. Nevertheless, as a returning origin-level artifact, it possessed its own unique capabilities, capable of nurturing the physical form of any being that reclined upon it, fostering a body impervious to toxins over prolonged use. Xue Mei picked up a jade hairpin, expressing her fondness for it. However, upon realizing that this returning origin-level treasure was exchanged for a puppet imbued with supreme principles, she felt a tinge of regret. She grasped the hairpin and turned to Su Yin, saying, "Senior, your paintings, clay figures, and sculptures all contain profound principles. They are far more precious than these artifacts. Wouldn't it be somewhat unwise to give them away?" Su Jur echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, Senior, you can effortlessly create items infused with supreme principles. Even a blade of grass imbued with such essence would surpass these returning origin or even semi-divine artifacts." She, like Xue Mei, cherished these treasures but simultaneously felt a pang of sorrow, for these artifacts, being beneath the divine level and devoid of profound principles, paled in comparison to what they offered, even if it were merely a blade of grass or a clay figure infused with supreme principles. Thus, it seemed they had gained little, but rather lost significantly. A true case of gaining less than they had given. Su Yin, lounging upon the creation chair, closed his eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun, stating, "Consider this. What I have offered, no matter how precious, is merely useless grass, soil, wood, or blank paper. While these are exquisitely crafted treasures, he did not perceive the items he had given away as valuable. Whether clay figures or puppets or even paintings, they could be easily recreated, while these treasures were composed of rare and precious materials. The original materials may have been ordinary, but once shaped into puppets by a senior's hand, they became priceless treasures, let alone the paintings." Xue Mei remarked, "If it were me, I would never part with anything containing supreme principles." Su Yin smiled and replied, "Think deeply. If I can infuse such ordinary materials with principles to transform them into priceless treasures, what would happen if I infused these artifacts with principles?" He was not foolish. Having mastered the 3,000 great paths, he could effortlessly imbue the essence of these paths into any grass or wood, turning originally worthless items into treasures of immeasurable value. However, this could only alter the essence of those items, such as the blade of grass given to the head of the Yun family, which was simply a weed that needed removal from the medicinal garden. By infusing it with principles, he could release the essence for others to comprehend the great path, endowing it with a certain power. Yet, if the principles remained hidden, that grass would not be a true priceless treasure, but merely a useless weed. These artifacts, even devoid of principles, were already treasures. If infused with principles, they would become transcendent, truly embodying the essence of divine treasures. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Su Jur became increasingly excited, exclaiming, "If we infuse these treasures with principles, they will become even more extraordinary, transforming into supreme treasures possessing profound essence." Her Tianxin mirror, being a semi-divine artifact, would ascend to unimaginable heights if imbued with principles. Just the thought of it thrilled her. Su Yin nodded, his gaze filled with approval for Su Jur, saying, "Exactly. You must elevate your perspective. Ordinary items like grass or wood are ubiquitous. I can craft countless priceless treasures in an instant. Yet these treasures are inherently rare and precious. Infusing them with principles will elevate them to a status rivaling divine artifacts, while also saving me the time of sourcing high-quality materials for true treasures." With that, he unleashed the power of the 3,000 great paths, combining it with divine energy, infusing those artifacts, including the jade hairpin in Xue Mei's hand, Su Jur's Tianxin mirror, and the creation chair of Xue Shi, all of which underwent a baptism of principles, elevating their essence. "Master, you are quite clever, exchanging some ordinary items for such numerous treasures while leaving those people grateful to you." Xue Shi, with her ice-blue eyes, looked at Su Yin lounging upon the creation chair. Smiling, it was the first time she had witnessed her master in such a cunning light, yet she found it utterly charming. Su Yin shook his finger, saying, "How could you call your master bad? This is a win-win situation. They venerate me, offering their treasures, and in return, I bestow upon them items imbued with profound essence. Both parties are pleased on the surface." He seemed to have gained significantly, and indeed he had, but the Dao Palace Lord, Chu Tianma, the head of the Yun family, and others did not go away empty-handed. After all, he was a deity, and anything he crafted, regardless of its simplicity, was considered a treasure bearing the true mark of divinity. Xue Mei, gazing at Su Yin, who shone brilliantly under the sunlight, felt a stirring in her heart, asking, "Senior, will I have the chance to become a deity like you?" She envied Su Yin, who could effortlessly transform the mundane into the extraordinary, turning worthless items into treasures of immeasurable value in the eyes of the great figures of Muzhou. Such miraculous abilities left her awestruck and yearning. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they understood the extraordinary nature of such abilities, which only a true deity could manifest. Indeed, she felt that even ordinary deities might not possess such power. "Why would you wish to become a deity like me?" Su Yan asked Shui Mei, perplexed. Even he was uncertain of how to truly embody the essence of a deity. He merely possessed powers that would evoke envy even among gods. He would have effortlessly vanquished it using the power of the 3,000 great paths without the need for the heavenly emperor sword. Moreover, his swordsmanship had reached the highest levels of the heavens, and he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 3,000 great paths. Chapter 100. Heir of the ancient divine hall in Kunzu. Within an ancient grand hall, a young man sat alone at the window, playing a jade flute. The melody was exquisitely beautiful, imbued with a tinge of melancholy that drew listeners into its depths of sorrow. As the tune came to a close, a man clad in golden armor approached, bowing respectfully to the youth and stating, "My lord, news has arrived from Muzhou. It seems a divine being has appeared." His voice was resoundingly powerful, resonating with an overwhelming force that could leave even weaker cultivators dazed and disoriented with but a single utterance. The youth gazed at the jade flute in his hand, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Is it a demigod or a quasi-deity?" He did not cast a glance at the man clad in golden battle armor, nor did he exhibit any signs of agitation. For this was the pinnacle of divine realms in Kunzu, the ancient divine temple, and he was none other than the current heir of this illustrious institution. After a moment's hesitation, the man in golden armor cautiously replied, "It is rumored to be a true deity." The information he had received spoke of a true god emerging in Muzhou, who had vanquished the ancient malevolent spirits and bestowed treasures imbued with profound Tao insights upon the influential figures of Muzhou who revered him. The youth finally lifted his gaze, his golden irises radiating an imposing aura as he regarded the man in golden armor, asking, "What is your perspective? Do you believe in the existence of a true deity in Muzhou?" Once more, he placed the jade flute to his lips, playing an ancient melody. The man in golden armor displayed a look of disdain and declared, "Naturally, I do not believe. The cultivation civilization in Muzhou is so primitive that they cannot discern between true and false gods. And they are undoubtedly deceived by a false god." He was a demigod, having navigated the path of divinity for tens of thousands of years, yet he remained unable to advance further, illustrating the arduous nature of the divine journey. Furthermore, the path to divinity had now been severed, making it impossible to transcend the tribulations of the gods and attain the status of a true deity. As the flute melody ceased, the youth lamented. This is an era in which ascension to godhood is forbidden, a consequence of the celestial environment. The ancient divine temple had a tradition of solitary inheritance. Only when the current heir perceived their own demise approaching would they discreetly nurture a successor, announcing the next heir's ascension before their own passing. Those deemed worthy of becoming heirs were the most exceptional individuals chosen by the previous generation, many of whom possessed the potential for divinity. Yet, in an age devoid of the possibility of ascension, even the most astonishing talents would find themselves halted at the threshold of divine realms, which is undeniably a lamentable aspect of this era. The man in golden armor volunteered, "My lord, would you like me to venture to Muzhou and slay that false god, to prevent them from using the name of a true deity to insult those genuine gods who have passed?" He was a demigod, and the armor he wore was a formidable artifact of demigod caliber, sufficient to contend with an ordinary false god. A so-called false god was merely a charlatan, often a failed candidate for divine tribulation. Entirely distinct from true gods, representing two fundamentally different tiers of existence. To transcend the divine tribulation was to attain true godhood, while those who failed to do so were relegated to the status of false gods. However, in this current era, the divine tribulation could not descend, resulting in the vast majority of these failed false gods being remnants from countless eons past. Of course, there existed a peculiar method to become a false god, reaching the pinnacle of the return to origin third heaven without opting to challenge the demigod realm. Instead, forcibly cultivating a divine soul through some nefarious means. Such a divine soul, having never undergone divine tribulation, could not be considered a true divine soul, only a false divine soul. Thus, beings of this sort were also classified as false gods. The heir of the ancient divine temple spoke, "Jinjia, do not underestimate false gods. Whether they are remnants from eons past or contemporary entities born of special means without undergoing divine tribulation, they possess their own formidable strengths." Though he appeared as a mere youth, he had cultivated for over 10,000 years, standing as a quasi-deity, perilously close to true godhood, just a step away from transcending the divine tribulation. Everyone, including himself, believed that had it not been for this age in which ascension to godhood was impossible, he would have long since transcended the divine tribulation to become a true god. Jiang Li responded, "Thank you for the reminder, my lord, but I am confident in my ability to deal with a false god. I implore you to permit me to venture to Muzhou and hunt down the false god." As a follower of the heir of the ancient divine temple, he ranked among the top-tier demigods, and with the powerful armor he donned, he was adequately equipped to contend with a quasi-deity, naturally dismissing the threat posed by a false god. After all, most false gods in this era, possessing merely the strength of a demigod, were no match for a quasi-deity. The heir of the ancient divine temple smiled and said, "Since you possess such confidence, then go forth and unveil the true visage of the false god, revealing the truth to the cultivators of Muzhou." He understood Jiang Li's temperament. Apart from himself, he would not tolerate a false god tarnishing the name of Muzhou. "Thank you for your graciousness, my lord." Jiang Li stepped away from the ancient temple, his form shooting forth at great speed towards the direction of Muzhou. The moment Jiang Li departed, a shadow emerged within the temple. Speaking Guwen, "Are you truly at ease with Jiang Li going to Muzhou alone?" He appeared concerned for Jiang Li's safety, though it was not out of genuine care. Rather, the potential loss of a demigod would be a significant pity. The heir of the ancient divine temple replied with a light smile, "What, do you truly believe the rumors from Muzhou are accurate? That a deity has indeed manifested?" His golden eyes peered through the window into the distance, revealing a depth of indifference and disdain. The shadow spoke, "Muzhou also possesses demigods, and those demigods are all in service. Even if that deity is merely a false god, it is unlikely to be an easy opponent." Jiang Li's solitary venture may indeed lead to unforeseen complications. He held reservations, not underestimating Muzhou. Despite its weaknesses, it remained one of the 9 provinces, harboring both demigods and quasi-deities. The heir of the ancient divine temple responded with an air of nonchalance. "Jiang Li has recently been somewhat disobedient to my commands. Allowing him to face some hardships would be beneficial. Should he perish in Muzhou, it would not be a loss, for the Divine Concealment Society would never permit him to become a quasi-deity." Jiang Li was his follower, but he did not expect absolute obedience. Rather, he valued independent thought. Both he and the Divine Concealment Society required followers who would unconditionally obey their directives, not puppets with minds of their own. The shadow fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Jiang Li indeed possesses the potential to become a quasi-deity. It is regrettable that his character precludes him from becoming our ally." He felt a tinge of regret. The current number of demigods among the 9 provinces was not substantial, and losing such a formidable follower would be a painful blow, even for the Divine Concealment Society in Muzhou. Nearly all major factions were aware of a deity residing in the southern domain's Heavenly Man City, where one could receive divine favors simply by offering sincere tributes. Upon hearing this news, the fallen godchild found himself momentarily lost in thought, recognizing that the deity in question was the very one who had obliterated the fallen god Ridge. At the time, he had believed that individual to be merely a quasi-deity, slightly stronger than himself, but he had not anticipated that the rumors would now proclaim them to be a genuine god. He hesitated, contemplating whether to venture to Heavenly Man City to present offerings to the deity in hopes of obtaining treasures infused with supreme Tao principles. On this day, Su Yin returned from the market with some groceries, only to discover a familiar figure lurking outside the "What are you looking at" shop. He unleashed a surge of Tao power, ensnaring the individual, and inquired, "Fallen godchild, what are you scheming in such a furtive manner?" The person loitering outside was none other than the master of fallen god Ridge, the demigod fallen godchild, which prompted Su Yin to directly unleash his Tao intent, for this individual was considered an adversary. Bound by the power of the Tao, the fallen godchild was filled with trepidation, struggling to break free but to no avail. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized Su Yin and promptly ceased his resistance, stating, "Divine Lord, I have come to pay my respects to you, harboring no ill intentions." Now, he sought to resurrect those who had perished in fallen god Ridge and then strike them down with a single blow. Yet here he was, inadvertently provoking a deity, putting himself in a rather awkward predicament. "I annihilated your fallen god Ridge, and you come to pay me a visit?" Su Yin remarked mockingly. He recalled that after the obliteration of fallen god Ridge, the fallen godchild had appeared, spouting grandiose declarations, only for his demeanor to now undergo a complete turnaround, prompting Su Yin to question whether the fallen godchild had ulterior motives, seeking to ensnare him. The fallen godchild, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic, fearing that Su Yin intended to hold him accountable alongside the fallen denizens of fallen god Ridge. He quickly retorted, For us, the divine path is the ultimate pursuit. And I severed ties with fallen god Ridge over a millennium ago. I have long since lost all affection for it. Having gleaned the sequence of events, he understood that it was the foolish actions of his former comrades that had provoked the divine wrath. And the destruction of fallen god Ridge was a just retribution. He held little emotional connection to those from fallen god Ridge, after cultivating for tens of thousands of years or more. Feelings had long since faded, replaced instead by an unwavering pursuit of the divine path. Thus, upon realizing Su Yan's superiority, he had never contemplated avenging fallen god Ridge, and at this moment, he was more than eager to thoroughly dissociate himself from it. Su Yan was skeptical of the fallen godchild's sincerity, responding with a sardonic tone, "Even so, there was no need for you to specifically come to pay your respects to me. Are you perhaps here to express gratitude for my destruction of fallen god Ridge and to celebrate?" Were his own sect to be annihilated, he would undoubtedly be furious, never acquiescing to the fallen godchild's demeanor. His own motivation for obliterating the fallen godchild was fueled by a desire to rescue Xue Mei and exact vengeance. Unlike the fallen godchild, who seemed willing to cast aside everything in pursuit of the divine path. Nonetheless, he dissipated the power of the Tao, recognizing that since the fallen godchild was not seeking trouble, there was no need for him to target him. The moment the restraints of the Tao power melted away, the fallen godchild produced a pearl, presenting it as if offering a treasure. Proclaiming, "I have come to pay tribute to the Divine Lord. This is my offering." This pearl was something he had acquired outside of Muzhou, though he had been unable to discern its true significance. He believed it to be an extraordinarily remarkable object. Previously, he had attempted to strike the pearl with a weapon, only for the weapon to shatter, while the pearl remained unscathed, illustrating its exceptional nature. Su Yan eyed the pearl in the fallen godchild's hand, musing to himself that it resembled a large marble. However, such thoughts were not befitting of a deity, so he feigned aloofness and inquired, "What extraordinary qualities does this pearl possess?" As he gazed upon the bead, he increasingly perceived it as a large marble, speculating whether the fallen sun had intentionally come to deceive him. The fallen sun remarked, "I am unable to fathom the profound mysteries of this bead. However, even with my full strength, I could not leave a crack upon it. It must surely be a treasured artifact, one that a deity could discern the intricacies within. He, being a demigod, could not shatter a mere bead with all his might. How could such an extraordinary object possibly be ordinary? It should suffice as an offering to the divine." Su Yan took the bead from the fallen sun's hand, scrutinizing it closely and squeezing it with his fingers, yet he found nothing particularly special, though its hardness was indeed remarkable. Observing the fallen sun's curious gaze, he feigned profundity, saying, "This bead is indeed somewhat extraordinary. It is quite natural that you could not discern its mysteries." As he was now a god, he needed to maintain the demeanor befitting one, ensuring he did not admit to failing to perceive its significance, lest he be regarded on par with the fallen sun. Upon hearing this, the fallen sun secretly mused that the bead was indeed extraordinary, meant only for the divine to recognize its depth. And he had not made a mistake in his offering. With this thought, he felt considerably relieved and proactively inquired, "Mighty deity, I have presented the treasure meant for your worship. Might you grant me a relic imbued with divine power?" Had he offered something useless, he would have certainly lacked the face to make such a request. However, since even Su Yan acknowledged the bead's uniqueness, it must surely be a fine treasure in the eyes of the divine, thus providing him the confidence to seek a divine artifact imbued with power. Su Yan inwardly scolded the audacity of the fallen sun, who, after presenting a mere marble, had the gall to request a treasure of significance. He coldly pulled a scallion from the basket and asked, "Do you know what this is?" With many onlookers present, having already stated that the bead was extraordinary, he felt compelled to satisfy the fallen sun's request for something imbued with divine power. However, since the fallen sun dared to toy with him, he had no intention of genuinely granting him anything of significance. He was prepared to have some fun at the fallen sun's expense. The fallen sun hesitated momentarily and tentatively responded, "This is not a scallion." No matter how he perceived it, Su Yan held in his hand a simple scallion, the most mundane ingredient used in cooking by mortals. Devoid of any remarkable characteristics, Su Yan smirked internally, feigning an enigmatic demeanor as he asked, "Is there anything else?" Daring to present a marble as an offering to him, he would bestow upon the fallen sun something distinct from what he offered to others, allowing him ample opportunity for contemplation. Furthermore, the fallen sun fixated intently on the scallion in Su Yan's grasp, his consciousness fully extended, desperate to declare it merely an ordinary scallion. Yet he hesitated, considering that perhaps the scallion held some special significance that he had yet to uncover. Thus, as a demigod, he scrutinized the scallion for several minutes. The fallen sun was on the verge of despair. It was just a scallion. There was nothing else to discern. Just as he felt exasperated, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind as he noticed something he had previously overlooked. The scallion was adorned with droplets of water. With a proud demeanor, he declared, "And there are water droplets." Su Yin glanced at the scallion in his hand. Indeed, there were tiny droplets of water, signifying its freshness. He had not anticipated that the fallen sun would use this to support his argument. So he continued to inquire, "Is there anything else? Anything else?" The fallen sun's eyes widened, wishing he could somehow peer deeper into the scallion, utterly unable to discern any further qualities it might possess. Defeated, he sighed. "I am but a fool, unable to perceive anything more." Chapter 102. Suppressing the golden-armored one, Su Yin tossed the scallion, suspended before the fallen sun by divine power, proclaiming, "Every flower, every blade of grass embodies a world. Take this scallion back and contemplate it deeply. Once you grasp its true essence, you shall be but a step away from the divine path." In truth, he was not entirely deceiving the fallen sun. Even within a scallion resided the power of the great Tao. All things in the myriad worlds operate under the rules of the Tao, thus imbuing them with intrinsic significance. However, this power was exceedingly faint, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible, requiring an exceptionally perceptive practitioner to unveil the profound truths within. Suddenly, a figure radiating a golden light approached, coldly declaring, "You charlatan, masquerading as a deity. Upon arrival, I see you deceiving the world and misleading the people. You shall be punished." Clad in golden armor, he exuded an air of martial prowess. He was the golden-armored one, a follower of the ancient temple of Kunzu, a genuine demigod. "Who are you?" Su Yin cast a frosty glance at the golden-armored one. This individual had insulted him upon arrival, and he was entirely unacquainted with him, rendering the situation absurd. Moreover, to be labeled a false deity when he was indeed a true god was a grave insult to the divine. "I am the divine envoy of the ancient temple of Kunzu, here to slay you and reveal the truth to the practitioners of Muku." The golden-armored one, with an imposing demeanor, spoke with righteous fervor. He clenched his hand, summoning a golden war spear that radiated similar golden brilliance, exuding an extraordinary presence. "You are entirely gilded, thinking yourself gold, yet in reality, you are but a worthless stone," Su Yin mocked. This individual was merely a demigod, yet he dared to label him a false deity and even sought to slay him. Such folly was ludicrous. "Impudent false deity! How dare you insult me? You shall be executed." The golden-armored one roared in fury, his form erupting into a golden divine radiance as he brandished his war spear towards Su Yin. Unable to perceive Su Yin's cultivation level, he concluded that Su Yin was a false deity, and thus it was reasonable that he could not discern his strength. He resolved to kill him outright. "Kneel!" Su Yin made no move to defend himself, instead issuing a sharp rebuke, and the power of the Tao surged forth, pressing down upon the golden-armored one at bang. The golden-armored one's forward momentum halted abruptly, as he felt an unimaginable force bearing down on him, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. A surge of Taoist intent enveloped the earth, preventing it from collapsing. Otherwise, under the pressure of the Tao's power, the entire street would have crumbled. "Wretched fool! What sorcery have you employed? Release me at once." The golden-armored one seethed with rage, bellowing loudly. He was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that a mere rebuke could bring him to his knees. Was this individual truly just a false deity? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be that the seemingly youthful figure before him was indeed a genuine god? Yet why? Even the descendants of the ancient temple could not ascend to divinity. What merit did this person possess to become a true god? "A mere demigod is as insignificant as an ant before me," Su Yin declared, his eyes shimmering with divine light, the Taoist intent intensifying as he pressed the golden-armored one deeper into the ground. He took a step forward, unleashing a surge of divine power that sent the golden-armored one flying. The golden-armored one coughed up blood, now fully convinced that the figure before him was indeed a true god. Although he possessed demigod armor and a demigod spear, he believed he could contend even with a quasi-god. Yet this individual had not even laid a hand upon him and had caused him to spit blood. There was no other explanation than that he was a true god. "Begone!" Su Yin commanded, the word manifesting as a force that struck the golden-armored one's mind, rendering him unconscious. He then waved his hand, unleashing divine power to hurl the golden-armored one to the foot of the Tianren mountain. Lord Su Yin shall prevail. Lord Su Yin is invincible. The crowd cheered for Su Yin, all mere mortals who were unaware of the golden-armored one's true strength. They only knew that he had come to trouble Su Yin, thus deeming him a villain. With Su Yin's victory over the villain, it was a cause for celebration, merely a trifling matter. There is no need for concern, Su Yin addressed the onlookers from Tianren City with a smile. He had just stabilized the heavens and earth with his divine power. Otherwise, the force of the Tao could easily have obliterated Tianren City. Even the golden-armored one was merely a demigod. But these mortals were oblivious, thinking him just an ordinary villainous practitioner. Observing the events unfold, the fallen sun felt immense admiration for Su Yin. He had visited Kunzu and knew that the divine envoys of the ancient temple possessed formidable strength. Clad in demigod armor and wielding demigod weapons, capable of barely matching a quasi-god. Yet here, the golden-armored one appeared as insignificant as an ant before Su Yin. This was the true god, the existence he yearned to emulate, capable of annihilating countless beings with a mere word or smile. Remember to contemplate deeply, Su Yin advised the fallen sun, who was gazing at him. He then turned and entered the shop, still holding the bead. Host, this is the sea-stabilizing divine pearl, a remarkable treasure, superior to ordinary divine artifacts. Just then, the system spoke, explaining the true nature of the bead the fallen sun had provided. The sea-stabilizing divine pearl, a treasure beyond common divine artifacts? Have I misjudged the fallen sun? Su Yin replied in astonishment. He had assumed the fallen sun had intentionally sought to irritate him with the bead, only to realize he had mistakenly judged him. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Master, what transpired outside just now? Shueshi emerged from the courtyard, inquiring. She had sensed some commotion outside but was not overly concerned. The shop was filled with numerous treasures that even the mightiest could not destroy. It was nothing, a golden little bug that I dispatched, Su Yin replied nonchalantly. However, he soon realized that this statement might not have been the most prudent, as a certain golden ant was glaring at him with displeasure. Atop the peak of Tianren Mountain, Qin Yudi was immersed in her cultivation. Her innate talent was among the finest in Tianren sect, and with Qin Tian's connections, she received abundant resources for her daily training. Her progress was swift, yet she remained unsatisfied. For within her heart resided a singular goal, one person she aspired to surpass, and no matter how hard she tried, the distance between them remained unchanged. That individual was simply too exceptional. Even devoting her entire life to it seemed insufficient to stand alongside them. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Suddenly, a voice filled with temptation echoed through the mountain peak. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Qin Yudi, wielding a long sword, emanated a profound sword intent as she scanned her surroundings with a vigilant gaze, her voice ringing out in admonition. This place was typically her solitary sanctuary for cultivation, and the sudden emergence of other voices sent a wave of unease coursing through her. "Fear not, for I am here to assist you," the voice echoed once more, seemingly emanating from all directions. Creating an eerie atmosphere, Qin Yudi inquired, "Who are you?" She sought to uncover the identity of the individual capable of infiltrating this space without a trace, unnoticed even by the Tianren sect, while also realizing that she could not discern their hiding place. Chapter 103. The God and the Man in Black. I am a deity. The concealed presence declared, laced with a hint of arrogance. Deities, in the realm of mortals, were but legends. Especially after the heavens forbade ascension to godhood, humanity gradually lost the conviction of their existence. Yet, anyone or anything associated with a deity was undeniably extraordinary, capable of stirring vast upheavals within the realm of cultivation. If you were truly a deity, you would not hide in the shadows, too afraid to reveal yourself, Qin Yudi retorted scornfully, utterly skeptical of the hidden being's claims. The world was vast, boundless even, yet even demigods were a rare sight, let alone genuine deities. Currently, there existed but one god, and that was Su Yin. I truly am a deity, though I sustained grave injuries in a cataclysmic battle long ago, resulting in my entrapment within this mountain until recently. If you were to release me from my seal, you would receive divine aid, elevating you to the status of a god as well. Meanwhile, Su Yin was engrossed in painting, infusing his work with the essence of the myriad paths of heaven and earth, creating a piece far more transcendent than his previous mortal endeavors. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation flickered through his mind. This feeling, inexplicable and fleeting, left him with an ominous premonition. Perhaps chaos was about to ensue. The emergence of the demon ape was merely the beginning. Lord Su Yin, trouble is afoot. A sinister entity has appeared in Yi Family Town, slaughtering the entire populace. We implore you to vanquish this evil. Corpses strewn about, with a malevolent being gnawing on the remains. That scene would forever haunt him. He stifled his terror and fled back to Tianren City before coming here directly. A sinister entity? Su Yin furrowed his brow, replying, "You may return. I shall investigate Yi Family Town forthwith." With a single step, he vanished from the shop amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Yi Family Town, a small settlement on the outskirts of Tianren City, was sparsely populated, reliant on the larger city for survival, and typically led a peaceful existence. However, at this moment, the air was thick with the stench of blood, countless corpses littering the ground, rivers of crimson flowing. The entire town had been mercilessly slaughtered, with not a soul left alive. Su Yin hovered above the town, surveying the grim scene, his heart ignited with a murderous intent, regardless of the creature responsible for the massacre. The annihilation of Yi Family Town could not go unpunished. A mere mortal settlement should never suffer such a fate, with even infants and the elderly not spared. Soon, his divine sense detected a being. This creature, covered in black fur and exuding an aura of malevolence, crouched on the ground, feeding on a corpse. Su Yin extended his hand, summoning divine power that ensnared the furry abomination and pulled it before him. He scrutinized the humanoid monstrosity, demanding, "Did you slay the inhabitants of this town?" "Arg!" The black-furred creature emitted a grotesque howl, thrashing its limbs in a futile attempt to reach Su Yin, yet it was bound by divine energy. Unable to touch him, "Enough, it's time for you to perish," Su Yin stated calmly, and with a wave of his hand, the creature was reduced to nothingness. He alighted upon a large stone in the town. Its surface still relatively clean, unmarred by blood. Rewind time. Su Yin unleashed the power of time, uttering the incantation, and the temporal pathways unfolded, reversing the flow around the town. Gradually, an ethereal image emerged, depicting the town before the massacre. The once tranquil settlement appeared normal until a figure in black arrived, raising their hand and causing blood to flow like rivers. The townsfolk, mere mortals, falling victim in an instant. The figure in black settled upon a large stone, practicing their dark arts, siphoning the life essence of the recently departed souls, before discarding a black-furred creature from their bag and departing. Shortly after the figure's exit, a man arrived, witnessing the black-furred monster feasting on the corpses. Trembling in fear as he fled. Having grasped the sequence of events, Su Yin dismissed the time manipulation with a wave. The town reverted to its horrific state of slaughter, and he stepped into the air. Extending his palm and applying pressure in an instant, the entire town collapsed, the earth shifting to bury it, transforming it into a flat expanse. After executing this, Su Yin transformed into a beam of divine light. Vanishing and returning to the small shop, his mood heavy. The man in black's origins were a mystery. He was evidently practicing some sinister technique that required slaughter for cultivation, leaving behind the black-furred creature as a scapegoat. "Senior, what transpired?" Xue Mei, accompanied by Xue Shi and Su Jiur, approached. Noticing Su Yin's somber demeanor, in her mind, Su Yin was a true deity, omnipotent, and should not bear such a countenance. Su Yin recounted the events at Yi Family Town to Xue Mei, cautioning the three to remain vigilant, especially should they encounter the figure in black. He was unsure of the man's appearance, concealed as he was beneath a dark robe, making it difficult to track him down. Upon hearing Su Yan's account, Xue Mei recalled incidents that had reached her ears prior to their journey to the southern domain, stating, "Could it be that the previous village and town massacres in the central domain were also orchestrated by a human?" Her expression grew grave. Such incidents had occurred before, yet they were typically attributed to ferocious beasts or monsters, leading to a lack of thorough investigation after the beast was dispatched by arriving cultivators. As it was assumed to be the work of those creatures, such events occurred in the central domain as well? Su Yin responded, taken aback. The slaughter of villages and towns was an egregious crime. Should any cultivator dare to massacre a mortal settlement, they would face relentless pursuit from the sections. Xue Mei continued, not only in the central domain, but similar incidents have also been reported in the western, eastern, and northern domains. Each time, a ferocious beast or monster was found at the scene, devouring corpses, leading cultivators to believe it was merely the work of those beasts, thus failing to draw significant attention from the cultivation community. Ferocious beasts were inherently violent creatures, and their slaughter of humanity was not unusual. Once it was established that beasts were responsible for the carnage, The cultivators would simply eliminate the beasts and depart. Oblivious to the fact that it was all a ruse, the true perpetrator being a human, Su Yan's expression turned serious, stating, "I wonder if that figure in black operates alone across the realms, or if there exists an organization behind him." The former would be manageable, but the latter could prove troublesome. He had no fear of confronting the figures in black in battle. His concern lay in their continued secretive slaughter of villages and towns. Acts of utter inhumanity. The black-clad individuals were exceedingly cautious, often leaving behind ferocious beasts as scapegoats, and even in moments of temporal reversal, it was challenging to discern their true identities. Chapter 104. The clutches of unknown beings. Not long after the events in Yi Family Town, another small settlement in the southern domain fell victim to slaughter, with a ferocious beast discovered at the scene, swiftly dispatched by the first arriving cultivator. This town was quite distant from Tianren City, yet closer to Tianya sect, and the incident garnered little attention from cultivators. However, upon hearing of the event, Shueshi promptly informed Su Yan. Su Yan proceeded to the town, employing the flow of time, and discovered that the same figure in black was responsible, still shrouded in their dark robe, concealing their visage. His murderous intent intensified, a desire to pull the figure from the tapestry of time and annihilate them. Noticing the delight in Su Juer's eyes, Su Juer playfully stuck out her tongue without answering, and he smiled as he stepped outside, discovering a beautiful woman seated in the outer hall. Upon seeing Su Yan emerge, the enchanting woman immediately rose, bowing respectfully, albeit somewhat nervously. Su Ling greets the esteemed senior. Her cultivation was formidable, a rarity among the ranks of cultivators, yet insignificant in the presence of a deity. Su Juer approached, assisting the beautiful woman into a chair and pouring her a cup of tea, cheerfully stating, "Mother, there is no need to be anxious. The senior is quite amiable and will not trouble you." The beautiful woman was her mother, visiting specifically to see her. "Very well," Su Ling replied, her gaze still fixed on Su Yan. It was impossible to remain unperturbed in the presence of a being regarded as a deity. Though she took solace in knowing that this deity treated her daughter with kindness. "As long as I am not present, feel free to converse," Su Yan remarked, feeling that it would be inappropriate to intrude on their mother-daughter reunion. Casually taking a seat, he was aware that Su Juer was a princess of the Tianhu clan and had accompanied her to the clan not long ago, although her father was no longer there and his whereabouts remained unknown. However, he had yet to hear Su Juer speak of her mother, now intrigued to observe Su Ling. Su Ling was also of the fox lineage, yet not from the Tianhu clan, but rather the sacred fox clan. Hailing from the western domain, quite distant from the southern domain, hence she was unaware of Su Juer's recent circumstances, until the news of Su Yan being a true deity spread far and wide. The identity of Su Juer was also revealed. Upon learning this, she hurried over, already aware of the upheaval in the Tianhu tribe along the way. Upon seeing her mother, the grievances that had been pent up in her heart erupted. And disregarding Su Yan's presence, she threw herself into Su Ling's embrace, weeping, "Mother, father is missing. He sacrificed himself to save me and must have sustained grave injuries." After fleeing from the Tianhu tribe, she was relentlessly pursued by the Mohu tribe. Enduring injuries and falling into despair, it was only after encountering Su Yan that her situation began to improve. The Mohu tribe, intent on capturing her, retreated in the face of Su Yan's overwhelming power. Su Ling, deeply concerned for her husband's safety, masked her anxiety in front of Su Juer and gently comforted her. "Hush, Juer, do not cry. Your father is incredibly strong and will surely be fine." A twinge of guilt washed over her. Had she remained in the Tianhu tribe to support her daughter and husband, those ruffians would not have dared to cause trouble, and the subsequent tragedy could have been averted. "Yes, father will certainly be all right," Su Juer echoed, placing her faith in her father's ability to turn peril into safety. Yet, she could not fathom why, if her father was indeed unharmed, he had not come to find her. News of her whereabouts in Tianren City had long since spread, though it had not reached beyond the southern region. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal black hole appeared in the sky, from which a gigantic claw extended, descending upon Tianren Mountain, in a flash of golden divine light. Su Yan teleported above Tianren Mountain, unleashing divine power to conjure a massive protective barrier, reinforced with multiple avenues of power, rendering it unbreakable. With a resounding crash, the claw from the black hole struck the divine barrier, unleashing a staggering shockwave that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of space. Su Juer and Su Ling watched in awe from outside a small shop, utterly stunned by the sight of the gigantic claw assaulting the divine barrier. That claw was evidently only a minuscule part of the unknown creature's body, yet it dwarfed even Tianren Mountain. One could only imagine the magnitude of its true form. Even the demon ape paled in comparison to this unknown being. Utterly insignificant and far removed in scale, foolish beings, my true form will not be able to maintain this breach of the world's barriers and the laws of the great paths for long. Do not interfere. A resounding and authoritative voice reverberated from the black hole, clearly emanating from another realm, likely one far more powerful than this one, for how else could such an unimaginable creature exist? With that claw of yours, you will undoubtedly slay countless innocents. I shall not permit you to wreak havoc here, Su Yin declared, radiating golden divine light, his voice filled with righteous indignation. He was unaware of the creature's origins or its motives for crossing realms to attack Tianren Mountain. But he knew he had to intervene. Otherwise, both Tianren Mountain and Tianren City would be obliterated, resulting in untold suffering for the masses. To save the beings here, he had to stand his ground. Go, senior, Su Jur shouted, cheering Su Yin on as she listened to the exchange between the unknown entity and him. She felt utterly powerless to contribute to such a titanic battle. Had Su Yin not unleashed the 3,000 great paths to shield this realm? The shockwave from their initial clash would have been enough to annihilate Tianren City. Go. Lord Su Yin, defeat the monster. The great deity will protect us. The creature shall not harm anyone. Lord Deity is invincible. Let the monster meet its demise. The people in the vicinity of Tianren Mountain, initially gripped by fear, found courage upon witnessing Su Yin boldly confront the unknown being's claw, and they began to shout in unison. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yin garnered the faith of many, becoming a beacon of hope for numerous inhabitants of Tianren City, thus enhancing his divine power. In ancient times, beings of the world worshipped deities, and their faith provided the gods with the strength to cultivate. The belief of the masses represented the purest form of will, while their faith was the most sacred and potent force of the great paths. Had it not been for the limitations imposed upon my power in this cross-realm assault, I would have obliterated you along with this place. The unknown entity's booming voice echoed from the black hole once more. As its massive claw retracted slightly before striking down again, forcefully crashing against the divine barrier. Its strength was indeed formidable. Even with only a fraction of its power unleashed, the divine barrier was riddled with cracks. Too bad you cannot come through, nor can you kill me, so be gone, Su Yin retorted, as the Tiandi sword materialized in his hand, merging with the supreme sword path as he swung it. Confronted with such an unfathomable unknown entity, he believed that wielding the Tiandi sword would yield greater lethality, as the sword itself bore an extraordinary origin. With a thunderous clash, the sword light soared across the sky, unleashing boundless sword intent, striking the enormous beast's paw as the divine barrier shattered. Multicolored blood splattered, leaving a deep sword mark upon the beast's claw. How dare you, a mere ant, injure me? A furious roar erupted from the black hole, followed by a terrifying aura that could shake the very heavens and earth. Yet, in the next instant, the black hole rapidly contracted, forcing the beast's claw to retreat within. As the black hole vanished. The unknown being's anguished roar echoed, "Foolish deity, I shall remember you. Next time, I will slay you." Su Yin hovered above Tianren Mountain, not rejoicing in his success at repelling the beast's claw. Rather, he felt a weight upon his shoulders. That unknown being was immensely powerful. Even with numerous restrictions, a single claw from across realms could obliterate this world. The system remarked, "That was a Tianzuan. Your ability to repel it is already extraordinary." Yet he had not anticipated it to be a Tianzian. In this era, even deities were seldom seen, let alone a Tianzuan. The vast majority of cultivators had never even heard of such a being. During the era when deities were abundant, Tianzuan was a supreme existence, commanding all realms. Tianren Mountain, Qin Tian addressed Su Yin above, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Su, for your timely intervention." When that beast's claw had appeared, he had feared for the very existence of the Tianren sect, certain that it was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, at the critical moment, Su Yin had appeared, driving back the claw and saving the Tianren sect's people. Su Yin turned to Qin Tian atop Tianren Mountain and inquired, "Is there anything of unknown origin within Tianren Mountain?" He suspected that a Tianzuan would not expend effort to attack without cause. Qin Tian, unsure of Su Yan's implication and fearing retribution, hurriedly replied, "Senior Su, there is nothing of unknown origin within the Tianren sect. All members are traceable." He felt helpless. Who could explain why a monster would appear to assault the Tianren sect? "I will inspect Tianren Mountain personally," Su Yin did not believe that a Tianzuan would attack indiscriminately without reason. There had to be an underlying cause. With a single step, he invoked the power of the spatial Great Path. Instantly arriving at Tianren Mountain, the members of the Tianren sect were exceedingly anxious. After the recent attack by the unknown being, now a deity was coming to inspect, and they feared that any discovered issues would provoke Su Yan's wrath. Qin Tian and Jiang Li accompanied him, guiding him through Tianren Mountain. Their familiarity with Su Yan allowed them to feel less constrained and fearful in his presence. After surveying Tianren Mountain, Su Yan found no abnormalities, ultimately directing his gaze toward the mountain peak. There was a location that Qin Tian and Jiang Li had not shown him, and he suspected it might hold significance, so he inquired, "What is that place at the peak? And why was I not taken there?" He refrained from releasing his divine sense. After all, the Tianren sect comprised cultivators, each with their own secrets, and prying into others' privacy felt inappropriate. Moreover, given that others were present in Tianren Mountain, there was no need to utilize divine sense for a thorough investigation. Qin Tian's expression slightly faltered as he began to explain, "That is the place where my daughter, Yudai, is in seclusion for her training. She mentioned yesterday that she had reached a critical juncture and requested not to be disturbed, hence we did not take you there." He had visited that peak before. There was nothing particularly special about it, merely a tranquil environment suitable for seclusion and focused cultivation. Upon hearing Yudai's name, a flicker of emotion passed through Su Yin before he replied, "I will go take a look. If there is nothing amiss, I shall leave without disturbing Yudai." Now that he had ascended to the status of a deity, his divine nature had grown subtly, rendering him colder than before, as though he sat high above in the heavens, looking down upon the world with indifference. This was merely a metaphor, indicating a transformation in his disposition. "All right," Qin Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that there was no room for refusal in the presence of a deity. Moreover, Su Yan's inquiry was to uncover the reason behind the unknown being's attack on Tianren Mountain, which ultimately served the interests of the Tianren sect. Su Yan quietly entered the mountain peak, enveloped in a shroud of great path energy, rendering him undetectable unless one were a being close to divine status. As he traversed the peak, he noted the simple arrangement. It was not long before he spotted a young woman seated cross-legged upon a large piece of jade spirit stone. Immersed in her cultivation, the spirit stone exuded a torrent of spiritual energy, continuously flowing into the young woman's body to assist her in her training. Su Yin gazed at the woman for a moment before turning away, wandering through other areas of the peak in search of anomalies, yet he found nothing out of the ordinary. Every flower and blade of grass appeared perfectly normal, infused with a subtle aura of spiritual energy, marking it as a sacred ground for cultivation. After lingering for a brief while on the peak, Su Yin departed and returned to the location where Qin Tian and Jiang Li were situated. His tone was unperturbed. "I have not discerned any irregularities for the time being, but should anything unusual arise, you must inform me immediately." Qin Tian responded with respect indeed. "Should we detect any abnormalities, we will promptly seek you out." Senior Su, a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart, for he once shared moments of chess and tea with Su Yin, yet now, a palpable distance had emerged between them. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had always held Su Yin in high esteem, both in the past and present. Lacking the worries and reservations of Qin Tian, he spoke up, "Divine Physician Su, I am grateful for your protection of Heavenly Man City and the world at large. Had it not been for your decisive actions in vanquishing the malevolent ape and repelling the unknown entities, the region of Heavenly Man Mountain would have faced destruction, and my mother would have been in peril. In essence, you have saved both her and me, as well as Heavenly Man City and the southern domain." Su Yin nodded slightly, remarking, "You must diligently pursue your cultivation. Perhaps one day, you will be called upon to safeguard the realms." With that, he stepped into the golden divine light and left Heavenly Man Mountain. Upon Su Yan's departure, Qin Yudai suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing towards the direction of Heavenly Man City. Murmuring, "Senior Su, I am sorry." Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, cascading down her fair visage and dripping onto the jade spirit stone. At that moment, the jade spirit stone rapidly darkened, transforming into a pitch-black stone as dark as ink.